Chapter 1. The Young Lady's Rebirth. Everyone step aside. Stop screaming. Little mute, blame your own foolishness for your plight. Jiang Zhiyue struggled desperately, attempting to inch closer to the person speaking, but alas, her eyes were blind, her voice rendered hoarse by poison, and her limbs shattered, rendering her efforts futile. TSK, how filthy! In her frantic struggle, Jiang Zhiyue collided with something, and a gentle yet disgusted female voice echoed, causing her to freeze in place, motionless. The newcomer seemed to grasp from Jiang Zhiyue's reaction that she recognized her, stifling a laugh. From the esteemed daughter of the Duke's residence to a beggar on the streets, Jiang Zhiyue, this must be quite the bitter experience for you. Lin Yuzhong, the despicable niece of that vile woman Lin Jingxiu. Jiang Zhiyue opened her mouth to cry out, but could only produce a few hoarse, guttural sounds, a rasp that was jarring to the ears. Do not be so agitated, sixth miss. Lin Yuzhong replied with a gentle smile, crouching before her, her delicate fingers brushing Jiang Zhiyue's scarred face. In light of the kindness you showed me upon my arrival at the estate, I have personally come to send you off. Jiang Zhiyue suddenly jerked her head, viciously biting Lin Yuzhong's finger. Lin Yuzhong let out a shrill scream, and the others were momentarily stunned. They had not expected Jiang Zhiyue, reduced to such a state, to dare resist. Are you all fools? Quickly pry her mouth open. At the sound of the woman's scream, a richly dressed matron hurried in, her voice sharp with reprimand. Jiang Zhiyue soon found her mouth forcefully seized, and she was kicked brutally several times. Even in such circumstances, Jiang Zhiyue recognized that voice belonged to her stepmother, Lin Jingxiu, the wretched woman responsible for her downfall. Lin Yuzhong wept, her hand bleeding profusely from Jiang Zhiyue's bite, turning to Lin Jingxiu with tearful eyes. Mother. Jiang Zhiyue's head snapped up. Mother. Wasn't Lin Yuzhong supposed to be Lin Jingxiu's niece? Why did she call her mother? You too? Why provoke a dying person? Lin Jingxiu said, watching her daughter nearly lose her finger to Jiang Zhiyue's bite, her heart aching for her child. Quickly, fetch a doctor. We cannot allow scars to mar her beauty. I will handle this. Lin Yuzhong, still sobbing, departed, leaving Jiang Zhiyue in a moment of dawning realization. Now she understood why Lin Jingxiu doted on this so-called niece. She was in fact her own daughter. All along, it was a path being paved for her own flesh and blood. With words that flattered and schemes that sowed discord among her siblings, Lin Jingxiu had orchestrated a web of deceit that turned Jiang Zhiyue, once the cherished daughter of the Duke, into a scapegoat for blame. The incident of her being accused of poisoning her grandmother, leading to her expulsion from the Duke's residence, was also a plot devised by Lin Jingxiu. While Lin Yuzhong, an outsider, remained by her grandmother's side, Lin Jingxiu's machinations had led everyone in the Duke's household to believe that the sixth miss was indeed inferior to her cousin. Even her father had remarked that if she possessed half of Lin Yuzhong's obedience, it would be a blessing. Lin Jingxiu, what a schemer. At long last, Jiang Zhiyue comprehended the gravity of the situation, her heart bleeding with resentment. However, the words that followed from Lin Jingxiu plunged her deeper into madness. Sixth miss? Oh no, you are no longer the sixth miss of the Duke of England's household. You are unworthy of the Jiang surname. Nevertheless, in consideration of your past, I must inform you that the poison you administered was too potent. The old matriarch, frail and aged, could not withstand it and passed away last night. Jiang Zhiyue screamed in a frenzy, her appearance terrifying even to the burly men around her. Yet, Lin Jingxiu laughed softly, her tone a blend of gentleness and malice. What is your hurry? You will soon be reunited with your grandmother, your mother, your sister, and your elder brother. I shall kill you. Jiang Zhiyue charged relentlessly towards Lin Jingxiu, but her limbs were broken, and she could only crawl. In a pitiful state, a mere kick would render her powerless to advance. I must kill you. With hatred engulfing her, blood tears began to seep from her already blind eyes, instilling fear in those who restrained her, causing a momentary lapse that allowed her to break free. She watched helplessly as she crashed into Lin Jingxiu's feet, biting down a piece of flesh from her. Lin Jingxiu emitted a scream that rivaled Lin Yuzhong's earlier outburst, losing all semblance of composure as she frantically kicked at Jiang Zhiyue. Jiang Zhiyue, resolved to die, paid no heed to Lin Jingxiu's kicks. Instead, she began to laugh maniacally. Lin Jingxiu gazed in horror at the bloody Jiang Zhiyue, whose face bore tears of blood and a deranged smile, as if she were witnessing a vengeful specter from the depths of hell. "Throw her down! Throw her down!" Lin Jingxiu cried out sharply, enduring her pain. Jiang Zhiyue was utterly indifferent. Her sister was dead. Her brother was dead. Her father was profoundly disappointed in her, and even her only supporter, her beloved grandmother, had departed. As she was lifted, she only hoped that her captors would act swiftly. After death, she would transform into a vengeful spirit to seek retribution against Lin Jingxiu. Splash the sound of a heavy object plunging into the water. The icy river surged from all directions, and instinctively, Jiang Zhiyue opened her mouth to call for help. The water rushed into her mouth and nostrils, the sensation of suffocation enveloping her, yet she could not even struggle. "Grandmother, grandmother, save little Akan. Grandmother, save me." Jiang Zhiyue awoke in a cold sweat, the sensation of near-death suffocation prompting her to greedily inhale air. A nearby maid, with a look of concern, asked, "Miss, did you have a nightmare?" It had been years since Jiang Zhiyue had been ejected from the Duke's household, and she had not heard anyone address her in that manner for a long time. Turning her head, she was astonished to see Chang'ying. Chang'ying, had she not already perished? The first person she encountered after her death was, in fact, Chang'ying, who had died for her. When Jiang Zhiyue truly touched Chang'ying and felt her warmth, she realized this might not be a dream. It seemed she had come back to life. Awakening from a dream leaves one disoriented. What night is it? Where are we headed? Jiang Zhiyue cautiously inquired, realizing they were inside a carriage. Seeing her mistress evade the topic, Chang'ying refrained from pressing further, instead offering a cup of warm tea and softly stating, "In the 3rd year of Xianqing, we are going to Fan Lu to exchange this." Chang'ying retrieved a box, and Jiang Zhiyue's gaze instantly fixed upon it. This was her mother's dowry, a gift bestowed by the emperor. But in the 3rd year of Xianqing, Jiang Zhiyue's mind was in a frenzy. She had inexplicably returned to 5 years prior. Her heart surged like tumultuous waves, though her visage remained composed, fearing it might all be a mere dream. Observing Chang'ying's mournful expression, she suddenly recalled the circumstances of the moment. It was during this time that she had been deceived by that wretched Lin Jingxiu into sending her mother's dowry to Fan Lu to be melted down, only to be transformed into a new adornment for that scoundrel's head. "I shall not go. Turn around and return to the estate." Jiang Zhiyue clutched the box to her chest, her voice strained as if forced through clenched teeth. Chang'ying's expression shifted slightly, and the carriage promptly began to turn back. The distance from Fan Lu to the residence of the Earl of England was considerable. Jiang Zhiyue closed her eyes to gather her strength, striving to calm her agitated heart. There would soon be a fight scene, and if she did not conserve her energy, she feared she would lack the vigor to perform. If this were a dream, let her indulge in madness for a moment. Chapter 2. To strike the face, the carriage came to a halt before the main gate of the Duke's residence, and the doorman promptly stepped forward to greet them. Jiang Zhiyue assisted Chang'ying as she alighted from the carriage, glancing back to address the coachman. "Your whip is quite commendable." Upon hearing this, the coachman respectfully presented the whip. The 6th young lady was accustomed to her prideful demeanor. Whatever she desired would eventually be hers. Chang'ying intended to take the whip on behalf of her young mistress, but before she could, a delicate, fair hand swiftly seized it. Chang'ying looked at her mistress in astonishment as Jiang Zhiyue strode directly into the estate, prompting Chang'ying to dismiss her thoughts and quickly follow suit. Upon entering the residence, a group of guards instinctively positioned themselves behind Jiang Zhiyue. These were the guardians left to her by her elder brother, tasked with her protection. Jiang Zhiyue cast a glance at the head guard, Shinemo, pondering why she once perceived the presence of such a loyal individual as a hindrance. She realized she had truly been lacking in judgment. In a departure from her usual routine, Jiang Zhiyue did not immediately visit her grandmother in Chunwei Hall. Instead, she made her way to Xiantang, intending to see Lin Jingxiu. As Chang'ying contemplated her mistress's transformation, a vague suspicion arose in her heart, only to be swiftly suppressed. Unbeknownst to Jiang Zhiyue, Chang'ying's thoughts were concealed as she joyfully approached the door of Xiantang. Gazing at the characters that spelled Xiantang, Jiang Zhiyue was unexpectedly overcome by a wave of bittersweet emotion. Xiantang was the sanctuary that belonged solely to her mother. It was her own foolishness that had surrendered her mother's sanctuary into the hands of others. Clenching the whip tightly, she tugged at the corner of her mouth, revealing a cold smile. It matters not. The mistakes of the past shall be set right from this day forth. Why has the sixth young lady returned so early? The lady is still resting. Perhaps the sixth young lady could pay her respects later. A servant named Zhang, who served Lin, interjected as she appeared from within Xiantang. Addressing Lin as Madam, Jiang Zhiyue shot her a glance, her expression icy, and mockingly echoed, Madam? Pay respects? Zhang, oblivious to Jiang Zhiyue's shift in demeanor, continued with a natural tone, Indeed, the madam is resting. It would be inappropriate for the sixth young lady to disturb her. Jiang Zhiyue turned her head slightly towards Zhang, raising the whip and striking with a resounding crack, shattering Zhang's lips. What claim did Lin Jingqiu have to the title of madam? Merely an insignificant concubine, unworthy even of a complete name in the family genealogy, dared to expect me to pay her respects. Zhang covered her mouth, gazing at Jiang Zhiyue in shock, unable to fathom that the traditionally submissive sixth young lady would suddenly erupt in fury. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chang'ing promptly pushed Chang Hui aside and urgently whispered, Fetch the old madam. Her mistress had been significantly influenced by Lin Jingqiu, and recently there had been discord between Lin and the elder sons and daughters. At that moment, she was oblivious to the reason behind her mistress's sudden wrath. Fearing that if Lin Jingqiu were to retaliate, her mistress might suffer the consequences. Chang Hui dashed away. Jiang Zhiyue glanced at Chang'ing, smiling lightly. Chang'ing, you have endured much in these past years. Taken aback, Chang'ing was caught off guard as Jiang Zhiyue decisively kicked Zhang to the ground. Although Shun Mo was uncertain of the sixth young lady's intentions, a mere glance was enough to prevent Zhang from rising, while simultaneously ensuring her mouth was tightly covered. Jiang Zhiyue smiled, casting an appreciative glance at Shin Mo, and stepped inside. Chang'ing hurried to keep pace, even wishing to rush ahead of Jiang Zhiyue. Unfalteringly, Jiang Zhiyue grasped Chang'ing firmly and without hesitation, lashed her whip at those who attempted to obstruct them. Chang'ing understood the cue. As Jiang Zhiyue wielded her whip, she loudly berated, Inconsiderate fools. Do you think you can stop my lady? The commotion outside disturbed Lin Jingqiu's slumber. She hastily donned her clothing, and as she pulled back the curtain to step out, she was met with a stinging whip that drew a cry of pain from her lips. Upon encountering Lin Jingqiu again in her rebirth, Jiang Zhiyue felt an overwhelming surge of fury. One strike was insufficient. Before Lin Jingqiu could evade, a second lash followed. The horsewhip, tapering from thick to thin, could inflict grievous wounds even in the hands of an amateur. Jiang Zhiyue, being adept at horseback riding, ensured that each strike landed with force upon Lin Jingqiu's body and face. Dazed from the blows, Lin Jingqiu screamed and tried to dodge, finally receiving protection from a maid who rushed to her side. When Jiang Zhiyue raised her whip once more, Lin Jingqiu foolishly seized the end of it, her palm burning with pain. Her anger peaked. Sixth miss. Have you lost your mind? How dare you strike your stepmother? With a cold laugh, Jiang Zhiyue pulled the whip forward, causing Lin Jingqiu to stumble toward her. Just as Lin Jingqiu was about to curse, Jiang Zhiyue did not hesitate to deliver a resounding slap across her face, sending Lin Jingqiu crashing to the ground. This sudden turn of events left the servants of Xiantang in shock, and even Shun Mo, Chang'ing, and others were taken aback. Though they had witnessed the miss strike before, the sixth miss was particularly obedient to Madame Yu. It was no exaggeration to say she treated her as her own mother, even leading to a falling out with the young master and miss in recent days. Today's whipping and slap were truly unexpected. Jiang Zhiyue, indifferent to those around her, bent slightly and seized Lin Jingqiu's hair, pulling her up with a calm yet ruthless demeanor. I give you 1 hour to gather your belongings and leave Xiantang. Otherwise, at midnight, I shall send you and the seventh to the underworld. You have acted in this charade for so many years, you should know by now. Jiang Zhiyue tightened her grip until Lin Jingqiu's eyes turned crimson. Yet, she smiled. I, Jiang Zhiyue, have never been one of amiable temperament. I am merciless and capricious. You ought to revere me as an ancestor rather than attempt to exploit me for your vile schemes. Do you understand? Before Lin Jingqiu could pry her hand free, Jiang Zhiyue voluntarily released her grip, allowing Lin Jingqiu to fall to the ground. Standing upright, she accepted the handkerchief from Chang'ing to wipe her hands, casually remarking, Touching you sullies my hands. Lin Jingqiu suddenly looked up at Jiang Zhiyue, her eyes filled with venom. Jiang Zhiyue, in high spirits, sat in a commanding position, coldly gazing at Lin Jingqiu. Do not look at me like that. I might just gouge your eyes out and feed them to the dogs. Listening to Lin Jingqiu, her expression instantly changed, yet she feigned composure. The sixth miss is truly ruthless. Is it not enough to strike and scold me today? Do you also wish to resort to private punishment? If word of this gets out, will the sixth miss not care for her reputation? It must be said that Lin Jingqiu's words struck a chord with Shun Mo and the others, yet they did not intimidate Jiang Zhiyue in the slightest. Having faced death once, Jiang Zhiyue was unperturbed by such superficial threats. As Lin Jingqiu finished speaking, Jiang Zhiyue gracefully rose, approached Shun Mo, drew his long sword, and pressed it against Lin Jingqiu's throat. Chapter 3. A decisive retort. Jiang Zhiyue smiled slightly, her mirth not reaching her eyes. Tell me, which will be faster, the spread of your rumors, or this blade severing your throat? Lin Jingqiu was taken aback that Jiang Zhiyue dared to place a sword at her neck. Despite her cunning, she now felt fear before the cold glint of the blade, her gaze involuntarily dropping, her body instinctively recoiling, seeking to evade the long sword in Jiang Zhiyue's grasp. Impatient, Jiang Zhiyue pressed the sword slightly harder against Lin Jingqiu's throat. Do not move recklessly. Blades do not discern. Should you inadvertently meet your end, it would be of your own making. The sword was exceedingly sharp, and even this slight pressure had already drawn blood from Lin Jingqiu's neck. She could feel the chilling aura of the blade, imbued with the scent of death, firmly locked onto her throat. Lin Jingqiu trembled, now too fearful to move. The metallic taste of blood was palpable. Reluctantly, she gritted her teeth. Sixth miss. I have treated you as my own. I am even inferior to Jiang Yinshi. Could you not lower the sword so we may converse amicably? Jiang Zhiyue smiled. Lin Jingqiu certainly never missed an opportunity to maintain appearances. The identity of Jiang Yinshi, born of an illicit affair, was hardly worthy of comparison with that of a legitimate heir. Lin Jingqiu, have you lost your mind? Lin Jingqiu's face suddenly turned pale, her heart pierced by Jiang Zhiyue's revelation, as if her very soul were bleeding. I am the rightful lady. How dare you treat me thus? Despite her indignation, Lin Jingqiu was not one to concede easily. Jiang Zhiyue tilted her head slightly, her cold smile making Lin Jingqiu feel utterly uncomfortable. Rightful lady? Merely an unworthy concubine. Yet you dare to claim such a title? I overheard your confidant addressing you as lady repeatedly, thinking you the mistress of the Earl's residence. Lin Jingqiu, having risen from the status of a mere concubine to that of a lady, was not a simple character. Jiang Zhiyue's words struck her deeply, and suppressing her humiliation, she forced a smile. Sixth miss, you misunderstand. I would not presume to claim such a title. Not presume? Then why do you not hastily roll out of Xiantang and wait for me to send someone to carry you out? Jiang Zhiyue knew she could not simply kill Lin Jingqiu today. The immediate priority was to have her expelled from Xiantang. Upon hearing the words wait for me to send someone to carry you out, Lin Jingqiu glanced up. She recognized Jiang Zhiyue's murderous intent. She truly wished to end her life and have her corpse removed. Lin Jingqiu believed Jiang Zhiyue had lost her sanity. Staring at the door with no sign of anyone approaching, swallowing her blood and tears, enduring this moment of humiliation. Sixth miss, I am not in a position to move. I beseech you to allow me some respite. Jiang Zhiyue ceased to pay any attention to Lin Jingqiu and instead turned her gaze to Chongying, binding her and silencing her, then sending her to the entrance of Xiantang to bow in submission. For several days, she complied, bowing 3 times daily. Chongying understood the implication and acknowledged it, saying, yes, I comprehend. However, Lin Jingqiu, accustomed to a life of luxury, was unwilling to endure such humiliation and immediately began to struggle. Jiang Zhiyue's sword rested against Lin Jingqiu's neck, showing no concern for her attempts to break free. Yet, Lin Jingqiu was acutely aware of the peril posed by the blade at her throat, fearing it might claim her life with an unintentional movement. Her struggles were minimal, easily contained by Chongying and the female guards. Jiang Zhiyue. Lin Jingqiu attempted to cry out, but Chongying swiftly seized a fragrant pouch from a nearby maid and stuffed it into Lin Jingqiu's mouth, effectively silencing her. Observing the fury radiating from Lin Jingqiu's eyes, Jiang Zhiyue smirked with satisfaction. She tossed the sword back to Shun Mo, instructing, when the time comes to count the items, guard them well. Anyone daring to pilfer what rightfully belongs to Xiantang, even if it is a mere thread, shall be dealt with severely, 30 lashes to start. Those who steal from the family shall be fortunate not to be killed. but will still be sent into exile or military service. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. What is Jiang Zhiyue up to now? A voice, calm yet authoritative, emerged. Jiang Zhiyue looked up to see the newcomer, her eyes slightly reddened. She hurried forward, akin to a little bird finally finding shelter beneath a great tree, and embraced the visitor. Grandmother, the elderly Lady Yan, matriarch of the British Duchess family, felt a jolt of surprise. Her granddaughter had not exhibited such affection in some time. Could it be that? Lady Yan gently patted the child in her arms, striving to soften her tone. What troubles you? Upon seeing her grandmother again, a wave of guilt surged within Jiang Zhiyue. Her grandmother had always favored her above all, yet she felt like a disobedient child who had caused her much worry. She feared that even on her deathbed, her grandmother might still lament the existence of such an ungrateful descendant. This time, she vowed not to let Lin Jingqiu prevail and to protect her loved ones from harm. Jiang Zhiyue quickly composed herself, lifting her head from her grandmother's embrace and speaking softly. Grandmother, do not worry. It is nothing serious. I am merely cleansing Xiantang of its impurities. Lady Yan's gaze was penetrating as she surveyed the main hall of Xiantang, taking in the sight of Lin Jingqiu bound and gagged, her hair in disarray. And understanding the situation at hand, she was taken aback by the rift between her granddaughter and Lin Jingqiu, harboring some confusion but not voicing it. Instead, she inquired, how did you go about the cleansing? Jiang Zhiyue slightly raised her chin and turned to Mama Cheng, who stood beside Lady Yan, stating, I must request Mama Cheng's assistance, for I lack someone as seasoned and prudent as she. Lady Yan nodded slightly, and Mama Cheng, upon realizing this, respectfully bowed to Jiang Zhiyue. Please, Miss Liu, give your orders. Lin Jingqiu's audacity, infringing upon her status by residing in the courtyard of the British Duchess matriarch, warranted severe punishment according to proper decorum. Jiang Zhiyue recounted her earlier intention to have Lin Jingqiu bow in submission, and it was evident that Lady Yan's expression shifted in response. Jiang Zhiyue offered little explanation and continued, naturally, my mother's courtyard cannot be sullied by unclean entities. Please, elder Lady Cheng, guard it for me. Let Lin Yang come and go as she pleases, and as for the damages incurred during her stay in Xiantang, let them be deducted from her monthly allowances henceforth. Lady Yan nodded upon hearing this, her usually serene expression unchanged. Since you have established a protocol, let it be so. Jiang Zhiyue cast a glance at Chong Ying, who understood immediately and stepped forward. Jiang Zhiyue whispered a few words to her, and Chong Ying nodded. This servant understands. Grandmother, this will take some effort. I shall accompany you back to Chunhui Hall for some rest. Jiang Zhiyue gently supported Lady Yan's hand, offering a charming smile. Lady Yan observed how much her little granddaughter had transformed in such a brief moment, filled with many questions in her heart. Yet recognizing that this was not the time for inquiries, she acquiesced to Jiang Zhiyue's suggestion to return to Chunhui Hall. However, just as they reached the entrance of Xiantang, they were halted by a delicate and beautiful young woman. Chapter 4. Come, approach closely and speak freely. Yu Zhong, having greeted the elder lady, expressed her kindness. 6th Miss. You look splendid. The lovely young woman exuded grace, and when she lifted her gaze, her gentle eyes conveyed a sense of fragility. Jiang Zhiyue's countenance grew cold upon seeing Lin Yuzhong before her. She had not forgotten. She vividly recalled how Lin Yuzhong had called Lin Jingqiu mother. Beside her, Lady Yan observed her granddaughter's demeanor and smiled faintly, thinking to herself that Zhiyue was still young, her thoughts plainly written on her face for all to see. Everyone knew that Lin Yuzhong was the daughter of Lin Jingqiu's elder brother, visiting the Duke's residence for a brief stay. With her sweet tongue and social finesse, she had endeared herself to Lin Jingqiu, leading to her prolonged stay at the Duke's residence, where she was even covertly granted privileges akin to those of Jiang Zhiyue, the legitimate daughter of the Duke. Jiang Zhiyue scoffed inwardly, realizing that Lin Jingqiu had already begun to secure benefits for her own daughter at such an early stage. In her previous life, Lin Jingqiu and Lin Yuzhong had schemed against her mother regarding an engagement, deceiving her by revealing the other's despicable character, intentionally exposing her to unsavory matters, and employing every means to incite discord. She had been foolish enough to fall for it, insisting on breaking the engagement, which ultimately fell into Lin Yuzhong's lap. By then, her siblings had already perished, and under Lin Jingqiu's machinations, Lin Yuzhong had ascended to the status of the Duke's righteous daughter, her position elevated enough to be worthy of the marriage in question. Truly a calculated scheme. After all, the Lin family's standing is still insufficient to rival that of the Marquisate. And on that winter's day, when she was cast out from the Duke's residence, who knew in which river her body lay, likely unclaimed? Jiang Zhiyue's gaze towards Lin Yuzhong grew increasingly fierce, having once faced death. She would not hesitate to ensure that Lin Yuzhong and Lin Jingxiu paid the price alongside her should it happen again. Casting a cold glance at Lin Yuzhong, Jiang Zhiyue remarked, as a guest in the Duke's residence, one ought to behave as such. Who permitted you to wander about freely? Lin Yuzhong immediately adopted a look of panic, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Jiang Zhiyue, her tone appearing weak and pitiful. Please forgive me, 6th Mississippi. I merely wish to pay my respects to my aunt. Is it true that the Lin family lacks propriety? Jiang Zhiyue cast a subtle sidelong glance, her tone both frosty and venomous. The audacity of the elder to covet the mistress's courtyard without regard for rank, while the younger, residing in a foreign abode, moves about as if it were her own home. One might mistakenly believe this to be the Lin residence. Lin Yuzhong had been accustomed to Jiang Zhiyue's haughty demeanor for over half a month since coming to the Duke of England's estate, and despite her displeasure, she would often feign pity and be let off lightly. However, today, Jiang Zhiyue not only dismissed her act of pretense, but also rebuked both her and her aunt, nearly implying that the two of them were foolishly yearning for the Duke's grandeur. Though Lin Yuzhong had heard such criticisms before, hearing them from Jiang Zhiyue's lips filled her with particular ire. What right did this foolish girl, so easily manipulated by her aunt, have to insult her with such arrogance? Miss Six, mind your words. Lin Yuzhong's eyes brimmed with tears, poised to fall, making her appear exceedingly pitiable. Though my family may not be prominent, I have received an education, and your words carry an implication of disrespect towards elders. If only your mother were. Before she could finish, Jiang Zhiyue released her grip on her grandmother and took 2 steps forward, delivering a sharp slap to Lin Yuzhong's face that left her hand tingling. You are being outrageous. Lin Yuzhong was utterly stunned by the slap. Jiang Zhiyue had dared to lay hands on her. Initially indifferent to Lin Yuzhong's phony explanations, Jiang Zhiyue's tolerance evaporated the moment Lin Yuzhong mentioned her mother. Lin Yuzhong stumbled, nearly collapsing without the support of her maid. Enraged, she turned back, only to find Jiang Zhiyue meeting her gaze with icy resolve. Others may be unaware, but surely your Lin family knows that Lin Jingxiu entered the estate in the capacity of a concubine. If your family had raised you properly, you would have known to behave with humility while staying at the Duke's estate, not act like your aunt, who, having gained a measure of success, dares to confront me. Who do you think you are? The revelation of her aunt's status hit Lin Yuzhong like a thunderclap, leaving her as pale as Lin Jingxiu had been moments earlier. Just then, Chang Ying and others brought Lin Jingxiu forth, and before Lin Yuzhong could utter a word, Chang Ying forced Lin Jingxiu to her knees, making her bow her head. With each kowtow, Chang Ying declared, concubine Lin Jingxiu disrespected the mistress of the Duke's estate. Today, she pays her respects and offers an apology. Chang Ying's voice, though not loud, resonated powerfully in the ears of the onlookers, each statement striking Lin Yuzhong like a painful blow. Her esteemed and elegant aunt, revered like the moon surrounded by stars, was being treated like a servant, forced to kneel and apologize. Jiang Zhiyue observed Lin Yuzhong, whose expression was one of disbelief and shock, her eyes cold. Was this all it took to break her? Yet, in comparison to Jiang Zhiyue's own losses, this was hardly the end of the world. Jiang Zhiyue had no intention of witnessing the farce from beginning to end. Leaving Mama Cheng and Chang Ying, along with Shun Mo to guard the scene, was sufficient. Old Lady Yin cast a meaningful glance at her granddaughter, slightly raising her hand as she said, Grandmother is weary. Allow me to escort you back to Chunhui Hall for a rest, Jiang Zhiyue replied, understanding her grandmother's intent. She helped the old lady to her feet, slightly inclining her head. Shinemo, keep watch. The rules of the British Duke's residence must not be broken. Today's punishment must be executed meticulously. Madame Yin cast a glance at her little granddaughter, a slight smile gracing her lips, clearly pleased with the girl's current demeanor. Having received her orders, one must adhere to them. Shun Mo respectfully acquiesced, understanding that Madame Yin was supporting the 6th Mrs. Standing. Madame Yin refrained from further comment and gently patted Jiang Zhiyue's hand. Jiang Zhiyue nodded and assisted her grandmother towards the Spring Radiance Hall. Throughout the journey, Madame Yin remained silent, and Jiang Zhiyue too kept her thoughts to herself. It was only upon entering the Spring Radiance Hall and guiding Madame Yin into the inner chamber that Jiang Zhiyue knelt before her grandmother. Bowing her head in apology, "Your granddaughter has been unfilial, causing you undue worry." Madame Yin gazed at her kneeling granddaughter, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a mix of sorrow and anger swelling within her heart. "Rise. I have never taught you to kneel at every turn." Madame Yin cherished this little granddaughter dearly. Having lost her mother shortly after her birth, her affection only deepened, resulting in the girl's somewhat haughty demeanor. Though Madame Yin was not overly concerned. She thought that as the legitimate daughter of the British Duke's family, with elder siblings to protect her, a bit of pampering was excusable. Jiang Zhiyue remained resolute, shifting back a couple of steps while continuing to kneel, bowing her head once more to Madame Yin. "Your granddaughter, raised by you, has failed to discern the right from the wrong, causing you distress and disappointment, quarreling with her siblings, and bringing ridicule upon herself. This is entirely my fault." Hearing her granddaughter's words, Madame Yin felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Years ago, her son had brought Lin Jingqiu into their lives, claiming her to be a concubine, and now she was granted a position within the household, expected to show filial piety. Madame Yin, who managed the affairs of the British Duke's residence, had never regarded Lin Jingqiu with much seriousness. Unbeknownst to her, her granddaughter had become ensnared by Lin Jingqiu. And by the time Madame Yin realized it, the girl had come to view Lin Jingqiu almost as a mother, even causing rifts with her elder siblings. As events spiraled, the bond between Madame Yin and her granddaughter weakened, with the girl increasingly heeding Lin Jingqiu's influence. Displeased with Lin Jingqiu, Madame Yin contemplated removing her from the household, believing that the roots of misfortune must not be tolerated. Yet, even as Madame Yin felt exasperated by Lin Jingqiu, she was also protective of her granddaughter, wishing to use Lin Jingqiu as a means to sharpen her granddaughter's resolve. To her surprise, before she could act, her granddaughter had already taken matters into her own hands against Lin Jingqiu, which was quite unexpected. Madame Yin, wise with age, felt a flicker of doubt about her granddaughter's intentions. Had she truly recognized her errors? Jiang Zhiyue had not anticipated that her declaration would earn her grandmother's trust. She had followed Lin Jingqiu into numerous foolish deeds, not easily explained away in a moment. However, upon hearing her grandmother's inquiry, she nodded earnestly, affirming, "Indeed, it is my fault. I did not anticipate that a few words would rekindle your hopes in me. I shall take time to prove my sincerity. Please take care of yourself and watch as I amend my ways." Seeing her granddaughter's unwavering expression, Madame Yin felt a weight lift from her heart. Observing her steadfast demeanor, she suddenly asked, "What do you plan to do next?" "I shall apologize to my elder sister." Jiang Zhiyue pressed her lips together, acutely aware of the worries her grandmother and elder sister harbored for her, especially her elder sister, who, despite being with child, was preoccupied with her marriage prospects. Ultimately, she met a tragic fate due to Lin Jingqiu's meddling, dying in a difficult labor. The thought ignited a fierce bitterness within Jiang Zhiyue, her eyes reddening with rage. Lin Jingqiu deserved 1,000 deaths for her transgressions. Lady Yan, upon hearing this, was astonished. Was it possible that Jiang Zhiyue truly intended to seek reconciliation with her sister? Jiang Zhiyue lowered her head, 2 tears cascading down her cheeks. When she lifted her gaze again, the tears had been deftly wiped away, leaving behind a hint of hesitation. "I merely asked for my grandmother's assistance in reconciling with my sister," she implored, and Lady Yan, with no reservations, readily agreed. Having secured her grandmother's support, Jiang Zhiyue resolved to visit the Xian Wangfu the following day. As she made her way, she passed by a pair of fraternal twins, both offspring of the Duke of England's wife. Her elder sister, Jiang Lingyun, was married to the Xian Wang as his primary consort. Her elder brother, Jiang Zhiyue, was still preparing for the imperial examinations and had yet to wed. Once the conversation concluded, Lady Yin extended her hand towards her granddaughter, admonishing her for remaining seated. "Let not others gossip," she remarked. Jiang Zhiyue, breaking into a smile despite her earlier tears, grasped her grandmother's warm hand and naturally settled beside her with affectionate familiarity. "What harm is there in kneeling before my grandmother?" she quipped. Lady Yin tenderly stroked Jiang Zhiyue's eyes and softly declared, "Though I do not inquire, you must understand that my heart will always lean towards our dear Xiaochan." Chan was the name given to her by her deceased mother, symbolizing the bright moon. Jiang Zhiyue's nose tingled with emotion as she leaned against Lady Yan's arm, tears flowing onto her garments, and she mumbled a muted acknowledgement. Lady Yan, however, chuckled and patted her, inquiring, "Why the tears now? Were you not just filled with such fervor?" Jiang Zhiyue remained silent, and Lady Yin opted not to press the matter further, simply stating, "Have you considered how you will explain today's actions to your father?" Jiang Zhiyue nodded earnestly, having contemplated it thoroughly. In truth, she felt she scarcely understood her father, the Duke of England, Jiang Yin. While he had shown tolerance for her many transgressions, it was perplexing that he remained oblivious to the misfortunes that befell his first 3 children from his original marriage. This complexity rendered Jiang Zhiyue's feelings towards her father a tumultuous mix of gratitude and resentment. Nevertheless, she was resolute in one matter. She would not allow Lin Jingqiu to escape unscathed. She deserved punishment. After lulling Lady Yin to sleep, Jiang Zhiyue exited the inner chamber. A young maid approached, presenting her with tea in a special cup crafted from exquisite 9-turn jade porcelain, prepared specifically by her grandmother. Within the familiar confines of Chunhui Hall, Jiang Zhiyue felt a degree of relaxation wash over her as her fingers absent-mindedly caressed the luxurious cup, their delicate form surpassing even the finest porcelain. She was still the legitimate youngest daughter of the Duke of England, no longer the blind and foolish waif cast out from her home, bereft of her siblings. Reflecting on her past life, she recognized her prior folly. The misfortunes she endured were the consequences of her own foolishness. Who was unaware that the 6th Miss of the Duke of England's household was renowned for her beauty, captivating all of the capital with her enchanting visage and graceful demeanor, attracting suitors in droves? However, what good was beauty if it was accompanied by a naivety so egregious that a tragic end was all but inevitable? Jiang Zhiyue's fingers tightened slightly around the delicate 9-turn Linglong porcelain cup, the coolness of its surface awakening her senses. At present, it was the 3rd year of the Qingxian era, with 2 years remaining until her elder sister would perish in childbirth. And her elder brother had yet to fall victim to that wretched woman's treachery. There remained a chance for redemption. From the moment she resolved to deal with Lin Jingqiu and expel her from the Xiantang, every matter would be meticulously accounted for. The warm tea gradually heated the cup, infusing her with a sense of comfort. Suddenly, Jiang Zhiyue's gaze fell upon the cloisoned 3-legged elephant-shaped incense burner resting on the rosewood table, and her expression darkened slightly. "What fragrance burns within the incense burner?" Jiang Zhiyue inquired. Replying to the 6th Miss, "It is sandalwood and pear," the maid responded. It was common knowledge that the matriarch disliked strong scents. Sandalwood and pear emitted a rich and lasting aroma. How could it possibly be presented to the matriarch? Who sent it? Jiang Zhiyue's countenance turned frigid as a conjecture began to take shape in her mind. Lin Jingqiu's scheme to frame her and endanger their grandmother had likely been premeditated. "It was indeed you who sent it," the maid cautiously added, raising her eyes to gauge the 6th Miss's reaction. Jiang Zhiyue's grip tightened suddenly, her expression as cold as ice. Observing the drastic change in Jiang Zhiyue's demeanor, the maid quickly knelt in apology, lowering her head in fear of inciting her wrath. Suppressing her fury, Jiang Zhiyue regarded the maid. "How many items have been sent to my courtyard over the years?" Confronted by the most willful of the 6th Misses, the maid dared not conceal the truth. The 6th Miss cherishes her grandmother, providing for her in all matters of daily life. Jiang Zhiyue's palm grew cold. Lin Jingqiu's methods were indeed ruthless, leaving no stone unturned in her pursuit. She pressed on. "Has grandmother used them often?" Wenju nodded, sensing the 6th Miss's calm demeanor and breathing a sigh of relief. "Most of the time, the main hall has been using sandalwood and pear." At this, Jiang Zhiyue lost her composure, shaking the teacup in her hand, her murderous intent intensifying. Chapter 6. Experience teaches wisdom. Hot tea splashed onto Jiang Zhiyue's hand, prompting Wenju to exclaim, "6th Miss." "It is of no consequence." Jiang Zhiyue gritted her teeth, her gaze fixated on the burning incense in the cloisoned burner. "From this day forth, sandalwood and pear shall no longer be used. Let it be replaced with chun shui incense." Wenju rose, about to lift the incense burner away, when Jiang Zhiyue called out, "Wait, leave the ash. I have other uses for it. Be discreet, do not alert others." Though Wenju was puzzled, she understood that whatever the 6th Miss commanded, she must fulfill. As Wenju departed, Jiang Zhiyue cast her gaze towards the direction of the Xiantang, her eyes suddenly sharpening with malice. Were her glances capable of inflicting harm, they would pierce through all barriers to rend Lin Jingqiu, who was at that moment kneeling at the entrance of the Xiantang, begging for forgiveness. How dare Lin Jingqiu? How dare she use Jiang Zhiyue's name to conspire against their grandmother? Jiang Zhiyue had never sent any incense to the Chunhui Hall, yet Wenju claimed it was her gift. and their grandmother believed it as well, thus unguardedly adopting it. Even though their grandmother was not particularly fond of sandalwood and pear, for the sake of her little granddaughter's filial piety, she still used it, albeit not in her private quarters, but rather in the main hall. Jiang Zhiyue recalled how she had been led astray by Lin Jingqiu's coaxing, entrusting many matters in her courtyard to Lin Jingqiu, who must have seized the opportunity to send the incense under her name. Alas, this incense was likely tainted. A silence enveloped Jiang Zhiyue as she contemplated Lin Jingqiu's cunning. The items had been delivered from her courtyard to her grandmother's, and over the years, their continuous use inevitably took a toll, which explained her grandmother's rapid decline in health. It was no wonder that, in her previous life, upon Lin Jingqiu's scheming, her grandmother fell ill almost immediately. Her father had firmly believed in this, condemning her as heartless and venomous, while Lin Jingqiu proved to be remarkably calculating. Recalling the despair she felt upon learning of her grandmother's demise, Jiang Zhiyue's hatred intensified. She was resolute in her desire to eliminate Lin Jingqiu. Regardless of the reasons, or perhaps divine intervention granting her a chance at redemption, Jiang Zhiyue closed her eyes, steeling her resolve. No matter the cost, even if it were merely a dream, she would fight fiercely to preserve her grandmother, her elder sister, her elder brother, and all that she cherished. Today, Lin Jingqiu had lost all face, and Jiang Zhiyue vowed to ensure she would not escape unscathed. As for the punishment, Jiang Zhiyue held no illusions that Lin Jingqiu would genuinely complete her penance. Her sole intent was to vent her frustrations. She feared not Lin Jingqiu's wrath, but rather her indifference. Only when Lin Jingqiu was cornered would her demise draw near. As Jiang Zhiyue had surmised, Lin Jingqiu did not withstand the penance. She succumbed to unconsciousness before it concluded. Chang Ying glanced at old Madame Cheng, who nodded slightly and instructed, "Take her back to Qiushui courtyard and summon Dr. Liu from Swain Hall." Old Madame Cheng surveyed the crowd, noting their varied expressions, and solemnly warned, "Madame Lin, in her lowly position, has exceeded her bounds, and her heart is filled with remorse as she kneels to beg for forgiveness. May the old madam show mercy and grant her some dignity. Should anyone dare to speak ill, they shall face severe punishment." The servants acknowledged in unison. Old Madame Cheng cast a detached glance at the unconscious Lin Jingqiu, whether her fainting was genuine or feigned. She would not permit this incident to tarnish the reputation of the 6th Mississippi. The maidservants lifted Lin Jingqiu away, the latter feigning unconsciousness, seethed inwardly upon hearing old Madame Cheng's admonishment. Initially, she had been perplexed by Jiang Zhiyue's sudden frenzy, but the injuries she bore were undeniable. If she were to faint during the punishment, it would serve to solidify the narrative of the 6th Miss's disrespect toward her stepmother, devoid of propriety and cruelly ruthless, thus justifying the beating she had endured. However, old Madame Cheng's warning disrupted her calculations. After all, she was a confidant of the old madam, and her words carried far more weight than those of a mere concubine. Consequently, Lin Jingqiu had no choice but to accept this loss, feeling the sting of injustice as she relinquished her position as the symbol of the Duke's lady, now left with nothing but wounds. The affairs concerning the Xiantang concluded only by dinner time, with old Madame Cheng overseeing the thorough cleaning before returning. The matter of summoning a doctor for Lin Jingqiu had been conveyed earlier in the day. Lady Yin cast a glance at Jiang Zhiyue, who had just set down her chopsticks. "Grandmother, I have finished my meal." "Good." Old Lady Yin noticed that she, who once had no fondness for red date and black-bone chicken soup, had consumed a bowl. With a smile, she remarked on Xiao Akan's excellent appetite today, which led her to indulge a bit more herself. Jiang Zhiyue was taken aback, having been expelled from the Duke's residence in her past life. The days of gnawing hunger had cultivated in her a habit of not being picky with food. When food was scarce, she hardly cared about what she ate. During the meal just now, she instinctively filled her bowl with soup and meat, as the savory dishes satisfied her hunger. Jiang Zhiyue also chuckled, savoring the exquisite flavor. Old Lady Yin then set down her chopsticks, and Jiang Zhiyue stepped forward to assist her in rising and moving outside, as the maids approached to clear the table, with Mama Cheng and Changing following closely behind. As Jiang Zhiyue supported her grandmother, she felt the warmth of her hand, further solidifying her resolve for revenge. Suddenly, Old Lady Yin coughed heavily twice, causing Jiang Zhiyue's heart to leap. "Grandmother?" Old Lady Yin waved her hand, indicating it was nothing serious, merely an old ailment. Jiang Zhiyue turned to Mama Cheng and inquired, "Mama, do you have grandmother's medicine?" Mama Cheng, concerned, looked at the old lady and feigned realization upon meeting her gaze. This old servant has a poor memory. I forgot for a moment. I shall retrieve it right away. Frowning, Jiang Zhiyue helped old lady Yin to sit down and gently said, I will go with Mama. Grandmother, please rest for a moment. Chongying, take good care of grandmother. Chongying bowed in agreement and stepped forward. Only then did Jiang Zhiyue depart swiftly with Mama Chang. Once Jiang Zhiyue was out of earshot, old lady Yin turned her serious gaze towards Chongying, her gentle eyes transforming into an imposing presence. What were you doing this afternoon with the sixth miss? Did something happen? Chongying and Chang Hui immediately knelt to plead for forgiveness, returning to old lady. This servant was supposed to accompany the miss to Fenglu to melt gold today, but the miss took a nap and had a nightmare. Upon waking, she changed her mind and returned home. Upon hearing about the nightmare, old lady Yin felt a sense of unease and pressed further. What did she dream about? Chongying hesitated briefly before whispering. The miss did not mention it. It was about the lady's dowry, the imperial gifts. Old lady Yan's expression darkened. Knowing it was an imperial gift, why did you not stop her? Such gifts are not to be trifled with. They are meant to be treasured. Is it Lin? Old lady Yin realized the implication and spoke with conviction. If it were not for Lin Jingqiu, Xiao Akan would not have returned in such a furious state, intent on seeking retribution. Chongying nodded, bowing deeply. Old lady, your wisdom is evident. Old lady Yin found herself at a loss for words. After a moment, she slowly remarked that it was fortunate that no grave error had occurred today. If such an incident happens again, and you, as personal attendants, fail to advise wisely, it would be better to face death. Lin Jingqiu harbored malicious intentions. If Jiang Zhiyue had indeed melted the imperial gift, it would amount to a crime of disrespecting the royal family. Such an accusation could irreparably tarnish her reputation. Old lady Yan's anger made both Chongying and Chang Hui tremble. The old lady wielded considerable authority in the duke's household. Her words were law. Understanding that her granddaughter held them in regard, she decided against severe punishment. Rise. On another day, you may take 5 slaps as punishment. Thank you, old lady, for your leniency. Both Chongying and Chang Hui expressed their gratitude as they stood. Compared to the punishment of caning and the loss of life, the wooden paddle was an almost inconsequential reprimand. Jiang Zhiyue swiftly departed and returned, with Chongying and Chang Hui bowing their heads and retreating behind the matriarch, granting her some space. The matriarch merely wished to dismiss Jiang Zhiyue for a moment to inquire about her personal maid, and her discomfort was merely feigned. Granny Cheng had served the matriarch for many years, and the two shared an unspoken understanding. The item Jiang Zhiyue was sent to retrieve was simply a health tonic that the matriarch consumed regularly. Preoccupied with concern for the matriarch, Jiang Zhiyue remained unaware of the subtle machinations between the matriarch and her maid, focusing solely on the matriarch taking her tonic. Little Achan had grown up and was now becoming the head of the household. The matriarch's gaze towards her granddaughter was eternally filled with warmth and affection. Jiang Zhiyue pursed her lips, reflecting on the brevity of her grandmother's life in her past existence. A pain akin to a heart-wrenching realization. Grandmother must take good care of herself, for she longs to witness her great-grandchildren reveling in her presence for generations to come. The matriarch chuckled, nearly moved to tears, and playfully remarked, "Does that not make me an old witch?" Jiang Zhiyue grasped the matriarch's hand earnestly, for Achan genuinely wished for her grandmother to enjoy a long and healthy life. The matriarch repeatedly agreed, tears of laughter sparkling in her eyes. As they exited Chunhui Hall, the sun had already begun its descent. The journey from Chunhui Hall to Jiang Zhiyue's Yanxi courtyard was but a brief respite, yet today felt remarkably fleeting. Walking along the familiar path, Jiang Zhiyue hurried her steps, her heart swelling with excitement. Upon standing at the entrance of Yanxi courtyard, she found everything unchanged, just as it appeared in her memories, and her heart suddenly found solace. Once Jiang Zhiyue stepped into Yanxi courtyard, the attendants swiftly commenced preparations for her bath. Observing the bustling maids, she suddenly burst into laughter. What was she worried about? What was there to fret over? Her grandmother was still alive, and both her elder sister and eldest brother were present. She had support. After Chongying attended to her bathing and meticulously dried her hair, she was about to lower the curtain when Jiang Zhiyue unexpectedly grasped her hand. "Miss, what is it?" Chongying inquired. Jiang Zhiyue looked at Chongying, uncertainty flickering in her eyes as she hesitated. "Tomorrow, when I meet my sister, what if she refuses to forgive me?" Chongying, A few years older and having been by Jiang Zhiyue's side since she was a child, understood her mistress's youthful temperament well. She was no true villain. Especially in this moment, the freshly bathed young lady appeared as delicate as a lotus blossom, her doe-like eyes gazing up with innocence. Who could resist such a sight? Chang'ing smiled. Your elder sister cherishes you above all, and if you sincerely apologize, she will surely soften her heart. Although Zhang Lingyun was now married and traditionally addressed as Aunt or Princess, Chang'ing continued to refer to her as elder sister, reflecting the closeness of their sisterly bond known even to the household servants. Jiang Zhiyue recalled her past life when she had allowed Lin Jingqiu to reside in Xiantang, and upon her sister learning of it, she had spoken harshly, declaring her sister a guest and implying that she should not meddle in the affairs of the Duke's residence. This had incensed her sister, causing her to storm off without having lunch, leaving her in a state of deep melancholy, which ultimately led to a miscarriage and subsequent complications during childbirth. Why had she uttered such heart-wrenching words to her sister back then? Due to Lin Jingqiu's incessant whispering in her ear, claiming that once her elder sister married into the Wang family, she would no longer belong to the British Duke's household, but become a princess of the Xian Wang. A member of the royal family, Jiang Zhiyue, though initially skeptical, gradually found herself influenced by these words over time. The most piercing remarks often slipped out unbidden. Jiang Zhiyue hesitated to ponder how deeply her sister must have suffered that day, to the point of neglecting her own well-being. Chang'ing, who had been observing her young mistress's demeanor, felt her heart ache as she noticed the girl's waning spirit. "Miss, may I be so bold as to inquire?" Chang'ing ventured. Jiang Zhiyue, returning to her senses, gazed at Chang'ing's delicate visage, silently acknowledging her question with a nod. "Why has your attitude toward Lin Yingyang changed so suddenly today?" Chang'ing asked. Jiang Zhiyue remained silent for a while before softly responding, "Chang'ing, do you believe in dreams?" Taken aback, Chang'ing replied, "Did you dream something regarding Lin Yingyang?" Jiang Zhiyue forced a faint smile, "Yes." Chang'ing, half squatting before the bed, lifted her gaze to the young lady, stating, "I do not believe in dreams, but I believe in you, Mississippi. Whatever you ask of me, I would brave fire and water to fulfill." Upon hearing Chang'ing's words, Jiang Zhiyue's eyes brimmed with tears as she buried her face in her embrace. Had Chang'ing not been steady, they might have both fallen. In a past life, Lin Jingqiu fabricated evidence, accusing her of plotting against her grandmother. And it was Chang'ing who, out of loyalty, bore the brunt of that blame, ultimately paying with her life. The naive Chang'ing believed that by sacrificing herself, she could protect her mistress, yet in reality, Lin Jingqiu would have never spared her. Hearing such sentiments today, Jiang Zhiyue did not doubt their authenticity. Chang'ing was indeed the finest companion in the world. "Do not fear, Mississippi. Today, Chang'ing will accompany you to sleep, and tomorrow we shall visit the eldest lady together." Chang'ing gently caressed Jiang Zhiyue's long hair, cheerfully adding, "Even if it means enduring reprimands, I shall stand by you." Jiang Zhiyue nodded quietly, taking Chang'ing's hand as she lay down, while Chang'ing hummed a gentle tune to lull her to sleep. Whether it was the soothing melody or her own exhaustion from sleepless nights, she slumbered soundly until dawn. Upon waking, Jiang Zhiyue found Chang Hui had already prepared her attire for the day, and Chang'ing assisted her with her morning routine, executing each step with practiced ease. Jiang Zhiyue was roused from her daze by the warmth of a cloth on her face. Chang'ing smiled. "Miss, you have yet to awaken." Jiang Zhiyue cast a reproachful glance at Chang'ing, while Chang Hui stifled a laugh, finding the sleepy young lady utterly adorable. After washing up, Chang Hui inquired about Jiang Zhiyue's breakfast preferences. Just as she was about to respond, a thought struck her, and she waved her hand in refusal. "No need for breakfast. Let us head directly to the Xian Wang mansion." Chang'ing and Chang Hui exchanged glances, but Jiang Zhiyue pretended not to notice their looks. Striding confidently out of her chamber, she mused that perhaps if she went with an empty stomach, her sister's heart might soften a little. If not, then she would accept it as her due. Chapter 8. Who is the fugitive? The sixth miss of the British Duke's household had always been pampered and delicate, with the entire household acutely aware of her status, so much so that even the carriage she used for outings was uniquely hers. After paying her respects to the matriarch, Jiang Zhiyue departed from the estate, only to be spotted by the second branch's Jiang Wanbai and Jiang Fuyo, both of whom were curious about her destination. The Duke's residence had yet to be divided, with both the first and second branches coexisting, hence the hierarchy among the young gentlemen and ladies was maintained, albeit with gender distinctions. The Duke had but a few consorts, one wife and 3 concubines. His first wife had passed away prematurely, leaving behind a legitimate eldest son, Jiang Zhiyue, and a legitimate eldest daughter, Jiang Lingyun, while his youngest daughter, Jiang Zhiyue, ranked 6th. The concubine Bai had a daughter, Jiang Hengdan, who was 3rd in line. The concubine Lian had no offspring, and the concubine Lin Jingxiu had a son, Jiang Yinshi, who was 3rd in rank as well. The second master of the Jiang family was known for his flirtatious nature and had numerous consorts, yet only 4 children. The legitimate daughter, Jiang Wanbai, was 4th in line, followed by her legitimate son, Jiang Rongzhua, who was 2nd. The concubine Xiang had a daughter, Jiang Zhiyue, who ranked 2nd, and the concubine Shi had a daughter, Jiang Fuyo, who was 5th. Engagements had been arranged for the eldest son Jiang Zhiyue, who was to wed into the esteemed Ming family. But due to the passing of the bride's grandmother, the marriage was postponed. The eldest daughter, Jiang Lingyun, and the second daughter, Jiang Zhiyue, were already married, while the third daughter, Jiang Hengdan, had her marriage settled. The fourth daughter, Jiang Wanbai, and the fifth daughter, Jiang Fuyo, were in the process of preparing for their matches. Jiang Zhiyue, however, needed no such arrangements, for her marriage had been predetermined long before her birth, as the Duke had made an agreement with the Marquis of Guangchong to unite their families. The Marquis had many daughters, but at last, he had sired a legitimate son who was to be Jiang Zhiyue's future husband. As for the Duke's other 2 sons, one was merely 13, and the other just 5, making considerations for marriage rather premature. Jiang Wanbai's gaze lingered on Jiang Zhiyue's departing figure, her mind recalling how yesterday Jiang Zhiyue had asserted her authority in the Xintang, expelling the Lin family. Had her wit suddenly sharpened? Jiang Fuyo, noticing the expression on Jiang Wanbai's face, offered a gentle smile and softly reminded her, "Fourth sister, if we do not leave now, we will be late." Jiang Wanbai averted her gaze, dismissing Jiang Fuyo entirely, and proceeded towards Chunwei Hall. Jiang Fuyo, undeterred, continued to follow her with a smile, seemingly oblivious to the earlier snub. The subtle interplay between the 2 sisters of the second branch went unnoticed by Jiang Zhiyue. She carefully cradled the box in her hands, a gift from her grandmother to present to her sister, and resolved to protect it diligently. Yet, the more one strives to safeguard something, the more elusive it becomes. Shortly after their carriage set off, they were abruptly halted. Jiang Zhiyue felt a jolt within the carriage, and had it not been for Chang Ying's support, she would have tumbled against the side of the vehicle along with the box. Frowning slightly, Jiang Zhiyue heard Chang Ying admonish, "How careless!" Before the coachman could speak, a coarse male voice bellowed, "The Tiger Ben camp is authorized to apprehend fugitives, dismount, and submit to inspection." Upon hearing the command to dismount, Jiang Zhiyue's expression darkened immediately, and she retorted coldly, "What fugitive do you seek to capture here?" In a fit of indignation, she drew back the curtain, only to be met by the imposing figure of a tall young man astride a horse, clad in crimson and black armor, a glimmering sword at his waist, with dried blood faintly visible upon his armor. His formidable presence bore down upon them, his eyes calm yet indifferent, exuding an air of sharpness and lethal intent. Jiang Zhiyue was taken aback, quickly lowering the curtain in alarm, and declared, "I am a young lady of the Duke's household. How dare you label me a fugitive? This is an affront." To his surprise, the carriage was occupied by a delicate young girl whose voice was both soft and cold. Zhang He found himself in a predicament as he tugged at the reins, glancing at the youth beside him clad in battle armor, the young general, Lu Qingxiao, whose strikingly handsome visage often overshadowed his inherent danger. She had drawn the curtain too hastily, missing the moment when Lu Qingxiao cast a deep and penetrating gaze in her direction. "Young general?" Zhang He inquired once more, his expression reflecting a charming confusion upon the face of the brawny man towering at 9 feet. "Let her go." Lu Qingxiao, after a moment's contemplation of the carriage, spoke casually, turning the horse's head to clear a path. Zhang He stared in disbelief at his general, questioning whether he truly intended to abandon the pursuit of someone the emperor had personally commanded them to apprehend. Lu Qingxiao shot a sidelong glance at Zhang He, his voice resonant and seemingly laced with amusement. "When did I say we would cease our pursuit?" Zhang He's words faltered, as Lu Qingxiao deftly urged his steed to trail behind the carriage of the Duke of England. Could it be that the young general harbored an interest in the Duke's daughter? Zhang Hui, intrigued by the commotion, peeked through a corner of the curtain to observe the situation behind them. To her astonishment, she saw the formidable young general riding closely behind. which startled her into releasing her hold. "Miss, that man is following the carriage," Chang Hui exclaimed, still shaken by the imposing aura of the young general. Jiang Zhiyue tilted her head slightly, her gaze falling upon the curtain, where she could vaguely discern the youthful figure on horseback. "Let him follow. What is there to fear?" Jiang Zhiyue frowned, carefully cradling her box. Lu Qingxiao possessed extraordinary hearing and caught the irate voice of the young girl inside the carriage, which caused a smirk to play on his lips. She was quite young, yet her temper was formidable. Jiang Zhiyue's words allowed Lu Qingxiao to accompany her all the way to the gates of the Duke of England's residence. The carriage came to a halt, and Chang'ing dismounted first, standing beside the carriage, ready to assist the young lady down. As Jiang Zhiyue bent to exit the carriage, a sudden jolt occurred, causing her to lose her balance and almost fall. Lu Qingxiao swiftly rode forward, leaping down to grasp her small arm firmly, pulling her into his embrace. Jiang Zhiyue, already teetering, collided directly into Lu Qingxiao's chest, the impact against his armor causing her to utter a muffled whimper. At that moment, a shadow emerged from the carriage, a blade glinting as it aimed directly at Jiang Zhiyue. "Miss," Chang'ing cried out, her voice echoing along with the alarm from the steward of the Duke of England's residence, who had come to escort them. Lu Qingxiao, holding her with one arm, remained unfazed as he turned, evading the blade that sliced through the air, brushing past Jiang Zhiyue's ear, its swiftness almost audible. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qingxiao planted his foot firmly and kicked the carriage's yoke with force. The carriage veered uncontrollably, sending the assailant tumbling against the edge, yet he still persisted, flinging a concealed weapon toward Lu Qingxiao's face. In an instant, Lu Qingxiao deftly plucked a hairpin from the young girl's hair and deflected the projectile, then, with a swift motion, hurled it back, striking the assassin in the throat, blood spraying 3 feet, and the assailant fell lifeless on the spot. The entire sequence of events unfolded with such swiftness that Jiang Zhiyue barely had time to react. She felt her hair loosen, cascading down, as she gently descended to the ground, firmly supported by Lu Qingxiao. Breaking free from his embrace, she disregarded the thunderous beat of her heart, yearning to discern the situation, only to be obstructed by Lu Qingxiao. With a bewildered gaze upwards, her disheveled locks danced in the breeze. In her obsidian-like eyes, Lu Qingxiao perceived her confusion and fear, prompting a soft sigh from him. "Do not look, it is unsightly." Before Jiang Zhiyue could utter a word, Chang'ing approached, her pallor evident. "Miss, are you well? I was truly frightened just now." Jiang Zhiyue composedly shook her head, taking a step back to create distance from Lu Qingxiao. It was this very distance that allowed her to glimpse the scene he had shielded her from. The sight of the assassin's lifeless body was indeed gruesome. Just one glance sent a shiver through her, and she bowed her head, quietly expressing her gratitude to Lu Qingxiao. "Thank you for saving me, General." Lu Qingxiao was taken aback to see her, despite her evident terror, muster the strength to offer her thanks. The rumors of the British Duke's youngest daughter being willful and headstrong had reached even his ears, a man typically indifferent to such gossip. Yet now it seemed not entirely unfounded. Just youthful folly, perhaps. "Wubbing, little Chang, how are you together?" A hearty male voice interrupted, and Jiang Zhiyue turned to the source of the sound, her hair swirling with the movement, a scene that caught Lu Qingxiao's eye. It was he who had removed her hairpin. Without acknowledging Lu Qingxiao, Jiang Zhiyue performed a respectful bow. "This humble servant greets His Royal Highness." The newcomer was none other than Prince Xian, Shuo, who, upon returning from the outskirts, had stumbled upon his cousin and younger sister-in-law gathered in front of the residence, along with a chaotic array of carriages. The cousin referred to as Lu Qingxiao, whose mother was the Princess of Boyang, the sister of the current emperor. With the courtesy name Wubbing. "Do not call me your highness, call me brother-in-law." Prince Xian jovially dismounted and approached, only to find a corpse atop one of the Duke's carriages, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "How is there a body here?" It was only upon glancing at Jiang Zhiyue that he noticed her pale complexion and disheveled hair, hastily inquiring, "Is little Chang unharmed?" "Unharmed. And I must thank the general for saving me," Jiang Zhiyue replied. Lu Qingxiao remained stoic, his gaze fixated on Jiang Zhiyue's scattered hair, his expression tightening. "I will compensate you for your hairpin." Jiang Zhiyue was momentarily taken aback before responding, "There is no need, General. Your actions were solely to save me, and I would not impose upon you." Upon hearing this, Prince Xian's attention sharpened, realizing that the weapon responsible for the assassin's demise resembled a hairpin. His expression shifted to one of intrigue. With Wubbing's skill, it was odd that he would not carry a proper weapon. What prompted him to seize a young lady's hairpin for such a purpose? Was this intentional? Did Wubbing perceive little Chang as spoiled and troublesome, thus targeting her? Before Prince Xian could unravel the situation, he heard the voice of his wife, turning just in time to see her approach. Zhiyue, are you all right? Zhang Lingyun had received a message from her grandmother the previous day, indicating that someone would come to deliver something of great importance. Thus, she had dispatched the steward of the palace to greet them. To her astonishment, the visitor was a Chang. And even more startling was the news from the steward that an attempt had been made on a Chang's life at the entrance. Zhang Lingyun, unable to attend to her affairs, hastily lifted her skirt and rushed towards the gates of the Wang residence. Indeed, she was met with a scene of chaos. Xiao Chan stood between Xian Wang and Lu Qingxiao, frail and petite, her hair in disarray, one side completely undone. Zhang Lingyun's heart was pierced by a sudden pang. Xiao Chan, who had been cherished and pampered since childhood, had never known such a pitiable appearance. When had she ever looked so forlorn? Disregarding her earlier quarrel with her sister, Zhang Lingyun hurriedly approached, clasping her sister's shoulders, anxiously inspecting her for any injury. Upon seeing her sister alive and well, Jiang Zhiyue felt as if she had traversed worlds. Zhang Lingyun examined her sister closely but noticed her silence. When she looked up, she found her sister gazing at her with a mixture of restraint and trepidation, her eyes rimmed with red. Zhang Lingyun had never witnessed her sister in such a state. The usually composed girl was now flustered, calling out, "Achan, what has happened? Do not frighten your elder sister." The tender concern in her voice resonated deeply within Jiang Zhiyue, overwhelming her with emotion. Unable to contain herself, she pouted and buried her face in her sister's embrace. Quietly sobbing, Zhang Lingyun's heart softened, and she could not bear to remain angry with her sister, soothing her with gentle words. Lu Qingxiao remained silent, discreetly shielding them from the bloody scene. After all, she was still a young girl, and how could she not be afraid upon witnessing bloodshed? Fortunately, Jiang Zhiyue quickly regained her composure, her tears subsiding. Zhang Lingyun used a handkerchief to wipe her sister's tears, noticing Lu Qingxiao beside them, exuding a chilling aura. His demeanor formidable. "Thank you, General, for saving my sister. The Duke's residence will surely express our gratitude," Zhang Lingyun proclaimed. Already aware during her journey that Lu Qingxiao had rescued her sister, it was both a matter of sentiment and propriety for her, as an elder sister, to extend her thanks. Lu Qingxiao, unfazed, glanced at Jiang Zhiyue and replied, "Your Highness is too kind. It was merely a routine duty. No thanks are necessary." At that moment, Zhang He arrived with his team, efficiently removing the bodies of the assassins and pretending to patrol, casting a glance at Jiang Zhiyue. She met Lu Qingxiao's gaze, momentarily startled, before both quickly looked away. "There are still official matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Lu Qingxiao nodded to the others and departed with the Tiger Bin battalion. Zhang Lingyun led her sister into the residence, with Xian Wang following closely behind. The steward proactively stayed behind, instructing others to clean the carriage, as it would be improper for the sixth young lady to sit in a carriage stained with blood. Throughout, Jiang Zhiyue clutched a small box, and Zhang Lingyun, curious about her sister's solemnity, inquired, "What precious item could make you unwilling to part with it for even a moment?" Jiang Zhiyue pursed her lips, feeling a surge of resentment within her. Yet, in her sister's presence, it faded considerably. When asked, she whispered, "This is something grandmother asked me to give to you." Zhang Lingyun suddenly recalled the past mischiefs of this little schemer and promptly released the hand she had been holding. With a cold expression, she remarked, "So now you do not consider me an outsider?" Jiang Zhiyue pouted slightly, her expression one of mild grievance, yet she refrained from defending herself. Just as Chang Ying had said, she blossomed like a delicate lotus, her every frown and smile capable of captivating hearts. Moreover, Jiang Zhiyue had just experienced a fright, and the lingering terror in her eyes, coupled with the glimmer of tears, evoked a profound sense of pity. Seeing that the young lady did not appear genuinely angered, Chang Ying lowered her gaze and softly exclaimed, "Miss, how is there blood on your sleeve? Have you been injured?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingyun swiftly turned to grasp her sister's wrist, her expression filled with concern. Jiang Zhiyue looked at her elder sister, her heart softening and her tone gentle. "Sister, do not be afraid. It is not my blood. It must have been stained from the general's armor." Zhang Lingyun scoffed lightly, decisively releasing her grip. Yet Jiang Zhiyue delicately held onto her sleeve. Zhang Lingyun regarded her with a cold expression, while Jiang Zhiyue offered a tentative smile, appearing exceedingly obedient. Sister, I was wrong. It was Achuan's fault before. She was bewitched, causing you distress. If you are still angry, then let me starve. Jiang Lingyun, perplexed, asked what? With a hint of guilt yet standing her ground, Jiang Zhiyue replied, I haven't had breakfast yet. Prince Xian, who was nearby, chuckled softly, finding the young cousin amusing. Jiang Lingyun couldn't help but smile in irritation. This mischievous child knew precisely how to tug at her heartstrings. Chapter 10. The hinge of the hip bone and the city gate tower. The child who cries receives milk. The weeping Jiang Zhiyue was treated to a meticulously prepared breakfast by her elder sister. The box that Jiang Zhiyue had kept by her side was now placed on the table, and Jiang Lingyun sat with her sister, showing no urgency to open it. Jiang Lingyun sensed an inexplicable intuition. The little Achuan she had encountered today was markedly different from before, much more composed. In the face of the attempted assassination, the old Jiang Zhiyue would have cried and lamented her grievances, desiring the world to know of her plight and to comfort her. However, since entering the residence, she had not uttered a word during breakfast. If she were truly indifferent, why had she, in a moment of vulnerability, collapsed into her embrace and cried in public? Jiang Lingyun was an astute individual, the eldest daughter of the family, well educated by her mother and grandmother, possessing remarkable grace and character. She was particularly perceptive in discerning the subtleties of human emotions. In contrast, Achuan had been raised in a cocoon of adoration, innocent and naive, unaware of the world's intricacies, easily manipulated by Lin Jingqiu without her knowledge. Before her marriage, she had been under Jiang Lingyun's protection. After marrying, she became increasingly estranged, as Lin Jingqiu gradually sowed discord between the sisters. Witnessing the sister she had nurtured for years turn against her within a mere year, Jiang Lingyun felt a pang of betrayal. Achuan's harsh words towards her were a fade. To claim she was not disappointed or saddened was a lie. Jiang Zhiyue's pace in eating was unhurried, and as Jiang Lingyun regained her focus, she noticed her sister's change in appetite. Previously, even her favorite dishes would only elicit a few bites, while today, she had finished everything. Jiang Lingyun was filled with doubt, pondering what had transpired to cause such a transformation in Achuan. Jiang Zhiyue believed she had concealed her feelings well. Yet little did she know that her affectionate elder sister had already discerned her disquietude from the minutiae. Follow me. Jiang Lingyun commanded as she observed her sister finishing her meal, rising promptly to head into the inner chamber. Jiang Zhiyue cautiously cradled the box as she followed Jiang Lingyun inside. The two sisters sat opposite each other by the window, and Jiang Zhiyue pushed the box toward her elder sister, indicating it was a message from their grandmother. Jiang Lingyun had a vague inkling of the box's contents. When she opened it, she found, as expected, only a folded note. Unfolding it, she read 5 large characters. Achan knows her fault. She stifled a laugh. Indeed, their grandmother favored Achan, and this elaborate pretense was merely a means to plead on Achan's behalf. Maintaining her composure, Jiang Lingyun feigned seriousness and inquired, "Do you know what grandmother entrusted to me?" Jiang Zhiyue shook her head honestly. Jiang Lingyun neatly refolded the note, placed it back in the box, and pushed it back toward her sister. Jiang Zhiyue, puzzled, failed to grasp her sister's intentions. Leaning slightly closer, Jiang Lingyun urged, "Achan, tell me what has transpired to cause such a profound change in you." The once inquisitive child suddenly seemed devoid of curiosity. Jiang Zhiyue was taken aback. What did her sister know? Jiang Lingyun, having deduced the truth from her sister's astonished expression, realized something significant must have occurred. She expected her sister to speak up. Yet Jiang Zhiyue lowered her head and fell silent. Achan Jiang Lingyun displayed remarkable patience, noting that Jiang Zhiyue was merely evading her question. This trait remained unchanged, akin to her disposition in childhood, necessitating a gentle nudge from her elder sister. Suddenly, Jiang Zhiyue rose and knelt before Jiang Lingyun. A tremor coursed through Jiang Lingyun's heart as she grasped her sister's arm, her tone stern. "Achan, rise. Even if you have committed a grave error, you must not simply kneel in silence." Jiang Zhiyue shuffled closer while still kneeling, then embraced her sister. Witnessing her sister's unusual behavior, Jiang Lingyun's concern deepened. What ordeal could compel a fearless girl to break her pride and kneel before her? Jiang Lingyun's arms trembled, and she dared not contemplate the implications. With her head resting on Jiang Lingyun's lap, Jiang Zhiyue murmured, "Achan has committed an unforgivable sin, deserving of death." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingyun's mind raced with thoughts of treachery. Achan, as long as you haven't committed rebellion, elder sister. Jiang Zhiyue exclaimed in shock, quickly covering her sister's mouth. The calmness with which Jiang Lingyun uttered the word rebellion left Jiang Zhiyue deeply shaken. Had it not been for her indirect role in their elder sister's demise in a past life, which left the Duke of Xian in a state of despair, perhaps Jiang Lingyun might have had a chance to claim a higher status. Jiang Lingyun removed her sister's hand and said solemnly, "Rest assured. The Duke of Xian's residence is as secure as a fortress." Before Jiang Zhiyue could fully process this revelation, her sister continued, "If it is not that, then clarify your situation." At that moment, Jiang Zhiyue realized that her sister and grandmother possessed far greater clarity than she had anticipated. The future of both the British Duke's residence and the Duke of Xian had always been on a clear trajectory. No longer hesitating, Jiang Zhiyue recounted her past life experiences, framing them as a dream to Jiang Lingyun. The absurdity and extraordinary nature of her rebirth compelled her to bury the matter deep within her heart. As Jiang Lingyun listened to Achan recount her dream, where both her elder brother and grandmother perished, she was struck by the tragic fate that befell Achan, who was reduced to a beggar. Despite this, she ultimately could not escape the grim fate of being silenced by Lin Jingqiu, causing a sharp pain in her chest. Achan expressed her narrative with such clarity that it felt as though she had truly lived through that sorrowful existence. This dream was both enigmatic and terrifying. "Achan." Jiang Lingyun grasped her sister's hand tightly, urging her, "This matter must never be mentioned to a third person, no one at all. Do you understand?" Her sister's seriousness indicated her belief in the gravity of the situation. She recognized its peculiarity and understood the weight of their words. Even if Jiang Lingyun remained silent, Achan would not speak of it to anyone else. In this world, only her sister was someone she could trust without reservation. Jiang Lingyun helped her sister rise, adjusting her garments with gentle care. "No matter what happens in the future, I and the Xian Wangfu will always be your unwavering support." Jiang Zhiyue was momentarily taken aback, realizing that she was the only one who had been oblivious to the Xian Wang's ambition for succession. Seeing her sister comprehend the gravity of their situation, Jiang Lingyun smiled lightly, dismissing the Lin family as mere clowns. "Go forth with confidence. I will stand by you." Unbeknownst to anyone, when Jiang Zhiyue heard her sister's words, a tumult of shock and guilt surged within her. With reddened eyes, she nodded resolutely, "I will do well." Jiang Lingyun's smile grew more sincere and gentle. "It matters not if you falter. After all, Achan is merely a 14-year-old girl, still not of age. Your life is just beginning. Do not let a single dream confine you, for it is unwise to be paralyzed by fear." In just a couple of sentences, Jiang Lingyun shattered the unease that had clouded Jiang Zhiyue's heart. To break the boat and sink the oars, one must dismantle before reconstructing. Without life, there can be no rebirth. Jiang Lingyun gazed at her increasingly striking sister, smiling softly. Perhaps this was Achan's extraordinary adventure. Jiang Zhiyue repeated those words, as if something within her was breaking free from the soil. Chapter 11. The age most likely to cherish fragility. The greatest advantage Jiang Zhiyue possessed was that once she reached clarity, she would never dwell on past grievances. She recognized that her extraordinary encounter was a stroke of fortune. Given this, how could she fail to cherish it? Jiang Lingyun noticed the bloodstains on her sister's sleeve and frowned slightly. "Your clothes are dirty. You should change." Jiang Zhiyue obediently nodded, her compliant demeanor eliciting a chuckle from Jiang Lingyun. She was no different from her childhood self, clinging to her sister after a nightmare, both obedient and endearing, as if she were a different person from her usual self. Teased by her sister, Jiang Zhiyue felt an unexpected blush rise to her cheeks. Her sister was right. Her nature was indeed delicate, clingy, and willful. Jiang Lingyun shifted the conversation to Lu Qingxiao. How did the young general happen to appear just at the right moment? Jiang Zhiyue shook her head. It wasn't mere coincidence. He had discovered the thieves early on and, to avoid alerting them, followed them discreetly. Jiang Lingyun was astonished and turned to look at her sister in disbelief. Who in the entire capital does not know Lu Qingxiao's temperament? He has been on the battlefield since the age of 9, accompanying General Lu, and by 12, he had single-handedly captured the enemy commander, gaining fame in a single battle and being appointed as a young general of the Tiger Bend camp, commanding a battalion. With the princess mother and the emperor uncle providing unwavering support, this young general acts with an autocratic decisiveness, expecting others to yield to him while he seldom condescends to accommodate anyone else. She recalls a case involving the Minister of Revenue's embezzlement. which His Majesty ordered Lu Qingxiao to oversee. At the tender age of 17, he was at the most impressionable stage of life. The minister's daughter, possessing a beauty that rivaled the flowers of spring, obstructed his horse in the street, kneeling to plead with Lu Qingxiao for a mere glimpse of her father. Her tearful and pitiful demeanor stirred the passers-by to intercede on her behalf. How did Lu Qingxiao respond at that time? He declared that the daughter of a criminal is also a criminal. Even if you do not come to implore me, by the end of a single incense stick, you would still find yourself imprisoned. Whether or not you see him now is of little consequence. He immediately ordered for the girl to be apprehended, paying no heed to her heart-wrenching tears, refusing even a single glance. Such a ruthless individual. Would he really follow the carriage of the Duke of England without raising an alarm? This assertion holds no weight in Jiang Lingyun's eyes. Jiang Lingyun gazes at her sister, who is changing her outer garments, possessing a beauty that surpasses even that of the minister's daughter. Could this be the reason? Jiang Zhiyue, sensing her sister's gaze, looked up and offered a sweet smile. The girl, already a natural beauty, revealed an innocent and pure smile without any pretense, a sight so striking that even Jiang Lingyun, who had grown accustomed to her sister's allure since childhood, couldn't help but be taken aback. Zhiyue, you mustn't smile so freely at others, Jiang Lingyun admonished. Jiang Zhiyue beamed even brighter. I only smile like this for you, sister. Foolish child, Jiang Lingyun mused, her gaze softening as she took in her sister's cascading hair like a waterfall. Suddenly, Jiang Zhiyue scampered over, grasping Jiang Lingyun's hand and whispering, Sister, why not summon a doctor to take a look? Initially puzzled, Jiang Lingyun soon understood. You mean Jiang Zhiyue pursed her lips, suggesting that her sister's recent illness had persisted for over a month. Yet Jiang Lingyun had always enjoyed robust health. So how could she have suddenly fallen ill? The only plausible explanation was that her sister had suffered a miscarriage due to distress. Jiang Lingyun chuckled and shook her head. My monthly cycle has just passed. It should not be the case. Jiang Zhiyue tugged at Jiang Lingyun's hand, playfully insisting, Sister, please, let the physician come and take a look. Unable to resist her sister's pleas, Jiang Lingyun reluctantly sent someone to fetch the physician. Jiang Zhiyue, seeing her sister's disbelief, still went to summon the physician, her laughter brightening her eyes. Jiang Lingyun, observing her sister's childlike demeanor, couldn't help but tease. Look at you. Your thoughts are written all over your face. Not at all. Only in front of you, Jiang Zhiyue replied, pouting. You'll see when the physician arrives. Jiang Lingyun, anxious regarding matters of offspring, felt the weight of unfulfilled desires. Despite over a year of marriage, there had been no news. King Xian continued to comfort her, assuring her that there was no need to rush. A child would come in due time. When the physician arrived and took Jiang Lingyun's pulse, Jiang Zhiyue stood nearby, her lovely face taut with tension, resembling a vigilant little kitten. Jiang Lingyun couldn't help but smile at the sight. The physician's fingers tightened slightly around her wrist, and his brow furrowed. Jiang Zhiyue's gaze was fixed on the physician, and when she noticed a change in his expression, she asked eagerly, What is it? The physician bowed deeply, excitement evident in his voice. Congratulations, princess. This is a sign of pregnancy, though it is still in the early stages and not very pronounced. Jiang Lingyun turned to Jiang Zhiyue in astonishment. Could it be that her sister's intuition had indeed been correct? Jiang Zhiyue's face lit up with joy. I am to become an aunt. Jiang Lingyun also expressed her delight, maintaining her composure, and inquired, If you are with child, why did I still experience my monthly cycle a few days ago? The court physician was momentarily taken aback and respectfully replied, Please allow me to examine once more. Your Highness. Jiang Lingyun extended her hand, and Jiang Zhiyue's smile abruptly faded as she fixed her gaze on the physician's pulse examination. After a while, the physician withdrew his hand and spoke gently, Rest assured, Your Highness, your health is robust, and there is no cause for concern. Then why did I see blood? Jiang Zhiyue scrutinized the physician. Aware of Jiang Zhiyue's esteemed status, the physician remained unfazed by her intense demeanor and posed a few questions to Jiang Lingyun, who answered each one. There is no need for worry, Your Highness. Every woman experiences her pregnancy differently, though there may be some spotting. Your Highness feels no discomfort or adverse symptoms, and with a healthy pulse, it is not a matter of concern. Jiang Zhiyue, lacking medical knowledge, turned to Jiang Lingyun for clarification. Jiang Lingyun nodded. In that case, I appreciate your diligence, Dr. Yi. The physician nodded in acknowledgement. It is my duty. If Your Highness is still concerned, we may invite the esteemed gynecologist, Dr. Qi from Jishitang, who was exceptionally skilled in this field. Jiang Zhiyue looked at Jiang Lingyun. Her gaze filled with determination. Jiang Lingyun sighed, and before she could respond, Jiang Zhiyue interjected, "Then let us summon her. It is all my fault. Had I not angered my sister, perhaps there would not have been any spotting. If something were to happen, my life would be in turmoil." Jiang Lingyun frowned. "Zhiyue. Sister, please heed my plea just this once." Jiang Zhiyue's eyes pleaded earnestly. Before Jiang Lingyun could speak, Jiang Zhiyue continued, "Jiang, go to Jishitang and request Dr. Qi, telling her that I was frightened by the assassination attempt and ask her to come and examine me." Dr. Yi bowed his head as the royal family's physician. He understood the significance of the news regarding the princess's pregnancy. He bore no resentment over the request. On the contrary, he hoped for a smooth journey for the princess during her pregnancy, as he would be entrusted with her care. Jiang promptly set off, and Jiang Lingyun's expression grew serious. Dr. Yi, perceptive to the atmosphere, quietly withdrew. "What were you thinking just now? Do you realize how this affects your reputation?" "Reputation is of no consequence compared to my sister's safety." Jiang Zhiyue interrupted Jiang Lingyun. "It is unwise to publicize your condition. It is best to use me as a pretext." Jiang Lingyun felt a sting of emotion in her eyes as she gazed at her steadfast sister. Jiang Zhiyue's gaze fell upon Jiang Lingyun's still flat abdomen, and she resolved, this time, she would ensure her sister's child is safeguarded, that her sister would have a safe delivery. Chapter 12, Still Pretending? "Do you believe I would let you continue to bow?" When Jiang Zhiyue returned to the Earl's residence, it was already afternoon. The first thing she did upon entering was to visit the Spring Radiance Hall to see her grandmother. Coincidentally, the matriarch had just awakened from a short nap, and upon seeing Jiang Zhiyue, she greeted her with a warm smile. As Jiang Zhiyue entered, she noticed that the incense in the matriarch's chamber had been changed. Exchanging a glance with Nurse Chung, Nurse Chung smiled and nodded, turning to prepare tea for Jiang Zhiyue. Jiang Zhiyue approached her grandmother, affectionately linking arms with her, and said, "It is still Nurse Chung who cares for me, personally brewing my tea." The matriarch chuckled and playfully tapped her on the head. "Little monkey, do you think I do not dote on you?" Jiang Zhiyue tilted her head, resting against her grandmother's side, and sweetly said, "Grandmother, do not harbor any jealousy. Zhiyue knows you have interceded for me with my elder sister. You are truly wonderful." The matriarch affectionately shook her head, observing, "It seems you two sisters have reconciled." Jiang Zhiyue straightened up, nodding, "This is one piece of good news." The matriarch cast her a sidelong glance and teased, "Is there a second piece of good news?" "Indeed." Jiang Zhiyue leaned in closer to her grandmother, whispering in her ear, "Elder sister is over a month pregnant. She has consulted the esteemed gynecologist, Dr. Qi, and all is well." Upon hearing this, the matriarch's face brightened with joy, as she eagerly inquired several times for confirmation. Jiang Zhiyue patiently answered her questions. The matriarch clasped her hands together and sincerely remarked, "Yuner has endured much hardship. She finally has what she wished for." Jiang Zhiyue understood the implication immediately. Her elder sister had been married to Prince Xian for over a year with no news, and the palace's favored concubine must be anxious. Being married into royalty. The nature of her husband was beyond the purview of the Duke of England's household. Although the matriarch was pained for her eldest granddaughter, there was little she could do. Now that good news had finally arrived, how could the matriarch not be delighted? "Since Yuner is expecting, I shall go to Hugua Temple to express my gratitude in a few days," she declared. The matriarch, a devout believer, often visited the temple to pray for Jiang Lingyun, a fact Jiang Zhiyue was well aware of. "I will accompany you, grandmother," Jiang Zhiyue replied. The matriarch rose and offered incense at the altar, with Jiang Zhiyue following suit. The matriarch turned to her granddaughter and softly said, "Do remember to inform your mother at the everlasting lamp." Jiang Zhiyue nodded and reached out to support her grandmother. At that moment, the matriarch noticed Jiang Zhiyue had changed into a different outfit. "Why did you change your clothes after just stepping out?" she inquired. Jiang Zhiyue blinked, ultimately deciding not to conceal anything from her grandmother, and briefly explained the incident involving Lu Qingxiao leading the Tiger Bend camp to apprehend a fugitive. The matriarch gasped, placing her hand over her heart in shock. "Were you injured?" Jiang Zhiyue shook her head, reassuring her, "Grandmother, do not worry, I am unharmed. I merely changed due to some bloodstains on my attire." Seeing her granddaughter's calm demeanor, the matriarch chose not to press further but advised Jiang Zhiyue to always bring Shun Mo along whenever she went out. Jiang Zhiyue nodded earnestly, promising to ensure Shin Mo accompanied her next time. The matriarch, feeling sympathy for her little granddaughter. Believed she must have been frightened today and urged her to return and rest. Before departing, she reminded Jiang Zhiyue to keep the news of Jiang Lingyun's pregnancy strictly confidential. This matter must not be leaked by the Duke of England's household. It should only come from the Prince Xian's residence or the palace. After leaving Chunhui Hall, Jiang Zhiyue headed towards Shueju instead. Zhang Ying, puzzled, asked, "Miss, are you going to see Aunt Lin?" Jiang Zhiyue nodded. She certainly wanted to check on her, as she had personally drawn her into this situation and felt obliged to see how she was faring. Zhang Ying remained silent, since the miss had made up her mind. She would follow her lead. Shueju was named after Lin Jingqiu, as when she entered the household. It was the Duke of England himself who ordered Hung Shueju to be renamed Shueju, a clear testament to his affection for her. Jiang Zhiyue, once oblivious, now comprehends the subtle yet formidable influence wielded by Lin Jingqiu. Presently, among the concubines in her father's chamber, Lin Jingqiu indeed commands the most respect, with the majority of the household affairs entrusted to her. The maidservants of Shueju bow their heads and retreat upon seeing Jiang Zhiyue, even if it's just her and Chang'ing present, having fiercely struck Lin Jingqiu the previous day. Jiang Zhiyue's arrival at Shueju today clearly signals her ill intentions. Yet, she remains unfazed. The greater the deference shown by the inhabitants of Shueju, the better. After all, the servants there are still subordinates of the Duke's residence, while she, as the Duchess' daughter, is merely receiving her due respect. Sixth miss, what brings you here? Inquired a second-tier maid named Ding Xiang, standing beside Lin Jingqiu. Jiang Zhiyue paused, her brows slightly furrowing, prompting Chang'ing to interject. What is this you and your? One must address their superior with respect. Is there no decorum among the servants of Shueju? Ding Xiang, startled by Chang'ing's imposing demeanor, quickly knelt and begged for forgiveness. Sixth miss, I beg your pardon. I shall remain on my knees. Jiang Zhiyue tilted her head to observe her, remarking, You are indeed a loyal servant to Lin Jingqiu, yet no one else dared to address me, but you. Clever as you are. Ding Xiang bowed her head, trembling slightly, and began to softly weep on the ground. Jiang Zhiyue did not linger. Her conflict with Lin Jingqiu was one of bitter enmity, and she would show no mercy to anyone aligned with Lin Jingqiu. Ding Xiang's outcry did not go unheard by Lin Jingqiu and Lin Yuzhong. Upon learning of Jiang Zhiyue's arrival, Lin Yuzhong's expression shifted dramatically, and she sprang to her feet, anxiously glancing at Lin Jingqiu. Aunt Lin Jingqiu, observing Lin Yuzhong's startled demeanor, chided her with displeasure. Why are you in such a fluster? How can you be so inexperienced? Lin Yuzhong, having received a slap from Jiang Zhiyue the day before, still bore the swelling on her cheek and was naturally intimidated by her. Feeling her aunt's reprimand, Lin Yuzhong felt even more aggrieved, tears brimming in her eyes. Witnessing this, Lin Jingqiu's heart softened, and she reassured her, This is Shueju. She wouldn't dare to act against you. Encouraged by these words, Lin Yuzhong hesitated but eventually sat down. Lin Jingqiu, observing her behavior, felt a headache coming on. How had her elder brother and sister-in-law raised their child to be so timid? It was merely a slap, endure it. And Jiang Zhiyue would eventually have her comeuppance. Just as Lin Jingqiu settled upright on the bed, Jiang Zhiyue strode in with an air of confidence. Seeing Lin Jingqiu's seemingly delicate form, Jiang Zhiyue smiled faintly and remarked, Aunt Lin, you are still able to rise? The forcefulness of her presence made Lin Jingqiu realize that Jiang Zhiyue had indeed changed and was no longer someone she could easily deceive. However, Lin Jingqiu was not one to concede easily. Having ascended to the foremost position among the Duke's concubines, she understood the importance of self-preservation. The Duke cherished his concubines, and thus they must cherish themselves in return. Jiang Zhiyue raised an eyebrow. Was this a warning? Lin Jingqiu deliberately invoked the Duke's name, hoping to intimidate Jiang Zhiyue into retreating. Yet, who could have anticipated her retort? Since you can rise, why not complete the bow you failed to finish yesterday? Jiang Zhiyue's tone remained indifferent, yet her words struck Lin Jingqiu with a palpable shock. Chapter 13. The Art of Psychological Warfare. Lin Jingqiu was taken aback by Jiang Zhiyue's words. After a brief moment of astonishment, she quickly replied, Are you jesting with me, Miss Six? Jiang Zhiyue tilted her head slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. How could it be a jest? Lin Jingqiu felt her mouth go dry, fully aware that Jiang Zhiyue was indeed capable of such actions. The sixth miss of the Duke's household had always acted according to her own whims, relentless in her pursuits until she achieved her goals. Observing Lin Jingqiu's fright, Jiang Zhiyue let out a soft laugh, her smile growing ever brighter. What expression is that, concubine? Bowing to the mistress is merely the duty of a concubine. Moreover, as an outsider, you are even lower than a mere concubine. Being able to bow to the mistress is already a blessing for you. These words struck Lin Jingqiu like a dagger, leaving her breathless. She glared at Jiang Zhiyue, almost choking on her indignation. Previously, she had regarded Jiang Zhiyue as sharp-tongued as a weapon, one that could confront even the Duke himself. Yet, when that same wit was turned against her, she realized the true nature of psychological warfare. Lin Jingqiu's expression turned pained, momentarily rendering her speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Yuzhong instinctively recoiled, attempting to diminish her presence. However, Jiang Zhiyue was not inclined to grant her that wish, her gaze locking onto Lin Yuzhong. Lin Yuzhong practically sank into her chair, summoning all her strength to suppress a scream. Jiang Zhiyue scrutinized her closely, noting how she seemed perpetually unchanged. When in a position of power, she was arrogant and maintained the demeanor of a noblewoman. Yet, once thoroughly crushed, her confidence could never re-establish itself before her oppressor, a mere paper tiger. All bluster and no substance. Jiang Zhiyue discerned Lin Yuzhong's fear of her, perhaps stemming from the slap delivered the previous day. TSK, Jiang Zhiyue retracted her earlier assessment, realizing that labeling her a paper tiger was an exaggeration. At best, she was a dog relying on the might of others. After all, I am a person of the Duke. Don't you think you are overstepping, Miss Six? Lin Jingqiu ground her teeth in hatred, hoping that the Duke's name might intimidate Jiang Zhiyue. After all, the Duke was known for his strictness, and Jiang Zhiyue still held a measure of fear towards him. Jiang Zhiyue had anticipated that Lin Jingqiu would retaliate with harsh words, but instead, she invoked her father to threaten her. A person of the Duke? Jiang Zhiyue found it increasingly amusing. When will Lin concubine ever sit in the position of the Duke's wife to instruct me? Before Lin Jingqiu could respond, Jiang Zhiyue continued. Oh, no, with your status, your position as a concubine is the pinnacle of your life. As for anything beyond that, as long as I am alive, you shall never attain it. Jiang Zhiyue concluded her statement with a nonchalant demeanor, even taking pleasure in observing Lin Jingqiu's reaction. Lin Jingqiu's carefully maintained composure finally shattered. Jiang Zhiyue, intrigued by Lin Jingqiu's loss of control, remarked, if you do not wish to go today, that is of no consequence. There is always tomorrow and the day after. In essence, time is abundant, and opportunities will abound. With that, she elegantly turned and departed, her demeanor as poised as ever. Lin Jingqiu endured her anger until she received word from Ding Xiang that the sixth miss had departed, at which point she erupted in fury, sweeping everything off the bedside table. Jiang Zhiyue, such a young girl with a heart so ruthless. Lin Jingqiu's heart bled with hatred. Jiang Zhiyue not only exposed her plans, but brazenly targeted her as well. For a fleeting moment, Lin Jingqiu felt a pang of panic. But upon recalling the arduous journey she had taken to enter the Duke's residence, surrender was not an option. She was merely a young girl with golden hair. Fueled by rage, Lin Jingqiu devised a scheme and summoned Lin Yuzhong, whispering a few words to her. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuzhong's countenance shifted dramatically, her eyes betraying her astonishment. Aunt Yu. Lin Jingqiu's beautiful visage radiated a fierce determination. One must take risks if one wishes to capture the wolf. I will ensure Jiang Zhiyue pays a price. But Aunt, Lin Yuzhong attempted to dissuade her, only to be interrupted by Lin Jingqiu's dismissive wave. There are no buts. From the moment she chose to turn against me, our relationship became irreparably fractured. What remained unspoken by Lin Jingqiu was that, even for Jiang Yinshi's sake, she was willing to fight. The disparity between a favored concubine's son and one who was not favored was as vast as heaven and earth. Seeing her aunt's unwavering resolve, Lin Yuzhong reluctantly acquiesced to her plan and went to retrieve the whip as instructed. Lin Yuzhong approached with the whip, hesitating before Lin Jingqiu's bed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jingqiu fixed her gaze upon Lin Yuzhong. Proceed. Aunt, must we truly go through with this? Lin Yuzhong faltered, clutching the whip, unable to strike. Lin Jingqiu's demeanor was resolute, her delicate features now etched with determination. Strike. Urged repeatedly by Lin Jingqiu, Lin Yuzhong finally raised the whip and brought it down. However, fear gripped her, causing her to close her eyes as the whip fell weakly upon Lin Jingqiu. Yuzhong, if your aunt loses favor, You will never secure a good marriage in the future. What your parents could arrange for you pales in comparison to the Duke's residence. Are you content to live in the shadows for the rest of your life? Lin Jingqiu declared with conviction. Strike hard. The heavier, the better. A jolt of alarm surged through Lin Yuzhong as she struck Lin Jingqiu with all her might. With a resounding crack, the whip met Lin Jingqiu's skin, tearing through her clothing and leaving a wound. Lin Jingqiu stifled a groan, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, her eyes blazing with fury. Terrified, Lin Yuzhong dropped the whip to the ground. Enduring the pain, Lin Jingqiu gritted her teeth. Pick it up, continue. This single strike was not in line with Jiang Zhiyue's style. With tears streaming down her face, Lin Yuzhong reluctantly picked up the whip, striking Lin Jingqiu again and again until her hands began to tremble. Only then did Lin Jingqiu finally call for a halt. The moment Lin Jingqiu stopped, Lin Yuzhong collapsed to the ground, crawling toward her side in a flurry of tears. "Aunt, take this jade pendant to Deputy Steward Sheen and tell him I am on the brink of being killed by the 6th Mississippi. Urge the Duke to return swiftly for my rescue. Do you understand?" Lin Jingqiu retrieved a jade pendant from the headboard and handed it to Lin Yuzhong, casually wiping away the blood from her sleeve and hem, speaking weakly. "As I taught you before, the more tragic your cries, the better." With tears in her eyes, Lin Yuzhong nodded, clutching the jade pendant tightly in her palm, and hurriedly departed. Lin Jingqiu watched as Lin Yuzhong departed, gritting her teeth as she rose to cast the whip beneath the bed with all her strength. It was well known that the 6th young lady, Jiang Zhiyue, was notoriously willful and domineering. Moreover, she had publicly assaulted Lin Jingqiu the previous day, witnessed by a multitude who could serve as witnesses. Today, after leaving Shueju, Yuzhong sought help, bearing fresh injuries that would inevitably be attributed to Jiang Zhiyue. Given that the 6th young lady was already unreasonable, her actions, first in public and then in private, seemed rather ordinary. It was only natural for the British Duke's household to feel disillusioned with such a daughter. Chapter 14. Unexpected developments in public and private. Upon returning to Yanxi Yuan, Chang Ying was prepared to assist Jiang Zhiyue in changing her attire. Jiang Zhiyue waved her hand in refusal, opting to change herself. Chang Ying's heart softened. She reassured her mistress, stating that she was fine. During the escape attempt, Lu Qingxiao had kicked the carriage. At that moment, Chang Hui was still inside, crashing heavily against the carriage wall, resulting in a broken right arm that necessitated immediate medical attention from the Duke's steward. Chang Hui, being a legitimate child of the British Duke's household, was granted leave to recover at home. Yet, Chang Ying had not taken the opportunity to inquire about her well-being. Jiang Zhiyue regarded Chang Ying, her gaze gentle. "In the future, you must learn to evade such situations." Her kindness and thoughtfulness rendered her the best of mistresses. Chang Ying viewed Jiang Zhiyue through a lens of admiration. "Please, miss, let us hope there will be no such occurrences again. I was nearly frightened to death at that moment." Jiang Zhiyue chuckled, acknowledging that encounters with fugitives were indeed rare. As Chang Ying served her fresh tea, she softly inquired, "Why did you insist on visiting Shueju today? Are you not fearful that Lin Yang would cause you further trouble?" Jiang Zhiyue took a sip of tea and replied thoughtfully, "It is precisely because I fear she would not create trouble under my name that I chose to go." Aware of Lin Yang's cunning, Chang Ying was concerned. Lin Jingqiu was not to be underestimated. Jiang Zhiyue smiled, her eyes deepening. "Chang Ying, do you know how to shatter a person's spirit?" Chang Ying shook her head. Jiang Zhiyue laughed lightly, moving to the window to gaze at the exquisite scenery, and solemnly stated, "Present her with that which she desires most, and then, at the moment she believes it within reach, ruthlessly destroy her hopes." Chang Ying was taken aback. Her mistress seemed to have undergone a profound transformation. Jiang Zhiyue turned her head, reflecting, "Heaven's intent to bring about her downfall must first drive her to madness. She believes she can manipulate me, yet she underestimates both me and my father." Chang Ying remained silent, beginning to grasp Jiang Zhiyue's intent. "Do you think I am a villain?" Jiang Zhiyue queried. "Certainly not," Chang Ying replied, shaking her head. "You possess a kind heart. You are by no means a villain." Yet, Jiang Zhiyue continued, "I wish for Lin Jingqiu's demise. I desire her death." Her tone was calm, yet Chang Ying discerned an unwavering resolve within her words. Chang Ying approached Jiang Zhiyue, bowing respectfully, and declared firmly, "I shall never doubt any decision made by you. Mississippi, whatever you choose to do, I shall follow." Chang Ying was willing to serve as Jiang Zhiyue's sword, ready to endure any hardship without hesitation. Jiang Zhiyue turned to Chang Ying, softly stating, "No, I shall no longer allow you to brave such dangers. You must live well and remain by my side for a long time to come." In her previous life, Lin Jingxiu endured immense suffering inflicted upon Chang'ying, and now she sought to reclaim each grievance on her behalf. Chang'ying smiled gently, nodding her head, and coaxed her young mistress to rest. After encountering a fugitive attack and with her lady expecting, she returned home, also taking the opportunity to address the matter of Aunt Lin. One event followed another, and her mistress was in dire need of repose. Chang'ying brewed a cup of the spring tea that Jiang Zhiyue favored, and in the familiar aroma, Jiang Zhiyue gradually drifted into slumber. In the Princess Baoyang's residence. At the Wangxian Tower, the illustrious Princess Baoyang was engrossed in a performance with her husband, Duke Lu. The performers on stage sang beautifully, their movements graceful, captivating the audience utterly. The princess, regal and dignified, exuded an aura of authority, while Duke Lu, refined and cultured, possessed an extraordinary demeanor. Together, they were even more noteworthy than those upon the stage. Lady Fu Li approached from the corridor, respectfully standing beside the princess and leaning in to whisper a few words. Upon hearing, the princess lightly tapped her husband's hand and smiled, saying, "Wubbing has done a good deed today, and someone's grandmother has come to express her gratitude." Duke Lu, intrigued, turned to his wife and jested, "Wubbing can actually do good deeds?" Lady Fu Li remained silent, while Duke Lu appeared gentle and harmless. He shared a mischievous spirit akin to that of their son. Whenever news of their son arose, the couple would inevitably exchange playful banter. The princess looked to Fu Li, anticipating her to elucidate. With an impassive expression, Fu Li conveyed the words of Lady Yin from the British Duke's household. The calmness of her narration, for some reason, only served to amuse both the princess and Duke Lu. "I vaguely remember Jiang Mao's youngest legitimate daughter. She has yet to come of age?" Duke Lu remarked with earnestness. "Isn't she a touch too young?" The princess scoffed. "You are even planning for him. Did he not already declare that he intends to spend the latter half of his life in the Hubei camp, urging us to strive to bear him a child?" Duke Lu's eyes lit up. "Is the princess willing?" The princess retorted, "Silence. No children." Fu Li bowed her head in silence, feeling detached from the couple's banter. It seemed that if they did not bicker for a day, life would be unbearable for them. To the outside world, the noble and elegant princess and the cultured duke appeared dignified, yet privately, they could squabble over their son's remarks like immature spouses. The staff of the princess's household were accustomed to this spectacle. The princess turned to Fu Li, inquiring if it was time for her to return home. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Li replied, "The young master has already returned." The princess raised an eyebrow. "Your well-raised son does not even come to pay respects to his parents upon his return." Duke Lu protested. "It was you who said Wubbing works hard and does not need to pay daily respects." The princess narrowed her eyes, her grip tightening. Duke Lu hastily pleaded for mercy. "Your Highness, I shall promptly teach that rascal a lesson." The princess shot him a sidelong glance, releasing her grip while giving him a look that urged him to be swift in his return. Duke Lu maintained his composure in her presence but turned away, revealing his grimace. The princess, without needing to glance back, knew well of Duke Lu's character, scoffing, like father, like son, neither are particularly virtuous. Fu Li has watched the young master grow up, and it has undoubtedly been a challenging journey. She felt quite reluctant to hear the princess speak of him in such a manner, elongating her voice. "Your Highness." The princess lifted her teacup and took a sip, exuding a casual and carefree demeanor. "Understood, no need to elaborate." Fu Li, with a hint of exasperation, remarked that the young master should not be so sensitive about trivial matters. The princess remained silent, propping her arm on one side. Her eyes slightly narrowed as if she were once again engrossed in a performance. Duke Lu made his way directly from Wangxian Tower to the training grounds, and as expected, his son was present. Upon his arrival, he found Lu Qingxiao wielding a red tassel spear, his movements creating an impressive wind. With each step closer, one could almost be intimidated by his fierce techniques. After finishing his practice, Lu Qingxiao was drenched in sweat, revealing his robust physique. Duke Lu approached with a smile, mentioning that the Earl of England had sent a token of gratitude for saving his daughter. Lu Qingxiao paused, then nodded. "The token of gratitude should be sent to my residence." Duke Lu's smile faltered. "What?" Chapter 15. Patience is an art. Duke Lu was momentarily rendered speechless by his son, who had managed to imbue the phrase token of gratitude with the essence of a betrothal gift. If the princess were present, she might very well have tugged at Duke Lu's ear to make him pay closer attention. Lu Qingxiao returned his weapon to its place, turned his head, and silently regarded Duke Lu, signaling that he was not yet ready to leave. Duke Lu, unfazed, chuckled. The duties assigned by His Majesty are of utmost importance, and your health is equally vital. Do not take advantage of your youth to act recklessly. Lu Qingxiao bore a striking resemblance to Duke Lu, his features mirroring his father's by 70%, yet his piercing phoenix eyes were a perfect match for the princess. Your mother misses you, Duke Lu stated. Lu Qingxiao looked at him with suspicion. What is it? Duke Lu was once again rendered speechless by his son. Was it not genuine that she wished to see you? After a moment of silence, Lu Qingxiao replied, I saw her just yesterday. She told me to keep my distance and not be an eyesore. Duke Lu felt the awkwardness loom over him as he attempted to salvage his dignity. That was merely yesterday's affair. Lu Qingxiao glanced at his father, nodded, and turned to leave. Hey, no illness? Duke Lu was taken aback, wondering why he was departing. Lu Qingxiao paused, casting a somber glance back at Duke Lu, remaining wordless. Duke Lu realized that his son could not meet the princess with an unkempt appearance. Go on, you should. Upon returning to Tsongshan courtyard, Lu Qingxiao headed straight for the bathing room, effortlessly pouring a bucket of water over himself, his inner garments soaking and clinging to his muscular form. He discarded his clothing and stepped into the bath, submerging himself entirely. When Lu Qingxiao emerged from Tsongshan courtyard, he had donned a set of formal attire. The dark robe with blue floral satin trim accentuating his cold and imposing demeanor. At this moment, Princess Biang had already returned to Linbo courtyard, and when Lu Qingxiao arrived, the tea she had brewed was perfectly steeped. With a graceful lift of his robe, he knelt to pay his respects. I pay my respects to my father and mother. The princess tilted her head, her presence as formidable as ever. She raised an eyebrow, gesturing for him to sit. Fu Li received the princess's tea and placed it before Lu Qingxiao. He offered a slight nod to Fu Li and lightly tapped the table with his fingers. Fu Li smiled gently and retreated to the side of the grand princess. Just now, the Prince of Xian had also sent gifts. Why was there still a matter concerning the young waiter? The prince, Ing Shuo, ranked second among the princes. Lu Qingxiao, who was naturally taciturn, merely uttered a word of coincidence when the grand princess inquired about it. The grand princess pouted and shot a glare at Duke Lu before clearing her throat and asking, Does my son fancy that little girl from the Jiang family? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxiao's mind immediately conjured the vivid and delicate visage of Jiang Zhiyue lifting the curtain. However, before the grand princess could utter a second sentence, his expression darkened. Mother, you are aware she is merely a child. Stung by her son's retort, the grand princess countered, What of her age? Your second aunt is not 10 years younger than your second uncle. She is doing splendidly. Lu Qingxiao frowned and replied succinctly, I am not your second uncle. The grand princess snorted disdainfully and shot another glare at Duke Lu, questioning what scheme he had concocted. Duke Lu, feeling sheepish, rubbed his nose. He had merely speculated about the possibility, and his son's reaction only confirmed his misjudgment. You must eventually marry. I, your mother, do not mind if you choose someone younger. The grand princess had seen the young lady from the Jiang family, who was as lovely as snow and jade, and quite charming. Lu Qingxiao's demeanor grew increasingly frosty, his gaze towards Duke Lu tinged with discontent. The grand princess, noticing her son's piercing glare at her husband, huffed, This year, we must finalize your marriage. Mother, there are military affairs to attend to. I shall take my leave. Lu Qingxiao refrained from arguing with the grand princess, stood up, and bowed to his parents before striding out. The grand princess kicked Duke Lu under the table, exclaiming, Your beloved son. What could Duke Lu do? Having to placate his wife due to their son's mischief was the least he could manage. The following day, Jiang Zhiyue awoke and gazed at the pale azure cotton canopy above her, momentarily dazed. It was Chang'ing who, upon hearing movement, approached and lifted the canopy, announcing, Miss, you are awake. Suddenly, Jiang Zhiyue felt a pang of longing for her brother and inquired, When will my brother return from the academy? Chang'ing assisted her in rising, replying, The eldest young master has just left, and he is expected to return around the end of the month. As Jiang Zhiyue sat before the dressing mirror, observing her youthful and delicate face, she suddenly proposed, Let us visit my brother at the academy tomorrow. She recalled that family visits were permitted at Yingtian Academy. Chang'ing nodded. Very well, I shall accompany you. As Chang'ing began to style Jiang Zhiyue's hair, they were interrupted by the voice of Shun Mo outside, announcing the return of the Duke, requesting the young lady to come to Chunwei Hall. Jiang Zhiyue remained unfazed, even sporting a slight smirk. Her father had indeed returned. She leisurely completed her grooming, selecting a long jacket adorned with cloud and goose patterns and a deep green collar, paired with a skirt embroidered with red lilies and honeysuckle vines. Looking splendid, she made her way to Chunhui Hall. Along the way, Chongying worried whether Aunt Lin would cause trouble, but upon their arrival at Chunhui Hall, seeing the old matriarch, the Duke, and Aunt Lin all present made her heart sink. Jiang Zhiyue maintained her composure as she entered, but her eyes lit up upon spotting Duke Ying. Lifting her skirt, she joyfully ran towards him, exclaiming, "Father, when did you return? Achan, I miss you dearly and am concerned whether father has had the chance to indulge in his favorite drunken duck liver and pickled yellow fish while at the camp." The English Duke, initially wearing a stern expression, found his demeanor softened as his typically aloof younger daughter approached him with a playful gait, her voice sweet and gentle, imbued with affection and concern for him. In an instant, his heart melted, and the coldness on his face dissipated, replaced by a flicker of warmth in his eyes. "Such nonsense," he remarked, gazing at his daughter with a hint of amusement. "The camp is hardly a place for indulgence. But if father returns to enjoy himself today, I shall treat him to 2 dishes of drunken duck liver and pickled yellow fish," replied Jiang Zhiyue, taking a seat beside the Duke with admirable confidence. The Duke chuckled lightly. "Then I must thank you, dear Achan. You are too kind." Jiang Zhiyue, however, did not spare a glance at Lady Lin. Lin Jingqiu, witnessing Jiang Zhiyue's newfound skill and flattery, felt a tremor of unease. Yet, given the distance that had grown between Jiang Zhiyue and the Duke over the years, the bond of trust between father and daughter could not be forged in a day. Just as the Duke was basking in his daughter's concern, he noticed Lin Jingqiu suddenly turn away, suppressing a delicate cough, drawing his attention. Seeing her father's gaze shift towards Lin Jingqiu, Jiang Zhiyue's lips curled into a subtle smirk, wondering how swiftly he succumbed to her influence. The Duke, indeed, was reminded by Lin Jingqiu, hesitating momentarily before redirecting his focus back to his daughter. With an innocent expression, Jiang Zhiyue sweetly smiled at the Duke. "Why do you look at me so, father?" Chapter 16. A second attempt to know the truth. Her innocent and delightful smile caused the Duke to pause. Yet the memory of Lin's bloodied injuries weighed heavily on his conscience, leading him to believe that Achan had indeed acted wrongly. "Do you acknowledge your misstep?" the Duke inquired sternly, fixing his gaze upon Jiang Zhiyue. Jiang Zhiyue appeared taken aback, her expression one of genuine confusion. "What wrongdoing? Are you accusing me, father?" Her bewilderment was so palpable that the Duke found himself at a loss for words. Old Lady Yen observed the exchange with an air of calm from her elevated position, while Lin Jingqiu, sensing the tension, summoned her resolve and knelt before the Duke. "I implore you, your grace, and the esteemed old lady, to intervene. The 6th Miss intends to harm me." Lin Jingqiu's sudden accusation startled Jiang Zhiyue, who seemed unprepared for such an outburst, instinctively recoiling in shock. The Duke observed, choosing to remain silent for the moment. Chongying was the first to respond. "Why does Lin concubine slander my young lady?" With tears streaming down her delicate features, Lin Jingqiu maintained an air of fragility as she recounted her grievances. "The 6th Miss permitted me to reside in Xiantang, as your grace is aware. Just the other day, she accused me of overstepping my bounds and publicly whipped me once. Yesterday, she did so again at Qiushui residence. Were it not for Chongying's intervention, I fear I would not survive to see you today." As she spoke, Lin Jingqiu raised her sleeves, revealing her bloodied arms. Chongying, incensed, retorted, "You speak falsehoods. Many witnessed the events of the other day, and it is well known that the 6th Miss visited Qiushui residence. Lord Gua, please save me. I wish to live. I have my son to care for," Lin Jingqiu pleaded, enduring her pain as she painfully inched closer to the Earl. The injury on her knee had burst open, and blood soaked through her trousers. As she moved, the blood left a stark trail on the ground, a sight both shocking and distressing. Lady Yin observed the scene with a furrowed brow, directing her gaze toward Jiang Zhiyue. While Lin Jingqiu's words rang true, the matriarch found it hard to believe her granddaughter could be so cruel. Seeing Lin Jingqiu in such a woeful state, and hearing her mention of a young child, the Earl's previously gentle visage tightened with concern. "Achan, you have gone too far." The 6 words pierced Jiang Zhiyue's heart like steel needles. She stared at the Earl, tears unexpectedly rolling down her cheeks, her eyes filled with disbelief and disappointment. "Does father truly believe that Achan could have done this to the concubine?" Her voice trembled, as if on the verge of shattering. The Earl had already inquired about the events of the previous day. Indeed, Achan had visited Shueju, and the servants had seen her emerge shortly before Lin Yuzhong ran out in tears. Who else could it be? If you have erred, then you must sincerely apologize to your concubine. Otherwise, father will not tolerate such recklessness. The Earl felt a natural inclination to protect Achan, for she was still an unmarried young lady. Tarnishing her reputation could hinder her prospects for a suitable marriage. Jiang Zhiyue rose abruptly. Disappointment etched across her face as she looked at the Earl. I am not at fault. The Earl, accustomed to yielding to softer appeals, found his temper flaring at her stubbornness. You dare deny your transgression after causing such a calamity? I did not raise you in this manner. But father has never guided me. Jiang Zhiyue cried out, turning and burying her face in Lady Yan's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. The Earl, infuriated, ground his teeth. He could command thousands in the military, yet he felt utterly powerless against this young girl. Get up. I must discipline you today. He rose, intent on confronting Jiang Zhiyue. Lady Yan, sensing her granddaughter's distress, intervened, raising her hand to halt the Earl's advance. As long as I am here, you dare not lay a finger on my Achan. Mother. The Earl, exasperated, refrained from turning his anger on his own mother. It is your indulgence and that of Yun'er that has fostered this temperament in her. Lady Yan, with a stern countenance, addressed her eldest son, who had long surpassed the age of reason. Where has Achan erred? You have not guided her at all. If the Earl had felt anger at Jiang Zhiyue's earlier defiance, he found himself at a loss for words against his mother. He had spent years in the military, leaving domestic affairs to her and his wife, who had raised the children. After his wife's passing, the responsibility of educating their youngest had naturally fallen to Lady Yan. Thus, her words left the Earl with no room for rebuttal. Nevertheless, the matter of her brazen cruelty could not be overlooked. She must learn a lesson in humility. The Duke of England expressed himself with remarkable candor, wishing for a daughter of grace, yet his youngest daughter brought him great distress. He felt compelled to consider her future, for it would not do to forge a union that might turn into enmity. Jiang Zhiyue turned, her face streaked with tears, and glared at the Duke, exclaiming with bitterness, Father, this is unjust. I did not lay a finger on Lin Jingxiu yesterday. How could anyone know the origin of her new wounds? Upon hearing this, Lin Jingxiu seized the moment to stoke the flames, pleading, Miss Lu, may I live as your concubine. I shall serve you with utmost respect henceforth. For the sake of our past, I beg you to spare my life. As she spoke, she prostrated herself, her head striking the ground so forcefully that onlookers felt a pang of sympathy for her. Jiang Zhiyue, infuriated by Lin Jingxiu's slander, surged forward, and the matriarch could not intervene. In front of the Duke, Jiang Zhiyue resolutely slapped Lin Jingxiu across the face, declaring, You deceitful liar. Jiang Zhiyue, have you truly lost your senses? The Duke instinctively interpreted this as a mere outburst of shame from his youngest daughter and rebuked her sharply. Jiang Zhiyue turned away, tears streaming down her face, defiantly locking eyes with her father. Father, this is unjust. If you are to condemn me based solely on my stepmother's words, then you might as well end my life. In a fit of anger, the Duke raised his hand, but as he beheld his daughter weeping in despair, eyes closed and head held high, a picture of defiance in the face of death, he hesitated. He had not been close to Achan for many years, and today she had shown him a rare affection. If he struck her now, he would irreparably damage their father-daughter bond. The matriarch, witnessing the Duke's raised hand, felt her heart leap into her throat, fearing he might act on impulse. She glanced at Lin Jingxiu and then at her stubborn granddaughter, and before she could speak to defuse the situation, Jiang Zhiyue took the initiative. The Duke's hand remained suspended in the air, and Jiang Zhiyue realized her gamble had paid off. Even in his fury, her father would not truly harm her. Father, if you trust me, I can prove that Aunt Lin's new injuries are not my doing. Jiang Zhiyue glanced at Lin Jingxiu, her eyes gleaming with a predatory intent that made Lin Jingxiu shudder. The Duke inquired, What method do you propose? Each person wields a whip differently. If we try once more, we shall discover the truth, Jiang Zhiyue replied, witnessing Lin Jingxiu's pupils dilate in shock. Chapter 17. Not enough to pierce the heart. This is sheer folly. How can Jingxiu endure another beating? The Duke immediately dismissed this absurd suggestion. Lin Jingxiu was already gravely injured. Must her life be further jeopardized? Jiang Zhiyue stood her ground, stubbornly confronting her father. Why do you refuse, father? Is my reputation of no importance to you? The Duke's expression darkened, revealing nothing of his thoughts. With a scoff, Jiang Zhiyue shifted her focus to Lin Jingqiu, asserting, the Xian Hall is the residence of the duke's wife. Even if father permits it, you must remember your own status. Your arrogance, if known to outsiders, would tarnish the duke's household. The duke remained silent, acknowledging the validity of his daughter's words. He had always been indifferent to the household's trifles, leaving such matters to Lin. He found it satisfactory and deemed it reasonable to grant her some leeway. Yet, as Zhiyue pointed out, the reputation of the duke's household was indeed of paramount importance. Even if he was momentarily bewildered and allowed Lin to take residence in the main courtyard, Lin should have graciously declined. Lin Jingqiu sensed the ominous silence from the British duke and felt an overwhelming urge to rectify the situation. I acknowledge my fault. Yet why must the sixth miss be so ruthless as to wish my demise? If it comes to that, I might as well dash myself against a pillar, thereby satiating her ire. As she spoke, Lin Jingqiu struggled to rise, recklessly propelling herself toward the column. In a flash, Chang Ying leapt forward, intercepting Lin Jingqiu, and they tumbled to the ground. Jiang Zhiyue observed the growing chill in Lin Jingqiu's gaze and turned to the British duke, stating, Aunt Lin fears not death, surely. A mere whip is trivial in comparison. The British duke was both amused and exasperated by his youngest daughter's assertion. Lin was desperate to prove her innocence. Yet she remained obstinate. Father, you must uphold reason, Jiang Zhiyue declared, meeting the British duke's gaze. I went to Qiu Shui residence yesterday and nearly struck her down. Yet there isn't even a witness to testify. Am I to be unjustly condemned? Lin Jingqiu attempted to interject, but the matriarch rapped her cane, asserting that Aunt Lin's witnesses were all from Qiu Shui residence. How could they prove that Achan was the assailant? Mother, but the British duke is fond of Lin Jingqiu. Her injuries are indeed severe. Achan is your legitimate daughter, and I have raised her myself. Even if she sometimes acts with a touch of impudence, she would never commit such a malicious act. The matriarch interrupted the British duke with a stern countenance. The British duke was rendered speechless. His mother's unwavering support for his youngest daughter stirred complex emotions within him. Jiang Zhiyue, upon hearing this, felt a lump in her throat and tears began to flow again. Quickly, she wiped her tears away and, with a firm resolve, enunciated, in that case, how does father intend to restore my honor? The British duke felt a jolt within him. The words of his daughter and mother struck him like a thunderclap. Jiang Zhiyue was acutely aware of her father's character. He was a revered general, a master in warfare, yet utterly oblivious to domestic affairs. The one redeeming quality was his enduring affection for her as his daughter. Otherwise, her fate from the previous life, where she was wronged by Lin Jingqiu, would not have merely resulted in her expulsion from the duke's residence, but rather her untimely demise. At present, Jiang Zhiyue recognized that her father was wavering, but it wasn't sufficient. If Lin Jingqiu dared to accuse her again today, she would retaliate with equal fervor. If she was to be accused of inflicting private punishment, she would do so right before her father's eyes. Just a single lash would suffice to determine whether the injuries were indeed her doing. However, if her father could not grant her justice today and allowed her to bear the stigma of infamy, she would not accept it without consequence. Jiang Zhiyue fixed her fierce gaze upon Lin Jingqiu, her eyes gleaming with malevolence. From this day forth, I shall carry a whip with me, striking you each time I see you, until the day of your demise. Lin Jingqiu, immediately stricken with fear, lunged towards the British duke, pleading for his intervention. The British duke looked down at Lin Jingqiu, who had collapsed beside him, her body marked with wounds, even the exposed skin of her neck bearing the marks of the whip. Jiang Zhiyue regarded Lin Jingqiu with cold disdain, showing no inclination to relent. The British duke harbored no desire for Lin Jingqiu to endure further beatings, nor did he wish for his youngest daughter to bear the malicious stigma of having lashed out against her stepmother. The situation remained in a stalemate until the arrival of Shun Mo. Jiang Zhiyue seized the horsewhip from him, and before the duke's very eyes, she swung the whip fiercely once more against Lin Jingqiu. The sharp sound of the whip slicing through the air heralded its ferocity, far surpassing the blows inflicted by Lin Yuzhong. It tore through her outer garment and inner clothing, drawing blood with a single strike. The duke could scarcely intervene before he heard Lin Jingqiu's agonized scream, a sound of sheer torment. Achan, he barked, crouching down to assess Lin Jingqiu's injuries. Unfazed, Jiang Zhiyue casually tossed the whip to Shun Mo and raised an eyebrow, stating, now that the deed is done, father, take a good look. This is the extent of my severity. In truth, she had meticulously orchestrated this scene prior to her arrival. From the moment she stepped into Chunhui Hall, It was only a matter of tea's worth of time before Shen Imo re-entered. The whip he bore was merely one of Jiang Zhiyue's preparations. Alongside the whip, she had also instructed him to procure daggers and other sharp implements. She was acutely aware that Lin Jingqiu would not relent easily. It was merely a question of how she would attempt to ensnare her. The Duke found himself momentarily at a loss for words against his youngest daughter's domineering demeanor, compelled to lower his head and inspect Lin Jingqiu's wounds. Upon closer examination, he discerned a significant difference. As a commander of an army and a former minister of justice, he possessed an intimate understanding of weaponry. The lethality of the same weapon varies vastly depending on the wielder. The scars on Lin Jingqiu's body were a tapestry of old and fresh, revealing the handiwork of two distinct individuals. The initial lashings and the most recent were consistent, marked by a calculated force, leaving deep and concentrated wounds that nearly reached the flesh. In contrast, the previous day's injuries appeared mangled and less focused, merely breaking the skin through sheer repetition. As the Duke rose, both Jiang Zhiyue and Lin Jingqiu noticed his expression of incredulity. Jiang Zhiyue remained composed, while Lin Jingqiu's visage turned ghastly. The Lin family is bewitched by a concubine. Lin Jingqiu's speed in admitting fault exceeded Jiang Zhiyue's expectations. She began to prostrate herself, her forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud. It was I, the concubine, who was publicly humiliated by the sixth miss, leading me to this desperate act. I willingly accept the punishment. It is my fault. It is my fault. Jiang Zhiyue observed Lin Jingqiu's desperate pleas with indifference. She had never witnessed such a submissive demeanor from her before, one so abject it seemed she could be crushed with ease. Yet, this was insufficient to pierce the heart. Father, Jiang Zhiyue interjected, Aunt Lin is willing to sacrifice her life to tarnish her daughter's reputation. Such maliciousness and cruelty render her unworthy of motherhood. If a biological mother displays such depravity, how might she corrupt Nianshi? The entire Duke's household shall bear the shame and disgrace of it. Lin Jingqiu abruptly turned her gaze, her eyes brimming with a venomous resentment that threatened to manifest physically. If there was anything Lin Jingqiu held dear, aside from the power of the Duke's household, it was likely her youngest son, Jiang Nianshi. Jiang Zhiyue recalled a particular incident in her previous life. Jiang Nianshi's servant had misspoken, suggesting that due to Jiang Nianshi's noble status as the son of the Duke, even without his studies, he would still possess a promising future. Upon learning of the matter, Lin Jingqiu meticulously cleared out all those surrounding Jiang Nianshi. The young scholar, ostensibly expelled, was in reality never spared by Lin Jingqiu. She covertly arranged for him to be brutally slain. Lin Jingqiu harbored exceedingly high expectations for her son, so much so that she could not tolerate even the slightest misstep from others. What if they were to separate Lin Jingqiu from Jiang Nianshi? Jiang Zhiyue had not intended to separate the mother and son so soon. However, Lin Jingqiu's desperate attempts to counter her inadvertently provided an opportunity. The matriarch and the Duke of England began to contemplate the feasibility of Jiang Zhiyue's words. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Lin Jingqiu was genuinely alarmed. Ignoring her injuries, she humbly grasped the Duke's sleeve, pleading, I beseech you, my lord, have mercy. I will change, I promise to change. Any punishment is acceptable. Just do not let Nianshi leave me. As she spoke, she turned and knelt before Jiang Zhiyue, repeatedly bowing her head in supplication. Miss Six, I was wrong. I shall never oppose you again. I implore you, Miss Six, spare me, I beg of you. Jiang Zhiyue lowered her gaze, observing Lin Jingqiu's act of contrition, seemingly sincere in her remorse. Had it been in the past, Jiang Zhiyue would have believed Lin Jingqiu's repentance was genuine. However, having been reborn, she understood that Lin Jingqiu would never admit fault. Lin Jingqiu's acknowledgement of her wrongdoing was merely a tactic. Her posture of contrition was excessively humble, causing the Duke's brow to furrow. Despite their complicated feelings toward the Lin family, witnessing such a scene made it difficult for him not to soften. Noticing the shift in her eldest son's expression, the matriarch averted her gaze and beckoned Jiang Zhiyue to her side. Jiang Zhiyue complied, and the matriarch gently wiped her tear-streaked face, speaking softly. Today, Zhiyue has suffered injustice. Your father, in his folly, will certainly not allow you to be wronged. The Duke, feeling helpless, interjected, Mother, it is not. Silence. The matriarch's commanding voice cut through the air, her gaze fierce. You may neglect your family at will, allowing Achan to fulfill your filial duties, yet your first act upon returning is to unjustly reprimand her? Do you still possess the demeanor of a son and a father? Mother, please temper your anger. My son has erred, the Duke replied, decisively kneeling. Seeing him acknowledge his fault, the matriarch's ire subsided somewhat. Regarding Lin's slander against Achan today, how do you intend to address it? The Duke paused, then stated, Lin's conduct is inappropriate, a transgression against authority. She shall receive 20 strokes, be confined for 6 months, and have her salary docked for a year, during which she may not attend family banquets. Jiang Zhiyue turned her head away, unwilling to regard the Duke any longer at such a light punishment. The matriarch huffed disapprovingly. You are the Duke of England, once the head of the Ministry of Punishments. Are you not aware of the severity of false accusations? Such leniency will not command respect. Do you not realize that if Achan cannot clear her name today, her reputation, along with mine as the one who raised her, and the standing of the Duke's household, will be irreparably tarnished? The matriarch elucidated the gravity of the situation, and the Duke's expression darkened as he came to a realization. Unsure of domestic matters, he resolved to defer to the matriarch. Mother, I shall heed your counsel. However, I implore you to spare Lin's life, for she has borne my bloodline. Lin Jingqiu felt a slight relief upon hearing the British Duke's punishment, which did not mention her son and even included a plea on her behalf. However, her heart sank once again as the matriarch spoke. The matriarch did not disappoint Jiang Zhiyue. She immediately targeted Lin Jingqiu's lifeblood. The words of the Lin family woman are inappropriate, lacking respect for hierarchy, and unworthy of motherhood. From this day forth, Nianshi shall be entrusted to Aunt Lian's care. Matriarch, I beseech you to silence her. The matriarch slammed the table, and the old maid Cheng swiftly approached to restrain Lin Jingqiu, covering her mouth. As for the punishment for Lin's family, slandering one's lord was an act of disloyalty and injustice, resulting in 30 lashes, with further punishment to follow upon recovery. She was to be confined to Qiushui residence for a year, fined a year's worth of monthly silver, transcribe the women's code 1,000 times, and reflect on her wrongs. Lastly, she must apologize to Achan. Is there any dissent? Once the matriarch finished speaking, the old maid Cheng released Lin Jingqiu. With reddened eyes, Lin Jingqiu pleaded, I implore you, matriarch, do not take Nianshi away. He is still young and cannot be separated from his mother. Jiang Zhiyue remained silent for a moment before softly responding. Nianshi is only temporarily placed in Aunt Lian's care. It does not mean a change in the family registry. As long as Aunt Lin sincerely repents, what is there to fear? Change the family registry. Lin Jingqiu's pupils dilated in disbelief as she gazed at Jiang Zhiyue. Was she threatening her? Jiang Zhiyue maintained her composure, meeting Lin Jingqiu's gaze. Why does the concubine regard me so? Am I not speaking the truth? Lin Jingqiu felt a surge of frustration. She could not deny Jiang Zhiyue's words, for if she did, the matriarch would surely conclude that she harbored no intention of repentance, and Nianshi would indeed become another's child. Thank you, 6th Miss, for the reminder. I shall certainly reflect on my wrongs. Lin Jingqiu gritted her teeth to utter these words. Jiang Zhiyue smiled lightly and turned to the matriarch, offering a slight bow. Thank you, grandmother, for restoring justice for me, and thank you, father. The inclusion of the word thanks stirred a peculiar sensation in the British Duke's heart, observing the deep bond between Jiang Zhiyue and the matriarch. While noting that the British Duke's gaze remained fixed upon Jiang Zhiyue, Lin Jingqiu felt an intense desire to devour her whole. Yet, she could not, and she was even required to apologize to this little wretch. Witnessing Lin Jingqiu apologize to her, the resentment in Jiang Zhiyue's heart diminished slightly. After all, this was merely the first step. After Lin Jingqiu's apology, she earnestly implored the British Duke, Duke, I truly recognize my mistakes. Might I be granted the chance to see Nianshi? Considering my years of hardship without any merit, I beseech you. The British Duke was about to agree when he unexpectedly caught sight of Jiang Zhiyue's stunned expression. Jiang Zhiyue lowered her head and softly remarked, A child with a mother is a treasure. Her voice was not loud, yet everyone could hear. The matriarch, already pained by her granddaughter's plight, felt her anger surge upon hearing of her longing for her mother, glaring at the British Duke. If not for his lack of wit, he would not have caused his granddaughter such sorrow. The British Duke felt as though an invisible hand had grasped his heart tightly, rendering him speechless as he immediately rejected Lin Jingqiu's request. There is no need to meet. I shall speak with Nianshi myself. Lin Jingqiu despairingly closed her eyes, wishing she could tear Jiang Zhiyue apart with her own hands. Jiang Zhiyue raised her gaze and gently said, I will accompany father. After all, I am the elder sister. It is my duty to protect my younger brother. As soon as these words were uttered, A warning bell rang in Lin Jingqiu's heart. She pondered what she could do to Nian Shi. Chapter 19. Returning the favor in kind. Lin Jingqiu's thoughts were malevolent. Yet Jiang Zhiyue was naturally not akin to Lin Jingqiu. Although Jiang Zhiyue neither liked nor disliked Jiang Nianshi, she had not yet lost her sanity to consider harming a mere 4-year-old child. In Jiang Zhiyue's recollection from her past life, Jiang Nianshi's existence was pitiably insignificant, primarily under the control of Lin Jingqiu. Every decision regarding what to do, what to learn, and the path for the future was meticulously orchestrated by Lin Jingqiu. Jiang Nianshi appeared to be a cherished tool through which Lin Jingqiu fulfilled her ambitions. Lin Jingqiu loved her son, Jiang Nianshi, but this affection seemed to be laced with ulterior motives. She required Jiang Nianshi to obtain everything she desired, such as the future of the Duke of England's residence. In the wake of her brother's death and the second branch's unintentional power struggle, Jiang Nianshi was the rightful heir to the Duke of England's estate. When Jiang Zhiyue expressed her intent to visit the Duke, it was genuinely a mere visit. However, Lin Jingqiu, not being a benevolent character, always projected her own intentions onto others, naturally assuming that Jiang Zhiyue would also seek to harm Jiang Nianshi. 6th Miss, I have already acknowledged my mistake. Do you still wish to vent your anger on Nianshi? Lin Jingqiu gazed at Jiang Zhiyue in terror, as if she believed Jiang Zhiyue might strike her down at any moment. Observing this scene, Jiang Zhiyue could not help but admire Lin Jingqiu's acting skills. Her portrayal of fear and concern was effortlessly convincing. What words are you speaking, Aunt? I fail to comprehend, Jiang Zhiyue replied, her expression one of confusion. I am merely accompanying father to see my younger brother. How does that relate to venting anger? Lin Jingqiu, witnessing Jiang Zhiyue's innocent demeanor, nearly coughed up blood. What does it have to do with it? It is precisely because I fear you will direct your ire towards Jiang Nianshi. The Duke's expression shifted slightly. He discerned the insinuations within Lin's words. Understanding Lin's conjectures filled him with guilt regarding his youngest daughter's innocent heart. It was evident that Lin had slandered Zhiyue. Yet she still believed Zhiyue would retaliate against Nianshi. The Duke ceased his silence and, with an imposing demeanor, declared, Achan need not heed Lin's nonsensical utterances. Someone, take Lin back to Qiushui residence and keep a close watch on her. At the Duke's command, individuals promptly advanced to seize Lin Jingqiu. Her heart sank, but she mustered her frail body to stand, bowing to the Duke and the matriarch. I take my leave. Even in departure, she strived to maintain her dignity. Slowly approaching Jiang Zhiyue, her posture unsteady as she knelt in reverence. In a voice barely audible to the two of them, she remarked, 6th Miss possesses remarkable skills. Jiang Zhiyue locked eyes with Lin Jingqiu, and suddenly her countenance changed drastically. Breath caught in her throat, she collapsed unexpectedly. Achan! Achan! Both the matriarch and the Duke were taken aback, with the Duke hastening to push Lin Jingqiu aside and cradling his youngest daughter in his arms, repeatedly calling out, Achan! Achan! What has happened to you? What did you say to Achan? In that moment, the Duke finally cast an enraged glare at Lin Jingqiu, exclaiming, She is but a child. Lin Jingqiu stood in a daze, gazing at Jiang Zhiyue, who had inexplicably fainted, finally experiencing the bitter taste of being unable to defend oneself. She opened her mouth to protest against the Duke of England, wishing to assert her innocence. This was a tactic she had intended to employ if she were to faint. Even if it resulted in her confinement, the Duke would surely show her some sympathy. Yet, Jiang Zhiyue had outmaneuvered her. How ruthless. Quickly summon the physician. Lady Yin was also exceedingly worried and, upon seeing Lin Jingqiu lost in thought, her anger flared. Drag this woman away, give her 20 slaps, and lock her up. Lin Jingqiu was forcibly taken away, her meticulously crafted defeat executed perfectly. Lady Yin's concern for the unconscious Jiang Zhiyue deepened. When Jiang Zhiyue awakened, she found both the Duke of England and Lady Yin by her side. The Duke, closer to her, approached immediately upon seeing her stir. Jiang Zhiyue turned her head away, adopting a demeanor of refusal to communicate. The Duke, undeterred, noted that the physician had just visited and mentioned that Achan had fainted due to excessive anger. He pondered how such a young girl could harbor such intense emotions. Lady Yin overheard this and reprimanded the Duke, bringing up the hardships faced by Achan, whose mother had died early. She chastised him for failing in his paternal duties and for continually placing burdens on his daughter. It was a miracle that Achan had not perished from the stress. The Duke already felt guilty towards his younger daughter, and after enduring the scolding, he became even more indulgent towards her. Noticing her reluctance to engage with him, He softened his tone, asking gently, "Ah-chan, are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Jiang Zhiyue turned back, pouting at the Duke, feeling a sense of discomfort. The Duke was momentarily speechless, recalling Lady Yan's words, and attempted to soothe his daughter. "It is the father's fault. I should have believed in Ah-chan. I was wrong, and I shall amend my ways." Jiang Zhiyue sprang up, fuming as she looked at the Duke. "People say that with a stepmother comes a stepfather. It seems I am destined to have one." The Duke genuinely adored children, especially the three he had with his late wife. However, due to his military obligations, his eldest son and daughter were raised by their mother, and by the time he ascended in rank, the children had grown distant from him. He had finally been blessed with the little girl, Ah-chan. But after the untimely passing of his wife, she had grown up under her grandmother's care. Fortunately, she had her older siblings, which kept her from feeling isolated. In fact, she was the boldest among the children, showing no fear of him, yet she was not particularly affectionate towards him. The Duke's favorite child was, in truth, Jiang Zhiyue, and due to his affection, he held her to high standards. Thus, when Jiang Zhiyue displayed her little tantrum, the Duke found it amusing, interpreting it as a sign of their closeness. "There shall be no stepmother, I promise, no stepmother." The Duke could hardly refrain from raising his finger to the heavens in a solemn vow, even resorting to self-pitying remarks. "Father is a rough man. Please forgive me this time." Ah-chan. Jiang Zhiyue remained silent, casting a glance at Lady Yan. Naturally, Lady Yan wished for harmony between the Duke and his daughter, adding, "Grandmother has already scolded your father. From now on, I shall speak on your behalf. And do not forget your father," the Duke quickly interjected. Jiang Zhiyue reluctantly nodded, still feeling somewhat aggrieved, and said with a hint of sarcasm, "I thought father returned for a leisurely break, but it turns out it was because he heard my grievances." Lady Lin possesses quite the influence. Upon mentioning this, the matriarch's expression also turned sour. Ultimately, it was the Duke of England who granted Lady Lin excessive privileges, allowing her to contact him directly, unlike his own mother. The Duke decisively pulled a jade token from his waist and handed it to Jiang Zhiyue, saying, "Take this. It is my command token. Should any urgent matter arise, present this token to find me in the camp." Jiang Zhiyue held the jade token in her hand for a moment before accepting it with determination. "Then I thank you, father." Seeing his youngest daughter beam with joy, the Duke finally felt a sense of relief. The matriarch mused to herself that Ah-chan's conduct indeed differed greatly from the past. Chapter 20. The second household. The matter of Jiang Yan being sent to Aunt Lian's quarters sparked considerable discussion within the Duke's residence. Once the news reached the second household, the fourth young lady, Jiang Wanbai, took the initiative to visit her mother's courtyard. Mrs. Qiao, Jiang's second wife, was engrossed in the account books. Upon seeing her daughter, she smiled warmly and invited her to sit beside her. Jiang Wanbai, noticing that Mrs. Qiao had not yet finished reviewing the accounts, chose not to interrupt and patiently assisted her mother in bookkeeping. Finally, Mrs. Qiao completed one of the ledgers and gently inquired, "What brings you here at this hour?" Jiang Wanbai nestled affectionately into her mother's embrace, saying, "I missed you, so I came to see you, mother." Mrs. Qiao smiled, her demeanor gentle, "At such an age, still so fond of being spoiled. How will you manage once you are married?" Jiang Wanbai's cheeks flushed pink. "Mother, you tease me." Mrs. Qiao chuckled, caressing her daughter's face, already contemplating Wanbai's future marriage. A girl reaches maturity at 16, and Wanbai, at 15, was approaching that milestone. The current circumstances were far better than Mrs. Qiao had anticipated in her youth. The Duke's residence had not been divided, and Wanbai's status as the legitimate daughter of the second household still held some weight. If she were merely the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family's second household, her future suitor would have only his official rank to rely upon. Following the passing of Lady Yuqi, Jiang Zhiyue's mother, the management of the household affairs was entrusted to the matriarch. Initially, Mrs. Qiao presumed her elder brother would remarry, but to her surprise, he never mentioned taking a new wife, and the household management gradually fell into her hands. Now holding the reins of household affairs, Mrs. Qiao, who had encountered high-ranking nobles, found herself consistently dissatisfied while selecting a suitable husband for her daughter. There were only a few daughters of the Duke's lineage. The eldest had been married into the Xian Wang's residence, which elevated the marriage prospects of the Jiang family girls. Wanbai possessed remarkable beauty, was poised and elegant, and excelled in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Although she could not compare to the eldest daughter, Jiang Lingyun, who had become a princess, she surpassed Jiang Zhiyue. Yet, Mrs. Chow found it challenging to find a match that truly pleased her, especially since Jiang Zhiyue, with her headstrong temperament, had been betrothed to the heir of the Guangchang Marquis since birth. The Marquis had numerous daughters, but only one cherished son, raised with utmost care. This esteemed heir, handsome and charming, was indeed a catch. At times, Mrs. Chow couldn't help but feel bitter, lamenting why such a splendid match was destined for Jiang Zhiyue. Indeed, it is a case of different fates for similar individuals. At today's family banquet, I seem to have not caught sight of Aunt Lin from the eldest branch, remarked Jiang Wanbai. Today, my elder cousin returned home unexpectedly, a fact that Xiao had been aware of, yet the subsequent developments took her by surprise. Ever since Lin Jingxiu entered the household, she had been feigning obedience, inciting Jiang Zhiyue to become increasingly willful and unreasonable, resulting in Wanbai suffering a few setbacks at her hands. For some inexplicable reason, in recent days, she found herself at odds with Jiang Zhiyue, leading to a public uproar. First, she was expelled from Xintang, and then forced to kneel in public, with ample charges laid against her. Not only did Lin Jingxiu lose her benefits, but she also suffered humiliation before the servants. Shortly after lunch, she received word from her elder cousin, stating that Lin Jingxiu was to be confined for a year, with her monthly allowance suspended, and if she fell ill, she could simply summon a physician. Before Xiao could fully process the astonishment, the messenger added that the monthly allowance for Aunt Lin of the eldest branch would be increased, and henceforth, the third young master would be placed under her care. This truly piqued Xiao's curiosity. What had Lin Jingxiu done to warrant such a decision, resulting in her elder cousin entrusting the child's upbringing to another? Xiao was not without her own sources of inquiry, yet the people from the eldest branch were exceedingly tight-lipped, only revealing that there had been a commotion in Chunhui Hall involving Jiang Zhiyue, with no further details forthcoming. Xiao, not being foolish, recognized the intent to keep matters private, and thus ceased her probing. Regardless of Lin Jingxiu's circumstances, whether mother and child were separated or not, it did not affect her authority in managing the household. Contemplating this, Xiao remarked to Jiang Wanbai, Lin is merely a concubine of the eldest branch. You need not concern yourself overly much. Yet I am curious. Having heard that the third brother is being raised by Aunt Lin, Jiang Wanbai replied playfully, making a face. Xiao nodded, advising, treat it as a commonplace affair and do not entangle yourself in such matters. The private affairs of the eldest branch are of no concern to us. Jiang Wanbai nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware of this. In the coming days, refrain from venturing out much. There are several gatherings to attend, and you shall accompany your mother. Xiao intentionally wished for her daughter to make an appearance among the circles of noble women, offering her specific instructions. Jiang Wanbai blushed, shyly nodding in agreement. Xiao, observing her daughter's delicate charm and budding grace, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. In a couple of days, there will be a flower viewing banquet hosted by the Princess of Fortune. You must make a splendid impression. If the princess takes a liking to you and can arrange a marriage or two, your mother will have no worries. The Princess of Fortune is a prominent figure in the social circles of the capital, hailing from the royal family, and she delights in matchmaking, often with commendable outcomes. In time, many are inclined to seek her assistance in such matters. Jiang Wanbai shared her mother's sentiments. As the legitimate daughter of the Duke of England's second branch, her esteemed status necessitated a suitable marriage. Will the fifth and sixth siblings also attend? Jiang Wanbai inquired. Xiao confirmed, yes, they will all be present. It is clearly stated in the invitation. Jiang Wanbai pouted slightly, displaying a hint of displeasure. Noticing this, Xiao was puzzled. What troubles you? Jiang Zhiyue is exceptionally beautiful. If she attends, how could the princess possibly notice me? Jiang Wanbai's discontent deepened, nearly bringing her to tears. Xiao frowned, somewhat displeased with her daughter's impatience, yet she patiently endeavored to soothe her. What of her beauty? In marriage, it is not merely beauty that suffices. Xiao remarked, the Lady of Fortune values character above all. My son possesses beauty that rivals Jiang Zhiyue, coupled with her esteemed talents. There is no need for concern. Comforted by these words, Jiang Wanbai stifled her emotions and, with tear-filled eyes, implored, Mother, you must assist me. On the day of the banquet, I must outshine Jiang Zhiyue. Jiang Wanbai believed that both she and Jiang Zhiyue were legitimate daughters. Thus her rivalry was solely with Jiang Zhiyue. She excelled in both talent and skill, with the only shortcoming being her appearance. The mere thought of this disparity filled her with discontent. As for the fifth sister, Jiang Fuyao, she dismissed her entirely. Born of a concubine, Jiang Wanbai found her too petty to compete against. Xiao readily agreed. Very well. I shall prepare the most fashionable attire for the banquet, ensuring you surpass Jiang Zhiyue. As she spoke, her mind inadvertently conjured an exquisite set of golden and silver adornments encrusted with bohai pearls, which she had glimpsed among her sister-in-law's dowry. How splendid it would be for Wanbai. In contrast, Jiang Zhiyue possessed an abundance of treasures bestowed by the matriarch and the Duke of England, with the gifts from the Princess of Xin gathering dust, likely forgotten. Xiao thought it only natural, as she managed the entire Duchess residence. Such items were at her disposal. She failed to recognize that those belonged to the Duchess and were beyond her authority to utilize. Chapter 21. Another delivery of dishes. The Duke of England, burdened with pressing duties, departed the residence after a brief 2-day stay. Before leaving, he bid farewell to Lin Yuzhong, while simultaneously delivering a warning to the Lin family. Observing the family dynamics, the Duke discerned that Lin Jingqiu's actions were not merely vengeful towards Zhiyue. He believed that while Lin Jingqiu had been quite steadfast during her years at the Duchess residence, Lin Yuzhong's arrival had instigated a notable change in her demeanor. Thus, it was only logical for the Duke to attribute this shift to the Lin family. Unbeknownst to Jiang Zhiyue, the Duchess' perceptions diverged greatly from reality. Had she been aware that her father's reasoning was entirely askew, she might have been tempted to pry open his mind for clarification. The stark contrast between a young girl yet to reach adulthood and a woman elevated from a concubine to a position of influence was evident. Yet her father erroneously believed the former had affected the latter. However, Jiang Zhiyue's immediate concern did not lie there. Instead, it was the fiercely determined yet adorably small figure of the 4-year-old Jiang Yanshi before her. You villain! You drove away my mother. The little one glared at Jiang Zhiyue, his soft and endearing appearance only heightening the absurdity of his accusation. Having just exited the Chunhui Hall, Jiang Zhiyue encountered this tiny creature standing alone, without even a nursemaid in sight. Observing his short arms outstretched as if to block her path, she regarded him from her elevated position and replied, "If driving away your mother makes me a villain, then I am not that villain." With her denial echoing twice, Jiang Yanshi pondered her words, looking up at her earnestly. In a sweet, childlike voice, he asked, "Then who is the villain?" Jiang Zhiyue smirked mischievously. "It's your father." Jiang Yanshi's eyes widened in shock, tears instantly welling up, cascading down like golden droplets. "You're lying." Jiang Zhiyue chose not to respond further, casting her gaze aside to inquire, "Why are you here all alone?" Aunt Lian has long yearned for a child of her own, so now that she has the opportunity to nurture Jiang Yanshi, it would be quite uncharacteristic for her to neglect this chance. Jiang Yanshi sniffled, raising his head proudly in response. "I've shaken them off. I'm here to fight the bad guys." Jiang Zhiyue chuckled softly, casting a glance at Shin Mo, who promptly lifted the little one into his arms. Undeterred, the small child patted Shin Mo's hand earnestly. "Big guy, could you hold me differently? This position is uncomfortable." Shin Mo, towering and robust, was seldom confronted by such a fearless child and looked at Jiang Zhiyue in confusion. Jiang Zhiyue smiled. "Just heed his request." Finding a more comfortable position in Shin Mo's embrace, Jiang Yanshi sniffed again. "I want to eat cloud-sliced ham. Take me to eat it." "And who am I, that you demand I take you to eat cloud-sliced ham?" Jiang Zhiyue laughed at him. Jiang Yanshi, with a determined sniffle, complained, "Bad guy." Jiang Zhiyue raised an eyebrow, feigning ferocity. Little sister," Jiang Yanshi whimpered, not forgetting his desire for food. "I want cloud-sliced ham. Not afraid of me anymore." The small child still had tears glistening on his lashes. "I am scared, but I can't outrun the big guy." Jiang Zhiyue found amusement in Jiang Yanshi's character, quite unexpected. "Chongying, instruct someone to prepare it and bring it here." Jiang Zhiyue pointed to a pavilion not far ahead, signaling for Shin Mo to accompany the little one there. Upon reaching the pavilion, Jiang Zhiyue instructed Shin Mo to set Jiang Yanshi down and told him to sit properly. To her surprise, Jiang Yanshi scampered to stand before Jiang Zhiyue, lifting his chin. "Little sister, won't you help me wipe my face?" Seeing his tear-streaked visage, Jiang Zhiyue reached out to Shin Mo for a handkerchief. Shin Mo hesitated. "Miss, I do not have one." Jiang Zhiyue turned, astonished by Shin Mo's response, realizing that he was not the same Shin Mo from her past life. Composed, she turned back and produced her own handkerchief, offering it to Jiang Yanshi. The little one, puzzled, accepted the handkerchief and asked, "Little sister, won't you wipe it for me?" Jiang Zhiyue smiled. "Do I appear to be such a benevolent person?" The little boy fell silent, clutching the handkerchief as he sat across from her, clumsily attempting to wipe his own face. Soon, Chang'ing returned, having not only brought cloud-sliced ham, but also rose-scented dew and sweet steamed custard. Jiang Zhiyue nodded at Jiang Zhiyue. Go ahead and eat. Observing that neither Jiang Zhiyue nor Chang'ing made a move to feed him, Jiang Zhiyue realized he would have to take matters into his own hands. Jiang Zhiyue frowned. No using your hands. If you do, you shan't eat. Jiang Zhiyue pouted but did not argue, obediently picking up chopsticks. Yet, his awkward grip made it quite difficult, and he struggled for quite some time without succeeding in picking up a piece of cloud-sliced ham. Despite the challenge, the little one persevered, attempting again and again. Finally, on his 10th attempt, he successfully grasped a piece of cloud-sliced ham, only for it to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground with a soft thud. Jiang Zhiyue watched Jiang Zhiyue quietly, and as expected, he let out a whimper. Will you still eat? Jiang Zhiyue inquired. Yes, Jiang Zhiyue sobbed, his chopsticks once more falling onto the cloud-sliced ham. Jiang Zhiyue then said, Chang'ing, teach him. Immediately, Jiang Zhiyue looked up at Chang'ing with tear-filled eyes. Chang'ing carefully demonstrated the technique to Jiang Zhiyue. Jiang Zhiyue had mastered the technique and diligently attempted to grasp the food correctly, soon succeeding in savoring a slice of ham. The sight of Jiang Zhiyue enjoying his treat filled him with glee, prompting him to dance with joy. Jiang Zhiyue smiled faintly and inquired, Is it delicious? Delicious. It is perhaps typical of children to feel immense joy upon tasting something they adore. Third young master. What are you doing here? A wet nurse, dressed in traditional attire, hurried toward the pavilion while calling out anxiously. Without turning her head, Jiang Zhiyue calmly commanded, Block her. Shen Mo, wielding his sword, decisively positioned himself at the entrance of the pavilion. Situated over the lake, there was but a single path leading in. With Shen Mo standing resolutely, the wet nurse was unable to approach. Before long, Aunt Lian arrived with her entourage. Spotting the third young master in the pavilion with the sixth young miss, she immediately became tense with apprehension. As she reached the pavilion and noticed the cold-faced guard Shen Mo blocking her way, she was about to speak when the wet nurse interrupted. Aunt Lian, what perfect timing. I have searched high and low for the third young master, only to find the sixth young miss obstructing me here. Third young master, quickly, come to me. The wet nurse's imperious demeanor made Aunt Lian's heart skip a beat, and she instinctively glanced at Jiang Zhiyue. Having grown accustomed to Lin Jingqiu's manipulative ways in her past life, Jiang Zhiyue recognized that Aunt Lian could not control the individuals surrounding Jiang Zhiyue. As Jiang Zhiyue prepared to leap from the stone bench upon hearing the wet nurse's words, a strange impulse compelled him to cast a glance at Jiang Zhiyue. She regarded him with an icy detachment, and for reasons unknown, Jiang Zhiyue hesitated. Third young master, I have searched for you for so long. Why did you run off to this place? How annoying, Jiang Zhiyue retorted, her gaze cold as she fixed it on the wet nurse. Who gave you permission to speak to your master in such a manner? Chapter 22. Who will be the unfortunate one? The sixth young Mrs. Foul Temper was a well-accepted truth among the servants of the Duke's residence. Yet, the wet nurse seemed unfazed by Jiang Zhiyue's presence, stubbornly asserting, The sixth young miss has wronged me. I am merely concerned for the third young master. Jiang Zhiyue smiled, for ever since Lin Jingqiu entered the household, her temper had visibly soured in the eyes of others. Now that she had earned a reputation for being ill-tempered, she certainly would not allow herself to be wronged. Chang'ing, what punishment should one receive for offending a master? Jiang Zhiyue asked, no longer looking at the wet nurse as she lifted a bowl of rose-scented dew to her nose. Chang'ing lowered her head slightly. Recalling the Duke's residence rules, 20 strikes across the face. Jiang Zhiyue took a sip, finding it excessively sweet, and set it down. In light of her concern for my younger brother, let it be 10 strikes instead. Chang'ing knelt, acknowledging, Mrs. Merciful. Watching Jiang Zhiyue and her servant engage in this banter, the wet nurse realized she was about to be dealt 10 slaps and immediately objected. Preparing to make a scene, Shen Mo, quick-witted and agile, swiftly struck the wet nurse's thigh with the sword sheath, causing her to fall to her knees. Chang'ing stepped forward and delivered a crisp slap. Jiang Zhiyue feigned ignorance, merely pushing another bowl of rose-scented dew toward Jiang Zhiyue. It's quite sweet. Do give it a try. Concerned for the wet nurse's predicament, Jiang Zhiyue felt compelled to control his legs, instinctively sensing that he ought to heed her words at this moment. After 10 resounding slaps, the wet nurse collapsed onto the ground, devoid of any will to resist further. Aunt Lian, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of trepidation, fearing that the same fate might befall her. Chongying shook her hand and spoke gravely, "Today as punishment. Do you submit or not?" The wet nurse, having received a severe reprimand, bowed her head in fear and replied, "I submit, I submit." Jiang Zhiyue focused solely on Jiang Zhiyue, observing him take a sip of the rose-scented nectar, and inquired how it tasted. Jiang Zhiyue, still young and fond of sweetness, nodded innocently, "It's delicious." Jiang Zhiyue smirked slightly and softly asked, "Did you learn from what I just made?" Jiang Zhiyue remained silent, his pair of obsidian-like, innocent eyes fixed upon her. Jiang Zhiyue candidly remarked, "You are the master, she is the servant. A servant who does not know her place deserves punishment." Holding the rose-scented nectar in his small, chubby hands, Jiang Zhiyue blinked, seemingly understanding yet not fully grasping, and nodded slowly. Aunt Lien observed the sixth young lady instructing the third young master, a peculiar feeling blossoming within her. Could it be that the sixth young lady did not harbor any disdain for the third young master? Being from the main branch of the family, Aunt Lien was somewhat aware of why Lin Jingqiu had been confined. It was related to the sixth young lady. The sixth young lady's demeanor towards the third young master resembled that of ordinary siblings, showing no signs of past discord with Lin Jingqiu. Jiang Zhiyue did not forget about Aunt Lien and cast a glance at Chongying. Understanding her cue, Chongying lightly patted Shun Mo, signaling him to step aside, and addressed Aunt Lien, "Please, Aunt." Aunt Lien felt a sense of anticipation, as if her turn had finally come. Steadying herself, she approached. "I have come to see the sixth young lady," Aunt Lien said formally, bowing to Jiang Zhiyue. Jiang Zhiyue regarded Aunt Lien for a moment, causing her to feel a shiver of unease. "Please, sit," Jiang Zhiyue gestured. Aunt Lien cautiously took a seat beside Jiang Zhiyue. Jiang Zhiyue was momentarily taken aback, then stated, "I shall report to grandmother to request a nurse for him. As for this wet nurse, it will be up to Aunt Lien to arrange." "Me?" Aunt Lien was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Zhiyue to assign her such a task. After all, the wet nurse had been with Jiang Zhiyue since childhood, and she was not yet very familiar with him. If she sent her away, it would be troubling. Jiang Zhiyue's cold demeanor softened slightly as she advised, "I do not mean for you to send her away directly." Upon hearing this, Aunt Lien visibly relaxed. "You are also half a master of the household. You should not be bullied by a wet nurse." Jiang Zhiyue continued, "However, since Jiang Zhiyue is entrusted to you, you must fulfill your duty of care. If there are matters you cannot handle, feel free to consult with the matriarch." Aunt Lien understood, rising to bow once more to Jiang Zhiyue. "Thank you, sixth young lady." Jiang Zhiyue looked at Aunt Lien, then at Jiang Zhiyue, and suddenly said dejectedly, "I won't be able to see my mother anymore, will I?" Aunt Lien was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Jiang Zhiyue decisively nodded, "Yes, from now on, you will live with Aunt Lien. Will I still be able to see my elder sister?" Jiang Zhiyue asked again. Jiang Zhiyue affirmed, "Yes." "What about grandmother?" "Yes." "And my father?" "If he is in the residence, yes." "Then when will I see my mother?" "Aunt, when shall I see my aunt?" "A year from now." Aunt Lien gazed at Jiang Zhiyue, tirelessly answering Jiang Zhiyue's queries, each response seemingly reshaping her understanding of the 6th Mississippi. Jiang Zhiyue's inquiries were incessant, and ultimately, Jiang Zhiyue could no longer tolerate it. Firmly pinching his mouth shut, "You speak too much." Jiang Zhiyue, obediently silenced, blinked and offered her a silly smile. Jiang Zhiyue disdainfully withdrew her hand, while Chongying handed her a handkerchief to wipe her hands. Upon observing this, Shin Mo appeared to grasp the reason behind his mistress's earlier request for a handkerchief. As Jiang Zhiyue prepared to leave, she turned back to Aunt Lien and remarked, "From the moment I encountered him to when the wet nurse came, it was a full half hour." Aunt Lien abruptly raised her head. Jiang Zhiyue continued, "Had he not met me during that time and been alone, Aunt Lien might not be sitting here so comfortably now." Aunt Lien suddenly sprang to her feet, and Jiang Zhiyue did not linger, stepping away. This left Aunt Lien in place, her heart racing. Upon returning to Yanxi courtyard and entering her inner chamber, Chongying helped her change out of her outer garment and softly remarked, "I wonder if Aunt Lien can comprehend the young lady's intentions." Leaning against the imperial concubine's couch, Jiang Zhiyue closed her eyes to rest. "That depends on her intelligence." Aunt Lien, unexpectedly blessed, was taken aback, fearing that Jiang Zhiyue might disapprove of her, thus granting him the utmost freedom. She even treated Jiang Zhiyue's wet nurse with an extra measure of courtesy. It was evident that Jiang Zhiyue's wet nurse was still devoted to her former master, Today's incident was a trap specifically laid for Aunt Lien, a 4-year-old child, unattended for half an hour, or perhaps longer. During this time, should any mishap befall Jiang Zhiyue, the consequences for the wet nurse would be minor. The matriarch and the British Duke would only perceive Aunt Lien as ineffectual. Thinking that trouble arose shortly after the child came into her care, what else could it be but incompetence? In such a scenario, Aunt Lien would find herself at a loss for words, while Lin Jingxiu, the biological mother, would certainly seize the opportunity without hesitation. Whether it be through pleas or further scheming, Lin Jingxiu would strive in every possible way to extricate herself. The grandmother and father were kind-hearted individuals. This situation might very well enable Lin Jingxiu to succeed. If matters were to escalate to that extent, the one who would suffer the most would be Aunt Lien. Chapter 23. The sky is falling, my brother holds it up. In the lakeside pavilion, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Aunt Lien's gaze towards the wet nurse shifted. She had no intention of contesting with Lin Jingxiu. Letting her raise Jiang Zhiyue was the Duke's decision. However, Lin Jingxiu had indeed left a hand for herself with the wet nurse, and thus Aunt Lien could no longer refrain from being ungracious. Upon returning to Luhua residence, Aunt Lien pondered deeply, increasingly feeling fortunate. Without the 6th miss, she would have had to swallow this bitter loss today. She immediately rose and began rummaging through the house. Her maidservant entered with tea, and upon seeing the disarray, hurriedly inquired, "Aunt, what are you looking for?" "Cece, do you recall where I placed the embroidered ducklings in the lotus pond that I completed last year?" Cece set down the tea and quickly approached to stop Aunt Lien. "Aunt, please do not rummage about. I remember. I will fetch it for you." Silk gently retrieved a beautifully complete depiction of a lotus pond with ducklings from a box on the second shelf of the wardrobe beside the bed. The intricate Sioux embroidery technique was exquisite, leaving one in awe. Aunt Lotus carefully accepted it, tenderly caressing the artwork, and requested Silk to bring the box as well, ensuring it was placed with great care. This was to be delivered to the 6th miss as a token of gratitude. Aunt Lotus closed the box and handed it to Silk. As Silk had not accompanied Aunt Lotus that day, she was unaware of the incident at the pavilion. She was greatly astonished. Why was this being given to the 6th miss? Was this not the birthday gift Aunt Lotus had prepared for the matriarch, taking 2 years to create? Aunt Lotus smiled and insisted that she should go, explaining that if it were not for the 6th miss today, she would be in grave trouble. Upon hearing this, Silk ceased her inquiries, performed a respectful bow to Aunt Lotus, and carefully cradled the box as she set off to deliver the gift. Aunt Lotus watched Silk's retreating figure, exhaling a sigh of relief, hoping that the 6th miss would be pleased with her offering. Jiang Zhiyue did not anticipate Aunt Lotus would send someone with a gift of thanks. When informed by the maid that it was Sioux embroidery, she opened the package and was astonished by the unparalleled craftsmanship. Admiring the lotus pond and ducklings, she mused that Aunt Lotus was truly concealing her talents, as her embroidery skills were indeed remarkable. Silk cautiously glanced up at the 6th miss's expression, noting her smile, which reassured her on how to report back. Jiang Zhiyue was quite fond of the embroidery and rewarded Silk with a handful of gold coins, prompting Silk to express her gratitude profusely. Chang Ying personally escorted Silk out, while Jiang Zhiyue remained indoors, admiring the exquisite piece. Upon Chang Ying's return, seeing Jiang Zhiyue's delight, she suggested that it would be splendid to create a screen to display it. Jiang Zhiyue immediately agreed and entrusted Chang Ying with the task. "By the way, is everything prepared?" Jiang Zhiyue inquired, looking at Chang Ying. In a couple of days, she would accompany her grandmother to the Hugua temple to pay respects, and she wished to visit the academy to see her elder brother beforehand. She had intended to go earlier, but the commotion caused by Lin Jingxiu had delayed her for several days. Encountering Jiang Yan today was not entirely a misfortune, at the very least. Aunt Lotus had developed a sense of vigilance. Chang Ying nodded, assuring her that everything was ready. They would have Shun Mo keep an eye on Lin Jingxiu and the Lin family. Jiang Zhiyue would not underestimate Lin Jingxiu, fully aware that she was a relentless adversary, akin to a venomous insect that refuses to perish. Precaution was indeed necessary. At the Yingtian Academy, Jiang Zhiyue was engrossed in his studies when a servant arrived with a message stating that his younger sister sought a visit. Assuming it was his eldest sister, Jiang Lingyun, a sense of worry crept over his handsome features, as she seldom sought him out. Could it be something significant? Jiang Zhiyue hurriedly made his way to the academy entrance. Upon arrival, he was met with the sight of a carriage from the British Duke's residence. Recognizing it as his younger sister Jiang Zhiyue's carriage, He inhaled deeply and turned to leave. Brother, Jiang Zhiyue, spotting the tall, elegant figure approaching, immediately recognized Jiang Zhiyue and rushed forward to greet him. Disregarding his evident reluctance to see her, Jiang Zhiyue closed his eyes momentarily, pretending not to hear, and strode away with purpose. Jiang Zhiyue could never allow him to leave. She swiftly ran in front of Jiang Zhiyue, spreading her arms to block his path. Jiang Zhiyue, you shall not depart. Jiang Zhiyue gazed at the exquisite, delicate face before him, and an overwhelming sense of frustration welled up within him. He turned his head aside, preferring not to see, nor to be troubled in heart. Yet, as he turned away, he recalled that they were in the academy. What brings you here? Jiang Zhiyue's voice was clear and resonant as jade. Yet his tone was distinctly frosty. Seeing her elder brother at least willing to engage in conversation, Jiang Zhiyue felt a sense of relief. I have come to offer my apologies, brother. Please grant me the honor of your forgiveness. Observing her relentless demeanor, Jiang Zhiyue took a step back. Unwilling to bear the weight of the sixth Mrs. Apology, Jiang Zhiyue had to tilt her head slightly to meet Jiang Zhiyue's eyes. He appeared spirited and handsome, a vision of elegance. She smiled and adopted a playful demeanor. You can certainly bear it. Just forgive me, brother. Jiang Zhiyue, still harboring lingering anger, found her playful antics insincere. His demeanor grew even colder. Do not call me brother. You were the one who claimed to wish I did not exist. Jiang Zhiyue faltered, a twinge of guilt creeping in. To her elder brother, the incident had transpired less than a month ago, but to her, it felt like an eternity, and she could hardly recall the extent of her past hurtful words. Noticing her silence, Jiang Zhiyue attempted to bypass her. However, Jiang Zhiyue was determined not to let him leave so easily. She quickly turned and followed, grasping the sleeve of his garment with urgency. Jiang Zhiyue, overwhelmed with annoyance, turned in anger and raised his hand. Jiang Zhiyue, caught off guard and running hastily, lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. Miss, Jiang rushed forward, helping Jiang Zhiyue to her feet. In her instinctive reaction to brace herself during the fall, her palm was cut by sharp stones on the ground, causing a sharp pain. Jiang Zhiyue felt a flicker of panic at the sight of his sister's fall and instinctively stepped forward. However, recalling his previous experiences with her, he steeled his heart and refrained from offering assistance. Hiding her injured right hand in her sleeve, Jiang Zhiyue rose and forced a pleasing smile towards Jiang Zhiyue. It's nothing, truly. Jiang, filled with concern, wished to defend Jiang Zhiyue. Yet, Jiang Zhiyue held tightly to Jiang's hand to prevent her from speaking. With no choice, Jiang swallowed her words. You should return. The academy is not a place for you. Jiang Zhiyue did not genuinely lack concern for his sister. Upon seeing she bore no visible injuries, he felt compelled to usher her away. Witnessing her brother's evident annoyance, Jiang Zhiyue felt a pang of grievance. Determined not to exacerbate the situation, she resolved to take a step back. Please do not be angry, brother. I shall leave at once. Jiang Zhiyue bowed slightly to her brother and turned to depart with Jiang. As Jiang Zhiyue left, Jiang Zhiyue exhaled in relief. Just as he was about to walk away, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a chaotic streak of blood on the ground. Has Ah-chan been injured? Chapter 24. A glimpse of surprising beauty. The pain from her palm was intense, but Jiang Zhiyue believed she could endure it. She quickened her pace, prompting Jiang to hasten her steps to keep up with her. As Jiang was about to inquire about the young lady's distress, he was taken aback upon noticing the sudden tears streaming down Jiang Zhiyue's face. She wept silently. Jiang Zhiyue understood that her elder brother was merely angry, not truly resentful towards her. Had he known of her injuries, he would have felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. She wished for him to be free of such burdens, as she intended to visit him again rather than exploit her injury to extract his forgiveness. Yet, she still felt a pang of grievance. Suddenly, Jiang Zhiyue called out to stop her, but Jiang Zhiyue appeared oblivious, hastening her pace instead. Sensing something amiss, Jiang Zhiyue quickened his steps to catch up with her. Upon hearing her brother's footsteps behind her, Jiang Zhiyue quickened her pace even more. By the time Jiang Zhiyue emerged, she had already boarded the carriage. As she settled inside, she heard her brother beckoning her to disembark. Jiang Zhiyue lowered her gaze, noticing the bloodstains on her sleeves. It was impossible for her to get down now. If her brother wished to avoid her, she would refrain from causing him further annoyance. While she verbally expressed this, she pointed to her prepared bundle, instructing Jiang to take it down. Jiang complied, descending from the carriage, while Jiang Zhiyue remained fixated on the carriage window, not sparing a glance. Get down, and I shall forgive you, he declared. Jiang Zhiyue dismissed any thoughts of anger. After all, his sister had never been harmed before, not even a scratch. The bloodstain on the ground must surely belong to her. Jiang Zhiyue's eyes glistened with unshed tears, confirming her brother's concern for her. Not receiving a response from his sister, Jiang Zhiyue's expression darkened with worry. Could she have fainted from the pain? Concerned for her well-being. He lifted his robe and entered the carriage to check on Jiang Zhiyue. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of his younger sister. Her face streaked with tears, yet unwashed away. His gaze fell upon the abrasions on her hands, prompting him to exclaim, "How could this be so severe?" Jiang Zhiyue instinctively recoiled her hand, but found it impossible to withdraw. With great care, she reassured Jiang Zhiyue, "It doesn't hurt, really." He looked up at her, astonished that the little fool, with tears still cascading down her cheeks, could claim she was unhurt. Was she lying? At that moment, all his anger dissipated. This little sister of his, who had been nurtured by his affection, had come to apologize despite her injuries, enduring pain in silence. What right did he have to remain upset? Jiang Zhiyue pouted, casting a woeful glance at her brother, tugging her hand back insistently. "It's none of your concern." Hearing her words, Jiang Zhiyue recognized her familiar temper and couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. She had come to seek his forgiveness, yet was now sulking? Jiang Zhiyue remained silent, tears continuing to fall. Jiang Zhiyue felt a sense of dread when this little ancestor truly cried. Her tears could drown the entire Ingtian Academy. Brother was wrong, his tone was inappropriate, and he should not have been so harsh with you, Achan. Please do not hold a grudge against him. He spoke softly, his voice gentle and coaxing. Jiang Zhiyue raised her eyes to meet his, sniffling quietly, and gave a reluctant assent. Seeing the bloodstains on her hand, Jiang Zhiyue sighed, acknowledging, "It is indeed my fault that you were harmed." The evident guilt on Jiang Zhiyue's face pierced Jiang Zhiyue's heart. She wished to shield her brother from such feelings of remorse, yet he had still discerned her distress. "It is not painful. Please do not blame yourself, brother," Jiang Zhiyue whispered softly. Jiang Zhiyue felt increasingly remorseful, scanning the surroundings but finding nothing to tend to the wound. "Come with me to the academy. We shall attend to your injury," he urged. Jiang Zhiyue lowered her gaze, her palm displaying a half-finger-long gash, speckled with fragments of sand and stone. She obediently nodded and followed Jiang Zhiyue down from the carriage. At this hour, the academy was relatively quiet, with few souls wandering about. Jiang Zhiyue and Jiang Zhiyue led the way, followed closely by Chang Ying and Shen Imo. It was Jiang Zhiyue's first visit to the Ingtian Academy, and she seized the opportunity to inquire about her surroundings. Jiang Zhiyue, ever patient, answered her queries one by one. Suddenly, Jiang Zhiyue murmured, "The dormitory is arduous. You should return home, brother." Jiang Zhiyue paused, and Jiang Zhiyue added, "I shall not provoke your anger again." Only upon reaching the dormitory did Jiang Zhiyue recollect that her brother was already a scholar, not necessarily bound to remain at the academy for study. If any difficulties arose, he could seek out the esteemed teachers at a later time. Perhaps Jiang Zhiyue had come to the academy because he was too vexed to concentrate at home and wished to avoid her presence. That is not entirely the case. "Do not overthink it," Jiang Zhiyue replied, shaking his head. Chang Ying fetched water while Shen Imo procured medicine. The dormitory at Ingtian Academy accommodated 2 students per room. And to protect his sister's reputation, Jiang Zhiyue opted to wait for her in the small garden outside. After Chang Ying returned with water, Jiang Zhiyue grasped his sister's hand. His brow furrowed in concern. "Endure this," Achan. Jiang Zhiyue nodded. As the cool water washed over her wound, she instinctively inhaled sharply. Observing her reaction, Chang Ying hastened her efforts, diligently cleansing away the stubborn granules of sand. Jiang Zhiyue took the medicine from Shen Imo and gently applied it to his sister's wound, quietly advising, "Be cautious not to allow it to get wet when you return home." Jiang Zhiyue listened obediently, gazing up at him, to which Jiang Zhiyue sighed softly. "In a few days, I will return home." Jiang Zhiyue had initially thought her plea for her brother to come home was futile, yet surprisingly he had relented. However, she suggested, "Perhaps it would be better if you waited a few more days. I must accompany grandmother to the Hugua temple to fulfill our vows." "Fulfill our vows?" Jiang Zhiyue seized upon that phrase, looking at Jiang Zhiyue, eager to confirm his suspicion. She nodded slightly and, after a moment's contemplation, advised her brother, "Why not wait until grandmother and I return, and then you may come home with us?" Jiang Zhiyue chuckled softly, tapping her forehead gently. "Do you still see me as a child?" "Jiang, young master." As the siblings conversed and made their way outside, they were suddenly called upon. They turned in unison, their postures mirroring each other perfectly. The newcomer possessed striking features, standing tall in a deep crimson robe adorned with a jade belt and golden crown. He exuded an aura reminiscent of a gentle breeze under a bright moon, his demeanor remarkably pure and captivating. "Young Master Xie," Jiang Zhiyue greeted, turning to clasp his hands respectfully. "Fortunately, I arrived in time. This is the essay that the teacher entrusted me to deliver to you." Xie approached swiftly, producing the essay from his sleeve and presenting it to Jiang Zhiyue. "Thank you," Jiang Zhiyue responded as he accepted it. As Xie was about to speak, he suddenly caught sight of a captivating figure, akin to a vibrant hue emerging from an ink wash painting, which seized his complete attention with its breathtaking allure. It was the little fairy. Xie felt his heart race, his voice lost, his gaze fixated solely on the enchanting presence before him. After a prolonged moment, realizing his lapse in composure, he hastily lowered his gaze. However, recalling something, he stammered, "Sir, may I request a new piece for tomorrow?" Jiang Zhiyue, standing behind her brother, exchanged a fleeting glance and noticed the distinguished young gentleman before her, whose bamboo-like stature and refined features had turned a deep shade of crimson. Chapter 25. The life of an inwardly conflicted personality. It was not until the carriage of the Duke of England vanished from view that the flush on Xie's face began to fade somewhat. Jiang Zhiyue cast a disapproving glance at Xie, fully aware of the astonishment that had overtaken the young man upon encountering Achan's beauty. Xie, recognizing his breach of etiquette, understood that he had been smitten at first sight. Summoning his courage, he intercepted Jiang Zhiyue, the remnants of his blush resurfacing. Nervously, he inquired, "Jiang brother, may I ask if your sister is already betrothed?" Aye. Jiang Zhiyue raised an eyebrow, his expression icy. "She is yet to come of age." Then, what do you think of me?" Xie, somewhat anxious, clenched his fists. "My father holds a respectable position, and our family background is compatible with the Duke's house. Once I achieve my ambitions, I could stop." "Enough," Jiang Zhiyue interjected, adopting an attitude of polite dismissal. "What nonsense are you spouting?" With that, he turned on his heel and dashed away. Xie, a naive young lad, had finally mustered the courage to express his feelings, unaware that Jiang Zhiyue was not willing to engage. In a panic, he broke into a light jog in pursuit. Jiang brother, stop chasing me. Hurry back and focus on your studies." Jiang Zhiyue was far from a refined scholar. His father was a military man. Seeing Xie persistently following, he resorted to his lightness of foot, leaping over the wall to escape. If he couldn't confront it, he would avoid it. Moreover, he vowed never to allow Achan to attend the academy again. Xie stood there, staring blankly at the high wall, bewildered that Jiang Zhiyue had so effortlessly soared over it. Frustrated, he pondered why he had such difficulty in simply inquiring about Jiang brother's expectations for the little fairy's future suitor. Jiang Zhiyue was entirely unaware of the events that transpired afterward. Having received her brother's permission, she was in high spirits. Upon returning to the Duke's mansion, when Changying called for the physician to redress her wounds, she was still beaming with joy. After the physician departed, Changying, witnessing the smile gracing her lady's face, couldn't help but smile as well. In recent days, the lady had been unusually tense. Even after Aunt Lin suffered a significant loss, she hadn't appeared particularly happy. It was only when the eldest son and the young lady were present that they could soothe her. That night, after bathing, Jiang Zhiyue intended to read a book to pass the time. Just then, a little maid announced the arrival of the third miss, who wished to see her. Third sister? Jiang Zhiyue held a favorable impression of this half-sister, a gentle soul. "Please, Changying, prepare some tea, but make it light." With that, Jiang Zhiyue set aside her book and rose to greet her visitor. The third miss, Jiang Hengdan, was the daughter of concubine Bai, with the matriarch arranging her marriage to the second son of the Minister of Rights. Regarding official positions and family backgrounds, even if Jiang Hengdan is a concubine of the Duke's residence, she is still the one being sought after. Jiang Zhiyue vaguely remembers that her third sister was content with this marriage. Although her brother-in-law is a rough man, he dotes on her sister. She recalls that on the day her sister returned home, her brother-in-law, despite being unable to hold his liquor, accompanied their father and brother in drinking, drunkenly expressing gratitude to his father-in-law for marrying off his beloved daughter. However, this seemingly fortunate union ultimately ended in tragedy. It is unclear why her sister has come late at night. Jiang Hengdan enters with Changying and sees Jiang Zhiyue, who has let her hair down, seemingly preparing for rest. She hesitates slightly, asking, "Am I disturbing you, sixth sister?" "Not at all," I am merely perusing some light reading, Jiang Zhiyue replies, gesturing towards the book on the noble concubine couch with a smile. Jiang Hengdan breathes a sigh of relief, though a hint of awkwardness remains on her beautiful face. I apologize for the interruption. I know you and the old madam are visiting the Hugua temple tomorrow. May I accompany you? It is evident that Jiang Hengdan has pondered this for quite some time before seeking her out, as the tension on her face is palpable. Jiang Zhiyue is momentarily taken aback before responding, "Of course, it is my oversight for not inquiring about your plans, as I assumed you were preoccupied with embroidering your wedding gown and perhaps did not wish to go out." Upon hearing Jiang Zhiyue's agreement, Jiang Hengdan repeatedly expresses her gratitude, saying, "Thank you. I know you are considerate of me. However, my aunt's health has not been well recently, and I wish to seek a remedy." "Is Aunt Bai unwell? Has she seen a doctor?" Jiang Zhiyue inquires with concern. Jiang Hengdan shakes her head with difficulty, her expression troubled. "Aunt feels that with my wedding approaching, she does not wish to cause any trouble. This cannot be allowed." Jiang Zhiyue frowns. The wedding date is still far off. Jiang Hengdan's face reveals her distress, and Jiang Zhiyue refrains from pressing further, calling for Changjiang instead. "Go find Nurse Chung and inform her that Aunt Bai is unwell. She will make the necessary arrangements." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hengdan rises and bows to Jiang Zhiyue, saying, "Thank you, sixth sister." Jiang Zhiyue supports her, saying, "We are sisters. There is no need for formalities. It is truly my inadequacy. I cannot persuade Aunt," Jiang Hengdan says, her face clouded with worry. Soon, she regains her composure, forcing a smile as she apologizes to Jiang Zhiyue. "Forgive me for causing you to laugh at my troubles." Jiang Zhiyue shakes her head slightly, saying, "Sister, your filial piety is commendable. There are a few matters I wish to discuss with you." Jiang Hengdan pauses, then promptly replies, "Please, sixth sister, speak your mind." Jiang Zhiyue gazes at her gentle sister, recalling a past life. In her previous existence, when her third sister was pregnant, she had taken Aunt Bai to visit her, which should have been a joyous occasion. However, it is unclear what Aunt Bai did to provoke her sister, causing a miscarriage and preventing the calling of a physician. As a result, her sister suffered injuries that rendered her unable to bear children again. This led to immense suffering for her third sister, who nearly took her own life. While her brother-in-law was furious, sending Aunt Bai back to the Duke's residence and declaring that there would be no further association. Her brother-in-law's parents were greatly displeased, stirring up demands for a divorce. Their father intervened, but the outcome was not favorable. Her brother-in-law took a concubine, intending to adopt a child for her sister. Yet her sister remained burdened with sorrow, unable to find joy. Within 2 years, the loving couple had turned into estranged partners. In this matter, both Aunt Bai and her sister bear blame. Her sister's fault lay in placing too much trust in Aunt Bai and allowing her to dictate her life. Jiang Zhiyue feels a pang of sympathy for this stepsister who has always treated her with kindness. Some individuals need no persuasion, and some words need not be heeded. Jiang Zhiyue poured a cup of hot tea and presented it before Jiang Hengdan, saying, "Especially when you know it is futile to persuade, when listening only brings you pain. Allow yourself some mercy to avoid a lifetime of regret." This remark struck Jiang Hengdan like a thunderclap. She sat pale-faced across from Jiang Zhiyue, a chill enveloping her, with only the warmth of the tea in her hand providing solace. Observing her sister's expression, Jiang Zhiyue understood that her words had resonated. She then quietly added, "Sister, you are an intelligent person. You must comprehend Akant's words." Jiang Hengdan gazed at her youngest full sister, her emotions a tumultuous blend. Since childhood, she had been instructed by her aunt to be cautious with her words and actions, to comply and endure, believing that this would ensure a peaceful existence. She had always adhered to this guidance. Thus, even when she recognized her aunt's refusal to consult a physician was misguided, she dared not summon a doctor for fear of her aunt's wrath, fearing the tumultuous outbursts that would follow, leaving her in a state of perpetual anxiety, like a bird startled by a bowstring. Today, as she sought the counsel of her sixth sister, she had braced herself for ridicule. To her astonishment, her sister spoke words that shattered her self-deceptive facade of tranquility. Strangely, a flicker of delight ignited within her heart. Chapter 26. At this juncture, matters had reached an impasse. The night was slightly cool, the room's temperature was just right, and a faint, delicate fragrance lingered in the air. In this comforting ambience, Jiang Hengdan suddenly found herself in tears. Jiang Zhiyue watched in silence, offering no words of comfort. Then, unexpectedly, Jiang Hengdan smiled, lowering her gaze as she softly remarked, "In recent days, The household has been saying that you have changed significantly, yet I feel you have remained unchanged. Although willful, you have always treated others with sincerity. You are a naive girl, easily deceived. Even I, who have been raised to be cautious by Aunt Bai, can perceive Lin Jingqiu's manipulation of you. Yet, what right do I have to voice my concerns? If even our eldest sister and elder brother cannot sway you, what authority does a mere concubine's daughter like me possess to intercede? Upon learning that her sixth sister had chastised Lin Jingqiu in the Xiantang, Jiang Hengdan felt a surge of satisfaction. Regardless of whether her sister's clarity was momentary or a complete revelation of Lin's true nature, it was gratifying to witness Lin experiencing the consequences of her actions. Lin had long indulged herself at the expense of her sixth sister, and this was her due. Jiang Hengdan felt as though her thoughts were those of a petty, secretive individual, reluctant to reveal any trace of her sentiments. Now, seated with her sister, she found herself the recipient of the sweetness Jiang Zhiyue had bestowed. Her heart secretly rejoiced. Jiang Zhiyue smiled, affirming, "I have always said that sister is intelligent." Jiang Hengdan hesitated to accept this compliment, perceiving herself merely as timid. Indeed, Aunt Bai had labored diligently to raise her sister, and Jiang Hengdan's filial piety was well-deserved. However, Jiang Zhiyue could not restrain her thoughts and continued, "Yet you and she are fundamentally different." Jiang Hengdan lifted her gaze to Jiang Zhiyue. "In our family, education has always been equitable. You, I, and our elder sister have all studied together. Your understanding has long surpassed that of Aunt Bai, has it not?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Hengdan felt as though her mind had been unshackled, clearly recognizing that Jiang Zhiyue was earnestly guiding her. The impact of this statement was overwhelming, stirring deep emotions within Jiang Hengdan, who was usually reserved. Jiang Zhiyue maintained a calm demeanor as she reminded her third sister, not for any other reason, but out of gratitude for past favors. In a previous life, after being expelled from the Duke's residence by Lin Jingqiu, she had been taken in and cared for by her third sister for several days. Lin Jingqiu's relentless pursuit to eliminate her was fueled by the Duke's authority, pressuring the Yin family. Not wanting to burden her already suffering third sister, she chose to leave. At that time, her third sister and brother-in-law appeared to be estranged, yet he still remembered his willful and malicious younger sister. Such kindness deserved some form of reciprocity. In truth, during her brief stay at the Yin residence, Jiang Zhiyue sensed that her brother-in-law, Yin, still harbored feelings for her sister. Otherwise, why would he be willing to welcome back a notoriously infamous sister-in-law? During those days, she was treated with utmost care and hospitality. Jiang Hengdan fell silent and rose to take her leave. Jiang Zhiyue accompanied her. Smiling, "You will likely stay only one night at the Hugua Temple. Third sister, you need only pack clothing. Everything else is provided." Jiang Hengdan bowed her head in gratitude. "Thank you for the reminder, sixth sister." Jiang Zhiyue tilted her head with a smile, refraining from further conversation. After bidding farewell to Jiang Hengdan, she returned to her favorite couch, picking up a book. She intended to continue reading, but upon turning a page, found herself unable to absorb a single word. Resigned, she reclined, covering her face with the book. Her past life had been tragic, and nearly everyone in the first branch had met a dismal fate. Before her death, she had already been quite out of touch. Yet she could sense the gradual decline of the Duke's residence. What was the true state of affairs? It was likely even worse. Jiang Zhiyue pondered, her heart in turmoil. Lin Jingqiu, Lin family, Lin Jingqiu, she repeatedly thought, feeling that she was missing something crucial, something that could unlock the root of her confusion. What could it be? When Chang'ing returned and saw Jiang Zhiyue in this state, she immediately softened her movements, fearful of waking her. However, Jiang Zhiyue suddenly lifted the book and sat up, startling Chang'ing. "Chang'ing, do you recall the year Lin Jingqiu entered the residence?" Jiang Zhiyue's gaze was intense as she looked at Chang'ing. Still shaken, Chang'ing nodded, recalling that she had entered 5 years prior, already pregnant at that time. Jiang Zhiyue contemplated this. 5 years ago meant that her acquaintance with her father must stretch back even further. How did Lin Jingqiu come to know her father and become his mistress? The fact that her father had a mistress had always puzzled Jiang Zhiyue. As a duke, if he truly favored a girl from a respectable family, he could have simply sought to marry her or take her as a concubine. Why resort to having a mistress? It should be noted how crucial a woman's reputation is. A mistress was the most disreputable of roles. If a family had a daughter who became a mistress, it would tarnish the reputation of all the girls in that family, making marriage exceedingly difficult. So why was it so? Jiang Zhiyue realized that she could not comprehend this matter from her father's perspective. Why does the young lady suddenly inquire about this? Chang'ing, noticing her furrowed brow, asked cautiously. Jiang Zhiyue murmured, because I cannot understand. What is it that you cannot comprehend? Why didn't my father directly take Lin Jingxiu as a concubine? Jiang Zhiyue blurted out. Changjing's complexion flushed red, and she exclaimed, Miss, how can one speak of the Duke like that? I simply cannot comprehend. Jiang Zhiyue interrupted her. Think, why is that? Changjing, caught off guard by Jiang Zhiyue's inquiry, stammered, perhaps it is not that the Duke is unwilling? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhiyue suddenly slapped the table, a look of realization dawning upon her. Of course. How could I not have thought of it? It is not that my father refuses to accept Lin Jingxiu. Rather, Lin Jingxiu, for some reason, cannot compel my father to take her as a concubine. But what could that reason be? At this juncture, the matter became stuck. Changjing observed her mistress's alternating expressions of joy and sorrow, and, feeling helpless, gently advised her. My dear mistress, it is getting late. Perhaps you should rest and contemplate this tomorrow. As Jiang Zhiyue was about to say more, she was firmly interrupted by Changjing. Tomorrow, you must accompany the matriarch out. If she sees your current dark circles, she will surely scold you. Changjing's words were sound, and Jiang Zhiyue had no choice but to acquiesce. Lying beneath the soft, sun-warmed silk quilt, Jiang Zhiyue felt drowsiness slowly envelop her. Changjing remained by her side until she fell asleep, then quietly lowered the silk curtains and stepped outside. She tidied up the scattered books, extinguished the candle, and settled on a low couch 10 paces away from Jiang Zhiyue. Perhaps having unraveled a significant puzzle, Jiang Zhiyue awoke at dawn, having not even dreamed. When she opened her eyes, Changjing had already prepared water for her to wash up and lifted the silk curtains, cheerfully asking if she had slept well last night. Jiang Zhiyue, in high spirits, replied with a smile, It couldn't have been better. Changjing beamed and summoned a young maid to assist with her ablutions. Dressed in her inner garments, Jiang Zhiyue sat before the dressing mirror, where she beheld a delicate figure with elegant brows and skin like creamy jade. Her natural beauty difficult to conceal, she styled an exquisite hairdo. For today, she would converse with her mother at the eternal lamp. Jiang Zhiyue smiled, increasingly captivated by her own reflection. Chapter 27. Awakened by your cries, the Hugui Temple is a centuries-old shrine, bustling with fervent incense offerings and a continuous stream of visitors. The nobility of the capital frequently come to pray and pay their respects. This time, only the matriarch and the sisters Jiang Zhiyue and Jiang Hengdan attended. Second daughter Jiang Wanbai was preoccupied with practicing her musical skills for a banquet and held no interest in religious rites. Jiang Fuyue also declined to join. Following Jiang Wanbai's lead, the matriarch turned a blind eye to the minor squabbles among the sisters. Originally, she hoped to allow Jiang Fuyue a chance to breathe some fresh air, but since she was unwilling to come, there was no reason to insist. 2 carriages had been prepared for their outing, and Jiang Zhiyue suggested that, since the matriarch enjoyed lively company, she would accompany Jiang Hengdan in her carriage. Jiang Hengdan, being a concubine's daughter and having been intentionally taught by Lady Bai to keep her distance, felt somewhat awkward in the presence of the matriarch. In contrast, Jiang Zhiyue was quite talkative, prompting the matriarch to shake her head in amusement. You cannot remain quiet for a moment. Had I known you would be so noisy, I would have sent you to the back and let Dan accompany me instead. The matriarch chuckled, playfully pointing at Jiang Zhiyue. Jiang Zhiyue flashed a charming smile and sweetly retorted, Grandmother wouldn't dare. If you send me away, I shall certainly take third sister with me. The matriarch laughed at her wit and teasingly asked, Not even one to keep me company? See, I knew you were insincere, she replied. Jiang Zhiyue smiled triumphantly, playfully winking at Jiang Hengdan, who reciprocated with a smile. At that moment, the matriarch expressed her concern for Bai Yinyang, to which Jiang Hengdan replied attentively. The matriarch had previously offered guidance regarding her illegitimate granddaughter, noting that Dan, influenced by Bai, tended to be taciturn, lacking the cleverness of the second house's Jiang Fuyue. However, Bai had committed no fault. Separating mother and daughter impulsively would be unwise. Moreover, Jiang Hengdan had generally done no wrong, which is why the matriarch refrained from undue interference. Today, upon seeing her again, the timid demeanor that once characterized her seemed diminished. You are doing splendidly. After all, you are a young lady of the public estate, and one must possess a certain grace, the matriarch said with a gentle smile, gesturing towards Jiang Zhiyue. You should learn from her. Jiang Zhiyue pouted in dissatisfaction. What is wrong with me? The matriarch chuckled. Perhaps you could share a bit of your spirit with Dan. Jiang Zhiyue murmured softly. I have no spirit to share. I have always been one to avoid conflict. Upon hearing this, both the matriarch and Jiang Hengdan burst into laughter. Outside, Cheng Mama and Chang Ying exchanged glances, their faces adorned with faint smiles upon hearing the joyous sounds from the carriage. The Hugua Temple, perched atop Mount Fanjing, boasts breathtaking scenery. In addition to those who come to offer incense and worship, many visit simply to enjoy the mountain vistas. The carriage halted before the stone steps of Hugua Temple, where the sisters Jiang Zhiyue and Jiang Hengdan assisted the matriarch on either side. The temple's abbot had been waiting and greeted the matriarch with hands clasped in reverence, uttering a Buddhist chant. The matriarch responded with a smile, and the abbot led the way into the main hall, with the sisters following closely behind. Upon reaching the main hall, Cheng Mama and Chang Ying offered incense money on behalf of their masters. The abbot prepared incense for the matriarch, who accepted it and bowed devoutly. Jiang Zhiyue and Jiang Hengdan did likewise. After the incense offering, the matriarch expressed her desire to listen to the teachings of the sutras with the abbot and inquired about her two granddaughters. Jiang Hengdan indicated her willingness to accompany the matriarch, while Jiang Zhiyue wished to visit her mother's eternal lamp. The abbot summoned a young monk to guide Jiang Zhiyue. As they traversed the path to the Hall of Longevity, Jiang Zhiyue experienced a long-lost sense of homesickness. Tanyue, we've arrived, announced the young monk, leading Jiang Zhiyue to the entrance of the Hall of Longevity. Thank you, but I would like to stay here alone for a moment. Please, young monk, assist me, Jiang Zhiyue requested. No sooner had she spoken than Chang Ying presented the incense money. The young monk nodded in confusion as Jiang Zhiyue stepped inside. The Hall of Longevity at Hugua Temple was a place she frequented in her childhood, so familiar that she could locate her mother's eternal lamp even with her eyes closed. The hall was brightly lit with candles, and Jiang Zhiyue immediately spotted the bright lamp on the elevated platform to the east. As she had done in the past, she skillfully added oil to the lamp and bowed repeatedly. Mother, Achan has come to visit you again, Jiang Zhiyue murmured. Taking a few steps closer and tracing the gilded characters with her fingers, her voice barely above a whisper, elder sister is with child. You are soon to be a grandmother. Her fingers brushed against the cold jade disc, and Jiang Zhiyue felt a pang of sorrow at the tip of her nose. Unable to resist drawing nearer, I intended to share joyous news with you today, yet I cannot help but feel tears welling up. With no one around, Jiang Zhiyue chose not to conceal her emotions, softly weeping. She missed her mother dearly, truly, deeply missed her. Lu Qingxiao was roused from his slumber by the soft sobs of a young girl. As he gazed down from the beam, he shifted slightly, and before he could fully comprehend the scene before him, the wine jar in his arms slipped, threatening to fall. Hastily, Lu Qingxiao rolled off the beam and caught the jar, landing gracefully on the ground. While he remained composed, Jiang Zhiyue suddenly heard someone descend from above and instinctively called for Shun Emo outside the hall. Upon hearing the lady's urgent and anxious summons, Shun Emo swiftly appeared within. Drawing his sword with determination, confronting the figure clad in dark robes, Lu Qingxiao stood to the side, his expression unwavering. As he raised the wine jar to deflect the intruder's blade, Shun Emo, discarding his scabbard, aimed his sharp weapon towards the opponent's heart. Yet, Lu Qingxiao swiftly kicked the scabbard back, aiding Shun Emo in retrieving his sword, and with a fluid motion, he pressed a hand on the adversary's shoulder. It was at this moment that Jiang Zhiyue finally recognized the descending figure to be Lu Qingxiao. Major General? She inquired hesitantly, confusion etched on her beautiful face. Why would the Major General descend here? Lu Qingxiao, rarely at a loss for words, released his grip and replied in a cold tone, to pay homage to the departed. Shin Emo glanced at Jiang Zhiyue, who nodded in response, prompting him to retreat to the entrance. As Jiang Zhiyue observed Lu Qingxiao approach her, she felt an unsettling sense of déjà vu, yet she could not recall a similar encounter. Clad in dark robes, devoid of his golden armor, the Major General appeared less formidable, yet still exuded an air of aloofness. Jiang Zhiyue stepped back, and Lu Qingxiao regarded her calmly. He bent down, placing the wine jar before a flickering, eternal lamp. As he stood, Jiang Zhiyue furrowed her brow slightly. The unyielding flames of the Changxing Palace posed a risk should the wine spill. Lu Qingxiao paused, then adeptly lifted the jar once more, leaving Jiang Zhiyue momentarily speechless, her cheeks warming. Noticing her slight flush, Lu Qingxiao averted his gaze, perhaps feeling compelled to explain, the jar is empty. I merely set it down and will take it when I depart. The last time Jiang Zhiyue beheld Lu Qingxiao, He radiated a piercing intensity. Now, however, he seemed somewhat desolate. Yet, his icy demeanor deterred ordinary folk from gazing upon him, leaving no one to witness his melancholy. Did the Major General delight in playing the role of a silent observer? Jiang Zhiyue tilted her head slightly, recalling how he had startled her moments before. Lu Qingxiao turned back, his enchanting phoenix eyes locking onto hers. I was awakened by your cries. Chapter 28. What is trapped by the torrential rain? Jiang Zhiyue was evidently taken aback by this unexpected response. Biting her lip, her delicate features scrunched in frustration, her tone turning brusque. How much did you hear? Lu Qingxiao regarded the young girl, who tried to appear fierce yet lacked any real intimidation, her flailing gestures reminiscent of a toothless cub. What do you believe I heard? He replied with an air of indifference. Jiang Zhiyue, visibly irked, found his rudeness intolerable. It was bad enough he had played the silent observer, but his arrogance was unbearable. She shot a glance at Shin Mo, who appeared equally powerless against this formidable presence. You must not speak of this. Jiang Zhiyue glared at him fiercely, but he pretended not to hear. Lu Qingxiao sidestepped her, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he uttered 3 words. Jiang Zhiyue paused, her delicate face still tinged with anger. She perceived him as an imposing young general, yet he seemed to revel in teasing others. Fearing that his jesting might bring her to tears, Lu Qingxiao prepared to depart. Suddenly, a distant rumble of thunder echoed, followed by a tremendous crash that heralded a torrential downpour. The deluge obstructed Lu Qingxiao's path, forcing Jiang Zhiyue to remain trapped within the Chongqing Palace. With the rain falling so heavily, there was no chance of leaving. Her gaze fell upon the ever-burning lamp that Lu Qingxiao had recently lit. Marked only by a simple name, its identity unknown. The oil was plentiful, and the name had been freshly gilded, the marks unmistakably new. When Lu Qingxiao turned back, he found the young lady's curious gaze fixed upon Xin Mo's lamp. In retrospect, he could not fathom what compelled him to speak of Xin Mo's identity. He was my deputy, older than I, who fell in battle against the Chong. It was his 8th year of service, and he was but 20. Jiang Zhiyue's eyes widened at the mention of the battle against the Chong, a conflict that had brought Lu Qingxiao renown at the tender age of 12. Swiftly, she shifted her attention to Xin Mo's lamp and took a stick of incense to pay her respects. Observing her actions, Lu Qingxiao's lips curled into a faint smile, tinged with a hint of sorrow, so fleeting that Jiang Zhiyue almost mistook it for an illusion. The bond between the young general and his comrade was truly moving. Jiang Zhiyue held deep admiration for the soldiers who sacrificed their lives for their country, and as she regarded Lu Qingxiao, her respect for him grew. A prodigy who had been conferred the title of general at such a young age, in the annals of history, only the champion marquis could rival him, leaving none in his contemporary circle who could surpass his prowess. With a slight chuckle, Lu Qingxiao settled onto the mat, aligning his height with Xin Mo's lamp. He was quite the jovial person. I was alongside the Grand General when he requested to be my deputy. Jiang Zhiyue listened in silence, sensing, in that moment, the weight of Lu Qingxiao's sorrow. He spoke of a letter from home announcing his betrothal to his childhood sweetheart, awaiting the victory of this battle to return and marry her, to father many boisterous children, filling their home with joy. He recounted these tales so frequently that they had become a refrain in her ears, always with a laugh, inquiring whether she would attend his wedding. At this juncture, Lu Qingxiao produced a small flask of wine from his bosom, uncorked it, and placed it before Xin Mo's lamp. Jiang Zhiyue silently observed him, then glanced at the freshly gilded lamp. The subsequent events, though unspoken by Lu Qingxiao, were known to Jiang Zhiyue. The wedding never took place. The aspiring young man, devoted to his country, met his end wrapped in a shroud of horsehide, a pair of lovers separated by death. His childhood sweetheart ultimately could not await his return to marry her. Lu Qingxiao gazed at the quiet young woman before him, asking, "Are you afraid?" Jiang Zhiyue shook her head. What is there to fear from the souls of heroes? Lu Qingxiao tilted his head, looking out at the torrential rain beyond the palace. Xin Mo's remains were returned home by Zhang He and me. The rain that day was as fierce as today. In his youth, Lu Qingxiao had envisioned that upon his triumphant return, he would prepare a grand gift for his brother Xin, and when Xin beheld the joy of fatherhood, he would craft a pure gold longevity lock for his little nephew. Yet, despite Lu Qingxiao's victories over the Chong, he could not save the valiant soldiers who fell in battle, nor could he rescue Xin Mo, who regarded him as a beloved brother. The memory of Xin Mo's final moments would forever haunt Lu Qingxiao. His armor lay shattered, and 2 curved blades from the Chong pierced his waist, leaving no hope for survival. When Lu Qingxiao arrived, Mo was clinging to his last breath, gazing longingly towards his homeland. As he opened his mouth, blood spilled forth. And with all the strength he could muster, he uttered only 2 words: return home. Jiang Zhiyue sighed softly, noting that throughout history, it has always been the common people who suffer from the ravages of war. The young general, so deeply devoted, would surely have preferred otherwise. Lu Qingxiao interrupted her, his gaze steady as he looked into her eyes. There is no need to speak of this. I do not seek your praise. He regarded her with a sense of detachment, as if it were merely a passing moment. Jiang Zhiyue met his eyes, asserting that it was not flattery. Lu Qingxiao remained silent, studying her intently. Jiang Zhiyue continued, to cherish the past is commendable, yet those who live must forge ahead. General Xin would certainly wish for you, the young general, to live fully. Live fully? Lu Qingxiao echoed, pondering the phrase for a while before breaking into a smile. How intriguing. Jiang Zhiyue remained quiet, offering him a stick of incense. Now that you are here, one cannot simply add oil to the lamp without lighting the incense. While the everlasting lamp for Mo was filled with oil, the incense burner held only the stick Jiang Zhiyue had just presented. Lu Qingxiao stood and accepted the incense, respectfully placing it for Mo. Watching him, Jiang Zhiyue marveled at his extraordinary talents. Not only did he possess an exceptional aptitude for military strategy, but his appearance and demeanor were equally striking. Unlike the delicate and soft-spoken noble youths of the capital, Lu Qingxiao emanated an air of martial rigor, aloof and formidable, which was undeniably captivating. As the torrential rain ceased, brilliant sunlight swiftly broke through. Jiang Zhiyue stepped out of the Hall of Eternal Life, her gaze drawn to the radiant rainbow arching over the mountains, a sight of breathtaking beauty. The rainbow after the rain is truly magnificent, she murmured softly. Lu Qingxiao, taking the wine jar, followed her by half a step. Upon exiting the hall and following her gaze, he beheld the vibrant rainbow cascading between the mountains and the waterfall, a sight that filled the heart with joy. Once Jiang Zhiyue had savored the view to her heart's content, she intended to turn back and share the moment with Lu Qingxiao, only to discover he was no longer behind her. Where has he gone? She wondered, momentarily taken aback. Could he have climbed onto the roof again? Mo interjected, the young general has just departed. Oh, he has left? Very well then, Jiang Zhiyue replied, lingering a moment longer to admire the waterfall and rainbow before setting off to seek her grandmother. After Jiang Zhiyue and her entourage had departed, Lu Qingxiao emerged from behind a pillar, observing her joyful retreat without revealing his thoughts. Mo, sensing something amiss, glanced back only to find the corridor empty of any presence. What is it? Jiang Zhiyue inquired as she noticed Mo looking back. He lowered his head, replying, it is nothing, merely a misperception on my part. Only after Jiang Zhiyue's figure vanished from the long corridor of the Hall of Eternal Life did Lu Qingxiao take his leave, carrying the small wine jar. The guard displayed a commendable alertness. Chapter 29. Life, as easy as turning one's hand. The vegetarian dishes at Hugui Temple are a culinary marvel of the capital. After dinner, the matriarch customarily retreats to worship alone. Jiang Zhiyue and Jiang Hongdan take their leave together, strolling slowly along the corridor. Did you make the wish you sought, third sister? Jiang Zhiyue inquires. Jiang Hongdan nods, adding, in truth, I owe my gratitude to sixth sister. Jiang Zhiyue merely smiles in response. With her gaze lowered, Jiang Hongdan reflects. Praying to the heavens is but a desperate measure. If one's wishes are fulfilled, it is merely a stroke of fortune. Jiang Zhiyue pauses to observe the setting sun, raising her hand to shield her eyes from the golden rays. Jiang Hongdan, puzzled, glances at her and asks, what are you doing, sixth sister? My elder sister once told me that aside from the immutable fates bestowed by heaven, you possess the right to strive for what you desire each and every day. Jiang Zhiyue gazes at Jiang Hongdan, hoping for her sister's true happiness in this life. Attempting to emulate Jiang Zhiyue, Jiang Hongdan raises her hand to block the sunlight. Jiang Zhiyue chuckles softly, saying, for instance, the sunlight at this moment. If you wish to avoid it, simply shield your eyes. Take a few steps forward and it will set in the west. What is there to fear? Jiang Hongdan, taken aback by her words, murmurs, but the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, day after day. Then find a way. Whether you shield your eyes, use an umbrella, or even take refuge behind another, if you dislike it, there is always a solution. Jiang Zhiyue lowers her hand with ease, smiling at Jiang Hongdan. Life is about striving. Being young yet burdened with gloom is unnecessary, for there will be ample time to grow old. Jiang Hongdan laughs at Jiang Zhiyue's playful banter, realizing she had never noticed how witty her younger sister could be. Thank you, sixth sister. I shall remember this, she says, bowing slightly. Jiang Zhiyue returns the gesture with a smile. Third sister, you are the daughter of the Earl and the sister of the Princess of Xian, not merely the daughter of Bai Yinyang. This statement leaves Jiang Hongdan momentarily speechless. Jiang Zhiyue refrains from elaborating, having already shared enough with her sister in recent days. Some truths must be realized through personal reflection. Once understood, life becomes a touch more comfortable. Even if clarity eludes you, as long as you do not wrestle against yourself, it is undoubtedly an improvement over the past. Years later, as Jiang Hongdan reminisces about that tranquil and beautiful evening, she finds it a cherished memory worthy of a lifetime's preservation. Lin Mansion Master. What shall we do about Xionyang, who is currently confined at the Duke's residence? What of the banquet hosted by the Princess of Fuwang? He Wei gazes anxiously at her husband, still hoping that Yuzhong might seize a favorable marriage opportunity through the Duke's connections. Lin Guidong furrows his brow deeply. Why the urgency? How can one not be anxious? He Wei stands in agitation. Yuzhong's age is a pressing concern, and this banquet is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not all noble women are as willing to serve as matchmakers as the Princess of Fuwang. Lin Guidong casts an impatient glance at He Wei. Why do you fill your mind with such schemes? Instantly incensed, He Wei points an accusatory finger at Lin Guidong, exclaiming, Me scheming? If it were not for Xionyang's assurances that she could not fulfill, why would I be troubled by this? As He Wei's anger flared, Lin Guidong transformed his demeanor. Look at you, getting worked up over nothing. I never said I wouldn't find a solution. He Wei felt deeply wronged. Isn't it all for you? The matter concerning Yuzhong should be handled by Xionyang. Enough. Lin Guidong's expression darkened as he abruptly silenced He Wei. Mind your tongue. Realizing her slip, He Wei's countenance shifted to one of embarrassment. Lin Guidong, considering his sister's predicament at the Duke's residence, softened his tone to soothe He Wei. I understand the hardships you endure, all for my sake. He Wei shot him a reproachful glance. You ungrateful wretch. It's good that you recognize that. The situation at the Duke's residence still relied on her diligence. She must inquire further. Although Lin Guidong had heard from his daughter about his sister's circumstances, he still hoped He Wei would personally investigate. Yuzhong, being a young girl, naturally struggled to comprehend certain matters. He Wei shared this sentiment. Then let us not delay. I shall go tomorrow. Very well. I apologize for putting you through this. Lin Guidong took He Wei's hand. Only together as husband and wife can we prevail. Having been married for years, He Wei found his sudden warmth quite endearing. At that moment, Lin Guidong was also contemplating the banquet hosted by the Princess of Fortune, which indeed presented a splendid opportunity. Though Yuzhong was his eldest daughter, his modest position meant she was somewhat disadvantaged in seeking a match with a prominent family. Lin Guidong had already devised a plan for where to go after court the following day. And the matter of Huer's schooling has been resolved. The benefactor has sent gifts to assure us. Lin Hu, their son, had garnered the favor of a noble, who took the liberty of arranging Lin Hu's educational pursuits. This matter must be kept strictly confidential. Husband, I know. He Wei glared at Lin Guidong with displeasure. Do you think I am incapable of discerning priorities? Did you visit Yuzhong today? Lin Guidong was deeply concerned about his eldest daughter. He Wei nodded, a hint of sorrow in her expression. She suffered greatly at the hands of that Jiang Zhiyue at the Duke's residence and returned quite dejected. Encourage her. Do not let this affect her at the Princess of Fortune's banquet. Lin Guidong perceived his daughter's temperament as overly fragile. After all, Jiang Zhiyue was merely a young girl. Why should she feel such fear? Lin Guidong remained unaware of the trials Lin Yuzhong faced at the Duke's residence. He believed Lin Jingqiu had merely faltered momentarily, allowing a maid to gain the upper hand. However, having witnessed the confrontation between her aunt and Jiang Zhiyue, Lin Yuzhong understood that Jiang Zhiyue was no ordinary girl. She was the cherished daughter of the Earl and the matriarch, basking in their absolute favor. If Lin Yuzhong had once harbored secret ambitions of surpassing Jiang Zhiyue, witnessing how Jiang Zhiyue countered her aunt shattered such notions entirely. She instinctively felt that she and Jiang Zhiyue belonged to different realms. She could never measure up to Jiang Zhiyue, nor could she aspire to become like her. Upon hearing her husband mention the banquet of the Princess of Fortune, He Wei grasped his intentions. Rest assured, I have my own methods. He Wei's assured tone put Lin Guidong at ease. After years of marriage, despite the signs of aging on his wife's visage, everything else remained well. Husband, You should rest here today. I shall have someone prepare a bath, she said, her face adorned with a shy blush. As Lin Guidong gazed upon her increasingly aged appearance, his mind drifted to the enchanting smile of his beloved concubine. No, my dear wife, you should retire early. I still have some affairs to attend to, he replied, rising to his feet, dusting off his sleeves, and departing without hesitation. Watching her husband's retreating figure, He Wei felt a pang of disappointment. Yet, thoughts of their children eased her heart. After all, she was the mistress of the Lin household. Chapter 30. The money is gone. Upon returning from the Hugua Temple, Jiang Zhiyue coaxed her grandmother to take a detour to Yingtian Academy to fetch her brother. The old lady, bewildered by Jiang Zhiyue's sweet talk, found herself at the academy, where they collected him. In the carriage on the way back, she could not help but shake her head and exclaim, "No wonder your brother dotes on you. Who can resist such honeyed words?" Jiang Hengdan chuckled softly, her previously gloomy demeanor noticeably brightened. Undeterred by the laughter, Jiang Zhiyue grew more emboldened. This is indeed the secret to being cherished. The old lady, now more fond of her granddaughter after their shared religious experience, turned to Jiang Hengdan and remarked, "Little monkey makes a fair point. You should learn from her. Even if you can't master sweet talk, adopting her tenacity would be commendable." Jiang Hengdan smiled warmly at Jiang Zhiyue and replied, "Yes, grandmother, I shall endeavor to learn well." Jiang Zhiyue looked back at her sister, feigning shock. "Third sister, you've changed. You weren't like this before." Jiang Hengdan smiled gently. "Do you like this change?" Jiang Zhiyue blinked playfully and grinned. "I couldn't ask for more." The old lady relished the sight of her granddaughter's camaraderie, her eyes twinkling with delight. In another carriage, Jiang Zhiyue and Shun Mo exchanged glances. "Why aren't you riding?" Jiang Zhiyue asked. "Shin Mo miss instructed me to stay with the eldest son," he replied. Jiang Zhiyue chuckled. "You certainly have become quite obedient to her." Shin Mo looked at Jiang Zhiyue quizzically. "Wasn't he the eldest son who asked me to serve the miss as a bodyguard?" Jiang Zhiyue closed her eyes momentarily, rolling them in a manner befitting her elegance. "Let us pretend we didn't see that," Shun Mo said, though he had duties to fulfill. As a devoted assistant who had witnessed the fallout between the sixth Miss and Lady Lin, Shun Mo bore the weighty responsibility of relaying the events to the eldest son. After Shun Mo detailed the current state of affairs in the Earl's household, Jiang Zhiyue's expression transformed beyond mere shock. "Are you saying that little Akan not only expelled Lin from the Xiantang, but also whipped her twice and placed her under house arrest?" Jiang Zhiyue felt as though she were hearing the most fantastical tale. The very thought of Akan being willing to bow down and admit fault seemed miraculous. This little ancestor had truly turned against Lin Jingqiu. What splendid news this was! Just as Shun Mo was about to confirm, he caught sight of the eldest son's increasingly excited expression and fell silent. The appearance of the young master did not suggest disbelief. Rather, it exuded a sense of vindication, as if he had long awaited this day. It seemed that Achan was still quite reliant on her elder brother. Jiang Zhiyue brimmed with confidence. "Upon my return to the residence, Achan will have a strong backing." Shin Mo, for reasons unknown, felt a twinge of audacity. "Miss, I request your return to the estate so you may dedicate yourself to your studies." "What do you mean by that?" Jiang Zhiyue glared at him. Shin Mo lowered his head. "If you were to achieve the highest honor in the examinations, your standing as Achan's support would surely improve." Jiang Zhiyue looked at Shin Mo in astonishment. "What do you imply? The Duke, the Dowager, and the Princess of Xian all precede you." Shin Mo appeared respectful, but delivered a soul-crushing remark to Jiang Zhiyue. He paused momentarily, then retorted, "Let us disregard my father and grandmother. But why does Ling Yun rank before me?" At his words, Shin Mo raised his gaze briefly before quickly bowing his head again. "Miss is now the Princess of Xian. Young master, you must pay your respects when you meet her." Jiang Zhiyue clenched his jaw in frustration. This rascal certainly knew how to hit a nerve. "Enough. Have you finished? If so, be on your way." Jiang Zhiyue reclined, instantly flipping his demeanor. Shun Mo sprang to his feet, but before exiting the carriage, he poked his head back in. "I almost forgot about Second Master." Second Master Jiang was known outside for his flirtatious nature, yet he was indulgent towards his family, particularly the 6th Mississippi. He personally taught her both calligraphy and horsemanship. Jiang Zhiyue couldn't suppress his anger, searching for something to throw, ultimately hurling his money pouch in vexation. Shin Mo, taken aback by such a stroke of fortune, swiftly caught the pouch and dashed away, dropping the curtain behind him. Jiang Zhiyue scrambled up, lifted the curtain, and was about to unleash a tirade. To his surprise, Shin Mo exclaimed, Thank you for your generous gift, young master. His voice rang louder than the clattering of the carriage wheels. Jiang Zhiyue shot him a disdainful glance before letting the curtain fall and reclining once more. What is the big deal? It's merely a pouch of silver. A pouch of silver. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiyue had overheard this. Astonished that her brother had actually rewarded Shinemo, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. The dowager smiled indulgently at her reaction. Boldly, Jiang Zhiyue lifted the small curtain and inquired, Shinemo, how much did my brother bestow upon you? Shinemo rode closer, displaying the pouch to Jiang Zhiyue. Wow, my brother is truly generous. Jiang Zhiyue was taken aback. Was this really her frugal brother? Seeing her astonishment, Shinemo became somewhat bashful and extended the pouch towards her. Jiang Zhiyue laughed, you keep it. Since it's given by my brother, it rightfully belongs to you. With that, she lowered the curtain, eager to share the exciting news with the dowager and Jiang Hangdan. What a large pouch. All given to Shinemo. My brother is so generous. Jiang Zhiyue compared it to the size she had just seen, unable to contain her awe. Jiang Hangdan also expressed surprise, having heard that her brother was usually frugal, yet had rewarded Shinemo so handsomely. By Jiang Zhiyue's estimation, the pouch must contain at least 50 taels, equivalent to several months' wages for Shinemo. The matriarch, without much thought, remarked, it must be that your elder brother believes Shinemo is handling affairs appropriately. Jiang Zhiyue immediately nodded like a chick pecking at grain, affirming that Shinmo's capabilities were indeed exceptional. The journey was filled with laughter and chatter until they arrived at the Duke of England's residence. Xiao Shi, accompanied by the concubines and children from both households, awaited the matriarch at the entrance. Xiao Shi personally approached to greet her, and the matriarch gracefully descended from the carriage with her assistants. You are thoughtful. These are the duties of a daughter-in-law. The matriarch was well aware of Xiao Shi's intentions, but as it was her wish to fulfill them, she chose not to elaborate further. Jiang Zhiyue also alighted from the carriage, and along with his sisters Jiang Zhiyue, they approached Xiao Shi to pay their respects. Xiao Shi had not received prior news of Jiang Zhiyue's return, and upon seeing him, she paused momentarily. Ah, brother Yu has returned as well. Xiao Shi maintained her smile, adding, then we must add several more dishes to tonight's banquet. Jiang Zhiyue responded with an unperturbed expression. Thank you for your efforts, second aunt. The matriarch tapped her cane, her presence commanding, enough of this chatter at the entrance. Let us return home. Xiao Shi's smile faltered for a brief moment, and she hurriedly assisted the matriarch back inside. Jiang Zhiyue strolled leisurely behind, exchanging a playful glance with her sisters Jiang Wanbai and Jiang Fuyao, who were glancing at her frequently. Jiang Wanbai quickly averted her gaze, knowing her sister's mischievous nature all too well. Chapter 31. Counting the schemes, Jiang Zhiyue raised an eyebrow and smiled, unbothered by Jiang Wanbai's demeanor. Her fourth sister had always been this way, considering herself a daughter of the duke's household who could rival even the eldest sister with an air of superiority. However, Jiang Fuyao offered her a small smile. Jiang Zhiyue winked back, then turned to catch up with Jiang Zhiyue, whispering, brother, do you have any silver to take me for tea? Jiang Zhiyue felt a sense of despair wash over him. Even hearing the sound of his own grinding teeth, yes. Jiang Zhiyue's spirits lifted, her steps becoming noticeably lighter. Jiang Zhiyue glanced back at Shinemo, who averted his gaze to the heavens and the ground, refusing to meet his eyes. Jiang Zhiyue then looked at the little girl beside him, wondering if she and Shinemo had conspired to deplete his funds. Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Zhiyue asked quietly. Jiang Zhiyue was about to inquire what scheme she was concocting when he caught sight of Jiang Wanbai and Jiang Fuyao watching him. He awkwardly cleared his throat, maintaining the image of a responsible elder brother. It's nothing. Jiang Zhiyue's laughter grew more jubilant, perhaps finding amusement in her brother's flustered reaction. Jiang Fuyao observed the camaraderie between Jiang Zhiyue and Jiang Zhiyue, then cast a glance at Jiang Wanbai. Whispering in a tone only they could hear, the bond between brother and sixth sister is truly delightful. Jiang Wanbai, predictably, turned her gaze sharply towards her, shooting her a fierce look. Jiang Fuyao immediately lowered her head, as if she had misspoken. Jiang Wanbai had been feeling somewhat irritable these days, preoccupied with preparations for the banquet for the Princess of Fortune, and Jiang Fuyao's comment only aggravated her further. Unintentionally, Xiao Shi glanced back and noticed her daughter's face displaying a myriad of emotions, frowning slightly. Jiang Wanbai remained oblivious, but Jiang Fuyao caught it. She lightly nudged Jiang Wanbai. Just as Jiang Wanbai was getting annoyed, Jiang Fuyao's touch irritated her further, prompting her to shake off the hand. Don't touch me. A loud exclamation interrupted the atmosphere, causing everyone to halt and direct their gaze towards Jiang Wanbai and Jiang Fuyao. The matriarch observed them with a neutral expression, while Qiao's eyes reflected a mixture of disappointment and frustration. Jiang Zhiyue, Jiang Zhiyue, and Jiang Hengdan simultaneously turned to look. The sensation of being scrutinized by so many was uncomfortable for Jiang Wanbai, whose face flushed with embarrassment. Jiang Fuyao, her eyes slightly reddened, apologized to Jiang Wanbai. "I'm sorry, fourth sister, it was not my intention." Upon seeing Jiang Fuyao's distressed demeanor, Jiang Wanbai felt an anger welling up within her and was about to reprimand Jiang Fuyao when Xiao interjected with a comment. "Sisters should maintain harmony. There is no need for constant discord." Jiang Wanbai bit her lip in frustration while Jiang Fuyao appeared on the verge of tears, and the two exchanged slight bows of acknowledgement. Jiang Zhiyue glanced at Xiao, realizing for the first time how adept her second aunt was at delivering veiled remarks. While her words ostensibly targeted Jiang Wanbai, they were subtly directed at Jiang Fuyao, causing a scene before the matriarch would surely displease the elders. Xiao was not about to allow Jiang Wanbai to shoulder the blame alone, thus dragging Jiang Fuyao into the fray. Jiang Zhiyue withdrew her gaze. Recognizing the calculated maneuver but lamenting its unfairness, the matriarch, wise in her years, would undoubtedly see through such petty tactics. Indeed, after Qiao finished speaking, the matriarch responded, "They are merely young girls. There is no need for harshness." Qiao's expression stiffened imperceptibly, wishing to defend herself. Yet unable to maintain her composure in front of the younger generation, she could only nod in acquiescence. Jiang Zhiyue dismissed the scene with a disdainful pout, finding it rather dull. Noticing Jiang Zhiyue's lack of enthusiasm, Jiang Hengdan gently squeezed her hand, reminding her to remain discreet while observing the unfolding drama. Jiang Zhiyue, catching the hint, turned to Jiang Hengdan with a sweet smile. She never hesitated to offer her warmth to those who truly mattered to her. The matriarch observed the interactions keenly before leisurely turning to proceed further. Upon returning to Chunhui Hall, she inquired about the upcoming banquet hosted by the princess of the state of Fu. Qiao responded with a smile, stating that everything had been arranged. The matriarch nodded, expressing her confidence in Qiao's abilities. Maintaining her cheerful demeanor, Qiao then turned to Jiang Zhiyue, inquiring, "Young master Yu has returned. Might you find time to attend the banquet?" Qiao asked casually, not genuinely expecting Jiang Zhiyue to go, as he was currently preparing for examinations and likely had no time for such distractions. Jiang Zhiyue glanced at Jiang Zhiyue, who quickly blinked, silently urging him to attend. Observing the exchanged glances between the siblings, the matriarch smiled gently. "It would be beneficial for Zhiyue to go. He can keep an eye on that mischievous girl, Chan. It is fortunate that Dan will also be attending. Being the elder sister, you must look after your younger siblings." With the matriarch's directive, Jiang Zhiyue and Jiang Hengdan had no choice but to comply. Qiao was somewhat taken aback. While Jiang Zhiyue's attendance was understandable, what was Jiang Hengdan doing suddenly stepping into the spotlight? She had always been like a ghost, barely noticeable. Feeling fatigued, the matriarch dismissed everyone, instructing them to rest. Qiao pondered this unexpected turn of events, yet she did not dwell on it too much. As Jiang Hengdan was already betrothed, and with her talents, she could never surpass Wanbai. It was rather bewildering that Jiang Zhiyue, with exams approaching, would have the leisure to attend a banquet. Jiang Zhiyue, oblivious to Qiao's intentions, stepped out of Chunhui Hall and pulled Jiang Zhiyue aside. What mischievous plot was brewing now? Why did you need your elder brother to accompany you to a banquet? Jiang Zhiyue was unconcerned about the imperial examination. He had confidence in himself. However, that little imp, Chan, was unpredictable, and he genuinely felt uncertain. Jiang Zhiyue's eyes twinkled as she chuckled softly. Jiang Zhiyue furrowed his brows. Could it be that she had landed herself in trouble again? Jiang Zhiyue raised her delicate brows, firmly slapping Jiang Zhiyue's hand. "Does my elder brother truly think of me as such an unreasonable person?" Jiang Zhiyue found it amusing and showed her the back of his reddened hand. "Aren't you?" Jiang Zhiyue huffed, defiantly retorting. "Isn't it you who is jumping to conclusions?" All right, my mistake. Speak, what scheme do you have in mind?" Jiang Zhiyue knew his younger sister all too well. Jiang Zhiyue pouted, finding it bothersome that her elder brother insisted on scrutinizing everything. The second son of the Yin family would also be attending. The second son of the Yin family was, in fact, Jiang Hengdan's fiancé. Jiang Zhiyue cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Zhiyue. She smiled sweetly in return. "Even if you do not wish to accompany me, do you not want to assess your third sister's future husband?" Jiang Zhiyue fell silent for a moment, then raised his hand and playfully rapped her on the head. At such a tender age, you're already worried about such matters. Elder brother. Jiang Zhiyue was taken aback. He was genuinely scolding her. Before she could respond, Jiang Zhiyue, with a serious demeanor, said, "You need only focus on growing up happily. I shall handle the rest. Why should you, a child, be burdened with these concerns?" Jiang Zhiyue stared at her brother, seeing not just sternness but also tenderness in his eyes. She quickly regained her composure. "I am no longer a child. I can do anything you can." Jiang Zhiyue raised his hand again, noticing Jiang Zhiyue evade him. And with a raised brow, he turned to leave. Jiang Zhiyue remained silent. She could clearly see that her brother was worried about her. Chapter 32. Once betrayed. Never forgiven. The banquet hosted by the Princess of Fortune held considerable social clout within the capital. Chang'ing devoted herself wholeheartedly to preparing her young mistress for the event. Jiang Zhiyue languidly reclined on the favored couch, watching Chang'ing flit about like a butterfly, her eyes following her every movement. Once Chang'ing found a moment to spare. She remembered to pour her a cup of tea. Jiang Zhiyue smiled at her. "You drink. I see you've been busy all morning." Chang'ing chuckled, feeling increasingly cherished by her mistress. If the young lady spoiled her like this, how would she ever rein her in? Jiang Zhiyue leaned back. "Then let me spoil you. If you cause any trouble in the future, your mistress will take care of it." Chang'ing could not help but laugh. Her mistress had become ever more cheerful. "The third miss sent word that she would be ready to go out with you tomorrow, so please do not worry." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhiyue nodded. It seemed her third sister had indeed changed somewhat. In this dynasty, the social customs were quite liberal. Even engaged women could venture out, with the exception of the last month or two before their wedding when they would remain indoors. As for why her third sister rarely attended banquets, it was because Aunt Bai was timid and overly cautious, restraining her and denying her freedom. Now that the third sister has come to a realization, Bai Yinyang can no longer hinder her. It seems that the words she spoke to the third sister on that day were indeed taken to heart. A knock resounded from outside. Chang'ing set down her teacup and stepped out, finding Shun Mo waiting outside. Shun Mo handed over the information in his hand, whispering, "News from the Lin family." Chang'ing promptly turned and hurried to Jiang Zhiyue's side, presenting the envelope and indicating that it contained news from the Lin family. Jiang Zhiyue tore open the envelope and read through its contents with a furrowed brow. The message was brief, merely stating that the matriarch of the Lin family seemed to have a close relationship with the minister of the Ministry of Rights from the Sun family. "Summon Shun Mo." Jiang Zhiyue commanded, rising to take a seat at the table. Upon entering, Shun Mo bowed respectfully, and Jiang Zhiyue raised her hand, signaling him to forego excessive courtesy. "Speak," she instructed, gesturing towards the letter. Shun Mo replied, "The Lin family is of ordinary means, yet on that day, Madame Lin adorned herself with an exquisite jade crown. Upon inquiry, I learned that it was custom made by the wife of the minister of the Ministry of Rights from the Sun family. Is the information reliable?" Jiang Zhiyue inquired. "It is reliable," Shun Mo affirmed. Jiang Zhiyue remained silent, fully aware of the court's political dynamics. The Duke of England's household, originating from military lineage, meant her father held significant power and needed to tread carefully in his associations. She recalled that this minister of the Ministry of Rights was a trusted confidant of Prime Minister Xia. Could it be that the Lin family has ties to the Xia household? The more Jiang Zhiyue pondered, the more intricate the situation appeared. Continue to monitor closely and report any developments promptly. She discarded the letter into the hearth, watching it burn. Regardless of the circumstances, she would not let Lin Jingqiu and the Lin family escape her grasp. "Understood," Shun Mo replied before withdrawing. Jiang Zhiyue's expression darkened. Chang'ing sighed softly, noting the distress Jiang Zhiyue felt regarding Lin Jingqiu. Suddenly, Jiang Zhiyue recalled an incident from her past life, where Lin Yuzhong leveraged her relationship with Lin Jingqiu to attend a banquet hosted by the princess of the King of Fortune, thus forming a connection with the heir of the Duke of Guangchang. This time, however, with Lin Jingqiu under house arrest and Lin Yuzhong returned to her family. Would Lin Yuzhong still have the opportunity to attend the princess's banquet and connect with the heir? Jiang Zhiyue found herself somewhat intrigued by the prospect. She resolutely decided against taking the heir of the Duke of Guangchang as her betrothed again. She would not forgive those who had betrayed her. He Wei delivered an invitation to the Duke of England's household, received by Qiao Shi. Qiao Shi felt a sense of aversion towards the Lin family, and, for reasons unknown, simply disliked them. Despite Lin's status as merely a concubine of the first branch, Xiaoshi found herself inexplicably displeased. Thus, when He Yue presented the invitation, Xiaoshi responded with impatience. If you find this matter difficult to handle, it might be better to report it to the matriarch and let her decide, reminded Xiaoshi's attendant, Granny Qiao. Enlightened, Xiaoshi immediately took the invitation to seek an audience with the matriarch in the Chunwei Hall. Upon learning of Xiaoshi's purpose, the matriarch regarded her with her calm, aged eyes, leaving Xiaoshi feeling uneasy. Standing there, nearly breathless with anxiety, Xiaoshi finally heard the matriarch speak. If you cannot handle this matter, then delegate it to someone else. Xiao was taken aback, still struggling to comprehend the meaning behind the elder lady's words. Then she heard her say, if you are too preoccupied to manage, allow concubine Lian and concubine Shi to assist you. Xiao was startled. This was an attempt to diminish her authority. She abruptly lifted her gaze to the elder lady, whose sharp eyes seemed to pierce through her intentions of evading responsibility. In an instant, she dared not harbor any further thoughts and quickly apologized. It is my fault as a daughter-in-law. I should not trouble my mother with such trivial matters. The elder lady merely regarded her with a dispassionate gaze, uttering not a word, nor retracting her statement. Xiao felt as though her heart had turned to ashes. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would not have sought to shirk her duties. The elder lady was not particularly pleased with Xiao, but as she was merely the second son's wife, it was of little consequence. After the passing of the first daughter-in-law, the management of the duke's household had gradually returned to her. The eldest son had no intention of remarrying. Thus the elder lady was compelled to gradually entrust some responsibilities to Xiao. As the lady of the second household, it was feasible for her to assume the role of matriarch in the duke's residence. Unfortunately, despite years of instruction, Xiao had not shed her short-sighted tendencies. She focused solely on the benefits of managing the household while conveniently neglecting the troublesome matters. How can a true matriarch behave in such a manner? The elder lady's dissatisfaction with Xiao began when she sought her counsel on the matter of a concubine's family visiting, leading her to lose her patience. After the banquet for the Princess of Fu concluded, she instructed that the younger ones should be brought over to learn the art of managing the household. I am weary. You may leave now. The elder lady did not even wait for Xiao to bow in respect and departed without hesitation. Fortunately, this occurred within the confines of Chunwei Hall, where no one witnessed Xiao's embarrassment. Yet, she felt profoundly wronged. After years of diligence for the duke's household, how had she come to be perceived as incompetent? Moreover, summoning two concubines to share her authority, how could they possibly be deserving? Stifling her grievances, Xiao returned to the second household, only to unexpectedly encounter Master Jiang in her chamber, which caused her to succumb to her emotions and weep in his embrace. Master Jiang was taken aback. His wife, usually so composed, was crying today. He glanced at Aunt Xiao, who shook her head in distress, unwilling to speak. Xiao was no longer a child. Soon, she regained her composure and wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Observing this, Master Jiang ushered everyone out and gently comforted his wife. Xiao dared not voice her grievances to Master Jiang, fully aware of the elder lady's significance in the hearts of her two sons. She merely stated that she had mishandled matters and upset her mother. Master Jiang chuckled upon hearing this. I thought it was something of great importance. Mother would not truly be angry with you. Do not worry. Tomorrow I shall soothe her on your behalf. As Xiao gazed upon her husband, still handsome in his middle age, the comfort in his words alleviated much of her distress. Chapter 33. The price paid. He Yue ultimately could not gain entry to the duke's residence. Xiao rejected her invitation. Upon hearing this news, He Yue felt a tinge of displeasure. Lin Yuzhong, noticing her mother's somber expression, expressed concern. Mother, is everything well? He Yue sighed in relief. Fortunately, Mother had foreseen this. She then produced a gilded invitation, which was none other than the invitation to the banquet hosted by the Princess of Fu. Mother, Lin Yuzhong exclaimed with delight. Mother is truly remarkable. He Yue chuckled softly, reassuring her daughter, you need not worry, my dear. I shall surely ensure your attendance at the banquet hosted by the Princess of the Fuang. Mother is so kind, Lin Yuzhong cooed, entwining her arm with He Yue. Yes. He Yue affectionately stroked her daughter's hair, saying, during the banquet, my dear, you must conduct yourself with grace. Lin Yuzhong nodded eagerly, her heart brimming with excitement. The thought of attending the banquet without having to accompany Jiang Zhiyue ignited a spark of determination within her. Do not worry, Mother, I shall not disappoint you. Lin Yuzhong gracefully bowed, confident that she would capture the princess's attention at the event. He Yue gazed upon her daughter, whose beauty rivaled that of a blooming flower. certain that Lin Yuzhong's allure would leave the noble young men entranced, as though they had encountered a celestial being. Xiao Shi meticulously prepared everything for Jiang Wanbai's attendance at the banquet, her gaze resting upon a splendid set of golden and silver hair ornaments adorned with bohai pearls. Feeling immensely satisfied upon seeing such exquisite jewelry, Jiang Wanbai could not help but exclaim, "Mother, how could you possess such exquisite treasures?" Xiao Shi, caressing Jiang Wanbai's face, smiled. "My Wanbai is elegant and poised. These ornaments are merely the icing on the cake. No one is ever displeased by flattery." Hearing her mother's words, Jiang Wanbai's complexion flushed deeper. She could almost envision the dazzling impression she would make when she donned the exquisite headpiece at the princess's banquet. Surely, she would succeed in capturing the princess's gaze. However, in the next moment, a maid arrived with news that old Madame Cheng was waiting outside, requesting the second madam to visit Chunhui Hall. Jiang Wanbai paused, puzzled, wondering what urgent matter her grandmother could have at such a late hour. Instinctively, she sensed it might not be good news and cast a worried glance at Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi smiled gently, instructing Jiang Wanbai to wait, assuring her that she would return shortly. Yet, upon reaching the door and seeing old Madame Cheng's expression, Xiao Shi felt a sudden unease. "Madam, may I inquire what matters my mother wishes to discuss?" Xiao Shi smiled at old Madame Cheng. The old matron, maintaining her composure, returned the gesture with a bow, revealing no emotion, merely stating, "The old servant is unaware. The second madam will find out upon her arrival." Noticing this, Xiao Shi ceased her inquiries and anxiously followed old Madame Cheng to Chunhui Hall. Upon entering the inner chamber of Chunhui Hall, Xiao Shi was met with the stern command of the matriarch, "Kneel." It had been ages since she had witnessed such fierce reprimand from her mother, and feeling a pang of guilt, she immediately knelt. "Mother, what has your daughter-in-law done wrong? Please enlighten me." The matriarch, observing Xiao Shi's stubbornness, closed her eyes momentarily to quell her rising anger before speaking. "You hail from a family of distinction. Why then are you so short-sighted?" Xiao Shi's heart trembled at the weight of her mother's words. "Mother, such harshness." Tears brimmed in her eyes as she implored. "How can your daughter-in-law navigate her existence when faced with such scorn?" The matriarch, never having anticipated Xiao Shi's narrow-mindedness, was taken aback. "If you wish to reprimand your daughter-in-law, you must provide her with a justifiable reason." Xiao Shi contested, her expression one of defiance. The matriarch gazed at her with disappointment, her demeanor solemn. "What explanation do you have for the set of bohai pearl hair ornaments?" Xiao Shi's face turned pale, disbelief flooding her as she looked at the matriarch. The elderly matriarch observed the sudden change in Xiao's complexion, her heart sinking into utter disappointment as she tapped her cane several times. "How could you be so short-sighted?" Xiao, flustered, took a few steps forward, clutching the hem of the matriarch's garment, pleading, "Mother, it is not as you think. As a daughter-in-law, I merely wish to borrow it, not steal it." The word steal seemed too shameful for her to utter. The matriarch regarded the weeping Xiao, her expression never having been so severe. "You need not attend tomorrow's banquet. Remain in the residence for a thorough reflection." Closing her eyes, when she opened them again, she had resolved upon Xiao's punishment. Xiao was utterly unprepared for such a unilateral decision. Mother, the banquet is of utmost importance. If I do not go, what will happen to the children? I am neither dead nor too old to step outside." The matriarch's gaze turned stern as she addressed Xiao as the lady of the house. To conduct oneself in such a manner is a disgrace to the family. "Mother, I need not hear it." The matriarch's eyes still smoldered with anger as she delivered a sharp rebuke to Xiao. "If this matter comes to light, how will Wanbai maintain her dignity? What face will the Xiao family daughters have left?" Xiao felt a jolt of anxiety at the question, stammering, "It won't be discovered. It was merely a borrowing." The matriarch's heavy gaze bore down on her, and it was clear that despite the gravity of the situation, Xiao still clung to her denial. "At this juncture, if you refuse to acknowledge your fault, then return and reflect deeply. Only emerge when you have come to understand." "Mother, I realize my mistake." "Mother." Xiao was now thoroughly panicked. The matriarch's gaze grew even more indifferent. "If you continue to behave so ungraciously, the dignity of your position as second wife will be irreparably tarnished." With each word from the matriarch, Xiao found herself silenced, her grip on the matriarch's garment loosening as she sank despondently to the ground. The matriarch exchanged a glance with old Mama Cheng, who stepped forward to assist Xiao. "Second madam, allow me to escort you back." Heartbroken, Xiao even forgot to perform the customary farewell to the matriarch. As old Mama Cheng helped her leave, Jiang Zhiyue emerged slowly from behind the screen. Observing the disappointment on the matriarch's face, Jiang Zhiyue felt a pang of sympathy and squatted beside her. Grandmother. The matriarch sighed softly, stroking her granddaughter's head. Fortunately, you discovered this. Had Wanbai attended the banquet adorned with that set of jewelry? Jiang Zhiyue fell silent, realizing the uncanny coincidence. Chang Ying had chosen the banquet jewelry for her, and recalling the precious set her mother had left her. She had gone to the storeroom only to find it missing. Upon investigation, she learned that it was taken by her second aunt. Xiao, managing the household's internal affairs, held the authority to access the storeroom. Jiang Zhiyue understood all too well the purpose behind Xiao's appropriation of the jewelry. Yet, that was an heirloom from her mother. How could it be so easily taken? Furthermore, Xiao had audacity to touch things that did not belong to her. Given these circumstances, it was only fitting that Xiao face the consequences of her recklessness. The unique bohai pearls belonging to the Yujia family were not meant for just anyone to wear. The next day, when Jiang Zhiyue visited Chunhui Hall to pay her respects, she discovered that Jiang Wanbai and Jiang Fuyao were already present in the main hall, each curtsying to greet one another as sisters. Jiang Wanbai's gaze fell upon the exquisite bohai pearl crown atop Jiang Zhiyue's head, only to be reluctantly averted. Jiang Fuyao, however, marveled, "Sixth sister, you look exceptionally beautiful today, especially with that crown, which enhances your already stunning visage." Jiang Zhiyue offered a slight smile, replying, "Fifth sister, you too are elegantly beautiful today, equally commendable." Jiang Wanbai, unable to contain her disdain, averted her eyes and muttered softly, "Flatterer." Naturally, Jiang Fuyao, sitting close to Jiang Wanbai, heard the derision. Accustomed to such jibes, she chose to ignore it, her smile unwavering. As Jiang Wanbai contemplated further barbs at Jiang Zhiyue, the matron, Mama Chang, escorted the matriarch outside, compelling her to desist. The matriarch surveyed her granddaughters before her, her expression serious as she admonished. "Once you step beyond the gates of the Duke's residence, your every word and deed reflects upon the family. We rise and fall together. While minor squabbles may be tolerated within the household, you must present a united front outside. Do not allow others to seize upon any missteps, thereby tarnishing the Duke's reputation." "Yes," the sisters responded dutifully, bowing in acknowledgement. "Now, the hour grows late. Let us depart," the matriarch declared, and the group followed her lead. Initially, 3 carriages had been prepared, the matriarch in the first, Jiang Zhiyue and Jiang Hengdan in the second, while Jiang Wanbai and Jiang Fuyao occupied the third. As for Jiang Tiyu, she rode on horseback. However, just as Jiang Zhiyue settled into her seat, Jiang Wanbai, accompanied by Jiang Fuyao, also climbed into the second carriage. Fortunately, the Duke's carriages were spacious enough to accommodate the sisters comfortably. "Sixth sister, do you mind if I share your carriage?" Jiang Wanbai inquired, her gaze fixed intently upon her. Jiang Zhiyue sighed inwardly, perplexed by Jiang Wanbai's incessant need to provoke her. "Mind? You seem already settled," Jiang Zhiyue replied, not intending to indulge Jiang Wanbai. She arched an eyebrow and calmly poured herself a cup of tea. "You." Jiang Wanbai's expression darkened considerably. Jiang Hengdan sighed in genuine exasperation. "Pouring tea for her sisters. Drink tea and calm yourselves." Jiang Wanbai, brimming with pent-up frustration, directed her ire at Jiang Hengdan. "What do you mean by your feigned kindness?" Jiang Zhiyue's countenance grew cold, and as she set her teacup down with a bit more force than necessary, it caused Jiang Wanbai to flinch. Jiang Zhiyue cast a frosty glance at her. "Did grandmother's words simply slip through your ears?" Jiang Wanbai, proud and haughty, felt her dignity crumble under Jiang Zhiyue's words, especially before their 2 illegitimate sisters. Tears welled up in her eyes, yet no one paid her heed. Jiang Zhiyue remained unperturbed, and Jiang Hengdan, having been rebuffed, certainly would not extend further warmth. Jiang Fuyao lowered her gaze to savor her tea, unwilling to involve herself in the conflict between Jiang Wanbai and Jiang Zhiyue. Seeing the indifference of those around her, Jiang Wanbai felt even more aggrieved. "You all are bullying me." Jiang Zhiyue feigned a smile and rolled her eyes, impatiently stating, "Fourth sister, who is truly trying to bully whom? Do not rely on baseless complaints to stir trouble." Unable to retaliate physically or verbally, Jiang Wanbai was genuinely reduced to tears. Jiang Zhiyue shook her head, marveling at Jiang Wanbai's tenacity in seeking conflict. It was truly perplexing that the instigator of the trouble could not withstand the consequences of her own actions. Jiang Fuyao was at a loss for words. She truly could not comprehend the thought process of her fourth sister. Jiang Wanbai shed a few tears, and 3 handkerchiefs were promptly offered to her. A moment of silence ensued, only interrupted by the rhythmic clatter of the carriage wheels. By refusing to choose any option, were you intent on weeping like a disheveled cat and disgracing the Duke's residence? Jiang Zhiyue stated, as she reached to reclaim her handkerchief. Jiang Wanbai, quick as a flash, snatched it back, prompting Jiang Hengdan and Jiang Fuyo to reclaim their own handkerchiefs as well. At least you have some perceptiveness, Jiang Wanbai murmured. Jiang Zhiyue, dropping her pretense, directly pinched Jiang Wanbai's face. Do you not possess any semblance of an elder sister? Jiang Wanbai gasped, swatting Jiang Zhiyue's hand away, trembling with indignation. You. What are you going to do? If you dare, strike me. Jiang Zhiyue gazed at her with a smile. Feel free to cause a ruckus in the carriage. But once we disembark, should you dare to sulk, I shall have my second uncle personally teach you a lesson. Jiang Fuyo stifled a laugh. Dealing with the haughty fourth miss required the cunning of the sixth sister. Jiang Wanbai did not need to think twice. The other two were undoubtedly laughing at her. The earlier sentiment of being touched by the handkerchiefs vanished in an instant. Jiang Wanbai, feeling wronged, carefully dabbed at her tears, fearful of tarnishing her makeup. Noticing her compliance, Jiang Zhiyue turned and retrieved a small mirror from the makeup box in the carriage, handing it over. Jiang Wanbai eyed Jiang Zhiyue warily. Upon seeing her composed demeanor, she reluctantly accepted it. Jiang Fuyo took a delicate sip of tea, noting how well the sixth sister absorbed the old lady's words. The process of Jiang Zhiyue meticulously tidying up Jiang Wanbai drew a silent admiration from Jiang Hengdan for the sixth sister's remarkable ability to manage others. Jiang Wanbai gazed into the mirror, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. She cautiously glanced at Jiang Zhiyue, her words lodged in her throat. Jiang Zhiyue noticed the look in Jiang Wanbai's eyes, but, as the latter remained silent, she too refrained from speaking. Is there any fragrant cotton? Jiang Zhiyue inquired, raising her gaze and extending her hand. What are you doing? Jiang Wanbai flinched like a startled bird. Don't move, Jiang Zhiyue uttered calmly, causing Jiang Wanbai to freeze in place. Jiang Zhiyue surveyed the surroundings, gently applying a touch of fragrant cotton to her face. Jiang Wanbai stared at the approaching Jiang Zhiyue, mesmerized as a subtle, elegant fragrance enveloped her. Even at such a close distance, Jiang Zhiyue's visage was utterly flawless. She could sense the delicate, porcelain-like skin of the other. An unparalleled beauty. The thought suddenly surfaced in Jiang Wanbai's mind, and she bit her lip. How could she admit that Jiang Zhiyue was more beautiful than herself? As Jiang Zhiyue finished touching up Jiang Wanbai's makeup, she noticed her dazed expression and raised an eyebrow. Are you so moved that you've lost your wits? Jiang Wanbai snapped back to reality, hastily retreating to maintain distance. Jiang Zhiyue leaned back, closing her eyes to rest, indifferent to her. The banquet hosted by the Duchess of Fortune was at the villa in the western suburbs, and it would take some time to reach from the Duke's residence. After a brief respite, Jiang Zhiyue sensed the carriage had halted. She slowly opened her eyes just in time to hear the coachman announce their arrival. The sounds outside were plentiful, indicating that guests had begun to arrive one after another. Jiang Hengdan and Jiang Wanbai alighted from the carriage, and as they stepped down together, they were met with a chorus of admiration from onlookers. Truly, they were the esteemed daughters of the Duke of Britain, possessing striking beauty and graceful demeanor. I wonder if the sixth young lady of the Duke's household has arrived? Upon hearing this remark, Jiang Wanbai, who was reveling in the compliments directed at her beauty, suddenly felt her smile falter. Chapter 35. A truly stunning beauty. When Lu Qingxiao and Princess Boyang arrived at the suburban villa, Jiang Zhiyue had just disembarked from her carriage. The crowd gasped in astonishment upon seeing her, having thought the two young ladies from the Duke's household were already breathtaking, only to be presented with yet another exquisite beauty. With an air of pride and ethereal grace, she was indeed a vision of unparalleled loveliness. As Jiang Zhiyue stood poised, she sensed a particularly piercing gaze upon her. Turning her head, she locked eyes with Lu Qingxiao. Upon hearing that Lady Yin and Princess Boyang had arrived, the Duchess of Fortune personally came to greet the guests at the entrance. Just as she arrived, she was momentarily stunned by the sight of Jiang Zhiyue stepping from the carriage. After a brief pause, she approached with a warm smile. Your Grace, I pay my respects, Lady Yin said, leading her granddaughters in a gesture of reverence towards the Duchess. The Duchess promptly assisted Lady Yin to her feet, her smile radiating warmth. You honor me. Dear matriarch, your presence at this gathering is a true blessing. Your Grace, you flatter me, Lady Yin replied, instructing her eldest grandson and granddaughters to bow before the Duchess. The Duchess observed the youthful charm of the children from the Duke's household, growing increasingly fond of them. You are indeed fortunate, Lady Yin. Each child is more enchanting than the last, especially this little one, who surpasses even the celestial maidens. Her gaze settled on Jiang Zhiyue, her admiration genuine. Who could possibly surpass the celestial maidens? She inquired, inviting everyone to take a look. The crowd turned, kneeling in respect. We pay our respects to the princess. Princess Boyang, exuding an air of regal grace, was accustomed to such deference. She stepped forward, assisting both Lady Yin and the Duchess, and beckoned to the assembly. Her eyes fell upon Jiang Zhiyue, and with a gentle smile, she remarked, "Surely, this enchanting maiden must be the sixth daughter of the Duke's household? Lift your gaze. Allow me to behold you." Jiang Zhiyue raised her chin slightly, her bright eyes sparkling with elegance. The bow-high pearl crown upon her head accentuated her beauty. Princess Boyang, taken aback by Jiang Zhiyue's appearance, glanced knowingly at Lu Qingxiao and said with a smile, "Indeed, she is a beauty. Lady Yin is truly fortunate." Lu Qingxiao, typically aloof and indifferent, chose to disregard the playful glances from Princess Boyang. Lady Yin, unable to decipher the princess's intentions, humbly replied, "Your Highness, your praise is unwarranted. They are but children and do not compare to your grace." Princess Boyang smiled, beckoning Jiang Zhiyue closer. "Come here, I find you delightful. May I borrow this precious granddaughter of yours for a day?" With the princess's request, Lady Yin had no choice but to acquiesce. Jiang Zhiyue stepped forward as instructed, and Princess Boyang slipped a jade bracelet onto her wrist, saying, "I wouldn't let you accompany me without a token of our meeting. This is to ensure your father does not accuse me of being stingy." Madame Yin and the Princess of Fuyang found themselves perplexed by the generosity of Princess Chang. After a moment's contemplation, Madame Yin politely declined, saying, "Such kindness from the princess is too much. How can one accept a cherished item from her?" The Princess of Fuyang reassured her, "Do not worry, it is simply my fondness for her. Now, let us proceed inside. And do not disrupt the banquet hosted by Sister Wang." With the princess's decisive words, Madame Yin had no further objections and followed her into the western suburban villa. The admiration that the Princess of Fuyang held for Jiang Zhiyue did not go unnoticed by the onlookers, who gazed upon them with envy. Who would not desire the esteem of the Princess of Fuyang? However, the most discontented among them was Jiang Wanbai. She believed her looks rivaled those of Jiang Zhiyue. Had it not been for the splendid bow-high pearl crown that adorned Jiang Zhiyue, she would not have shone so brightly. Yet, her dissatisfaction was futile, for the noble lady standing beside the princess was Jiang Zhiyue and not Jiang Wanbai. The Princess of Fuyang walked at the front, flanked by the Princess of Fortune and Madame Yin on the other side. Noticing a remarkably handsome young man on one side and a graceful young lady on the other, the Princess of Fortune mused to Madame Yin, "Your Xiaolu seems well matched with the young general." Madame Yin, upon glancing at them, conceded that they indeed appeared to be a fitting pair. However, she chuckled at the thought, saying, "Oh, how you jest. My Xiaolu could never aspire to the young general. Her engagement was arranged by her father long ago." Madame Yin gently reminded her that Jiang Zhiyue was already betrothed, cautioning against speaking carelessly. The Princess of Fortune, recalling that the Earl of England's daughter was indeed promised to the Marquis of Guangchong, quickly apologized, acknowledging her lapse in discretion due to her excitement over such beauty. Madame Yin smiled and shifted the conversation, and the Princess of Fortune followed suit. Nonetheless, the Princess of Fortune's remark lingered in Madame Yin's mind, sowing a seed of unease. The favor bestowed upon Achan by the Princess of Fuyang could be either a blessing or a curse. Once the Princess of Fuyang and her entourage entered, the guests at the door began to filter in. He Wei and her daughter Lin Yuzhong had just arrived and, unaware of the situation, inquired with a nearby lady. This lady, being quite talkative, recounted how the sixth Miss of the Earl of England had astonished everyone and was favored by the Princess of Fuyang, who had summoned her to join the banquet. He Wei's expression faltered momentarily as she listened, while Lin Yuzhong remained silent, her lips pursed, concealing her frustration. Had she known earlier, perhaps it would have been her that the princess noticed. Alas, there is no such thing as foresight. The lady, noticing the exquisite beauty of the girl beside He Wei, was intrigued and began to inquire about her. He Wei appreciated this lady's attention, as she believed her daughter Yuzhong to possess a striking beauty that could not go unrecognized. With a smile, He Wei engaged with the lady, and the two families moved closer together. As Lin Yuzhong heard the unfamiliar lady's praises, she raised her head high, embodying the grace of a proud swan. Upon encountering Jiang Zhiyue and subsequently Lin Yuzhong, the noble ladies could not help but exclaim about the fortuitous feng shui of the capital. as one beautiful maiden after another graced their presence. The banquet hosted by the princess of the Fortune King was grand, with each family's seating meticulously arranged. Upon seeing the mother and daughter duo being ushered to a more secluded pavilion by their maid, many of the ladies immediately lost interest. While the young beauty was indeed charming, her family background seemed somewhat lacking. Lin Yuzhong was not oblivious to the scrutinizing gazes and hushed whispers surrounding her. With a quiet determination, she vowed to make a lasting impression at the banquet. Guided by her maid to her seat, her every gesture exuded elegance, and her delicate demeanor captured the attention of several noble women. Yue felt rather pleased, confident that today she would secure a fitting and respectable match for Yuzhong. Chapter 36. How could a good person have such a mouth? The Duke of England's residence held a significant status, located not far from Princess Boyang, directly across from her. Jiang Zhiyue took her seat alongside the princess, who had specially arranged for an additional table to accommodate her. However, Princess Boyang insisted that Jiang Zhiyue occupy Lu Qingxiao's seat, thereby relegating him to the newly arranged table by the Fortune King's wife. Lu Qingxiao, tall and imposing, found the smaller table somewhat constricting. Noticing Lu Qingxiao's unflinching demeanor, Jiang Zhiyue felt increasingly uncomfortable. "Your Highness, perhaps I should sit at the small table. I wouldn't want to inconvenience the young general," she suggested, wishing to avoid drawing attention. Lu Qingxiao's striking looks and commanding presence made him a focal point, compelling everyone passing by to steal glances in his direction. His aura was indeed mismatched with the modest table. Princess Boyang cast a sideways glance at her rebellious son and gently patted Jiang Zhiyue's hand, assuring her that he was not one to be slighted. Jiang Zhiyue, upon hearing this, shyly offered Lu Qingxiao an apologetic look. To Princess Boyang's surprise, rather than ignoring her, Lu Qingxiao merely nodded in acknowledgement. How peculiar! Her words seemed less effective than the silent gaze of a young girl from outside their circle. Fortunately, Princess Boyang was not one to dwell on trifles. She understood her son's temperament well enough to refrain from commenting. The fact that he had accompanied her to the banquet was already a gesture of goodwill. Regardless of whether he acknowledged her, it mattered little. Redirecting her attention to Jiang Zhiyue, Princess Boyang mused internally about the charm of young maidens, soft and fragrant, ever so attentive. Alas, Lu Qingxiao's irritable disposition hardly merited such tender consideration. The more she observed Jiang Zhiyue, the more her fondness grew, causing a rare blush to grace the young maiden's cheeks. Fully, witnessing the princess's demeanor, cleared her throat discreetly. Princess Boyang snapped back to reality, casting a playful glare at Fully. In response, Fully adopted a wooden expression, observing with a detached demeanor. The banquet had yet to commence, and Princess Boyang did not wish to confine anyone. She addressed Jiang Zhiyue, saying, "The princess has arranged many delightful activities. You should partake in them and return for the feast later." Jiang Zhiyue gracefully rose, responding, "Yes, Your Highness." Just as she was about to step away, Princess Boyang added, "Wubi, take good care of this young lady. If a single hair falls from her head, I shall hold you accountable." Jiang Zhiyue was taken aback, wondering if she had misheard. The princess had entrusted Lu Qingxiao to look after her? Understood. While Jiang Zhiyue's mind momentarily faltered, a languid voice reached her ears. She stared blankly at the young man who had risen, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Lu Qingxiao approached her with a calm demeanor, leaning down to say, "Let us go, little girl." Jiang Zhiyue felt as though she were in a dream. Was the decisive young general truly so docile in the presence of Princess Boyang? Had he just been foolish? Lu Qingxiao tilted his head slightly, examining her. His deep, indifferent visage suddenly loomed closer, causing Jiang Zhiyue to instinctively retreat 2 steps, only to have him grasp her shoulder. She raised her gaze to meet his cold, phoenix-like eyes, which seemed to hold a hint of amusement. "Steady yourself. If you were to fall, my mother would certainly not spare me." He spoke with an air of righteousness. Being the beloved son of Princess Boyang, could it be that the princess would truly trouble Lu Qingxiao over such a trivial girl? The young general was overly concerned. After all, he was the favored son of the princess. Jiang Zhiyue, with her subtle retort, did not provoke Lu Qingxiao. Instead, he regarded her with an unruffled gaze. She mused that his demeanor must be as resilient as a fortress, for how else could he maintain such a bold facade? She politely took her leave from the princess, and Lu Qingxiao followed suit. Princess Boyang watched their departing figures with a smile, sighing, "Look at that charming young lady." Fully, following the princess's gaze, gently reminded her. That one is engaged, arranged personally by the Duke of England, the heir of the Marquis of Guangchang. The Marquis of Guangchong? Princess Boyang pondered, uncertain. Doesn't he only have one son? Fully nodded. Indeed, the heir of the Marquis of Guangchong. That leaves no room for choice, Princess Boyang remarked candidly. Such a beautiful young lady ought to have a suitable match. Fully fell silent. While the princess wished for the girl to choose wisely, circumstances were beyond her control. Lu Qingxiao accompanied Jiang Zhiyue as she made her way to her siblings. He trailed behind her languidly, resembling a protector. Young General, Jiang Zhiyue greeted her sister with delight. But upon noticing the formidable presence behind her, her expression softened. Lu Qingxiao seemed unfazed, merely acknowledging her with a grunt, his disinterest palpable. Jiang Wanbai and the others regarded Lu Qingxiao with trepidation. Though undeniably handsome, with an ethereal appearance, he was not someone that everyone could approach. He was a young general who had earned great renown on the battlefield, having survived countless perils, with blood on his hands from unknown lives lost. The princess mentioned that the queen has arranged numerous enjoyable activities. Let us go and explore them together. Jiang Zhiyue pondered that since she had come all this way, she ought to take a good look at the western suburb villa. How delightful! Just moments ago, she had heard the sounds of people engaging in the games of throwing arrows and the promise of prizes. To her surprise, the first to echo her sentiments was Jiang Fuyo. Glancing at Jiang Wanbai and Jiang Hengdan, who both nodded in agreement, they decided to head over. Jiang Tuyu, reluctant to let Lu Qingxiao be alone with his sister, contemplated inviting him to join the young gentleman in their game of throwing arrows. This game, related to divination, was a mathematical challenge that few could master and had recently gained popularity in the capital. Indifferent, Lu Qingxiao merely nodded before declining the invitation. Jiang Tuyu was taken aback. As Lu Qingxiao's playful spirit emerged, he pointed at Jiang Zhiyue and remarked, I cannot defy my mother's wishes. If I do not accompany her, she would hold me responsible even for the loss of a single hair. Upon hearing this, the Jiang siblings stood in stunned silence. What audacity was the young general displaying? He spoke as though Zhiyue were the child of a royal princess. Jiang Zhiyue gazed at Lu Qingxiao, bemused by his curious expression, contemplating how such a charming person could possess such a sharp tongue. She wished those who admired the young general could witness his true nature. Yet, keeping her thoughts to herself, Jiang Zhiyue offered a polite smile. Then let us go together, it matters not. Jiang Tuyu, regaining his composure, now regarded the young general with a hint of tolerance. Perhaps the battlefield had nurtured the young general's talent for cold humor. A little eccentricity seemed only natural. Chapter 37. He is unworthy of you. The purpose of the banquet hosted by the princess of the Duke of Fuxing was to facilitate connections between eligible young ladies and gentlemen. Thus, the barriers between genders were not overly pronounced. For instance, in games such as throwing arrows, both men and women participated. As Jiang Zhiyue and Lu Qingxiao's entourage approached, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. The young general has arrived. Look quickly. Who is that lovely maiden by his side? The sixth miss of the Duke of England, no less. How intriguing. Such whispers reached the ears of the six companions, yet the two in question remained unaffected, calm and composed as if oblivious to the attention. Jiang Zhiyue's keen eyes quickly spotted Lin Yuzhong among the crowd of noble ladies. She had indeed come. It seemed that even without her presence, the Lin family would find a way to attend this gathering. Upon seeing Jiang Zhiyue, Lin Yuzhong also recognized her. Noticing the strikingly handsome youth beside Jiang Zhiyue, she deduced his identity, and a thought crossed her mind. Unable to contain herself, Lin Yuzhong said to her sisters, Excuse me for a moment, I must go greet someone. Her voice was soft and gentle, prompting the other noble ladies to inquire whom she intended to greet. With a charming smile, Lin Yuzhong replied, I often stay at the Duke of England's residence, and the sixth miss has been very kind to me. As soon as she spoke, the gazes of the other noble ladies shifted, no longer viewing her merely as the daughter of a fifth-rank official, but now recognizing her connection to the Duke's household. Without further explanation, Lin Yuzhong gracefully made her way toward Jiang Zhiyue. As Jiang Zhiyue arrived, she captured the attention of many, including her dear friend Lin Yuzhong, who was the first to arrive. With her head slightly bowed, Lin Yuzhong greeted Jiang Zhiyue and the others. Jiang Zhiyue chose not to unveil her intentions, responding to the greeting with calm composure. Eventually, Lin Yuzhong's gaze settled on the strikingly handsome youth beside Jiang Zhiyue, the esteemed Prince Ling Zhao. Prior to their arrival, Lin Yuzhong was the center of admiration in this gathering. However, with the entrance of Jiang Zhiyue and Lu Qingxiao, the eyes of the crowd largely shifted towards them. observing Lin Yuzhong approach the Jiang sisters. Many craned their necks to witness the unfolding drama, for Jiang Zhiyue was accompanied by the renowned young general. The title of Prince Ling Zhao had been conferred upon Lu Qingxiao since birth. Lin Yuzhong mused that while others called him general, she alone referred to him as prince, hoping to leave a distinct impression upon him. Jiang Zhiyue regarded Lin Yuzhong with a gaze devoid of warmth. Lu Qingxiao, initially focused on the target of a throwing game, was unexpectedly called upon by name, eliciting a smile from him. Lin Yuzhong's heart raced, and her shyness became increasingly apparent. Yet, in the next moment, when Lu Qingxiao spoke, Lin Yuzhong felt a chill wash over her. Prince Ling Zhao? Do you believe my military achievements are unworthy of the title general? The blatant sarcasm turned Lin Yuzhong's face pale as she stammered, General, I did not mean it that way. With tears brimming in her eyes, she looked up at him. Her demeanor pitiful. I merely thought that addressing you as prince might be more fitting for today's banquet. I truly meant no offense. Jiang Zhiyue observed the scene with keen interest. Undoubtedly, Lin Yuzhong was a beauty. Yet it remained uncertain how Lu Qingxiao would respond to such a delicate and seemingly fragile maiden. Whether it was Jiang Zhiyue's overt curiosity or Lu Qingxiao's acute perception. He cast a knowing glance at her before returning his attention to Lin Yuzhong, disdainfully scoffing. Then do enlighten me. Where does the title general fall short? Caught off guard by his unconventional demeanor, Lin Yuzhong hesitated, pondering whether he possessed even a hint of compassion for her vulnerability. Her silence only fueled Lu Qingxiao's impatience. Just before he could speak again, a gentle voice interjected, Is it not rather lacking in grace for a general to trouble a young lady so? The newcomer, clad in a purple robe with a jade belt, exuded elegance, suggesting a background of considerable affluence. Lu Qingxiao disregarded the interloper and casually grasped an arrow, twirling it skillfully between his fingers. With a swift flick, he released the arrow, which flew faster and more accurately than any typically drawn bow, striking the target with precision. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Jiang Zhiyue was equally taken aback by Lu Qingxiao's effortless display of prowess, a testament to his experience as a general who had returned from the battlefield. Lu Qingxiao fixed his gaze on Jiang Zhiyue until her surprise became evident, then leisurely turned his attention to the purple-robed youth. With a cold smirk, he queried, And who might you be? The young man in the purple robe flushed with indignation, declaring, I am Duan Hongyu, the heir of the Guangchang Marquis. Lu Qingxiao scoffed lightly, casting a dismissive glance at him. The heir of Guangchang Marquis? Never heard of it. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Jiang Zhiyue had already anticipated this moment. Just as in her previous life, Duan Hongyu would come to Lin Yuzhong's defense. Jiang Wanbai, filled with indignation, tugged at Jiang Zhiyue's sleeve and whispered, What is up with Duan Hongyu? Isn't he your fiancé? Lu Qingxiao, possessing keen hearing, turned to Jiang Zhiyue upon hearing the word fiancé, as if to express disdain for her taste. Jiang Zhiyue remained composed, her heart like still water, even as Duan Hongyu stood up for Lin Yuzhong. Yet, Lu Qingxiao's glance ignited a fire in her heart. What did he mean by that? This so-called fiancé was not her choice. What did Duan Hongyu, a man of little worth, have to do with her, Jiang Zhiyue? With a stern expression, Jiang Zhiyue stated, He can very well not be. Hearing the young lady's calm, yet gritting response, Lu Qingxiao found amusement. He nodded at Jiang Zhiyue and spoke in a voice audible to the Jiang family, albeit hushed. You are right. He is unworthy of you. Jiang Zhiyue felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that this young general harbored ill intentions, yet he was now discussing Ah Chan's marriage. Duan Hongyu was a fool, so what right did Lu Qingxiao have to judge if Ah Chan's fiancé was worthy? If Jiang Lingyun were present, surely she would have delivered a sharp reprimand to Jiang Zhiyue, urging him to observe the situation before speaking. Unfortunately, Jiang Lingyun was absent. Jiang Hengdan, sensing something unusual, dared not speak up. This was not a matter for a mere illegitimate daughter to interject. Jiang Wanbai felt baffled, while Jiang Fuyuan appeared contemplative. Jiang Zhiyue only wished to silence Lu Qingxiao. Having seen enough of the commotion, Lu Qingxiao addressed Duan Hongyu and Lin Yuzhong. Are you two not leaving? Do you not find this embarrassing enough? Lin Yuzhong could no longer contain herself and fled in tears, covering her face. Seeing the pitiful beauty driven away, Duan Hongyu sighed heavily and departed as well. Lu Qingxiao turned his gaze coolly towards Jiang Zhiyue. Jiang Zhiyue, expressionless, muttered, Madman. Chapter 38. You are more like the one seeking trouble. The news of a beautiful maiden being scolded to tears by the young general quickly spread. Initially, Those unaware of the truth assumed it was yet another instance of the young general's ruthless nature causing distress to a young lady. However, upon learning that the maiden had addressed the young general as Prince Ling Zhao before being reprimanded, silence fell upon the crowd. Lu Qingxiao, a natural-born military talent, had achieved remarkable feats from a young age, earning admiration from all. Thus, the title of Prince Ling Zhao, which he had held since birth, was collectively forgotten by all since the year he gained fame at the age of 12. After all, who would not admire true strength over a mere honorary title? Meanwhile, Lin Yuzhong felt a deep sense of grievance and embarrassment, weeping as she fled from the Heart Lake Garden. She was not swift in her escape, allowing Duan Hongyu to easily catch up to her. "My lady, do not take it to heart," he urged. The general, known for his fiery temperament, has always disliked being referred to as Prince Ling Zhao. Thus his anger is somewhat understandable. Duan Hongyu gazed tenderly at the weeping young girl before him, her delicate features marred by tears that resembled blooming pear blossoms, exuding an aura of fragility and helplessness. Lin Yuzhong was taken aback by Duan Hongyu's pursuit, her tear-filled eyes looking up at him in timid defense. It is Yuzhong's fault for provoking the general and causing trouble for the heir. Seeing her so wronged and still concerned for him, Duan Hongyu felt an even deeper appreciation for her genuine and kind-hearted nature. "Fear not, dear lady. It is only that you have suffered, so do not hold the general's temper against him." With the intention of lifting Lin Yuzhong's spirits, Duan Hongyu attempted to amuse her with playful banter. Faced with such a noble scion, Lin Yuzhong soon found herself smiling in response to his gentle coaxing. Observing her smile, Duan Hongyu too broke into laughter. "Allow me to introduce you to my cousins. They are amiable and easy to converse with." As the beautiful maiden laughed, reassured by his words, Duan Hongyu felt an innate sense of responsibility well up within him. He resolved to protect her from any wrongs. Lin Yuzhong, reflecting on the significant mishap she had experienced at the throwing pot venue, realized she could not return. After a moment's contemplation, a look of hesitation crossed her face. "I fear it may not be appropriate. The heir's status is esteemed, while I am but the daughter of a low-ranking official. Others might think I am trying to curry favor." Duan Hongyu was momentarily taken aback, having not considered this aspect. He quickly replied, "How could that be? Your character is noble and your heart is pure. Such virtues surely merit my humble attentions." Lin Yuzhong remained somewhat uncertain. Observing her hesitance, Duan Hongyu was increasingly convinced of her unblemished nature, entirely devoid of any desire to cling to power. "Forgive my thoughtlessness. I have yet to inquire your name, dear lady." Remembering her aunt's words about Duan Hongyu being a gentleman of admirable temperament and kindness, Lin Yuzhong could see her aunt's assessment was entirely accurate. In the heart of the lake garden, at the throwing pot venue, Lu Qingxiao casually plucked a bunch of grapes and settled leisurely in a spot. The attention of the onlookers fell upon him, their movements stilled. Lu Qingxiao, unfazed, cast a glance over the gathered crowd. "Why do you all look so bewildered? Do I have a target on my face?" Noting his lack of interest in participating, the crowd gradually regained their liveliness. Jiang Wanbai tugged at Jiang Zhiyue's sleeve, whispering, "What did the general mean by that remark?" Jiang Zhiyue, currently exasperated with Lu Qingxiao, replied coolly, "If you wish to know, go ask him." Jiang Wanbai rebuffed, pouted and moved aside. Jiang Hengdan and Jiang Fuyo were soon called by others to join in the throwing pot games. Jiang Zhiyue chose a table several paces away from Lu Qingxiao, ensuring he could not overhear, and beckoned Jiang Zhiyue over. Immediately, a maidservant approached with tea. Jiang Zhiyue took the teapot himself, saying, "You may leave. I require no assistance." The maidservant complied and withdrew. He poured a cup for his sister, sliding it across the table. "Achan, are you well acquainted with the general?" Jiang Zhiyue cradled the teacup in her hands, reflecting on her recent encounters with Lu Qingxiao. "Acquainted? Not really. Who knows what mood he is in?" Only in the presence of her elder brother, Jiang Zhiyue revealed a hint of her emotions. She remained oblivious to Lu Qingxiao's intentions. If one were to suggest that Princess Boyang's words commanded such compliance from Lu Qingxiao, she would not believe a single word of it. Jiang Zhiyue wished to say more, but Jiang Zhiyue gestured for him to turn around. He then noticed a group of individuals crossing the small, arched bridge, with a young lady in splendid attire leading the way, her demeanor formidable as she approached. Jiang Zhiyue remained motionless until the young lady stood before her, at which point she gracefully rose and bowed, saying, "I have the honor of meeting Princess Lan Ning." The girl was taken aback, first captivated by Jiang Zhiyue's beauty, then widening her eyes in astonishment. "You know who I am?" Jiang Zhiyue's gaze was clear and steady as she met hers with neither subservience nor arrogance. Princess Lan Ning, possessing an extraordinary bearing, bore a striking resemblance to the royal consort, making her easily recognizable. Upon hearing Jiang Zhiyue's words, Princess Lan Ning lifted her chin in pride, clearly pleased with the acknowledgement. She circled around Jiang Zhiyue, scrutinizing her from head to toe. What revelations had Princess Lan Ning uncovered? Jiang Zhiyue wore a faint smile, appearing entirely unaware of the young princess's intent to provoke. Princess Lan Ning, having been interrupted twice by Jiang Zhiyue, was not foolish. She discerned the deliberate nature of Jiang Zhiyue's behavior. "You are quite clever," Princess Lan Ning proclaimed, seating herself imperiously before Jiang Zhiyue. "Knowing that I have come to trouble you, you do not shy away, but rather confront me head-on. Do you wish for me to commend you?" Jiang Zhiyue maintained her composure, her gaze lowered slightly. "May I inquire what kind of trouble the princess seeks?" Princess Lan Ning was taken aback by Jiang Zhiyue's forthrightness, her previously haughty demeanor faltering. She muttered, "Why don't you play by the usual rules?" Jiang Zhiyue replied with a smile, "What, pray tell? Does the princess consider the usual rules?" "This is utterly nonsensical," exclaimed a girl in a pink outfit standing behind Princess Lan Ning, her expression unfriendly. Jiang Zhiyue showed deference to Princess Lan Ning, as this was the domain of the Duke of Fu. However, this did not imply that she would yield to just anyone. Jiang Zhiyue raised her gaze, her look piercing as she directed it at the girl. "Then you speak. If you fail to articulate the reason for your presence, shall I find a way to trouble you instead?" The girl in pink was startled by her boldness and quickly sought refuge in Princess Lan Ning's support. "Princess, look at her." Princess Lan Ning shot a displeased glance at the girl. "I find you to be more of a troublemaker than I," reluctantly silenced. The girl understood that without the princess's backing, she could not confront Jiang Zhiyue. With such a diversion, Princess Lan Ning felt her momentum dissipate and decided to disperse her entourage, remaining behind herself. Jiang Zhiyue, uncomfortable sharing a table with Princess Lan Ning, took his leave. Princess Lan Ning rested her chin on her hand, watching him depart, wondering why he had left. Did he not fear that she would bully him? Jiang Zhiyue observed the seemingly innocent expression of Princess Lan Ning, momentarily lost in thought, reminiscent of her own naive self from a past life. Chapter 39. To me. There is no defeat since the departure of the young girl by her side. Princess Boyang appeared somewhat disinterested. With many guests visiting the Duke of Fu, the princess was not particularly reliant on her company. Noticing the princess's sentiments, Fu Li approached her side and began to massage her shoulders, suggesting, "If your highness finds it dull, perhaps a stroll outside would be more invigorating." Princess Boyang leaned wearily against a surface, contemplating the potential discontent of the children should she venture out. Fu Li laughed lightly, bending closer to whisper in the princess's ear, "Your highness, do you not wish to find a confidant for the young general? How can you know unless you take a look?" Fu Li was well aware of the princess's intentions. Princess Boyang's interest was piqued, and her eyes glimmered with excitement. "You speak the truth." Just as she prepared to depart, an elegantly poised lady approached to pay her respects. "Your highness, I greet you," the lady said. "No need for formalities," Princess Boyang replied, focusing her gaze to recognize the Marchioness of Guangchang. "The princess consort informed me of your arrival. I wondered where you had been hiding." Princess Boyang smiled at her, the familiarity of their relationship evident in her tone. The Marchioness of Guangchang returned the smile gently. "Your highness, you do not seek my company. Allow me a moment of leisure." Princess Boyang playfully gestured dismissively at her. "And where is your precious gem?" The Marchioness chuckled. "He cannot sit still. He has already gone out to play. However, I have heard that you brought the young general with you. A rare sight indeed. If today brings you a suitable bride, it would not be in vain for the princess consort's efforts." Princess Boyang regarded her keenly, recognizing the foresight of the Marquis of Guangchang, who had planned ahead. Had she known of today's gathering, she would have taken the initiative sooner. The Marchioness paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. She was quite pleased with the betrothal choice her husband had made for their son. Not only was the young lady breathtakingly beautiful, but her status was also commendable. Observing the Marchioness's joyful demeanor, Princess Boyang felt a pang of frustration within her. "I feel stifled. Fu Li, assist me in taking a stroll." Rising, Princess Boyang gestured for Fu Li to follow. The Marchioness stood to see her off, and once the princess was out of sight, she made her way toward the elder matriarch. "Elder matriarch, it has been a long time. How do you fare?" The elder matriarch nodded, revealing her customary benevolent smile. "Well, you are considerate. The Marchioness glanced around and inquired softly, "Elder matriarch, why have I not seen a few of your prized jewels?" The elder matriarch understood the underlying intent behind the Marchioness's words and smiled lightly. "The children are enjoying the festivities outside. They have joined them." The Marchioness feigned disappointment. "Alas, I have arrived too late. I had hoped to meet Zhiyue." The elder matriarch smiled without comment. Although the Marchioness was to be Achan's future mother-in-law, Achan was still an unmarried lady of the Duke's household, not someone to be summoned at will, lest her value be diminished. The Marchioness took a seat beside the elder matriarch and softly remarked, "It is quite fortuitous. I had intended to visit and pay my respects in a few days. Yet here we are at the banquet today." The elder matriarch maintained a neutral expression, waiting for the Marchioness to get to the point. "Elder matriarch," the Marchioness said gently, "should we not settle the marriage between Zhiyue and Hongyu sooner rather than later?" The elder matriarch chuckled softly, shaking her head. "This matter does not fall to me as her grandmother. Her father dotes on her and wishes to keep her for a few more years." The Marchioness's expression stiffened, and she could only agree. Indeed, after all, daughters are tender-hearted, unlike my troublesome son. At this juncture, the Marchioness fully grasped that the elder matriarch was unwilling to discuss the matter further. She is not an ungrateful person. When the time and occasion are appropriate, she would personally visit the Duke's residence to pay her respects to the matriarch. However, the matriarch has begun to weigh the marriage proposal arranged by her eldest son for her little granddaughter. Previously, they had little interaction, but now, the lady of Guangchangho appears to be no trivial matter. When it comes to selecting a husband, in addition to the groom himself, one must also consider the elder's opinions. Should the mother-in-law be kind yet ruthless, the bride may face undue hardships. The matriarch, contemplating the potential suffering her granddaughter might endure under the lady of Guangchangho, found the delicacies at the banquet suddenly unappetizing. Indeed, how formidable! It was unexpected that the young general, Lu Qingxiao, would excel so remarkably. Princess Boyang arrived at the lakeside garden, where she heard a lively discussion and cast a glance at Fu Li. Fu Li smiled, suggesting, "If your highness wishes to take a look, then do so." Princess Boyang raised an eyebrow and ascended to the high pavilion to survey the scene below, where nothing was obscured from her view. Lu Qingxiao and Jiang Zhiyue were engaged in a game of guessing objects. Albeit with a novel twist, each participant would conceal an item, and guessing it correctly would be deemed a victory. Shooting cover is a guessing game associated with divination. Initially, the group was merely playing for fun, but upon Lu Qingxiao's involvement, an overwhelming change became evident. From the first round to the present 9th round, he had consistently triumphed. The prize for winning the game was a silver hairpin adorned with rubies. Winning 10 rounds would secure it. Jiang Zhiyue watched the entire spectacle and couldn't help but feel that Lu Qingxiao was exceptionally skilled. Such an obscure game related to divination was within his grasp. Hidden talents indeed, quite formidable. Jiang Zhiyue took a step back. Lu Qingxiao glanced at her, questioning her retreat. Jiang Zhiyue felt a surge of annoyance. Why was he always scrutinizing her? Even for the sake of the princess, must he be so observant? "I fear my presence might hinder the young general from claiming the top prize, so I shall make room for you." Jiang Zhiyue managed a standard smile. Lu Qingxiao saw through her insincerity but chose not to tease her further. He casually tied a blindfold around his eyes and declared, "Let the 10th round commence." As the drums and music resounded, the crowd cheered, and the servants approached Jiang Zhiyue with trays in hand. Jiang Zhiyue was momentarily stunned. Was she expected to provide an item for Lu Qingxiao to guess? After pondering, she retrieved a small golden melon seed from her pouch and placed it inside. Princess Lan Ning, observing Jiang Zhiyue's actions clearly, immediately gave her a thumbs up, silently proclaiming her performance commendable. To further confuse the onlookers, the servants moved about, halting intermittently, until they finally stopped before Lu Qingxiao as the music ceased. "Young general, you have 3 chances. Should you guess correctly, the top prize is yours. If not, it shall be a regrettable defeat." The servant set the covered tray before Lu Qingxiao. With a swift motion, he removed the blindfold, and his words resonated with confidence. "For me, there has never been a defeat." With that, Lu Qingxiao swiftly pinned down his answer in a flourish. The servant approached, and upon seeing the answer, excitedly raised the paper, exclaiming, "The young general's answer is gold." Suddenly, the attendant lifted the silver lid from the tray, revealing a delicate golden melon seed resting at its center. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Jiang Zhiyue stared blankly at Lu Qingxiao, her ears filled with the exaggerated cheers of Princess Lan Ning. He had truly guessed correctly. Chapter 40. Who do you choose to win? The young general is merely amusing a child, whispered Fu Li, who stood beside Princess Boyang. The princess's gaze fell upon her son, unaware of his remarkable skill. What if I were to request His Majesty to grant a marriage? Princess Boyang suddenly proposed. Fu Li lowered her gaze. His Majesty may acquiesce, but the young general might not. Fu Li calmly articulated the principal flaw in the princess's suggestion regarding Lu Qingxiao. Princess Boyang scoffed. Can he truly defy the imperial decree? Fu Li remained silent, while the princess turned, her voice laced with confusion. How did I raise such a rebellious child? Fu Li silently pondered, realizing that it would be unwise to engage with such a statement. Princess Boyang, of noble lineage, would always attract attention wherever she went. Just as her words faded, another elegantly dressed lady approached to pay her respects. Princess Boyang diverted her attention from the lively children below, offering a faint nod to the newcomer. The lady, seemingly unfazed by the princess's cold demeanor, stepped forward. Maintaining a respectful distance, her gaze fixed on the bustling crowd at the archery range. Having heard tales of the young general's exceptional talents in both literature and martial arts, she was pleasantly surprised by his prowess in archery. The princess remained indifferent, attributing it to mere coincidence, dismissing his understanding of the sport. The lady smiled, seemingly oblivious to the princess's politeness, and continued, I heard that the princess has taken a fancy to a young girl from the esteemed Jiang family. Why does your highness not allow her to serve by your side? Upon hearing Jiang Zhiyue's name, Princess Boyang slowly turned her gaze towards her. Madame Xie, you wield considerable influence, expecting Jiang Mao's daughter to serve you? You are quite bold. The lady was none other than Madame Xie, the wife of the current prime minister. Xie Ji. Princess Boyang had long been at odds with the empress, who happened to be Xie Ji's sister, hence her disdain towards the Xie family. Madame Xie smiled, seemingly unperturbed by the princess's mockery, and respectfully nodded, Your Highness, as a noblewoman, it would not be deemed a disgrace for a subject's daughter to serve you. Princess Boyang chuckled, her brows tinged with frost. I find your daughter, Xie Fu, quite commendable. She is older and married, thus more experienced in attending to her mother-in-law. Perhaps you might consider sending Xie Fu to my residence to serve me for a few days. Madame Xie's expression stiffened, taken aback by Princess Boyang's defense of the young girl, while simultaneously demeaning her own daughter. Your Highness jest, Madame Xie replied awkwardly. Princess Boyang scoffed. Was it not Madame Xie who initiated the jest? A flicker of displeasure crossed Madame Xie's eyes, but recognizing the princess's esteemed status, she forced a smile to mask her discomfort. Below, the archery contest had already been won by Lu Qingxiao, and the crowd eagerly surrounded him as they moved towards the archery field. Jiang Zhiyue felt disinclined to join them and turned to leave. Unable to resist the desire of Princess Lan Ning to depart, she was swiftly grasped by the arm. You cannot leave. Do you not wish to witness your cousin's archery? The current emperor and Prince Fu are siblings, and Princess Lan Ning is a cousin to Lu Qingxiao. Jiang Zhiyue recalled the moment when Lu Qingxiao effortlessly hit the bullseye and praised, the young general's archery skills must be exceptional. There is no need to witness it firsthand. Lu Qingxiao snorted lightly, regarding the clever and loquacious girl. Unfortunately, Princess Lan Ning had just dismissed her attendance, making it impossible for Jiang Zhiyue to escape now. Knowing and seeing are two distinct experiences. Come. Princess Lan Ning, petite yet strong, held on to Jiang Zhiyue with such tenacity that she could not break free, thus she acquiesced to accompany her. People are naturally drawn to spectacle. Lu Qingxiao had won the first prize at the shooting range and moved to the archery field, where the crowd had notably swelled. Zhang Wanbai and a few others also arrived, and upon seeing Princess Lan Ning beside Jiang Zhiyue, they attempted to greet her but were interrupted. No need for formalities. Let us find a good spot up front. With a wave of her small hand, Princess Lan Ning led Jiang Zhiyue and the others toward the forefront. Jiang Zhiyue was unaware of Princess Lan Ning's spirited nature, so energetic and vivacious. It was no wonder that the princess consort adored her daughter immensely. She was truly a miniature version of her mother. How could one not love her? The archery field had already witnessed a round of competition, with the first prize still up for grabs. It was a short sword forged from dark iron, exceptionally sharp, adorned with a beautiful ruby on the hilt. The requirements for the archery competition dictated that in the first round, 10 arrows must be released consecutively, hitting 6 to pass to the second round. The second round required 7 hits out of 8, and the third round involved 5 arrows aimed at moving targets, needing 3 bullseyes. The initial rounds were not overly difficult, But the final round posed a significant challenge. Not only were the arrows halved, but the targets transitioned from stationary to mobile, allowing only 2 mistakes. Moreover, from the first round onward, the incense was lit to time the rounds, becoming increasingly stringent as the competition progressed, resulting in many participants faltering at the third round. Lu Qingxiao approached the long table and casually picked up a longbow, presenting it to Jiang Zhiyue. Care to give it a try? Jiang Zhiyue nodded and accepted, replying, as commanded by the young general, I shall comply. Jiang Zhiyue furrowed her brow, while Princess Lan Ning grew even more excited, pulling Jiang Zhiyue's hand. Let us see who is more skilled, your brother or my cousin. At these words, both Lu Qingxiao and Jiang Zhiyue turned their gazes toward Jiang Zhiyue, suddenly met with 2 intense stares. She did not hesitate in her choice. I, of course, stand by my brother. The chosen Jiang Zhiyue's lips curled into a subtle smile, clearly pleased. In contrast, Lu Qingxiao turned away coldly, radiating an aura so frigid it could freeze a person in place. Princess Lan Ning, brimming with enthusiasm, nodded vigorously. Then I shall choose my cousin. Lu Qingxiao glanced back at Princess Lan Ning, silencing her immediately. Once he turned away, she discreetly whispered to Jiang Zhiyue. Cousin is quite fierce. Jiang Zhiyue observed Lu Qingxiao as tall and commanding figure, exuding an intimidating presence. Perhaps due to his military background, with bow in hand, he was focused and intense, a stark contrast to the relaxed demeanor he had displayed earlier. Aside from Jiang Zhiyue, who had been invited by Lu Qingxiao, several others had also gathered, making a total of 10 participants in the competition. Jiang Zhiyue had yet to fully recognize everyone, but Princess Lan Ning was already whispering critiques in her ear. The one beside your elder brother, the grandson of the Liu Yang Marquis, his archery skills are woefully inadequate. I'm afraid he won't even pass the first round. That one in blue, the son of the Minister of Rights, Tut, his hands are trembling so much while drawing the bow. He should spare himself the embarrassment. However, this one, the young man in red, is quite impressive, with strong and powerful arms. He should be able to pass the first round. As Princess Lan Ning's enthusiasm grew, drawing the attention of those nearby, Jiang Zhiyue promptly covered her mouth. Upon being silenced, Princess Lan Ning became obedient, blinking at Jiang Zhiyue. Still going on, Jiang Zhiyue looked at her with skepticism, filled with distrust. Lan Ning shook her head, and only then did Jiang Zhiyue lower her hand. Observing these interactions from the high pavilion, the Grand Princess appeared contemplative. Chapter 41. Grudges of the Past. The archery competition was timed using a clepsydra, or water clock. With the sound of a gong, the event commenced officially. A row of arrows sliced through the air, striking the targets with precision. The swiftest archer was Lu Qingxiao, closely followed by Jiang Zhiyue, and then the young man in red whom Princess Lan Ning had mentioned. Jiang Zhiyue watched her brother, her heart devoid of worry. In such archery contests, her brother was always flawless. Whoosh! While others were still retrieving their second arrows, Lu Qingxiao and Jiang Zhiyue had already knocked their arrows and drawn their bows, hardly taking any time to aim before releasing another shot. Jiang Zhiyue focused intently, and both arrows struck the bullseye perfectly. The sound of whooshing arrows continued in her ears, as her brother and Lu Qingxiao readied their third arrows. Jiang Zhiyue's heart raced. The two were almost relentless in their flurry of arrows, with nearly every shot hitting the mark. Under such pressure, several competitors had already abandoned the contest. The fourth, fifth, and sixth arrows flew as if the two had no other rivals, only each other in their sights, their drawing speed increasing exponentially. More astonishingly, they managed to ensure that each arrow struck true. As they prepared for the final arrow, the crowd held its breath, all eyes fixed on Lu Qingxiao and Jiang Zhiyue. Princess Lan Ning tightened her grip on Jiang Zhiyue's hand. Jiang Zhiyue remained transfixed on the arrows in her brother's and Lu Qingxiao's hands, oblivious to the pressure of Lan Ning's hold. Whoosh! 2 arrows released simultaneously, both hitting the bullseye almost in unison. Jiang Zhiyue lowered his bow, exchanging glances with Lu Qingxiao. Indeed, the reputation of the young general's archery was well-deserved. Lu Qingxiao lowered his bow, remarking on his astute eye for talent. Zhang Dezongzi was truly a hidden gem. I never inquired before, but it seems I have not been mistaken, Jiang Zhiyue replied with a light laugh, his demeanor composed. Lu Qingxiao glanced past Jiang Zhiyue toward the stands. Jiang Zhiyue frowned and turned around, meeting Jiang Zhiyue's gaze. She subtly nodded at her brother. In contrast, Princess Lan Ning was far more exuberant, waving her hand at Lu Qingxiao and exclaiming, "Cousin is first." Jiang Zhiyue quickly turned to her, voicing her dissent. My brother is first. Tied for first, tied for first. Princess Lan Ning seemed blissfully indifferent, merrily waving her hands. Jiang Wanbai felt a twinge of jealousy as she observed the amicable relationship between Jiang Zhiyue and Princess Lan Ning. After all, she was Jiang Zhiyue's elder sister. Why was he so affable with others? Jiang Fuyo, standing beside Jiang Wanbai, sparkled with excitement, astonished by her brother's remarkable archery skills. Jiang Hengdan nodded in agreement, affirming that her brother was indeed capable of hitting the bullseye from 100 paces. When the attendant announced the first round of qualifiers, Jiang Zhiyue finally realized that Duan Hongyu was also present. However, she felt no flutter of emotion towards her fiancé. Their acquaintance was faint. While Duan Hongyu was utterly smitten by Lin Yuzhong, his heart was entirely captured by her, leading to Lin Jingqiu encouraging Lin Yuzhong to approach Duan Hongyu, who readily complied. Jiang Zhiyue felt a pang of resentment, questioning why he seemed oblivious to her existence. What did Lin Yuzhong possess that she lacked? After all, she and Duan Hongyu were the legitimate betrothed couple. In her previous life, after being cast out of the Duke's residence, she had not even recalled Duan Hongyu's name. Though she harbored no romantic feelings towards him, she could not allow him to develop affections for Lin Yuzhong while bearing the title of her fiancé. Naturally, Duan Hongyu was no paragon of virtue. Despite knowing of their engagement, he entangled himself with Lin Yuzhong, shamelessly seeking to humiliate her. If he were a true man and inclined towards Lin Yuzhong, he should have annulled their engagement long ago. Duan Hongyu was greedy, desiring the power of the Duke's residence while simultaneously pursuing the beauty of his heart, all while trampling over her dignity for Lin Yuzhong's sake. With Duan Hongyu's presence, it was certain that Lin Yuzhong was also there. As Jiang Zhiyue spotted Lin Yuzhong in the opposite stands, Lu Qingxiao and Jiang Tiyu also noticed Duan Hongyu. Jiang Tiyu stepped aside slightly and, as expected, laid eyes on Duan Hongyu, her gaze turning icy. Lu Qingxiao merely cast a fleeting glance, the chill in his eyes intensifying. Jiang Tiyu exchanged a brief look with Lu Qingxiao, as if they had reached an unspoken understanding. By the second round, only 5 competitors remained. Upon seeing Jiang Tiyu, Duan Hongyu smiled and performed a courteous gesture, but Jiang Tiyu pretended not to notice and sidestepped his greeting. Duan Hongyu froze, casting a glance at Lu Qingxiao, only to find that Lu Qingxiao regarded him with equal indifference. The second round required all 8 arrows to hit the bullseye, allowing only a single misfire. Although it seemed straightforward, the first round merely required hitting the target, without the need for precision. Lu Qingxiao and Jiang Tiyu released 10 arrows simultaneously, all striking the bullseye, showcasing their exceptional prowess. As the second round commenced, the moment Jiang Tiyu and Lu Qingxiao drew their bows, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Dual arrows released. As soon as the words were uttered, 4 arrows flew with impeccable accuracy, hitting the bullseye. Bravo! Princess Lan Ning cheered immediately. Cousin, go for it. Jiang Tiyu glanced over, and Jiang Zhiyue, unwilling to be outdone, called out, Brother, you are the best. Princess Lan Ning furrowed her brow, raising her voice. Cousin is the best. Go, brother. Jiang Wanbai joined in, echoing Jiang Zhiyue's encouragement. Princess Lan Ning, infuriated, exclaimed, You have more people to bully the fewer. Before Jiang Zhiyue could utter a word, a chorus of voices erupted, praising the prowess of the young general. Upon glancing at Princess Lan Ning, her countenance swiftly transformed from clouded to radiant. Was Jiang Zhiyue the type to concede defeat? She had 3 sisters, after all. The audience, invigorated by the presence of both Princess Lan Ning and Jiang Zhiyue, began to cheer for Lu Qingxiao and Jiang Tiyu. Princess Boyang observed the scene from her pavilion, her eyes sparkling with delight, remarking on the vitality of the youth. Fu Li joined in her laughter, suggesting, next time, we could host a lively gathering at the princess's residence. Princess Boyang's eyes lit up, nodding fervently, You are absolutely right. We shall indeed organize an event at the princess's estate. Imagining a gathering filled with charming young ladies brought a broader smile to her face. She could hardly contain her excitement at the thought of hosting a banquet the very next day. Madame Xia, overhearing the princess's words, felt a twinge of resentment and departed silently. Noticing her exit, Princess Boyang smirked. At last, she has taken her leave. Fu Li remarked, She has not gone far yet. The princess, however, remained indifferent to whether Madame Xia could hear her. Years prior, she had set her sights on the eldest daughter of the Xia family, Xia Fu, wishing to unite her with Wu Bing. However, Upon learning of this intention, the Xie family hastily arranged a betrothal for Xie Fu, fearful of any association with her son. From that moment onward, the princess harbored disdain for the entire Xie family. Her son was not someone to be looked down upon by others. Chapter 42. Overwhelming pressure. As Madame Xie departed the pavilion, she felt a wave of frustration wash over her. In her daughter's prime, who would have anticipated that Princess Boyang would take an interest in Xie Fu, wishing for her to wed Lu Qingxiao? What a poor match he was. The man, despite being granted the title of Ling Zhao Duke by the emperor, chose a life of military service, rough and unrefined. In the chaos of battle, who could predict whether Lu Qingxiao would return alive? She could not bear the thought of her cherished daughter being subjected to such a fate. Should Lu Qingxiao fall in battle, would the princess permit her future daughter-in-law to remarry? At that point, even if the Xie family wielded immense power, it would be futile to rescue Xie Fu from such a predicament. Moreover, considering the long-standing discord between Princess Boyang and concubine Chun, could this not be a direct affront to the Xie family? Reflecting on past events, Madame Xie felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Had it not been for this, her daughter could have secured a much better match rather than hastily marrying into a languid branch of nobility. She recalled the lively young girl that Princess Boyang had taken note of during the festivities. Surely that must be the sixth miss of the Jiang family that Yi had mentioned. A spirited and lovely young lady indeed. It was no wonder Yi was so fond of her. The youngest daughter of the British Duke, possessing such beauty and an engaging personality, was indeed remarkable. The only drawback was that this young lady from the Jiang family was already betrothed to the Duke of Guangchong's family. Did you notice? Madame Xie inquired of her confidant. The confidant replied, I did observe, the young master has always had discerning taste. Madame Xie smiled with a sense of pride. Among her offspring, Xie Yi was the most striking, with a remarkable aptitude for scholarship, having even received praise from the emperor for his talents. Now that he had reached a suitable age for marriage, she was preparing to seek a match for him. Upon his return from the academy that day, he inquired of her whether she was acquainted with the young lady of the British Duke's household. After much coaxing, she learned that the young woman whom he cherished had already entered into an engagement. The fiancé was the heir of the Guangchong Marquisate, a title that bore no real power, mere faade. It was widely known that the Guangchong Marquis was desperate for a son. After all, the Marquis and his wife had borne 2 daughters before finally having a son. As for their illegitimate daughters, they were of no consequence. The legitimate son had been petitioned for a title as heir the moment he was born, though that decree was currently being suppressed. To address him as heir was merely to honor the Marquis, for he had but this one son, destined to inherit in due course. Thus, Madame Xie truly regarded the Guangchong Marquisate with disdain. At present, the Xie family wielded considerable influence, and should he desire a particular maiden, Madame Xie would go to great lengths to fulfill her daughter's wishes. Since Fu had not secured a perfect match, Yi's marriage must be auspicious. Disrupting an engagement was hardly a formidable challenge. Upon discovering that Yi's beloved was the youngest legitimate daughter of the British Duke, Madame Xie resolved to attend the banquet hosted by the Princess of Fortune. However, upon her arrival, she soon learned that Princess Boyang had taken a liking to a young lady and summoned her before her grandmother. Instantly, Madame Xie felt a sense of foreboding. Upon inquiry, it became evident that this young lady was indeed the one from the British Duke's residence. This prompted her to approach the princess for a conversation. Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined to ascertain the situation. Should the Princess of Boyang favor this young woman as a primary wife for Lu Qingxiao, the Xie family might find themselves at a disadvantage. The princess, being of the same bloodline as the current emperor, shared a bond that the Xie family did not possess. Having conversed with the princess, Madame Xie pondered carefully. It seemed the princess had no intention of interfering in her son's marital affairs. Given this, the young lady from the Jiang family was a prize that he must secure. As for the engagement between the British Duke's family and the Guangchong Marquisate, she had her own strategies. Come here, Madame Xie summoned her trusted confidant and whispered a few instructions. The confidant nodded, maintaining her composure, and replied, Rest assured, madam, this matter shall be entrusted to me. With a smile, Madame Xie adjusted her garments and strode confidently towards the banquet hall. Whatever her son desired, she would stop at nothing to procure it for him. The archery competition had escalated to a fever pitch. In the final round, only 4 competitors remained. Lu Qingxiao and Jiang Zhiyue were tied for first place, the young man in red, Yin Yu, in second, and Duan Hongyu in third. By this juncture, it was clear to all that the contest for first was between the young general and the eldest son of the Jiang family. After 2 rounds, the two had proven themselves evenly matched, leaving the others far behind. Though Yin held second place, he shot 1 arrow at a time, focusing on precision. Unlike the 2 frontrunners who released 2 arrows simultaneously in rapid succession. With such a comparison, all eyes were drawn to Jiang Zhiyue and Lu Qingxiao, while Duan Hongyu, beads of sweat forming on his brow, appeared either anxious or fatigued. The third round, being the most challenging, ignited the crowd's fervor, with cheers and excitement filling the air. The young attendants donned the swaying mobile targets, which appeared quite challenging to hit. Princess Lan Ning's exuberant cheers resonated, while Jiang Zhiyue felt a twinge of anxiety for her elder brother. With Lu Qingxiao's archery imbued with a fierce spirit, surely her brother would prevail? As the third round commenced, the young attendant bowed his head, striking the gong with vigor. The sound reverberated, and the hourglass was promptly flipped. Lu Qingxiao and Jiang Zhiyue seemed to have conspired, simultaneously drawing 3 arrows, knocking them to their bows, and before anyone could comprehend, the arrows were already loosed. What? 3 arrows shot at once. This was indeed a live target. They struck. All of them. Good heavens. All hit the mark. The 6 arrows were firmly embedded in the hearts of the 6 mobile targets. To the side, Yin and Duan Hongyu were utterly stunned. Could such archery skills possibly belong to an ordinary person? Yin clenched his jaw, determination coursing through him. Today, Dan was present. He could not afford to lose to her elder brother. Indeed, Yin was Jiang Hung Dan's betrothed, having come specifically for her. Amidst the cheers, he took a deep breath, withdrew an arrow, aimed at the target, and decisively released it. Whoosh! The 7th arrow struck true, embedding itself firmly in the target's heart. Lu Qingxiao glanced at him, but Yin remained oblivious, focusing intently on his 2nd arrow. With equal force, it too found its mark on the same mobile target. A heavy hit. Truly impressive. Observers noted with surprise that Yin intended to concentrate all 3 arrows on a single target. The excitement was palpable. How many archery experts were present today? Yin remained undeterred, drawing back the bowstring, meticulously aiming at the target. As he breathed, his hands trembled slightly. Lu Qingxiao squinted. The lad possessed a commendable spirit, and his concentration was commendable. This arrow would surely find its mark. Thud! All 3 arrows indeed struck the same target. Jiang Zhiyue was the first to applaud, and Lu Qingxiao nodded in approval. As Yin basked in Jiang Zhiyue's appreciative gaze, joy swelled within him, prompting him to exclaim, "Thank you, elder brother." Jiang Zhiyue raised an eyebrow. "You have yet to marry my 3rd sister." Yin felt a flush of embarrassment, the towering youth's ears turning crimson. Meanwhile, Duan Hongyu stood pale, as if the bow in his hands weighed 1,000 pounds. It was over for him. Chapter 43. You rascal. The cheers within the archery range had yet to subside when Duan Hongyu raised his bow, and all eyes turned to him. Not only Lu Qingxiao and Jiang Zhiyue, but even Jiang Zhiyue, positioned across the venue, could discern that Duan Hongyu's arrow would surely fall short of expectations. As anticipated, Duan Hongyu's arrow barely grazed the 6-ring target. The crowd reacted with a mix of murmurs and hisses. Following Lu Qingxiao and Jiang Zhiyue's remarkable triple shot, an Yinu's trio on the same target, Duan Hongyu's 6-ring score failed to ignite any enthusiasm. Some spectators began to depart. Duan Hongyu noticed the exodus, his composure faltering. His bow hand trembled slightly. He yearned for a perfect shot to reclaim his lost dignity. Lu Qingxiao scoffed lightly, disdain evident in his gaze. In contrast, Yin remained composed. His archery skills solid, and his focus unwavering. His thoughts were entirely elsewhere. It was a marvel if his arrow found its mark. Despite his uncertainty, he gritted his teeth and loosed a 2nd arrow. As Lu Qingxiao had anticipated, this arrow didn't even graze the target. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, and he felt as though the laughter of the crowd echoed in his ears. Was there any point in continuing? The time was swiftly running out. Lu Qingxiao stood with arms crossed, observing him with a hint of mischief. Jiang Zhiyue chuckled, recognizing the young general's mastery of military strategy. Had it not been for Lu Qingxiao's reminder, perhaps could have maintained his composure. Yet, with that single utterance, Lu Qingxiao had tightened a string within him. The first 2 arrows revealed that was not of a resilient temperament. The dual pressures of time and circumstance could easily cloud his judgment. Let us await the spectacle. As Jiang Zhiyue surmised, was both anxious and flustered. In a moment of desperation, he knocked 3 arrows simultaneously. Look, 3 arrows launched in unison. A keen observer in the stands noticed this and exclaimed, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd. On the high platform, Fu Li withdrew her attention and turned to inquire of Princess Boyang. Do you believe the heir of the Guangchong Marquis can succeed? Princess Boyang cast a glance at her, aware that she already held an answer but feigning inquiry. Fu Li smiled and refrained from further comment. Both she and Princess Boyang were seasoned individuals, adept at reading the younger generation with ease. Was nowhere near the caliber of Yin. Took an inordinate amount of time to aim, causing many to sense something amiss. At this moment, although he focused intently, the prolonged tension began to take its toll, and perspiration beaded in his palms. Would he even shoot? A faint complaint reached his ears, clear as day, causing him to furrow his brow. A drop of sweat fell into his eye, blurring his vision. Instinctively, he shut his eyes and released the arrows. The crowd held its breath, awaiting the miracle of 3 arrows striking true. Alas, at the last moment, his aim faltered, and the arrows, hindered, fell woefully short of their mark. Only one struck the target, while 2 failed to touch it at all. When reopened his eyes, he felt utterly humiliated. At that moment, a young attendant called out that time was up, prompting the crowd to inquire who had secured first place. The attendant, flustered, noted that the young general and the heir of the Jiang family had nearly released their arrows simultaneously in every round, making it impossible to discern a victor. Observing the attendant's distress, Jiang Zhiyue smiled and declared, naturally, the young general is first. The crowd looked at him in confusion, questioning the basis of his assertion. They knew that both he and the young general had released their arrows almost at the same instant. How could a judgment be made? The attendant, emboldened, asked, "May I inquire, esteemed sir, how you reached this conclusion?" Jiang Zhiyue confidently pointed at the targets, explaining, in the final round, although all 3 arrows were released simultaneously, the young general's aim proved superior. A closer inspection will reveal the truth. Upon hearing this, the attendant hurried to examine the targets and indeed discovered subtle distinctions. The 3 arrows of the young general struck the bullseye, while young Master Zhang's arrow fell slightly below it. The servant raised the target high and proclaimed loudly, "The young general has triumphed." As his voice faded, the crowd erupted in fervent cheers, repeating the name of the young general. Lu Qingxiao was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Zhiyue to expose his own shortcomings. "Your archery skills are not inferior to mine," Lu Qingxiao stated with conviction, standing before Jiang Zhiyue. Jiang Zhiyue laughed heartily. "It's just a slight difference. It is my first time shooting 3 arrows simultaneously." Hearing this, Lu Qingxiao's gaze towards Jiang Zhiyue shifted to one of admiration. His own skills were honed through military practice, and he had shot 3 arrows at once before. Yet, the ease with which Jiang Zhiyue claimed it was his first time suggested an innate talent. Indeed, the British Duke's eldest son was quite humble. Yin, listening to the interaction between the young general and his future brother-in-law, felt somewhat bewildered. Jiang Zhiyue smiled at him, remarking, "You are quite commendable, possessing a calm and steadfast temperament, reminiscent of your father." The Minister of Rights, Yin Sui, had once served in the British Duke's army and was renowned for his unmatched marksmanship. He was also the only military official in the Ministry of Rights. Upon receiving his future brother-in-law's praise, Yin couldn't help but grin. At that moment, the servant approached, respectfully presenting the prize from the archery contest to Lu Qingxiao. "Please accept this, young general." Lu Qingxiao took the short sword, revealing its gleaming blade. Yin gasped. Its sharpness surpassed even that of the famed Yuchong's sword. Lu Qingxiao sheathed the sword, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Zhiyue. "No regrets?" Jiang Zhiyue chuckled and shook his head. "Perhaps a little." Lu Qingxiao smiled, affixing the short sword to his waist. Jiang Zhiyue clasped his hands in congratulations. "Well done, young general. Next time, if given the chance, we shall compete again." Lu Qingxiao, rare to find someone so agreeable, felt a sense of ease wash over him. The 3 then strolled towards Jiang Zhiyue and Princess Lan Ning. Princess Lan Ning shook Jiang Zhiyue's hand excitedly. "Look, my cousin has won." Jiang Zhiyue smiled lightly, unfazed. The young general has weathered many battles. His prowess is not to be underestimated. "Ah, your brother is quite impressive as well. Certainly more so than my brother." Princess Lan Ning unabashedly pointed out her brother's shortcomings. "He only knows how to read and has become foolish from it." Jiang Zhiyue was taken aback. "Your Highness, I am merely an outsider. Please refrain from such intimate remarks. She may not wish to hear them." Princess Lan Ning laughed heartily. "Do not fear, do not fear. I never realized you were this entertaining before." Jiang Zhiyue sighed, reflecting on how he had indeed been less amusing in the past. Jiang Zhiyue approached his younger sisters, spreading his arms in a mock display of distress, coming in second. I have nothing to offer. Inyu suddenly emerged with a face as red as a ripe tomato, shyly addressing Jiang Hangdan. I placed third. This is for you. Jiang Zhiyue raised an eyebrow. You came over just for this, didn't you? Chapter 44. The embarrassment of being scolded in public, being the center of attention in such a large crowd, was a first for Jiang Hangdan. Her cheeks soon flushed a delicate pink, her beauty contrasting sharply with Inyu, who resembled a braised lion's head. Inyu is a man, yet he is also her fiancé. Jiang Hangdan finds herself uncertain whether to accept Inyu's offering. Jiang Zhiyue cast a displeased glare at Inyu and nodded to her third sister, suggesting she should accept it, for they are indeed engaged. And thus it is only fitting. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhiyue realized that her elder brother must have some degree of satisfaction towards this third sister's fiancé. Otherwise, he would not have permitted her to accept his gifts. When Inyu saw that his betrothed had accepted his offerings, he expressed his gratitude repeatedly to Jiang Zhiyue, which elicited laughter from the Jiang sisters. Jiang Fuyo leaned closer to her third sister, giggling. Rest assured, dear sister, your future brother-in-law is quite understanding. You and your incessant chatter, Jiang Hangdan retorted playfully, her cheeks flushed, standing beside Princess Lan Ning. Jiang Zhiyue observed her third sister's bashful demeanor and silently wished for her to harmoniously share a life with her fiancé. Princess Lan Ning nudged Jiang Zhiyue, who then noticed that Duan Hongyu had also arrived. Jiang Zhiyue maintained a calm expression, while Jiang Zhiyue's demeanor grew serious. He had previously overlooked Duan Hongyu's eccentric behavior, yet now he dared to approach him. Jiang Zhiyue stepped forward to shield his sisters, particularly Jiang Zhiyue. At this moment, Lu Qingxiao glanced at Jiang Zhiyue, who was focused on Duan Hongyu, her expression inscrutable. Duan Hongyu first saluted Jiang Zhiyue, who responded curtly, "What brings young Master Duan here?" Most in the capital were aware of the familial connection between the Duke's residence and the Guangchong Marquisate. However, Princess Lan Ning, who typically refrained from engaging in idle matters, was oblivious to this. She grasped Jiang Zhiyue's hand and inquired about his purpose. Hearing this, Jiang Wanbai smirked slightly. He is undoubtedly here to seek out the sixth sister. Jiang Zhiyue shot a cold glance at Jiang Wanbai, who pouted and muttered under her breath, "What are you looking at? I haven't said anything incorrect." Jiang Zhiyue, upon hearing Jiang Wanbai's words, furrowed his brows tightly, glaring at Duan Hongyu with evident displeasure, as though ready to throw him out should he dare speak of seeking Jiang Zhiyue. Indeed, Duan Hongyu had intended to find Jiang Zhiyue. Had it not been for Miss Lin's earlier revelation, he would have remained unaware that the sixth miss of the Jiang family was present during Miss Lin's distress. However, Duan Hongyu was not a fool. Sensing Jiang Zhiyue's frosty demeanor, he quickly understood he was unwelcome. He spoke with humility. Upon learning that the ladies of the Duke's residence were here, I merely wished to extend my greetings. Jiang Zhiyue regarded him coldly. Greetings exchanged. Do you have further matters to discuss? Why does the eldest son harbor such animosity towards Hongyu? Enough. Jiang Zhiyue's expression turned utterly grim, his eyes nearly ablaze. Young Master Duan, tread carefully with your words. Do not speak of matters that lack foundation. Having been cherished and pampered since childhood, Duan Hongyu was not accustomed to such cold treatment from Jiang Zhiyue. Suppressing his anger, he replied, "Our families are connected. In the future, I shall address you as uncle. There is no need for such harshness. As for what the future holds, who can truly say?" Lu Qingxiao toyed with a newly acquired short sword. His gaze steely. "Speak only if you have business, otherwise, depart swiftly." Du and Qingyi, upon seeing LQNCO also stirring the waters, could no longer contain himself. Although the young general holds a distinguished status, this matter does not concern you. LQNCO cast a sidelong glance at him and replied indifferently, "My mother has entrusted me to look after her. Should she lose even a single hair, I am to be the one she questions. Do you think this is unrelated to me? Furthermore, should she be angered by your rogue demeanor, you may test whether you can walk out of the west suburbs villa." Jiang Zhiyue looked at LQNCO in astonishment. Was he defending her? Jiang Ty grew even angrier at Du N's demeanor, advancing towards him with gritted teeth. "You would do well to keep that mouth of yours shut. If you dare to speak recklessly and tarnish my sister's reputation, I shall show you what it means to embody the grace of a martial lineage." Seeing LQNCO and Jiang Ty so brazen, Du Nhi decided against discussing LNY's any further and, in a fit of anger, swept away. Jiang Ty, still unsatisfied even after the departure, narrowed his eyes, contemplating what excuse he could concoct to deal with that young man in the future. At the beginning of today's banquet, when he stood up for LNYZH, he hadn't even noticed CHN's presence. If it were true that he was speaking out for justice, it would be one thing, but LNYZH's expression, replete with the desire to ingratiate herself with the young general, was evident to the blind. Such a dim-witted person was utterly unworthy of his sister. Jiang Zhiyue, fearing her brother might act rashly, tugged at his sleeve. Brother, it is not worth getting angry over such a person. Princess Lning wore an expression that suggested she was enjoying the drama, prompting LQNCO to lightly tap her on the head. Covering her forehead, Princess Lning looked at LQNCO with a pout. Cousin, why did you hit me? Next time, refrain from speaking thoughtlessly, LQNCO replied coolly. Princess Lning grumbled in dissatisfaction. I didn't know. So how could I speak carelessly? GWNB, I felt a burning embarrassment on her face. It was one thing for an outsider to support Jiang Zhiyue, but to insinuate that she was not worthy? Had she erred in her words? The young Master Duan had indeed come looking for the sixth sister. Jiang Ty forced a smile, tugging at the corners of his mouth as he patted Jiang Zhiue's head. Brother is not angry. Don't overthink it. Jiang Zhiyue nodded. She had never truly held Duan in regard. However, today's events served as a reminder that her engagement with Duan needed to be resolved promptly. Noting the tense atmosphere, Princess Lning quickly interjected. How about we take our seats? The musical performance will commence shortly. Jiang Ngdn, understanding Jiang Ty's concern for his sixth sister, gently urged. Brother, we have been out for quite some time. Grandmother is waiting. At the mention of their grandmother, the two exchanged a glance, and Jiang Ty comprehended her intent, nodding in agreement as they moved forward. Jiang Fyo grabbed Jiang WNBI's hand. Her smile considerably dimmed compared to earlier. Fourth sister, let us walk together. Without allowing for a response, she pulled Jiang WNBI along. Jiang Zhiyue and Jiang Ngdn exchanged glances and nodded, heading toward the banquet. You bid farewell to Jiang Ngdn, as his seating was rather distant from the Duke's residence. Thus they did not walk together. LQNCO trailed behind Jiang Zhiyue and Princess Lning, remaining silent as he strolled leisurely. Jiang Zhiyue felt as though the gaze behind her was almost penetrating her very being. She wanted to turn back and request Lu Qingxiao to cease his observation, but the presence of Princess Lning beside her restrained her. Her small hand tightened, yet she remained silent. However, it seemed Lu Qingxiao discerned her intentions, as she heard him chuckle softly from behind. He appeared quite cheerful. Chapter 45, Affection? Upon returning to the table, many guests had already seated themselves. Princess Boyang waved at Jiang Zhiyue upon her arrival. Jiang Zhiyue obediently approached the princess and performed a courteous bow. The more Princess Boyang observed her, the more she found favor in her, inquiring about her recent amusements. Before Jiang Zhiyue could respond, Princess Lning interjected. Aunt, your eyes only see Miss Jiang Lu, completely overlooking me. Princess Boyang laughed, acknowledging that she had indeed not noticed Lning. Annie has had ample time to see you, but encounters with Zhiyue are rather rare. Lning, with a playful smile, linked her arm with Jiang Zhiyue's and suggested to Princess Boyang. In that case, let little Yuer sit with me. And Aunt can enjoy both of us. Fu Li, overhearing, smiled slightly. Your Highness, the princess borrowed him from the old lady. I fear you cannot borrow him back. Princess Lning turned to Jiang Zhiyue, awaiting her decision. At that moment, Lu Qingxiao approached, lightly tapping Lning's shoulder with his short sword. Return to your seat. Lning pouted in reluctance and returned to the side of the Princess of Fu. She was not overly intimidated by Princess Boyang, but held a genuine fear of her cousin Lu Qingxiao. While Annie would not truly reprimand her, her cousin certainly would. Princess Boyang gestured for Jiang Zhiyue to take her seat, and then noticed the short sword in Lu Qingxiao's hand, playfully inquiring, where did you acquire that? Lu Qingxiao tucked the sword away at his waist and began to move towards his own seat. Princess Boyang, however, was not to be easily dismissed. She raised her voice slightly. Halt. Allow me a glance at it. With a sense of resignation, Lu Qingxiao produced the short sword and handed it over, adding, do remember to return it to me. Princess Boyang, amused, turned to Fu Li, saying, did you see that? Throughout his life, I have given him countless fine gifts. And now he expects me to remember to return this mere short sword? Am I to pilfer his belongings? Fu Li stifled a chuckle, defending her young mistress. Perhaps it is merely that the young general is quite fond of his first prize of this nature and means no offense. Indulge him a little. Princess Boyang did not press the matter further, instead examining the short sword with keen interest, drawing it from its sheath to appreciate its craftsmanship. It was indeed a fine weapon, likely a cherished possession of Prince Fu. Princess Boyang beckoned Jiang Zhiyue. Here, have a try. Instinctively, Jiang Zhiyue glanced at Lu Qingxiao, who was occupied with grapes and oblivious to her gaze. Seeing this, Princess Boyang reassured her, "It's perfectly fine. You may handle it. I am not so petty." What could Jiang Zhiyue do? She received the short sword, feeling its coolness and weight. It appeared compact, yet formidable. The hilt adorned with jade and the pommel set with a ruby. Curiosity piqued, she drew the blade slightly from its sheath, revealing a mirror-like surface that glimmered coldly. Recognizing it as a sharp weapon, Jiang Zhiyue refrained from playing with it and quickly returned it to its sheath. In that fleeting moment of her tidying up, she heard Lu Qingxiao speak again. "Be careful with your hands." She was unaware of precisely when he had positioned himself beside her. Jiang Zhiyue intended to rise and return the short sword to him, but his proximity made it awkward for her to stand. Thus, she simply extended her hands. Lu Qingxiao did not immediately take it. Instead, he inquired, "Do you like it?" Jiang Zhiyue gazed at the exquisite short sword in her hands and gently shook her head. It was too sharp, and if not handled with care, it could easily cause harm to oneself or others. Upon hearing her words, Lu Qingxiao took the sword from her grasp. The oppressive aura dissipated, and Jiang Zhiyue exhaled softly. Should she commend him as a seasoned general who had weathered many battles? His presence beside her was undeniably formidable. The matriarch sat diagonally opposite, and upon witnessing the Princess of Chong hand over the young general's possession to her granddaughter, her heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, Achan promptly returned it to the young general. Grandmother, Jiang Hengdan approached, partially bowing as she poured tea for the matriarch. The matriarch withdrew her gaze and turned to her third granddaughter, smiling affectionately. "Are you still happy?" Jiang Hengdan nodded, quickly whispering a few words. The matriarch, maintaining her composure, patted her hand gently. "Good child, I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Grandmother understands, fret not." Jiang Hengdan obediently nodded and returned to her seat. Jiang Zhiyue observed her actions, giving a slight nod in acknowledgement, to which Jiang Hengdan responded with a smile and a distant toast. Meanwhile, the wife of the Marquis of Guangchang did not see Jiang Zhiyue at the Duke of England's residence, yet she caught a glimpse of her beside Princess Boyang, momentarily pausing before regaining her composure. Just then, Duan Hongyu entered from outside. "Mother," he greeted. Noticing his somewhat despondent demeanor, the wife of the Marquis quietly asked, "Have you seen Zhiyue?" Duan Hongyu's expression turned cold as he replied, "No, she was just sitting beside the princess." The wife of the Marquis felt exasperation at her son's lackluster spirit. "Why are you so listless?" Duan Hongyu was about to explain that he had sought out the Jiang family, but was denied the chance to see Jiang Zhiyue. However, upon catching sight of the ethereal beauty seated next to the princess, he was taken aback. Jiang Zhiyue? Is that truly her? He could hardly fathom that the once willful and unreasonable girl had blossomed into such exquisite beauty, resembling a celestial being. The wife of the Marquis, observing her son's foolish expression, pulled him sharply, whispering, "Sit down." Duan Hongyu quickly regained his composure and seated himself, his gaze frequently darting toward Jiang Zhiyue. She, however, noticed his attention but remained indifferent, unwilling to meet his eyes. They had crossed paths a few times in their youth, but they had not seen each other for several years. It was no surprise that he did not recognize her. In this moment, Duan Hongyu's heart raced as if he had glimpsed a divine fairy, longing to steal another glance. The wife of the Marquis, noticing her son's repeated glances, felt discontent towards Jiang Zhiyue. Even before marriage, Hongyu's eyes are solely for her. If they were to wed, it would surely cause chaos. "Do you still care for the dignity of the Marquis of Guangchang?" The wife of the Marquis' expression darkened. Duan Hongyu suppressed his gaze and apologized to his mother. "I have acted inappropriately. Please do not be angry." The wife of the Marquis glanced at him, but remained silent. Duan Hongyu remarked, "I never anticipated that she would blossom into such beauty." Upon hearing her son express admiration for Jiang Zhiyue as a lure, the Countess of Guangchang's expression grew increasingly frosty. Observing Jiang Zhiyue seated beside the princess, she deemed her somewhat lacking in decorum. What did it matter if she had won the princess's favor? In such a gathering, she ought to have known to decline. The countess remembered all too well that Jiang Zhiyue was already betrothed. Jiang Zhiyue had no intention of casting even a fleeting glance towards the Guangchang marquise, and the countess's thoughts were of no concern to her. Her gaze was fixed solely on the exquisite Shui Lu Shang banquet before her, where she found particular delight in the unconventional. Each dish that floated her way garnered her undivided attention, a pure appreciation for the culinary artistry. Lu Qingxiao leaned casually with a drink in hand, occasionally stealing glances at her, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Chapter 46. Success and failure rest on the same melody. The Shui Lu Shang banquet, naturally, was replete with music. Since the Princess of Fortune had organized the event with the intent of fostering interactions between the genders, it was only natural that some would seek to showcase their talents amidst the melodies, especially with the presence of the esteemed Princess of Boyang today. Many were eager to seize the opportunity. Jiang Wanbai cast a distant glance at Jiang Zhiyue, noticing her singular focus on the food, which stirred a hint of displeasure within her. Yet, recalling her own diligent practice of the guqin, she was determined to shine brilliantly at the banquet. With this resolve, Jiang Wanbai gracefully rose and approached the matriarch, bending her knee in respect. Grandmother. The matriarch, aware of her fourth granddaughter's pride and exceptional skill, nodded encouragingly. Go ahead. Seeing this, Jiang Wanbai's lips curved into a slight smile, radiating a sense of determination. As she passed by Jiang Zhiyue, she could not resist casting a challenging glance her way. Jiang Zhiyue, with her eyes sparkling, returned a brilliant smile. The moment Jiang Wanbai beheld her radiant expression, her heart momentarily constricted, prompting her to turn away and refrain from looking again. The Princess of Fortune observed Jiang Wanbai's approach and leaned slightly towards the Princess of Boyang, saying, "The fourth Miss Jiang possesses extraordinary guqin skills. Today, I am truly fortunate." The Princess of Boyang smiled at the Princess of Fortune. "It seems you have anticipated this." The Princess of Fortune chuckled, acknowledging the princess's astuteness. The Jiang family's daughters are all quite remarkable. The two ladies raised their cups in a toast, their eyes meeting in mutual understanding. Their conversation, unguarded, reached Jiang Zhiyue's ears, who, with her head bowed over her tea, contemplated the possibility that her fourth sister might indeed encounter a promising match. At the forefront of the Shui Lu Shang banquet stood a small, elevated platform, specifically constructed for the performers. Jiang Wanbai was not the first to ascend. A flautist had already taken the stage before her. The young lady played the flute with a lively cheerfulness, which delighted Jiang Zhiyue, causing her fingers to dance upon the table. Lu Qingxiao caught sight of her playful gestures, his brow arching slightly, finding her childlike demeanor endearing. Yet, upon reflection, he reminded himself that she was merely 14, still very much a child. As the performance concluded, applause erupted from the crowd, and the young lady bowed gracefully before descending the platform. Jiang Zhiyue joined in the applause, though she could not play the flute. It did not hinder her ability to appreciate the music. Jiang Wanbai, upon witnessing Jiang Zhiyue applauding from below the stage, furrowed her brow in dismay. How could she possibly applaud for another? As Jiang Wanbai ascended the platform, Yue and her daughter caught sight of her. Yue inquired softly, "What is the skill of this fourth miss on the guqin? Do you have any knowledge?" Lin Yuzhong, gazing at Jiang Wanbai on the stage, recalled the moment when she had encountered Jiang Wanbai in a fit of anger while practicing. She replied quietly, "Mother need not worry. I shall certainly not be outshone by her." Yue felt a wave of relief wash over her. Jiang Wanbai's passion for the guqin stemmed from her diligent practice, her mastery of the instrument being a testament to her relentless dedication. The guqin was her lifelong confidant. As a gentle breeze stirred, Jiang Wanbai brushed her fingers across the strings, producing the first note. Jiang Zhiyue observed Jiang Wanbai intently, her impression of her sister being that she would practice tirelessly, often sacrificing sleep for the sake of her art. Everything related to the guqin was met with her utmost seriousness. The piece Pingsha Luoyan unfolded, with its delicate and melodious tones captivating the audience, transporting them beneath the radiant autumn moon, where they could almost feel the soft breeze and see the gentle ripples on the lake's surface. As the final note lingered, gasps of admiration erupted from the crowd. A splendid performance. Princess Boyang nodded in approval, offering her praise. With the princess's commendation, the audience joined in applause. Jiang Wanbai rose with pride, her gaze landing on the applauding Jiang Zhiyue. With a slight bow, she descended the stage with a light step. As she passed Jiang Zhiyue, she intended to speak. But Jiang Zhiyue spoke first, her smile radiant. "Fourth sister is truly remarkable." Jiang Wanbai, initially inclined to retort, found herself nodding in acknowledgement and returned to the matriarch's side. Jiang Zhiyue's lips curved into a subtle smile as she discreetly glanced at the Duchess of Fuang. Indeed, the Duchess's admiration for Jiang Wanbai had only deepened. Upon Jiang Wanbai's return, the matriarch nodded with a smile, saying, "Wanbai's guqin skills have improved considerably." Jiang Wanbai could not conceal her delight. She was quite pleased with her performance today. The matriarch, noticing the joy etched on her face, gently reminded her, "Do not let pride take root." Understanding the matriarch's intentions, Jiang Wanbai obediently acknowledged the advice. Jiang Zhiyue, rarely seeing Jiang Wanbai so compliant, curiously observed her for a few moments longer. Jiang Wanbai, with a touch of haughtiness, turned her head away to avoid Jiang Zhiyue's gaze. The latter, still smiling, found it quite amusing to see her elder sister's flustered demeanor. It was no wonder that Lu Qingxiao took such delight in teasing others. This thought surprised Jiang Zhiyue. Why had Lu Qingxiao suddenly crossed her mind? She lowered her eyes to the cup of tea before her, pondering that perhaps it was because he often jested with her that she had developed such a habit. Nevertheless, it was still quite entertaining. After Jiang Wanbai's performance concluded, there were no more guqin players to follow. The curiosity of the crowd reignited when a maid brought forth a zheng. Having just witnessed Jiang Wanbai's enchanting rendition of Pingsha Luoyan, the audience eagerly anticipated the next performance. The moment Lin Yuzhong took the stage, Jiang Zhiyue's gaze sharpened significantly. In her previous life, Lin Yuzhong had overshadowed her, and the rumors of the sixth miss of the Duke's estate being unruly and unrefined had spread throughout the capital. Yet, Lin Yuzhong had managed to win the crowd's applause with her performance of Shangfei Yuan at the banquet. Ironically, it was this very piece that had led her to become a subject of ridicule in connection with Duan Hongyu. Jiang Zhiyue was eager to witness the methods Lin Yuzhong would employ to win Duan Hongyu's heart in this lifetime. Merely relying on her musical talent would likely prove insufficient. Upon taking the stage, Lin Yuzhong's gaze fell upon Jiang Zhiyue, and the contempt reflected in her eyes deeply pierced her spirit. Taking a slow breath, Lin Yuzhong encouraged herself internally. If only this performance could surpass Jiang Wanbai's, she would still be the most dazzling one. Jiang Zhiyue, well aware of Lin Yuzhong's nature, knew she cared about her reputation and was somewhat lacking in wisdom. There were certain feats she could only achieve with Lin Jingqiu's guidance from behind the scenes. Much like Duan Hongyu during the archery contest, the surrounding environment influenced her far more than her temperament could withstand. Certainly, Jiang Zhiyue noted Lin Yuzhong's actions as she deliberately displayed a scornful expression. The fleeting change in Lin Yuzhong's demeanor did not escape Jiang Zhiyue's observant eyes. Perhaps Lin Yuzhong's musical prowess was indeed commendable, yet today she was fated to be outshone by Jiang Wanbai. As Lin Yuzhong played the guqin, her fingers danced with agility, and the music flowed gracefully into the air. The princess of Fuang recognized the piece as Xiang Fei's lament, her expression turning somewhat peculiar. In such an atmosphere, why choose such a mournful and sorrowful melody? Lost in her own world, Lin Yuzhong continued her performance until, at the conclusion, she unexpectedly caught sight of the princess's expression, causing her heart to race and her notes to falter. Jiang Zhiyue observed Lin Yuzhong's panic with a calm demeanor, her thoughts echoing that what is borrowed will ultimately not endure. The music faltered. The sorrowful strains abruptly ceased. Lin Yuzhong stood on stage, flustered and at a loss. Glancing around in alarm, her pitiful expression evoking sympathy rather than reproach. Jiang Zhiyue averted her gaze, realizing that Lin Yuzhong had learned a profound lesson from Lin Jingqiu, how to adeptly utilize her delicate beauty to elicit pity. In that moment, the young girl on stage appeared so wretched that even the host, the princess of Fuang, could not bear to chastise her. Even if Lin Yuzhong's chosen piece was not to everyone's liking, and she failed to complete her performance, no criticism would be voiced. The princess even kindly attempted to alleviate the situation by sending someone to escort Lin Yuzhong down. Yet, Lin Yuzhong felt as though she were pricked by 1,000 needles. Her carefully prepared musical display had become a source of utter humiliation. From a distance, Jiang Zhiyue observed. In her previous life, it was only after Lin Yuzhong's performance that Duan Hongyu encountered her. This time, however, Duan Hongyu had met Lin Yuzhong early on and even came to her aid. How would he react now that Lin Yuzhong had faltered? Jiang Zhiyue's speculation was soon confirmed. As Lin Yuzhong descended from the stage and resumed her seat, Duan Hongyu made no move. He merely cast a couple of sympathetic glances, and nothing more. Lin Yuzhong's chance to elevate her reputation as a talented woman had vanished entirely. And not only had it disappeared, but it had also backfired. One could only fear that Lin Yuzhong would wish to bury herself in shame upon recalling this moment in the future. Jiang Zhiyue continued to observe Lin Yuzhong, while Lu Qingxiao kept a watchful eye on Jiang Zhiyue, sensing a subtle change in her demeanor, though he could not quite articulate what was different. She appeared exceptionally agile, her emotions shifting seamlessly with her heart's whims. After the incident involving Lin Yuzhong, the Princess of Boyang decided against allowing any further performances and instead arranged for another troupe to take the stage. Jiang Zhiyue was not particularly fond of theatrical displays. After sitting for a while, she resolved to step outside for some fresh air. As she rose, the Princess of Boyang cast a fleeting glance and suddenly noticed a familiar object. She called out to Jiang Zhiyue. Jiang Zhiyue halted and inquired, "Your Highness, what is it?" The Princess of Boyang smiled gently and pointed to the jade pendant at Jiang Zhiyue's waist. "This pendant is quite exquisite. Might I borrow it for a moment?" "The pendant?" Jiang Zhiyue looked down, removed the pendant from her waist, and handed it to Fuli. "Please pass it to Her Highness." Upon receiving the pendant, Fuli's eyes widened in surprise. But she quickly composed herself and presented it to the princess. This warm white jade, intricately carved with a dragon motif, was not only warm to the touch, but also exceedingly precious. The princess instantly recognized the pendant's origin, meticulously tracing the faint imperfections in memory, finding them to align perfectly. Yet, she never anticipated that this pendant would be in Jiang Zhiyue's possession. "Do you remember the origins of this pendant?" the princess inquired, her gaze probing. Jiang Zhiyue replied, somewhat puzzled, "I do not recall clearly. This pendant, along with other treasures, was gifted to me by my late mother and is rarely worn outside." "Your Highness, is there something amiss with this pendant?" The princess shook her head with a smile, returning the pendant to Fuli for it to be returned to Jiang Zhiyue. "There is nothing wrong. I merely found this pendant exquisite and was curious about it." Jiang Zhiyue took the pendant back, fastening it once more, and bid farewell to the princess as she made her way out. After her departure, the Princess of Boyang turned her gaze to Lu Qingxiao, who seemed entirely oblivious, merrily enjoying his grapes. The princess shot Lu Qingxiao an irritated look before exclaiming, "He deceived me, claiming it was lost." Lost. Fuli was at a loss for words in response. Years ago, the empress had specially procured a rare piece of warm jade as a birthday gift for the princess. The princess had commissioned a jade pillow from it, with excess material left over. She ordered this smaller piece to be carved into a dragon pendant and gifted it to Lu Qingxiao, who was about to embark on a campaign alongside General Lu. At that time, Lu Qingxiao was merely 9 years old, embarking on his first expedition. When young Lu Qingxiao received the pendant, he accidentally struck it against his sword, leaving a small mark on the base of the warm, white jade carving. Fuli remembered this incident vividly, as the princess was deeply concerned about any potential damage the pendant might incur on the battlefield. During the days leading up to the young general's departure, she fervently prayed for his safety. However, shortly after the young general returned safely, the warm white jade pendant inexplicably vanished. When the princess inquired, Lu Qingxiao claimed it was lost. The princess assumed that the small imperfection had perhaps served as a protective charm, preventing the pendant from shattering, and did not pursue the matter further. Little did she expect that a decade later, she would encounter this warm, white jade dragon pendant on the 6th Miss Jiang. It was no wonder the princess harbored discontent in her heart. However, it seems that the 6th young lady of the Jiang family is unaware of the origins of this jade pendant, and perhaps even believes it to be a relic of her mother. "Your Highness, do not be vexed. Why not consult the elder matriarch?" suggested Fuli. The princess, with a cold sneer and a tone laced with sarcasm, retorted, "Did you not hear Zhiyu mention that this pendant is in the same place as the one gifted by her mother?" Inquiring of the elder matriarch would be less effective than asking him directly. The him referred to was Lu Qingxiao. Fuli nodded and offered a cup of hot tea to the princess, assuring her that it would be fine to inquire of the young general upon returning home. After all, so much time had passed, there was no need to rush. Yet, the princess was unwilling to endure even a moment longer. She immediately dismissed Fu Li's suggestion. "Even if 10 years have passed, I demand to know this instant. Bring him here." With no choice but to comply, Fu Li set down the hot tea and approached Lu Qingxiao to request his presence. Lu Qingxiao, lost in thought, seemed oblivious to Fu Li's gaze. Upon reaching the princess, he performed his greetings with decorum, saying, "Mother." The Princess of Boyang, still seething with anger, was tempted to kick him, remembering they were still at the banquet. She restrained herself and, through gritted teeth, asked, Have you not seen the warm white jade carved dragon pendant at Zhiyue's waist? Lu Qingxiao looked up in surprise. You remember? The princess was nearly knocked off her feet by this ungrateful child. She glared at Fu Li, her chest heaving with fury. Look at him. He lied to me back then. He has forgotten my scrutiny. If I hadn't asked, he wouldn't have even thought to mention it. The last remark was directed pointedly at Lu Qingxiao. Seeing the princess so enraged, Lu Qingxiao's complexion flushed slightly. After a brief pause, he offered the hot tea that Fu Li had set down earlier. Please calm down. Otherwise, shall I retrieve it from her? The princess nearly splashed her tea in Lu Qingxiao's face upon hearing this. Retrieve it, she exclaimed incredulously. Have you lost your mind, or am I deaf? It has been given away for 10 years. If you have the audacity, go and ask for it back yourself. The princess stated coldly. Do not blame me for not warning you. She does not remember the origins of this jade pendant. A flicker of unusual emotion passed through Lu Qingxiao's eyes. Chapter 48. A failed scheme. As Jiang Zhiyue departed from the banquet, the attentive madam of Guangchang host signaled her son to follow. Prior to the gathering, she had strongly urged Duan Hongyu to ensure he met Jiang Zhiyue today. Initially, Duan Hongyu had thought little of it. In her youth, Jiang Zhiyue had been pampered excessively by the duke's household, her temper unrestrained and domineering. Who would dare provoke her, especially someone like Duan Hongyu, an outsider who had never indulged her whims? Thus, Duan Hongyu's impression of Jiang Zhiyue was not particularly favorable. However, upon seeing her today, he suddenly found her beauty justified a touch of temperament. The thought that such a stunning young woman would one day become his wife made any previous reservations he held dissipate entirely. Following the directives of Madame Guangchang Ho, he seized the opportunity to rise and quietly leave the table. Jiang Zhiyue, not hurrying her steps, arrived at the lotus pond just as Lin Yuzhong was also leaving the banquet, heading in her direction. Jiang Zhiyue furrowed her brows, reluctant to engage with Lin Yuzhong at that moment. She glanced around, considering the narrow path beside the lotus pond and the rockery, but upon entering, she realized there was no turning back. Thus, she sought refuge in the hidden cave of the rockery. While concealing herself within the passage, she unexpectedly noticed that Lin Yuzhong was seemingly being followed by others. Jiang Zhiyue remained silent, hiding well, as she observed the pursuers of Lin Yuzhong also find a place to conceal themselves. Lin Yuzhong hurried to the side of the lotus pond, yet failed to catch sight of Jiang Zhiyue. She murmured, scanning her surroundings, I clearly saw Miss Jiang just a moment ago. Where could she be? Meanwhile, Duan Hongyu, who had been trailing Jiang Zhiyue, arrived at the lotus pond as well. Not finding his beloved fiancée, he was astonished to see the charming maiden who had previously come to his aid. Upon seeing Duan Hongyu, Lin Yuzhong's heart tightened, fearing he might discern her motive for following Jiang Zhiyue. To her surprise, Duan Hongyu asked, I heard you were searching for something? Ah, yes, Lin Yuzhong replied, unexpectedly seizing the opportunity to fabricate a reason, feigning urgency. My jade pendant is missing. I fear it may have fallen here. Duan Hongyu believed he had guessed correctly and immediately offered to assist her in the search for the non-existent pendant. Lin Yuzhong watched as Duan Hongyu genuinely began to help her look for the jade pendant, biting her lip, her expression hesitant. She recalled her aunt's words about the significance of the prince's banquet. If she could shine brilliantly, Duan Hongyu would surely regard her with newfound esteem. However, she had botched that opportunity. Fortunately, Duan Hongyu had known her for some time. Even if she faltered in her performance, his impression of her should not be entirely tarnished. Lin Yuzhong perceived clearly the eagerness in Duan Hongyu's gaze. Surely, he harbored feelings for her. Her aunt had once said that no man could resist a fragile woman who leaned upon him. As Lin Yuzhong hesitated, Duan Hongyu searched the surroundings thoroughly, yet found no trace of the pendant. Growing anxious to locate Jiang Zhiyue, he began to display signs of impatience. He turned to Lin Yuzhong and asked, Miss Lin, are you certain the pendant is here? Startled back to reality, Lin Yuzhong displayed a frightened expression, lowering her head in apparent distress. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and in a voice softened by vulnerability, she murmured, I cannot recall clearly. As she spoke, tears clung to her lashes like delicate blossoms swaying in the wind. Duan Hongyu's heart jolted. She was merely a fragile girl, and he could not treat her with such impatience. Resolving to be more considerate, he glanced around once more, still failing to spot Jiang Zhiyue, and decided to assist her fully. Let me accompany you in the search, he offered. Lin Yuzhong, witnessing Duan Hongyu's readiness to comply with her request, felt her previously wavering thoughts solidify into determination. Thank you, young Master Duan. I am immensely grateful. Lin Yuzhong curtsied gracefully, embodying a demure demeanor. She was aware that Duan Hongyu was fond of her appearance. Otherwise, he would not have defended her in front of Lu Qingxiao. Indeed, Duan Hongyu appeared momentarily entranced by her presence. In the winding path of the rockery, Jiang Zhiyue observed the interaction between Duan Hongyu and Lin Yuzhong with keen clarity. She deduced that Lin Yuzhong had indeed followed her here. A shadow crossed Jiang Zhiyue's face. It appeared that even under house arrest, Lin Jingqiu had imparted a considerable amount of knowledge to Lin Yuzhong. If her instincts were correct, Lin Yuzhong's presence was likely an attempt to frame her. The methods at her disposal were numerous: slapping her, kneeling to apologize, or even feigning an act of pushing her into the pond. Moreover, Duan Hongyu, who had accompanied her, would unwittingly serve as Lin Yuzhong's witness. What could be more convincing than witnessing an event firsthand, particularly since Duan Hongyu was not known for his discernment? Under Lin Yuzhong's provocation, it was entirely plausible that he might act foolishly and adversely affect her. The more Jiang Zhiyue contemplated this, the more her ire grew. Before she could take action, Lin Yuzhong seemed unable to contain herself any longer. There are bounds to what one can endure, and she had reached hers. With determination, Jiang Zhiyue retrieved a diminutive slingshot from her waist pouch. It was true that she possessed a rebellious nature, and she had carried this little slingshot since her earliest memories. As she watched the pair approach, she resolved that this couple must face the consequences of their actions today. She even took a moment to ascertain whether Lin Yuzhong's follower remained hidden. Upon confirming their presence in the shadows, she felt reassured. Jiang Zhiyue raised her hand, carefully exploring the rockery, and eventually located a few suitable small stones. She cradled the stones within the slingshot and cautiously aimed it at Lin Yuzhong. Initially, she intended to target the tender area behind Lin Yuzhong's knee, but the distance was too great and the stones lacked sufficient force. Thus, she sought a new target. If the legs wouldn't suffice, then perhaps the neck. A vulnerable and unguarded spot, a perfect target for a decisive strike. With a firm grip on the stone, Jiang Zhiyue pulled the slingshot back to its maximum tension. Just as Lin Yuzhong turned sideways, she released her grip. A sharp cry escaped Lin Yuzhong's lips as she clutched her neck, her body lurching forward uncontrollably. Duan Hongyu, witnessing this, hastily reached out and half-embraced Lin Yuzhong. She fell gently into his arms. The sensation of the delicate beauty in his embrace caused his face to flush crimson. Before he could utter a word, he felt a jolt of numbness in his arm, losing his strength, while the enchanting woman tumbled into his hold. The impact caused Duan Hongyu to stagger slightly. Just as this unfolded, Jiang Zhiyue unleashed her final stone, striking Duan Hongyu squarely on the backside. Thrown off balance, he and Lin Yuzhong collapsed to the ground in a tangle. Jiang Zhiyue awaited the follower of Lin Yuzhong to make a move. What are you doing? Embracing so intimately? What decorum is this? Such a disgraceful display. Before the follower could respond, a voice rang out from the other side, calling loudly. Jiang Zhiyue focused her gaze and was astonished to see a group of noble women, led by Madame Xie and the Duchess of Guangchang. The words she had just spoken were indeed those of the Duchess of Guangchang. Chapter 49. This marriage is withdrawn. With a loud exclamation from the Duchess of Guangchang, all eyes turned towards the pair sprawled on the ground. From a distance, their identities remained obscured, leaving onlookers uncertain about the nature of this clandestine meeting. The noble women hurried forward, unable to resist the allure of the commotion. As the crowd thickened, Jiang Zhiyue took greater care to conceal herself, for she could not afford to be discovered. The wife of the Marquis of Guangchang rushed ahead, convinced that the person in her son's arms was the sixth young lady of the Jiang family, already plotting how to leverage this situation against the Duke of England's household. However, upon reaching Duan Hongyu and his companion, she realized, to her dismay, that the figure cradled by her son was not Jiang Zhiyue at all. Instead, it was the young official's daughter who had disgracefully lost her composure after performing a piece. How could it be you? The wife of the Marquis of Guangchang shrieked, intent on confronting Lin Yuzhong. Yet, Madame Xie would not allow her to succeed. With a mere glance, a maid stepped forward to obstruct her. Consumed by fury, the wife of the Marquis cursed Lin Yuzhong vehemently, her eyes burning with a desire to devour her whole. She had instructed Hongyu to follow Jiang Zhiyue. How had it come to this wretched girl instead? Driven to the brink of madness, she felt utterly unhinged. Had it been Jiang Zhiyue who had brought shame upon her son, she would have had a retort ready. Their betrothal was a bond established since birth. Once married, it would serve as evidence of their mutual affection, allowing her to compel the Duke of England's household into submission. But why had it turned into this Lin Yuzhong? This little harlot? The wife of the Marquis was beside herself with rage, while Lin Yuzhong trembled in fear, attempting to rise from Duan Hongyu's embrace. She had injured her foot during the fall and found herself tumbling back into his arms once more. This stirred a veritable hornet's nest as the wife of the Marquis, shedding all semblance of nobility, screamed at Lin Yuzhong like a lunatic. "You little harlot, how dare you seduce my son before my very eyes? I shall make you pay for this." Lin Yuzhong, terrified and pale, buried herself deeper into Duan Hongyu's embrace, weeping profusely. Her tears and cries intensified the spectacle, drawing an ever-growing audience. Madame Xie, reveling in the unfolding drama, feigned concern and suggested, "Perhaps the two children are simply drawn to each other. Must we frighten them so?" Her words left the wife of the Marquis wide-eyed with indignation as she glared at Lin Yuzhong, seething. "Speak. Why did you attempt to seduce my son?" Seizing the opportunity presented by Madame Xie's remark, Lin Yuzhong quickly devised a way to defend herself. With tear-streaked cheeks and a countenance of profound distress, she sobbed, "It wasn't me." The uproar was escalating, and more onlookers gathered. Jiang Zhiyue keenly noticed that a figure following Lin Yuzhong had stealthily positioned themselves beside Madame Xie during the chaos. Shock coursed through her. Why had Madame Xie dispatched someone to watch Lin Yuzhong? Before the wife of the Marquis could erupt in fury once more, Madame Xie interjected on Lin Yuzhong's behalf, asserting, "Let us not solely berate the young lady. If your son had no intention, why would he be rolling on the ground with her?" This statement elicited murmurs of agreement from the crowd, as many pondered the implications of two individuals entwined on the ground. After all, mere willingness from the young lady alone would not suffice. Madame Guochang was filled with seething rage. Her teeth clenched in fury as she delivered a sharp kick to Duan Hongyu, exclaiming, "You useless fool." Duan Hongyu was utterly bewildered, failing to comprehend the unfolding chaos until the moment he was struck by his mother. At that instant, darkness clouded his vision. How had a simple act of kindness towards Lin Yuzhong spiraled into allegations of a clandestine rendezvous? Moreover, why was Lin Yuzhong weeping so pitifully? He had done nothing to deserve such a reaction. As he scrambled to his feet, he allowed Lin Yuzhong to remain on the ground, sobbing helplessly, his mind still in disarray. Madame Xie, intending to assist Lin Yuzhong, noticed the faintly reddened mark on her neck, which caused her to pause momentarily before deciding to stoke the flames of gossip. She ordered her trusted aide to help Lin Yuzhong up, then feigned surprise, exclaiming, "What is this on your neck?" Her unfinished sentence, accompanied by an expression of profound shock, caused the gathered crowd to speculate wildly. Lin Yuzhong, startled, instinctively covered her neck, unwittingly confirming Madame Xie's insinuation. Panic surged within Lin Yuzhong, and she hastily waved her hands, genuinely crying, "No, it's not what you think. I did nothing." The commotion at the Lotus Pond had attracted the attention of the Princess of Fuang and the Grand Princess, who hurriedly made their way to investigate the uproar. The Grand Princess was particularly anxious, fearing that Jiang Zhiyue might be in trouble. Observing the departure of both the Princess of Fuang and the Grand Princess, the matriarch felt an unsettling apprehension and instructed Jiang Zhiyue to assist her in finding out more. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiyue, concealed behind a rockery, found the unfolding drama utterly captivating. Unaware that it had escalated to such an uncontrollable level, the prospect of marriage was now out of the question for her. Upon her arrival, the Princess of Fuang was struck by the disheveled state of both Lin Yuzhong and Duan Hongyu, while Madame Guochang appeared utterly unhinged. Through the murmurs of the onlookers, she pieced together the general outline of events. After being informed of the details, the Princess of Fuang sternly silenced the crowd, commanding them to refrain from speculation. The Grand Princess, along with Fu Li and the matriarch, quickly scanned the area but found no trace of Jiang Zhiyue, allowing them a momentary sigh of relief. Madame Xie, however, was determined not to let the situation rest easily. She lamented on behalf of Lin Yuzhong, "Your Highness, this young lady is being so cruelly mistreated by the heir of the Duan family. If we do not find a resolution, I fear she may take drastic measures by tomorrow." "You speak nonsense. She is the one who enticed my son." Madame Guochang erupted, shoving aside Madame Xie's maid and striking Lin Yuzhong hard across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. How outrageous! The Princess of Fuang's expression darkened as she commanded her attendants to restrain Madame Guochang, rebuking her. "Have you no sense of decorum befitting your station?" Before Madame Guochang could respond, a figure rushed toward Lin Yuzhong, collapsing beside her in tears. "Daughter, what has happened to you?" The anguish was palpable as Madame Guochang's heart was deemed merciless. Your son has wronged my daughter, and now, before the princess and the grand princess, you would mar her beauty. I beseech the princess to intervene. I implore the grand princess for justice. How can my daughter continue to live without it? He Wei had initially followed the crowd in secret to witness the spectacle, only to discover that the drama was unfolding within her own family. In an instant, as the Duchess of Guangchong made her move, He Wei resolved to ensure that her daughter would secure the heir of the Guangchong marquis for herself. Her daughter had suffered such a significant loss, it could not simply be overlooked. Chapter 50. Who is breaking through? What? Are you suggesting that Jiang Zhiyue's marriage is off? Xiao was utterly perplexed, her curiosity buzzing in her mind like 1,000 ants crawling. Please clarify, what do you mean by Jiang Zhiyue's marriage being off? Jiang Wanbai was in front of the mirror, removing her intricate hairpins. Xiao could not bear to wait even a moment longer and grasped Jiang Wanbai's hand. First, explain to your mother what on earth is happening. Jiang Wanbai frowned in displeasure, and seeing Xiao's urgency, she ordered the attendants to leave. Xiao's heart raced with increasing confusion. Could it be that her daughter had committed some disgraceful act? The very notion of disgrace made Xiao lower her voice. Jiang Wanbai looked at Xiao in surprise. Mother, why would you think that? Then stop keeping me in suspense, Xiao urged, her impatience palpable. Jiang Wanbai, irritated by Xiao's bluntness, retorted, if I were to commit any disgraceful act, would I not also be affected as a legitimate daughter of the Jiang family? Seeing Jiang Wanbai's anger, Xiao hurriedly soothed her. It is my fault, please tell me. Jiang Wanbai, with a huff, recounted how the crowd had caught a glimpse of Duan Hongyu and Lin Yuzhong secretly meeting at the banquet. Xiao was left dumbfounded, her eyes wide with disbelief. Those two actually had the audacity? With disdain, Jiang Wanbai remarked, I always sensed something off about Lin Yuzhong. It appears she has long harbored intentions towards Duan Hongyu, employing underhanded tactics, much like the Lin family. While Jiang Wanbai continued to express her disdain for Lin Yuzhong's methods, Xiao's mind raced, eventually landing on her daughter. Wanbai, has your grandmother said anything? Xiao inquired cautiously. Jiang Wanbai shook her head. Grandmother has not mentioned anything. However, this incident has likely spread among all the guests at the banquet. That does not necessarily mean the marriage is off, Xiao instinctively replied. Considering the status of the Guangchong marquis, suggesting that taking Lin Yuzhong as a concubine could be feasible. Jiang Wanbai had no response, casting a cold glance at Xiao as she retorted, with how much my uncle dotes on the sixth sister, how could he possibly allow Duan Hongyu to marry her? Xiao instinctively responded, what if it were someone else? What do you mean? Jiang Wanbai was puzzled by Xiao's insinuation. Xiao gazed at her daughter's beautiful face and softly suggested, what if Jiang Zhiyue were not to marry Duan Hongyu, but instead, it were you? Mother. Jiang Wanbai rose in fury, disbelief in her eyes as she looked at Xiao. What nonsense are you spouting? Why would I want something that she deems unworthy? What do you take me for? Jiang Wanbai's vehement discontent brought Xiao back to her senses, and she quickly sought to calm her daughter. Listen to your mother, please. I will not. Jiang Wanbai's eyes flared red with anger. How could you harbor such absurd thoughts? Xiao hurriedly covered Jiang Wanbai's mouth. Little ancestor, can you please lower your voice? Tears of frustration welled in Jiang Wanbai's eyes as Xiao shook her head repeatedly, exasperatedly tapping Jiang Wanbai's forehead. Do not only think about how Jiang Zhiyue does not want it. This concerns the marquis. The marquis. Jiang Wanbai was utterly unable to absorb the situation, her heart brimming with indignation and grievance. It was indeed true that Jiang Zhiyue had garnered the special attention of Princess Boyang solely based on her beauty. Yet, Jiang Wanbai herself had also captivated the audience at the banquet with a stunning performance, earning the favor of the Duchess of the Fugua, who treated her with warmth and kindness, privileges that others did not receive. However, upon returning home, her own mother had the audacity to suggest that she pursue the man discarded by Jiang Zhiyue, a man entangled in a complicated engagement with another, merely because of his noble lineage. What of the marquis? The marquis may be esteemed, yet the Duchess' residence was not to be underestimated. The more Jiang Wanbai pondered, the more her vexation grew, prompting her to unleash her frustration upon Xiao Shi. Even if one were to sell a daughter, it would not be in such a manner as this. With a resounding slap, Jiang Wanbai's head was turned away, remaining still for a prolonged moment. Xiao Shi, staring at her own hand in disbelief, was filled with remorse and wished to comfort Jiang Wanbai, only to be met with fierce rejection. Do not touch me, Wanbai. Xiao Shi, filled with maternal sorrow and helplessness, gazed at her. Mother only wishes for your well-being. Your father's status is modest, and we are but a secondary branch. If we could secure a marriage with the Guangchong Marquis, it would be a considerable elevation for us. Jiang Wanbai looked at Xiao Shi with deep resentment, feeling desolate. Suddenly realizing that her mother harbored such thoughts. Elevation? Jiang Wanbai scoffed. Though my father's official rank may be low, he holds a substantial position. Even as a daughter of the secondary branch, as long as we remain undivided, we belong to the Duke's household. The Guangchong Marquis is merely a facade. What elevation is there to speak of? Xiao Shi was rendered speechless. Jiang Wanbai continued. You only care about Jiang Zhiyue. Yet you have never inquired about my experience at the banquet. Jiang Wanbai, in despair, closed her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. She had intended to share with her mother the praise she received from the Duchess for her exceptional musical talent, along with the generous gifts bestowed upon her. However, the stinging pain on her face extinguished any desire to bring up the matter. Leave. Jiang Wanbai endeavored to compose herself, pointing toward the door. I wish to rest. Wanbai, please listen to your mother. Leave. Jiang Wanbai glared at Xiao Shi, her eyes ablaze with resentment, silencing her mother's words. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Shi softly uttered, rest well, before departing. Once Xiao Shi had left, Jiang Wanbai could no longer contain her sorrow and collapsed onto the table, weeping profusely. Why? Why is it like this? When anyone hears of Jiang Zhiyue, they only focus on her. What about me? What am I to them? Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiyue, having shaken off her fatigue, lay drowsily on her bed, her mind wandering. The events of the banquet had proven to be quite tumultuous. Duan Hongyu and Lin Yuzhong had been caught in a compromising situation, while he had threatened to take drastic measures unless the Guangchong Marquis provided an explanation. The Duchess, wishing to avoid this troublesome affair, promptly summoned the heads of both houses to resolve the matter. As for the subsequent developments, they were discussed behind closed doors, leaving others in the dark. Even after the banquet concluded, neither family had departed, suggesting that the matter would require further deliberation. Nevertheless, there was a silver lining to this situation. Given that Duan Hongyu and Lin Yuzhong had been discovered together, and with Duan Hongyu bearing an engagement, it was evident that his moral failings had come to light, making Jiang Zhiyue's decision to withdraw from the engagement entirely justified. The entire sequence of events unfolded with remarkable ease, prompting Jiang Zhiyue to meticulously piece together the occurrences in her mind. It seemed that as she departed, both Lin Yuzhong and Duan Hongyu had set their sights on her. However, Lin Yuzhong's position was further back, necessitating a detour to reach the Lotus Pond, while Duan Hongyu was right behind her, leading to their fortuitous encounter. Accompanying Lin Yuzhong was a trusted confidant of Madame Xia. One might wonder why she would shadow him. Given her disruptive demeanor today, it appeared she was poised to catch the two in a misstep. What could possibly motivate this? Was there some undisclosed connection between the Xia family and the Lin family? Chapter 51. Cause and Effect. Princess Boyang was pondering the same matters as Jiang Zhiyue. At that moment, she was immersed in a bath, her eyes closed as she reflected on the farce that had transpired at the banquet. Her conviction grew stronger that Madame Xia was undoubtedly orchestrating this affair. As for the reasons, her understanding of Madame Xia allowed her to form a vague hypothesis. Fu Li, what is your perspective on the relationship between the Duke of Guangchong and the Lin family? The princess sank deeper into the water, casually inquiring. Fu Li knelt behind the princess, gently massaging her forehead. Upon hearing the princess's question, she softly replied, since the princess already possesses the answer, why inquire of a mere servant? Princess Boyang smiled, opening her eyes, her gaze bright and piercing. I believe that after all these years, Qi Suqin's style of operation remains unchanged. Once she sets her mind to something, her decisiveness is unparalleled. Qi Suqin was the true name of Madame Xia. Years ago, the princess merely intended for Xia Fu to meet the young general, not to bind her to him. Yet, upon hearing of this, Madame Xia secured Xia Fu's engagement within 3 days, even enlisting the Empress Dowager's intervention to formalize the marriage decree. Such audacity was akin to slapping the young general and the princess in the face. Consequently, the two families had grown distant, verging on enmity. At the banquet, it was precisely Madame Xia who approached with intent. She was not one to harbor good intentions, and thus, her motives were suspect. Fu Li had not grasped Madame Xia's intentions until the private meeting turned chaotic, when the pieces finally fell into place. It appeared that Madame Xia was interested in securing the 6th daughter of the Duke of England for her youngest son. While the princess held a particular fondness for this young lady, prompting her inquiries. Once Madame Xie discerned the princess's stance, she acted without hesitation. It seemed inevitable that Duan Hongyu would face the fate of being jilted, if not today, then certainly tomorrow. Is Madame Xie not concerned that this scheme might be unraveled by the Duchess of Guangchong? Fu Li pondered, sensing the considerable risk involved. The princess scoffed. Do you think she fears it? Years ago, she dared to disregard my authority. A mere Duchess of Guangchong holds little weight in her eyes. Moreover, at this juncture, the Duchess is too preoccupied with her own mess to investigate whether there are ulterior motives at play behind this incident. Initially, Princess Boyong held a favorable impression of the Duchess, yet witnessing her frantic behavior today was a stark reminder of the fickleness of human nature. Ultimately, it was the Duke of Guangchong's lack of ambition that led the Duchess to place all her hopes on her son. Initially, there had been hopes for a union between her son and the British Duke's family, expecting that the Duke's favor would pave a smoother path in his career. However, now it seemed that an unknown minor official's daughter had ruined those aspirations, and it was no wonder she had lost her composure. Fu Li understood this and remarked, "It is indeed pitiable for the young Miss Jiang, having just escaped the tiger's den only to fall into a wolf's lair." Her words reminded Princess Boyong of that ethereal young lady. The thought of such a delicate flower being subjected to the machinations of Qi Suqin as a daughter-in-law stirred her heart with compassion. "Do you believe she has a fateful connection with Wubbing?" The princess turned to Fu Li, adding, "That jade pendant. Wubbing must surely know it has always been with the young Miss Jiang." Fu Li was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. "Your Highness, are you suggesting that we seek the hand of the sixth Miss Jiang for the young general?" Princess Boyong shook her head. "I would indeed wish to. But if Wubbing is unwilling, it would be unwise for me to approach and disrupt the young lady's prospects." "What do you intend to do to assist the young lady then?" Fu Li discerned that her princess was not genuinely seeking to propose for the young general. Yet she genuinely cared for the Miss Jiang. "Ensure someone keeps an eye on this matter and summon Wubbing. I must personally inquire about the jade pendant." The princess commanded as she rose from her bath, servants immediately coming forth to assist her in dressing. Princess Boyong was known for her decisiveness, and Fu Li could only nod in agreement before respectfully withdrawing. Upon arriving at Songshan Courtyard, she found Lu Qingxiao practicing calligraphy by the window. As he noticed her, he set down his brush. "Cousin, let us depart." It seemed he understood the purpose of Fu Li's visit, as he was eager to leave at once. Fu Li glanced at the characters he had been practicing and couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head. Indeed, he was well attuned to the princess's temperament. Just as Princess Boyong had finished her grooming, Fu Li appeared behind her. "He refuses to come?" the princess inquired, her brow furrowed in displeasure. How else could he return so swiftly? Fu Li chuckled softly. "Your Highness, there seems to be a misunderstanding. He awaits you in the study." Princess Boyong raised an eyebrow. "So he has become proactive at this moment." Fu Li shook her head again, recognizing that Lu Qingxiao understood the princess so well, even predicting her mood, which explained why he had asked her not to rush the princess. The princess merely styled her hair into a simple updo and donned her usual attire before stepping out. Lu Qingxiao stood upright by the study window, greeting her with a bow. "Mother." The princess took her seat, beckoning him to approach. Following her request, he brewed tea, carefully adjusting the temperature to her liking. Lu Qingxiao was remarkably composed, fulfilling each of her requests with diligence, even when she playfully attempted to challenge him. Ultimately, the princess found herself amused, remarking, "Fu Li, I haven't seen him this obedient in quite some time." Setting the teapot over the small stove, Lu Qingxiao looked up. "To entertain you, mother, is all that matters." The princess scoffed lightly. "I suspect you fear I might trouble that young Jiang girl." He remained unruffled, replying, "Would you truly?" The princess was unable to tolerate his demeanor, scoffing, "I shall not trouble her, yet Ah-chan shines like a precious gem. Such an alluring young lady cannot be overlooked by me alone." After speaking, the princess fixed her gaze intently on Lu Qingxiao, and indeed, she observed a hint of unusual emotion flicker across his face. A sense of triumph surged within her. This young man, feigning composure, had nevertheless been caught by her subtle inquiry. Lu Qingxiao, slightly stirred, awaited the princess's next words. However, the princess deliberately chose to keep him in suspense, remaining silent despite his scrutinizing glances. Observing the mother-son dynamic, Fu Li found it exceedingly amusing. The princess was ever so playful with her son. Realizing the princess intended to tease him, Lu Qingxiao sighed and proactively inquired, "So, mother, is it your implication that someone has set their sights on her?" The princess was genuinely taken aback. Was this truly her son? Had he capitulated so swiftly? Despite her astonishment, she maintained an impassive facade and seized the opportunity to pose a demand. If you wish to know, first enlighten me as to why that jade pendant resides with the young lady of the Jiang family. For all these years, you have concealed it remarkably well. I wonder, is it possible that you have had your eye on that little girl for quite some time, which has caused your reluctance to wed? Lu Qingxiao fell into silence for a moment, unable to suppress his thoughts. Is this how you perceive your son? When he first encountered Jiang Zhiyue, she was merely 3 years old. Chapter 52. Who holds the heart? Who schemes? Lu Qingxiao, this young general, had exchanged his life for valor on the battlefield. At the tender age of 9, he faced his first encounter with war, regardless of how mature his intellect or exceptional his martial skills were at that time. The brutality of the battlefield was an ordeal far beyond the comprehension of a boy yet to reach 10. While still in the camp, young Lu Qingxiao maintained a facade of normalcy. However, upon returning to the princess's residence after his triumphant return, he remained burdened with unspoken sorrow, never allowing a smile to grace his lips. Nightmares plagued him frequently, and he would often awaken in a state of terror, sitting in silence until dawn. The already slender boy rapidly lost weight, becoming a mere shadow of himself in less than half a month. Concerned for her son, the princess took him to a countryside estate near the capital to refresh his spirits. It was there that the young lad gradually regained his health. The princess recalled this event vividly. At the time, she believed a change of scenery to be a remedy, unaware of the deeper significance it held. With Lu Qingxiao's reminder, the princess indeed recalled a small girl who lived nearby, at the tender age of innocence. By mere coincidence, she seemed to match the age of the Jiang family's young lady. Given this, it was understandable that he had gifted her the jade pendant. Yet why conceal it from me? The princess feigned dissatisfaction. Lu Qingxiao, without hesitation, promptly admitted his fault. It is my error. Seeing him acknowledge his mistake so decisively left the princess momentarily at a loss for words. After recounting the past, the tea was finally brewed. Lu Qingxiao served the princess her tea with movements as fluid as flowing water, each gesture a delight to behold. The princess gazed at her son, filled with admiration. He was accomplished in both literature and martial prowess, with striking looks. Yet, she pondered, why must such a remarkable child face such difficulties in matters of love? Lu Qingxiao carefully placed the small teapot back and inquired, Mother, can you tell me who has set their sights on you? The princess looked at him in confusion, saying, If you hold no affection for this young lady, why do you concern yourself with such matters? Lu Qingxiao raised his gaze to meet hers, asserting, Mother is not that kind of person. There is no need to speak in such a manner to test me. Perceiving that he had seen through her intentions, the princess felt a sense of ennui, exclaiming, Oh, how dull. Lu Qingxiao lifted his head and locked eyes with the princess. She continued, after much difficulty, You find a young lady of interest, yet you claim to harbor no romantic feelings for her. The princess felt a chill in her heart, colder than the waters of an ancient well. Lu Qingxiao smiled gently, pouring her a cup of warm tea, demonstrating his thoughtfulness. Here, Mother, warm yourself with this tea. The princess, amused by her own frustration, replied, This tea may provide temporary warmth, but it cannot last a lifetime. If you truly cared, you should seek a beloved for yourself soon. Noticing her displeasure, Lu Qingxiao thought it best to withdraw. Realizing that he would not glean any information regarding who was targeting Jiang Zhiyue from the princess, he rose to take his leave. The princess, irked, called out, Sit down. A glimmer of amusement crossed Lu Qingxiao's eyes as he turned back and complied. The princess, still annoyed, directed her gaze at him. Yesterday's farce was orchestrated to sever the ties between the Duke of England's residence and the Marquis of Guangchang's. The identity of the mastermind is something you must uncover. The princess spoke vaguely, still skeptical that Lu Qingxiao was entirely indifferent towards the young lady from the Jiang family. Just because he had shown no interest in the past did not imply he felt the same now. The Jiang Zhiyue of yesteryear was merely a child with twin bonds, whereas the present Jiang Zhiyue had blossomed into a graceful beauty, possessing both charm and elegance. Even the princess, accustomed to the beauty of many, found Jiang Zhiyue's allure to be extraordinary, doubting that Lu Qingxiao could harbor no feelings for her. If he were truly interested, he would certainly investigate. With all that had been revealed, how could he fail to recognize his own heart? Lu Qingxiao raised an eyebrow, realizing he had perhaps overestimated the young girl. He had seen her sneaking out from behind the rockery the previous day and assumed she was up to no good, even covering for her. Little did he know that she was not the instigator. Thank you, mother, I understand now. You must be tired from today's banquet. Rest early. I shall take my leave. With that, Lu Qingxiao decisively departed, while the princess watched him with a smile. Once he was gone, the princess mused with a chuckle, thank him? What right does he have to thank me? Fu Li, having witnessed the princess's scheme come to fruition, joined in her laughter. You tease him so. Are you not afraid he will be angry? The princess laughed, angry? I would rather he be angry than to remain perpetually grave and solemn. I am not his subordinate. Fu Li chuckled lightly. Your Highness's intentions will eventually be understood by him. The princess scoffed. Whether he understands or not is of little consequence. How can a parent not worry about a son with no romantic pursuits? If he remains alone, what loneliness will he endure when I and Duke Lu have long departed this world? In the vast expanse of her residence, the Long Princess found herself utterly alone, devoid of even a confidant with whom to share her innermost thoughts. The mere contemplation of such a scene pierced her heart like a needle. When a peculiar young girl named Wu Bing appeared, the Long Princess nurtured a glimmer of hope within her heart. Perhaps, if fate were to be kind, a union between Wu Bing and herself could blossom into a splendid match. The Long Princess was acutely aware that, beneath Wu Bing's seemingly aloof demeanor, lay a steadfast loyalty that would be fervently protective of those she cherished. As for other matters, they could be addressed in due course. The clandestine meeting between Duan Hongyu and Lin Yuzhong at the banquet swiftly became the talk of the capital. Despite the decree from the Princess of Fortune prohibiting the spread of such news, the sheer number of attendees rendered it impossible to keep a lid on the gossip. Jiang Zhiyue became privy to a plethora of rumors circulating outside, indicating that the Marquis of Guangchang's household was likely in turmoil over the affair. Is Lin Jingqiu aware of this? Jiang Zhiyue inquired, flipping a page of her book. Chongqing nodded, surmising that the Lin family must have alternate channels of information and were indeed informed. In these days, keep a close watch on her. Those under house arrest should not extend their reach too far. Jiang Zhiyue understood that Lin Jingqiu had long since set her sights on the marriage between her and the Marquis of Guangchang. While she could forego the match, she had no intention of allowing Lin Jingqiu to achieve her desires effortlessly. Lin Jingqiu held great affection for her daughter Lin Yuzhong, frequently inviting her to stay at the Duchess residence, even leveraging her position to enhance Lin Yuzhong's status. The young lady of the Duke's household was instructed in various disciplines, with Lin Jingqiu ensuring that Lin Yuzhong received the same training. It was evident that Lin Jingqiu was investing considerable effort into cultivating Lin Yuzhong's prospects. Initially, Lin Jingqiu aspired for Lin Yuzhong to serve as a contrast to herself, hoping that Duan Hongyu would overlook his legitimate fiancée and instead fall for Lin Yuzhong, declaring that he would marry no one but her. In a previous life, Lin Jingqiu had indeed succeeded in this scheme. In this lifetime, she intended to facilitate a connection between Lin Yuzhong and Duan Hongyu, albeit in a manner that would not align with her original intentions. If one were to covet another's possessions, they ought not to feign innocence. In this incarnation, the relationship between Duan Hongyu and Lin Yuzhong was no longer a match made in heaven, but rather a furtive liaison. Chapter 53. The dispute when news reached Qiushui residence. Lin Jingqiu smashed an antique vase in a fit of rage. A clandestine meeting? How could this be? Lin Jingqiu could scarcely believe that the reports indicated Duan Hongyu and Lin Yuzhong had been discovered in secretive rendezvous. How could it be a private meeting? How could it be a private meeting? Lin Jingqiu repeated in disbelief, preferring to accept the notion that this event was a fabrication rather than see Lin Yuzhong entangled with the Marquis of Guangchang in such a manner. The integrity of a woman is of paramount importance. How could Yuzhong be so reckless? Lin Jingqiu was consumed with anxiety, fervently seeking to uncover the details of this affair. She gathered a substantial sum of silver and entrusted it to a confidant, instructing, "You must go and ascertain the truth of this matter. Furthermore, send word that he must find a way to meet with me." The confidant hesitated, clutching the silver, "Aunt, we are unable to leave this silver." Lin Jingqiu steadied herself, her expression resolute. "Rest assured, though we cannot venture out, this silver will suffice. Do not present it all at once. Distribute it little by little, and someone will undoubtedly carry my message." The confidant, feeling the weight of the silver in their arms, nodded and departed. Lin Jingqiu was in turmoil. How could Yuzhong, who had always received her guidance, engage in such a disreputable act? There must be some underlying issue. Jiang Zhiyue. A thought suddenly struck Lin Jingqiu. It must be Jiang Zhiyue who has harmed Yuzhong. Panic surged within her. Why would Jiang Zhiyue frame Yuzhong? Did she somehow learn of Lin Jingxiu's desire to replace her? But how could she possibly know? Lin Jingxiu's mind was a chaotic tangle, and she longed to confront Jiang Zhiyue immediately. Yet, she was also fearful. Jiang Zhiyue's sudden shift in temperament had already caused her significant distress and harmed Yu Zhong. Who would be next? Her gaze fell upon the sewing basket on the table, and she froze. Nian Shi. Her Nian Shi. The Duke of England had not anticipated that upon returning home, he would hear news of his daughter's fiancé clandestinely meeting with someone at a banquet, none other than Lin Yuzhong, who had once resided in the Duke's household. Due to his past affection for Lin Jingxiu, the Duke held a fondness for Lin Yuzhong as well. The daughters of the Duke's household had always prepared a place for Lin Yuzhong. Who would have thought she would stoop to such actions? In light of this, I believe Chan's engagement must be annulled. As soon as the Duke arrived home, he was summoned to the Chunhui Hall, where Jiang Zhiyue and Jiang Zhiyue were present. It was Jiang Zhiyue who spoke. Jiang Zhiyue, still handsome in middle age, nodded, a hint of coldness flickering across his face. Chan is the jewel of our Duke's household and must not endure such humiliation. Brother, do not be foolish. The matriarch quietly observed her eldest son, awaiting his response. This marriage had originally been settled by the eldest son and his wife, and now, to annul it. The eldest son's stance was imperative. The Duke, already seething with anger, raised his eyebrows sharply upon hearing Jiang Zhiye's words. How could I be foolish? Jiang Zhiye tilted his chin, gesturing towards the direction of Chushui residence, then returned his gaze to the Duke. The Duke nearly succumbed to fury. What do you mean by that? I mean to say, brother, that you almost invited a wolf into your home, did you not? Jiang Zhiye could not fathom why he felt that the Lin family was overly indulgent towards their niece. His brother's judgment seemed clouded. Allowing the niece of a concubine to stay at the Duke's residence was one thing, but elevating her monthly allowance to match that of the legitimate daughters was absurd. Lin Yuzhong, what merit do you possess? Why did you not reveal your capabilities sooner? The Duke glared at his younger brother, irked. Jiang Zhiye, equally vexed, retorted with indignation, did I not speak? How did you respond at the time? Is it not true that a mere girl like Lin Yuzhong should not be kept by the Duke's household? Were those not your words? In matters of discernment, Jiang Zhiye's insight surpassed that of the Duke. In terms of sharp retorts, he was equally formidable. He echoed the Duke's previous words, inciting the Duke to roll up his sleeves in preparation to confront his brother. Enough. The venerable matriarch abruptly halted the impending quarrel between the two brothers, her gaze fixed squarely upon the Duke of England. The second brother is not entirely mistaken. The pressing matter at hand is Chan's marriage. What are your thoughts? It was evident that she held the house of Guangchang in disdain. The moral character of Duan Hongyu was questionable, and the multitude of concubines and illegitimate daughters within the Guangchang household was a source of great irritation. If Chan were to marry into such a family, it would surely lead to a web of intrigue and conflict. Who could guarantee that the same fate would not befall Chan? With the Guangchang Duke coercing his legitimate wife, at her advanced age, to bear children? The mere thought of such a scenario filled the matriarch with an indescribable discomfort. The cherished daughter she had painstakingly nurtured was not meant to endure such torment in the hands of that family. An annulment. Certainly an annulment. The Duke of England declared emphatically, if that old fool Duan Jian has raised such a son, how could I possibly allow my daughter to be wed there? Since you have made your decision, resolve this matter swiftly to prevent further complications. Observing her eldest son's resolute stance, the matriarch offered her counsel. At this moment, Master Jiang, in a light-hearted manner, suggested, if elder brother finds this troublesome, allow me to handle it. I assure you, I will compel the Guangchang Duke to withdraw from the marriage. The Duke of England cast a discerning glance at his younger brother, questioning, what dubious scheme do you have in mind? Master Jiang's smile was enigmatic, lacking genuine warmth. The Duan family has bestowed upon us a significant gift. Merely annulling the engagement would not suffice for me to vent my frustration. I am weary. The remaining matters are yours to deliberate. The matriarch subtly shifted, raising her hand for old Madame Chung to assist her to the inner chamber. The Duke of England, along with Jiang Zhiyue and Jiang Zhiyue, stood respectfully to see her off. Master Jiang straightened, grinning at the Duke of England. What are your thoughts, elder brother? The Duke, glancing at Jiang Zhiyue, frowned and instructed Jiang Zhiyue, come to my study. Jiang Zhiyue appeared unsurprised by the Duke's acquiescence, turning to beckon Jiang Zhiyue. You should join us as well. The Duke of England, initially leading the way, abruptly turned back, puzzled. Why do you summon him? Jiang Zhiyue slowly raised his gaze to the Duke, his smile somewhat frigid. Tu is no longer a child. He is destined to inherit the Duke's estate. The Duke paused, on the verge of speaking. But Jiang Zhiyue had not yet finished. Moreover, Tu may not be as fortunate as you, elder brother. I shall be here to safeguard the family. The more he spoke, the cooler his smile became. Rongjua is but a bookworm. If Tu does not learn diligently, he will find himself in the same predicament as you. And who will assist him in mending the chaos? Under the Duke's piercing gaze, Jiang Zhiyue subtly shrank back behind Jiang Zhiyue. His second uncle's protective instinct was more fervent than that of his own father. Of course, Jiang Zhiyue bore no ill will. His father was not devoid of affection, merely lacking in swift wit. Chapter 54. The Rampant Bull Unleashed in Matters of Argument. The Duke of England had never triumphed over his younger brother throughout his life. In contrast, Jiang Zhiyue, though physically outmatched by his elder brother, had never faltered in verbal sparring. At this moment, the Duke's expression was exceedingly grim, his countenance dark as he glared at Jiang Zhiyue. Who said you were to clean up this mess? Jiang Zhiyue fanned himself, a smile adorning his face that did not reach his eyes. If elder brother insists it is not so, then let it be. Tu, let us depart. The Duke was still pondering how to retort to his younger brother, eager to engage him in further argument. Who would have thought that the second son would so effortlessly let it go? The British Duke felt as though he had struck a punch into cotton, unpleasant and yet unable to vent his frustration. Thus, he begrudgingly followed Master Jiang to the study. Upon entering the British Duke's study, Master Jiang navigated the familiar surroundings with ease, locating the Duke's cherished collection of fine tea. His movements so practiced that it was as if he were in his own abode. The Duke, fuming, planted himself in front of Master Jiang. Snatching the tea from his hands, "You speak first, only then may you drink." Master Jiang cast a sidelong glance at the Duke, emitting a derisive sound from deep within. Clearly displeased by the Duke's insistence, "My throat is parched, and words escape me." The British Duke fell silent, prompting Master Jiang to signal to Jiang Zhiyue, "Don't just stand there, brew the tea." Naturally, in the presence of his elders, Jiang Zhiyue had no choice but to assume the role of the tea server. Finally, the British Duke, exercising patience, awaited Jiang Zhiyue to prepare the tea, hastily urging, "Drink. Speak after you have sipped." Master Jiang leisurely lifted the cup, swirling it before his nose to savor the aroma. "What is the rush? The tea is scalding." The Duke retorted, "You." Master Jiang chuckled again, then turned to Jiang Zhiyue, advising, "Do not emulate your father. One must learn to be patient in their endeavors. Some matters cannot be rushed, lest one burns their mouth on hot tofu." Jiang Zhiyue nodded, reassuring his second uncle, "Rest assured, I shall remember this lesson." The Duke turned his gaze fiercely towards his eldest son. However, Jiang Zhiyue remained undaunted. He knew his father to be hard on the outside but soft-hearted within. Despite the numerous times his second uncle had provoked him, the Duke had never truly lost his temper. Master Jiang took a leisurely sip of tea, finally broaching the subject. "The engagement must be annulled. We cannot suffer such a loss in vain." The British Duke, now losing his patience, demanded, "Speak of something I do not already know." Master Jiang shot a glance at the Duke and then made a face at Jiang Zhiyue, clearly unimpressed by the Duke's frantic demeanor. Jiang Zhiyue chuckled, his brows relaxed. "Uncle, just bear with it. Father has been this way for over 40 years. He cannot change now. Impudent boy, who taught you to speak ill of your father to his face? I see you are itching for a reprimand." The British Duke, reluctant to strike his brother, had not hesitated to discipline his son. Master Jiang clicked his tongue, and the Duke paused, enduring the moment. The Duan family scandals were numerous. Merely exposing one would suffice to keep them occupied. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Master Jiang's eyes. "I never did like Duan Jian. He is clearly a man of little merit, yet he could charm my elder brother into betrothing his precious daughter to him, a master of flattery." The British Duke found this assertion peculiar. Duan Jian was deemed lacking, yet he could win over the Duke? Did Master Jiang imply he was even inferior to Duan Jian? "Are you insinuating something with your words?" the Duke inquired. Master Jiang beamed brightly. "Elder brother, you have discerned it well. Your acumen has indeed improved." Jiang Zhiyue could hardly bear to watch. He knew his uncle had genuine affection for his father. He had no doubt that had Master Jiang harbored ambitions for the British Duke's position in earlier years, his father would have been exiled by now. The British Duke, momentarily speechless from his brother's retort, lifted his cup and took a sip. Jiang Zhiyue barely had time to warn him before the Duke scalded himself with the tea. Grimacing in discomfort, Jiang Zhiyue could hardly bear to watch. He rose and poured a glass of cool water from the nearby pot, placing it before the Duke of England. yet could not resist a sharp remark. As I said, one cannot rush to consume hot tofu. Look at you now. The Duke of England accepted the water, swishing it in his mouth, casting a disgruntled glance at Jiang Zhiyue. Jiang Zhiyue, scratching his nose, awkwardly avoided the Duke's gaze and proposed his plan. In the wake of recent events, the uproar has subsided, yet the Guangchong Marquis's residence has yet to extend an apology, seemingly waiting for the matter to fade from memory before making any decisions. So, Uncle means to escalate the situation further? Jiang Zhiyue interjected. Jiang Zhiyue regarded Jiang Zhiyue with an expression that suggested he was teachable. As for Duan Hongyu, let us not forget that the Lin lady, having received favor from the Duke's residence, finds herself entangled with Ah Chan's fiancé. Such an ungrateful individual will undoubtedly gain notoriety. Jiang Zhiyue nodded in agreement. Uncle speaks the truth, but would Duan Hongyu so easily let him off the hook? Jiang Zhiyue snapped his fan shut with a decisive clap. Certainly not. The Lin lady is no virtuous character, yet if Duan Hongyu maintained his integrity, the Lin lady would have never had the opportunity, would she? Stop beating around the bush and speak plainly, urged the Duke of England. Straining to swallow the cool water in haste, Jiang Zhiyue shot the Duke a glare, choosing not to engage further, and continued, in matters of clandestine meetings, the stigma tends to fall upon the woman. To drag Duan Hongyu into the mire, we must ensure he bears no righteousness. What do you mean by no righteousness? Is he not already in the wrong? The Duke of England remained perplexed, believing Duan Hongyu's transgressions to be beyond redemption. Frustrated by the exchange, Jiang Zhiyue glared at the Duke in silence for a moment. The Duke finally relented. Then you speak, and I shall refrain from interjecting. Jiang Zhiyue scoffed. Were it not for Ah Chan, do you think I would bother? You chose to blind yourself to such a character, and in the end, it is Ah Chan who suffers. The Duke bristled at Jiang Zhiyue's scorn, retorting, who can predict the future? Had I known, would I have allowed Ah Chan to endure such distress? I am her father, and what of that? A father can be just as foolish, allowing his daughter to suffer. Jiang Zhiyue countered. You were so certain that Duan Hongyu would turn out to be a scoundrel, yet here you are, left to clean up the mess without a clue. If I had the foresight, I would have taken the role of a national advisor long ago, rather than mopping up your mess. And what do you think of me? I am not a seer. How could I possibly know the character of the young scion of the Duan family? Can you not see the younger without acknowledging the elder? You remain obstinate despite being called foolish. And what of the elder? He is your elder brother. You must, Jiang Zhiyue, numb to the quarrel between his father and uncle, pondered whether the Buddha was aware of this situation and what he ought to do. Time passed, and eventually, both men grew weary of their argument. Jiang Zhiyue relished the newfound silence. I shall say this. Only when Duan Hongyu is utterly disgraced will my heart find peace. Jiang Zhiyue rolled his eyes, raising his now lukewarm tea and drinking it down in one go. He knew well that reason could not be found with a stubborn bull. Chapter 55. The biological father and the biological second uncle. While the Duke of England and Lord Jiang were embroiled in a heated discussion, no, rather a deliberation, on how to annul the engagement, Jiang Zhiyue was contemplating ways to amplify the spectacle surrounding this affair. Ideally, she wished for the Grand Chong Marquis to be unable to conceal the situation, sparking conversation among the entire capital. She had already arranged for Shun Mo to disseminate the news that Lin Yuzhong was afforded the same luxuries as the daughters of the Duke's household, ensuring it reached the ears of the entire city at the earliest opportunity. In recent days, the gossip regarding Duan Hongyu and Lin Yuzhong's clandestine meetings had dwindled significantly, primarily due to a lack of scandalous material. Thus, she resolved to stoke the flames of intrigue surrounding these two individuals. While private encounters between men and women were not excessively scandalous, the narrative took a more salacious turn when the woman, who had received favors, seduced her betrothed, and the man, fully aware of his engagement, chose to rendezvous with someone who was none other than his fiancée's close confidant at a banquet. Such a morally corrupt and shameless pair were indeed a match made in heaven. Whether Duan Hongyu truly recognized Lin Yuzhong's identity, or whether Lin Yuzhong was genuinely her confidant, mattered little. What was significant was that this affair would incite further controversy, given the captivating backstory. Who among us does not have a close friend or confidant? It was only reasonable to surmise that Lin Yuzhong and Duan Hongyu were not faring well in these recent days. Jiang Zhiyue smiled, relishing the thought of their discomfort. Having committed such disgraceful acts, it was only fitting that they faced public scrutiny and scorn. She would ensure that this indelible mark was firmly etched in their memories. As Jiang Zhiyue pondered her next move, Chang Hui hurried in, announcing that the eldest son had summoned her to the Duke's study. Chang Hui, her injuries nearly healed, had requested to return and serve Jiang Zhiyue. Noticing her remarkable recovery, Jiang Zhiyue acquiesced. When will father return? Jiang Zhiyue mused, still oblivious to the fact that the Duke had already returned to the estate. Chang Hui, ever forthright, replied, the Duke returned this morning. I heard from Wen Yuan that he was invited to Chunhui Hall immediately upon his arrival. Wen Yuan was a trusted confidant of Jiang Zhiyue. Jiang Zhiyue nodded and rose. Let us go then. I have matters to discuss with father as well. Chang Hui did not forget to fetch a thicker cloak for her as they exited. The route from the Yinsi courtyard to the Duke's study passed by Lin Jingqiu's Qiushui residence. Jiang Zhiyue cast a glance from a distance, prompting Chang Hui to whisper, Madam Lin has smashed quite a few items upon hearing the news, and has spent a considerable sum to send Su Qiao to spread the word. Jiang Zhiyue glanced sideways at Chang Hui. Chang Hui quickly added, but rest assured, Madam Lin's information will not circulate. Jiang Zhiyue chuckled lightly, teasing her. How can you be so certain it won't spread? With a proud wink, Chang Hui replied, naturally. I have also bestowed some favors upon the gatekeeper. You taught me, miss, to wield both kindness and authority. No, that's not quite right. It's more like a blend of coercion and inducement. Ah, not that either. Just a touch of intimidation combined with a sprinkle of generosity. Jiang Zhiyue couldn't help but laugh. Chang Hui's greatest asset was her keen awareness and adaptability. Being younger and possessing a sweet tongue, she was quick to engage with others, exhibiting a bit of cleverness. Furthermore, with both her mother and father being born into the Duke's household and serving the most favored lady, people were more than willing to grant her a modicum of respect. Within the Duke's residence, there was no piece of news that eluded her grasp. Remarkably adept, she employed both soft and hard tactics, a commendable approach indeed. Jiang Zhiyue generously lavished praise upon Chang Hui, encouraging her to persist with her efforts. Chang Hui, beaming with delight at Jiang Zhiyue's commendation, smiled broadly, her joy palpable. If she had a tail, it would surely wag with abandon. Upon reaching the main courtyard of the Duke of England, Chang Hui sensibly waited at the entrance. The study of the masters was a place of great significance. Entry was strictly prohibited without permission. Jiang Zhiyue knocked, and the door was opened by Jiang Zhiyue. Upon entering the study, she was surprised to find her second uncle present. She knelt respectfully before her father and second uncle. Enough with the formalities. Come here, and let your father see if you have lost weight these days. The Duke of England commanded. Jiang Zhiyue obediently approached her father's side. Father, please observe closely, she replied. The Duke of England squinted his eyes, declaring, you have indeed lost weight. Jiang Zhiyue chuckled softly, earning a disapproving glare from the Duke. Unperturbed, the Duke gestured for Jiang Zhiyue to sit and promptly addressed the matter at hand. Your father wishes to inquire about your thoughts on the marriage with that young man from the Duan family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhiyue stood resolutely before her father and stated firmly, I wish to break off the engagement. Excellent, the Duke exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table with enthusiasm. No doubt, she is my daughter. Let us annul the engagement. Jiang Zhiyue was taken aback by his brother's sudden outburst, casting him a reproachful glance. The Duke, however, paid little mind to this, showering his daughter with praise. Jiang Zhiyue, observing the scene, shook his head in confusion, pondering why his mother had ever been drawn to his father. Was it merely his handsome appearance? Surely not. Noticing her father's joyful demeanor, Jiang Zhiyue seized the moment to add, however, this matter cannot be resolved so easily. Upon hearing this, the Duke cast a furtive glance at Jiang Zhiyue, a hint of unease flickering in his eyes. Jiang Zhiyue scoffed, sipping his tea. Jiang Zhiyue, discerning her father's subtle actions, continued, Duan Hongyu is fickle and untrustworthy, while Lin Yuzhong is ungrateful. If we allow these two to evade accountability so effortlessly, it would be infuriating for me. After listening to her, the Duke glanced at Jiang Zhiyue once more. Jiang Zhiyue rolled his eyes again, smirking, and gently fanned himself. Jiang Zhiyue was baffled by the silent exchange between her father and second uncle. Seeking assistance, she turned her gaze toward her elder brother. Jiang Zhiyue shrugged, signaling that she should inquire for herself. Jiang Zhiyue shot him an annoyed look in return. Jiang Zhiyue, amused by his niece's expression, chuckled, You certainly resemble your father. Jiang Zhiyue, feeling a sense of pride in being her father's daughter, smiled at the teasing. Jiang Zhiyue enjoyed her spirited demeanor, replying, It's fine if you look like him, just don't think like him. Jiang Zhiyue, I find your behavior utterly disrespectful. The Duke of England thundered. unwilling to lose face before his daughter. Jiang Zhiyue was momentarily stunned by her father's uncharacteristic display of anger towards her uncle. Jiang Zhiyue raised his fan and playfully struck the Duke's robust arm, reproaching him, "Lower your voice. You've frightened little Akan." The Duke, noticing his daughter's shocked expression, hurriedly explained, "Akan, don't be afraid. I'm not scolding you. It's your second uncle." Jiang Zhiyue chuckled. Little Akan is not someone who can be easily frightened. Jiang Zhiyue regained her senses and quickly waved her hand, saying, "I'm not afraid. However, uncle, what riddle are you and father playing at?" Jiang Zhiye's smile deepened. "Your father fears that you may hesitate to deal with Duan Hongyu, so he insisted on asking you. I told him you are not as soft-hearted as he thinks, but he refused to believe it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhiyue paused and replied, "I have already sent someone to spread the news and create a stir. I feel more sorrow for the silver I have lost than for him." Jiang Zhiye burst into hearty laughter, turning to his elder brother, "See? A wager is a wager, the silver is due." The Duke of England maintained a composed expression as he retrieved a banknote from his pocket and slapped it on the table. Jiang Zhiyue was left in shock, realizing this was indeed her biological father and uncle. Chapter 56. The little sister's tears break their father's heart. Jiang Zhiye, amused by his niece's changing expressions, leisurely picked up the banknote and waved it before her, saying, "Tell your uncle, what silver have you squandered? I shall compensate you." The Duke of England exhaled heavily through his nostrils, expressing his discontent. Jiang Zhiye, ignoring his elder brother, pointed at the banknote and urged Jiang Zhiyue, "Speak quickly. This is insufficient. Uncle will provide more." Observing her cheerful uncle and her concerned father, along with her brother steadfastly by her side, Jiang Zhiyue felt an epiphany wash over her. It seemed that in her past life, she had never considered confiding in her father or uncle about Duan Hongyu and Lin Yuzhou. She had been unwilling to marry Duan Hongyu, holding back her disgust and grievance, believing that proposing a withdrawal from the engagement would tarnish the Duke's reputation. By the time the truth was fully revealed, she had already been thoroughly exploited by Lin Jingxiu, leaving her no opportunity to address the issue of the engagement herself. Jiang Zhiyue smiled in resignation, tears as large as beans cascading from her eyes, startling the three men into a flurry of concern. "Little Achan, good girl, Achan." The trio rushed to her side, and Jiang Zhiye carefully retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe her tears, perplexed and comforting. "Do not cry, do not cry. Your uncle will never bully your father again." The Duke of England, Jiang Zhiyue, nodded solemnly. "If there is something troubling you, speak of it. Do not weep. Father will take charge." Jiang Zhiyue bit her lip, initially intending to speak, but hesitated for a moment before swallowing her words. Jiang Zhiye noticed her subtle actions, his expression turning serious. "Little Achan, you must confide in the elders at home. Your uncle has taught you this. You must learn to report grievances. Have you forgotten?" Jiang Zhiyue was unexpectedly reminded of her childhood memories evoked by her uncle. As a young girl, unaware of the world's realities, she had been quite audacious when outside. And upon encountering a larger boy who snatched her tiger candy, she had been at a loss and was about to cry. Just then, her uncle had appeared, scooping her up and reclaiming the candy for her. He reassured her, saying that it was all right if she could not win. All she needed to do was report it. For with her father, siblings, uncles, and elders at home, there would always be someone to handle the matter. Indeed, her father was the Duke of England, but her uncle resembled the patriarch of the Duke's household. He treated every child in the family with utmost kindness, and he was the most protective of them all. Jiang Zhiyue inhaled deeply, and under the scrutiny of the three, finally found the courage to speak. "I fear that father may refuse to annul the engagement, fearing it would tarnish the reputation of the Duke's household, causing him to suffer embarrassment in public. Thus, I sent someone to spread the news, hoping to escalate the situation to a point where it could no longer be concealed. If the fault lies with them, father would not blame me for sullying the honor of the Duke's residence." As she spoke, Jiang Zhiyue's head lowered further, clearly consumed by guilt. The Duke's anger surged. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Jiang Zhiyue and questioned, "What leads you to such a thought? Does father not cherish you enough? Is your faith in him so feeble?" Jiang Zhiyue remained silent, acknowledging the truth in his elder brother's words. When it came to doting on Akan, no one in the Duke's household surpassed his elder brother. It was indeed unseemly for Akan to express such sentiments. What significance does the Duke's reputation hold when compared to Akan's lifelong happiness? Hearing the Duke's admonishment, Jiang Zhiyue instinctively recoiled, prompting puzzled glances from both the Duke and Jiang Zhiyue. "Akan, Why do you harbor such thoughts? Jiang Zhiyue inquired, furrowing his brow in concern. After a moment of hesitation, as the Duke's patience waned, she finally spoke. It is what Aunt Lin said. What? The Duke was taken aback, unable to fathom what he had just heard. Jiang Zhiyue raised her voice to repeat. Aunt Lin. She said that if I were to marry into the Guangchang Marquisate, it would be the same. I must first consider whether it would affect the Duke's reputation, and that I should think thrice before mentioning anything to father, lest I burden him with my worries. Utter nonsense. The Duke slammed the table, his eyes ablaze with fury. You believe her without question. Why not consult father directly? Can I even see father? Jiang Zhiyue, with tears welling in her eyes, looked up at the Duke. The last time he returned home, it was to reprimand me. How can I trust him? It is father who does not trust me. With that, she turned and threw herself into her brother's arms, weeping uncontrollably. The Duke was momentarily taken aback. Quickly catching the disapproving gazes of Jiang Zhiyue and the eldest son, Jiang Zhiyue was the first to voice his concerns. I have long warned that the Lin family harbors ill intentions. The last incident where she tried to ensnare Akan, had it not been for Akan's cleverness, who knows how long she would have played both sides. Father is busy with state affairs, and we understand that. However, Aunt Lin holds too much power in the residence. If even Akan falls victim to her schemes, how can we expect others to fare any better? Jiang Zhiyue gently patted his sister, his expression calm as he addressed the Duke. As for the matter of Xintang, even if Akan refrains from taking action, I shall intervene. Listening to his younger brother and eldest son's words, the Duke felt a tumult of emotions. The mention of intervening from his eldest son only deepened his vexation. Hesitantly, he sat down, glancing at Jiang Zhiyue, wanting to offer comfort yet unsure how to articulate it. With a silent sigh, he spoke in a hoarse voice. It is not as you think, Akan. Father does not doubt you. It is simply that he does not wish for you to acquire a reputation for being willful and malicious. You are still young, unaware of the horrors of gossip. It can truly shred one's life to pieces. You may be willful and unreasonable, yet you must not bear a malicious reputation. The Earl of England spoke with a heavy heart, and as he lifted his gaze to Jiang Zhiyue, his eyes were filled with profound sorrow. Father does not disbelieve you. He merely harbors concern. Jiang Zhiyue looked up from her brother's embrace, timidly regarding the Earl. Is that true? Father truly does not doubt me? The Earl nodded, his affirmation more genuine than gold. Jiang Zhiyue clutched at Jiang Zhiyue's garment to wipe her tears, uncertainly lifting her gaze. Then, does father blame me? Jiang Zhiyue closed his folding fan, adopting a solemn demeanor. Naturally, he does not blame you, even if you choose not to act. Your second uncle will still seek justice. Jiang Zhiyue blinked in surprise. Jiang Zhiyue scoffed. To be betrothed to our little Achan is a fortune he has accrued over 8 lifetimes. Not only does he fail to cherish it, but he also dares to impose humiliation upon the Duke's residence. The Marquis of Guangchang dreams of extricating himself unscathed. After admonishing the Marquis of Guangchang, Jiang Zhiyue began instructing Jiang Zhiyue. In the future, do not heed the words of just anyone. Your second uncle shall advocate for you. Jiang Zhiyue obediently nodded. I understand, second uncle. The Earl of England, feeling a twinge of envy, remarked, You two appear more like a true father and daughter than I do. Chapter 57. Tears do not necessarily indicate genuine grief upon exiting the Earl's study. The traces of tears on Jiang Zhiyue's face had vanished, leaving only slightly reddened eyelids as evidence of her recent weeping. Changhui, ever observant, quickly approached, her small face etched with concern. Mississippi. Jiang Zhiyue glanced sideways at Changhui, who understood and assisted her toward the Yanxi courtyard. Upon returning to Yanxi, Changhui promptly ordered water to cleanse her lady's face. The cool cloth, pressed against her eyes, brought a measure of tranquility. The performance she had put on before her father and second uncle was not entirely feigned. Indeed, she had harbored resentment towards her father for his disbelief, yet in truth, she herself had not fully trusted him either, had she? In her past life, had she not believed Lin Jingqiu and concealed everything from her father, perhaps matters would not have deteriorated so grievously. Miss, perhaps it is time to change the cloth, Changhui gently suggested after an indeterminate period. Jiang Zhiyue removed the cloth and examined her reflection in the bronze mirror. Her eyes still bore slight swelling. Changhui deftly twisted a fresh cloth for her and applied it once more. Miss has suffered greatly. It has been a long time since I have seen you weep so sorrowfully. Jiang Zhiyue initially intended to assert that she was not truly heartbroken, but reflecting on her myriad past experiences, she felt that indulging in tears was, in fact, beneficial. Changwei, tears do not necessarily signify true sorrow. Changwei nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding. The room fell into silence, punctuated only by the occasional crackle of the burning charcoal. Jiang Zhiyue felt as though she had overlooked something crucial. But what could it be? A wave of drowsiness washed over her, and she succumbed to a deep slumber, resting her head upon the cloth. Meanwhile, having left his elder brother's study, Jiang Zhiyue sought to visit his daughter and made his way to Jiang Wanbai's courtyard. At the entrance, a young maidservant, upon seeing Jiang Zhiyue, prepared to bow, but Jiang Zhiyue gestured for silence, compelling the maid to hold her tongue. Jiang Wanbai, preferring to spend her days in the flower house reading and practicing music, was blissfully unaware of his arrival. On this day, Lord Jiang entered without hearing the sound of a chain or seeing anyone in the flower chamber. He casually summoned a young maid to inquire about Jiang Wanbai's whereabouts. The maid gestured towards the study. Lord Jiang strode over and knocked on the door. "Wanbai, your father has come to see you." After a while, he heard the door creak open and saw Jiang Wanbai emerge, bowing slowly. "Daughter greets father." "Good day to you, father." With a single glance, Lord Jiang discerned that something was amiss with his daughter's demeanor. He refrained from questioning her and stepped into Jiang Wanbai's study. She followed him inside, and he noticed the calligraphy she had been practicing, a gift he had bestowed upon her when she first began to learn the art. What prompted her to emulate her father's handwriting today? As Lord Jiang examined her characters closely, he realized that her unease had rendered her strokes unstable, resembling those of a novice. Jiang Wanbai cast her gaze downward, focusing on her shoes, her voice muffled. "With nothing to do, I practice calligraphy to pass the time." Seeing her like this, Lord Jiang couldn't help but chuckle. "You and Ah-chan must be sisters, with such similar sulky gestures." Jiang Wanbai's head shot up momentarily before she quickly averted her gaze again. "We are not the same." Observing her reaction, Lord Jiang's smile broadened. "Indeed, it is different. Ah-chan would complain when upset, while my Wanbai seems like a punching bag." Jiang Wanbai, already feeling aggrieved, was further distressed by her father's incessant mention of Ah-chan, causing tears to spill from her eyes. Lord Jiang shook his head, wondering what kind of day it was that all the young maids he encountered seemed to be in tears. Having just comforted Ah-chan, now Wanbai was crying. As Jiang Wanbai sobbed sorrowfully, a stack of plain handkerchiefs was offered to her. She looked up to find her father smiling at her. "Cry it out. Once you've finished, father will wipe your tears. If one isn't enough, there are plenty more." Jiang Wanbai couldn't help but giggle, pouting as she took the top handkerchief. "As long as you smile, do tell your father who has wronged you, and I shall settle the score." Lord Jiang excelled at comforting others, claiming the second place in such matters, with no one daring to contest him for the first. Jiang Wanbai gazed at him eagerly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Is it permissible for anyone?" Lord Jiang hesitated for a moment. "If it's someone your father cannot handle, I shall have your uncle take care of it." Jiang Wanbai remained silent, her lips pursed. Lord Jiang signaled for the young maid to step back to the door, gently ruffling her hair as he spoke earnestly. "Wanbai, you have a secret, do you not? It's all right if you do not wish to share it with father. Just remember one thing." Jiang Wanbai, with tearful eyes, looked at him. Lord Jiang continued, "If there is something you cannot resolve, entrust it to father. If father is not around, seek out the matriarch, your uncle, or your older siblings. Anyone will do. Holding on to distress within oneself can lead to one's own undoing. Though I am not a physician, I cannot mend hearts, but I can certainly mend grievances." With Lord Jiang's humorous words, the gloom in Jiang Wanbai's heart began to dissipate. Yet, she still found herself grappling with the difficulty of voicing her thoughts. Unlike the pretense of Jiang Zhiyue in the Earl's study, Jiang Wanbai genuinely felt an inability to speak. How could she possibly broach the subject with her father? Jiang Wanbai was deeply troubled by her mother's insistence that she take over Jiang Zhiyue's marriage, a demand she vehemently opposed, even enduring a slap from her mother for her defiance. Reflecting on that night, she felt as if the sky were collapsing around her, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Jiang Zhiyue, upon witnessing her distress, immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Wanbai was a delicate and proud young lady, rarely allowing herself to weep in public. Even her father had seldom seen her cry throughout her upbringing. Yet now, her tears flowed incessantly, suggesting that she had encountered a matter she deemed more catastrophic than the end of the world itself. Jiang Zhiyue was at a loss and inquired, "Should I summon your mother?" "No," Jiang Wanbai vehemently protested, causing her father's heart to sink. Could the root of this turmoil lie with Xiaoshi? He quickly recalled how the matriarch had unexpectedly decided to take the children to the banquet herself, leaving Xiaoshi behind. Yet, when Wanbai returned from the feast. She had been in high spirits. What could have transpired in just 2 days to bring her so low? What had Xiaoshi done upon their return to the residence? Observing his daughter's reticence, Jiang Zhiyue recalled Xiaoshi's temperament, and a realization struck him. If you do not wish to speak, can you at least nod or shake your head? Determined to pry the truth from his daughter's lips, he surmised that whatever burden lay upon her heart was as weighty as a boulder. Regardless of the nature of this issue, he feared it might eventually affect her disposition. Is this matter related to your mother? Jiang Wanbai nodded. Confirming his initial suspicion, Jiang Zhiyue maintained a composed demeanor and continued. Does it also pertain to Achan? Wanbai's head snapped up, her shock unmistakable. How does father know this? Chapter 58. The Southern Wind Pavilion. Seeing the astonishment etched across his daughter's face, Jiang Zhiyue sighed softly, reflecting on how Achan's cleverness had outwitted her elder brother, much like him. Yet, with his keen insight and ability to discern the truth, he could easily see through Wanbai's facade. Come, talk to father. Is it your mother who wishes for you to take Achan's place in marriage? Or has she spoken of something else entirely? Jiang Wanbai stared at Jiang Zhiyue in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. Father, how did you know? Do you and mother both think this way? Realizing Wanbai had misunderstood, Jiang Zhiyue raised his folding fan and lightly tapped her on the head, eliciting a pained gasp from her. This scene resonated with him, reminiscent of his earlier reproach towards his elder brother for failing to earn Achan's trust. How the tides had turned. Achan had been deceived by a concubine, while Wanbai had been hurt by her own mother. In this regard, he felt he had fared even worse than his brother. Achan doubted her brother's sincerity, while Wanbai questioned his authenticity. Is this how you perceive me, dear daughter? Jiang Zhiyue sighed, seeking to comfort Wanbai. She hesitated, biting her lip and shaking her head. Relieved by her response, he declared, very well. You need not concern yourself with this matter any further. Suddenly, Master Jiang realized that the best way to resolve this matter was to obliterate the thoughts of the Qiao family. Your father will clarify everything with your mother. Rest assured, he will provide you with an explanation. Furthermore, regarding your marriage, if you do not consent, your father will absolutely not allow you to wed. After speaking, Master Jiang strode away, leaving Jiang Wanbai momentarily stunned. When she finally regained her senses, she was alarmed to find her back drenched in cold sweat. She had genuinely feared that her father was aware of the situation and tacitly approved of her mother's actions. Thankfully, that was not the case. Jiang Wanbai collapsed into a chair, lost in thought. She had succumbed to Jiang Zhiyue in too many aspects, yet she possessed the world's finest father, a fact that no one could surpass. Master Jiang, maintaining a stern demeanor, made his way to the Qiao residence, instructing his men to guard the entrance, permitting no one to enter. The guards, perplexed, could only comply. Upon seeing Master Jiang approach, Qiao was initially pleased and welcomed him, only to be halted in her tracks by his next words. Do you regret marrying me? Standing before her, Master Jiang's expression was unusually frigid. Qiao looked at him in confusion and dismay, for his countenance, typically adorned with warmth and kindness, had never been so severe in their many years of marriage. Why do you say such things, my husband? Master Jiang disregarded her, taking a seat at the head, his gaze sharp. If you did not regret marrying me, why would you seek to marry our daughter into the Marquis's household? I did not, Qiao exclaimed, her voice rising in protest. Master Jiang's cold stare compelled her to avert her gaze, revealing her guilt. Before our marriage, I made it clear that I am merely a second son. The title is not mine, nor do I harbor ambitions for high office. Qiao, panic-stricken, glanced at her husband. Master Jiang's expression hardened. If you were to openly express your desire to find a prestigious match for Wanbai, I would have no objections. But what on earth is the Marquis's household? Do you dare to set your sights on Wanbai? I do not, I never would. Qiao's voice broke as tears streamed down her face. I was just momentarily confused, dear husband. How could I bear to let Wanbai endure such humiliation? Master Jiang watched her weep, lifting her chin with his fan, compelling her to meet his gaze. Yishuang, my heart only softens for my own. If you insist on paving the way for Wanbai to accommodate Rongjua, I will not hesitate to extend your period of confinement indefinitely. The children have grown. Should it come to that, they will understand my actions. Qiao's eyes widened in terror, her innermost secrets laid bare, as she looked at the companion of her youth. Uttering such callous words in a gentle tone, she had no doubt he would follow through. Do not let me discover that you bring the ways of the Qiao family to the Duke's household, Master Jiang warned. Enunciating each word, the daughters and sons of the Jiang family are of equal nobility. Do you understand, Yishuang? The more tenderly Master Jiang spoke, the more Qiao trembled. until she could no longer bear it, collapsing onto the ground, tears pouring forth. Observing her plight, Master Jiang patiently knelt beside her, producing a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Do not weep. As long as you remember this and never err again, you will still retain your dignity as the esteemed second lady of the Jiang family. Overwhelmed by her inner dread, Xiao buried her face in Master Jiang's embrace, sobbing, "Husband, I was wrong. I will never do it again." Master Jiang, with an unwavering demeanor, gently lifted the person and placed them on the bed, his movements as tender as one would treat a precious treasure. "You are weary. Take a good rest, my husband." Lady Qiao, in a state of anxiety, clutched at Master Jiang's clothing. "Rest well. A good sleep will remedy everything. No one will disturb you in the coming days." With a gentle but resolute motion, Master Jiang pried her hand away and walked outside. Behind him, he could hear Lady Qiao's soft sobs. But he maintained his composure as he exited, instructing those waiting in the courtyard, "The lady requires time to recuperate. No one is to disturb her without my permission." Understood. After a moment's contemplation, Master Jiang turned to seek out the Duke of England. The Duke had just settled in for a midday rest when Master Jiang interrupted him. "What are you causing a ruckus about now?" The Duke, already disrobed, was visibly exasperated upon seeing Master Jiang. A slight smile graced Master Jiang's lips as he requested assistance from his elder brother. The Duke glanced at him and tossed a small iron token his way. "Use it sparingly. Capable individuals are hard to cultivate." With a smile, Master Jiang caught the token, waved it before his eyes, and turned to leave. Uncertain if he absorbed the Duke's advice. The Duke remained silent, and as Master Jiang stepped out of the room, a thunderous snore erupted from him. Master Jiang paused, casting a glance back at the Duke and closing the door with considerably more care. "Do Feng, come here, gather a few people." Master Jiang summoned the Duke's captain of guards, Do Feng, and whispered a few words. Do Feng regarded him with suspicion. "Master Jiang, this may not be appropriate." Without the Duke's command, Master Jiang firmly pressed the iron token against Do Feng's sturdy chest. "Is this sufficient?" Feeling the familiar texture, Do Feng promptly clasped his hands in salute. "Rest assured, I will fulfill the task." A hint of cold amusement appeared on Master Jiang's face. "Be cautious. Do not expose our intentions." Do Feng fell silent for a moment. "Do not worry, I have experience." Master Jiang was taken aback, yet before he could respond, Do Feng had already strided away. "Experience? A tale worth hearing. I must get Do Feng intoxicated tomorrow to inquire further." The following day, the heir to the Marquis of Guangchang, Duan Hongyu, emerged from the South Wind Pavilion at dawn, disheveled, and collided with the patrolling Golden Guard. Within half a day, the news had spread throughout the capital. Chapter 59, Why Not Marry? Jiang Zhiyue spat out her tea in disbelief, scarcely able to comprehend what she had just heard. The South Wind Pavilion? Shin Imo nimbly dodged the spray of tea. Indeed, the South Wind Pavilion. Is it the one that entertains men? Jiang Zhiyue's gaze drifted, astonished that Duan Hongyu would indulge in such pleasures. Shin Imo nodded again. "Yes, the one that entertains men." Zhang Hui handed a handkerchief to Jiang Zhiyue and turned to Shun Imo, her eyes filled with reproach. "Guard Imo, please refrain from sharing such shocking news while the young lady is drinking tea. What if she chokes?" Zhang Hui was the youngest among Jiang Zhiyue's companions. Yet her spirited nature was unmatched, and Shun Imo dared not provoke her. Jiang Zhiyue, unfazed, inquired with curiosity, "Is this true?" Shin Imo shook his head, then nodded. "It is neither entirely true nor entirely false." Jiang Zhiyue understood. Indeed, this was the case. The events that transpired in the early morning had already stirred a considerable commotion by midday. Coupled with the earlier clandestine meeting with Lin Yuzhong, Duan Hongyu and the Guangchang Marquis had undoubtedly garnered significant notoriety. By the way, have you uncovered any information regarding the Lin family's entry into the residence? Jiang Zhiyue inquired. She always harbored the suspicion that there were ulterior motives behind the Lin family's affairs. It was unlikely that her father's relationship with Lin Jingqiu was entirely innocent. Shinemo clasped his fists. "Miss, forgive me. I am still investigating." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhiyue felt unsurprised, yet her mind was at ease. If Lin Jingqiu's past involvement was merely a simple accident that led her to become her father's concubine, why would it be so difficult to uncover the truth? The greater the difficulty in investigation, the more it indicated concealed schemes. Exercise caution and do not expose yourself. There may be hidden truths in this matter, Jiang Zhiyue cautioned Shinemo. He nodded, assuring her, "Rest assured, miss, I understand. Keep a close watch on Duan Hongyu, but do not act too recklessly." When necessary, stir the waters subtly, but ensure you remain undetected. For reasons unknown, Jiang Zhiyue felt that this incident might somehow involve her second uncle, as the actions taken were rather decisive. She instructed Shen Mo to remain vigilant. If there were astute individuals within the Guangchang Marquisate who sought to resolve the situation, they would inevitably escalate the matter. In such a scenario, all attention would be drawn to the Guangchang Marquisate, allowing discerning individuals to recognize that someone was targeting them. The Earl of England, connected through familial ties with the Guangchang Marquisate, could easily find himself entangled in this turmoil. Shen Mo, being perceptive, grasped her implications immediately and took his leave. After Shen Mo departed, Chang Hui quietly asked, "Miss, I can't help but feel that you seem to trust the guard Mo a lot these days." Jiang Zhiyue smiled gently. "Why do you ask this all of a sudden?" Chang Hui hesitated. "You used to dislike the guard Mo and never allowed him to come close. Yet since that day you returned to the residence, it seems your feelings have changed." Jiang Zhiyue gazed at Chang Hui's youthful countenance, feeling a wave of nostalgia. She recalled the past life when Chang Hui, after the death of Chang Ying, desperately tried to protect her, only to have Lin Jingqiu's henchmen cripple her leg, resulting in their entire family being expelled from the capital. Though Shen Mo was skilled in martial arts, Lin Jingqiu had the means to command her father's deputy, and those in power captured Shen Mo, sending him to the authorities, where he was accused of treachery and sentenced to exile. Unbeknownst to her, she did not understand why Shen Mo remained so loyal, as she had not been a commendable mistress in her previous life. Desperate to comprehend, she sought him out just after his departure from the capital, asking about his motives. He simply stated that he was repaying the kindness of the young master. Beyond that, whenever Jiang Zhiyue pressed for more details, Shen Mo remained reticent. The officials urged them onward, and in Jiang Zhiyue's final memories, she could only see Shen Mo's limping figure receding into the distance. After her rebirth, she pondered why Shen Mo was unwilling to divulge more. When she was expelled from the Duke's residence, her elder brother had already been murdered, and yet Shen Mo still chose to protect her. It was already an act of utmost loyalty. Her brother had instructed him to safeguard her, and he had indeed fulfilled that promise. Chang Hui, feeling Jiang Zhiyue's gaze linger, waved her hand in front of her. "Miss?" Jiang Zhiyue regained her composure and smiled. "I wanted to see if he would heed my words." Discovering his reliability naturally dispelled any dislike I had. Chang Hui, seemingly understanding yet not fully grasping, nodded and playfully remarked, "Since you no longer harbor any animosity towards him, I shall follow suit." Jiang Zhiyue chuckled softly. This time, she vowed to protect those around her, ensuring they would not endure the torments of their past lives. In the Duke of Guangchang's residence, he chided, "You, usually so well-behaved, have caused quite the uproar, each incident more difficult to manage than the last. Could it be that your usual obedience is a fade?" The Duke wielded a long stick, striking Duan Hongyu fiercely. "The Nanfeng Pavilion. How dare you frequent such a vile place? And to be caught by the Jinwu guards. Just wait until I finish with you." Duan Hongyu, despite enduring the pain, could no longer tolerate his father's increasing ferocity and instinctively recoiled. This action only incited the Duke's fury further. "You dare to evade. After causing such a commotion, you still think to escape." The Duke pursued Duan Hongyu, each blow more savage than the last. "Stop! Stop!" The Duchess, supporting the elder matriarch of the Duan family, rushed in, urgently commanding the Duke. "He is your only son. Do you wish to leave the Duke of Guangchang's house without an heir?" The Duke, momentarily shamed, did not truly wish to inflict mortal harm. And upon hearing the elder matriarch's words, he ceased his assault, though his face still bore a deep scowl of anger. The elder matriarch, leaning on her cane, approached with tenderness, stroking her beloved grandson, then turned to the Duke with a reprimand. "Hongyu is such a good boy. You strike him without understanding the situation. Is this how a father should behave? Without understanding? Is it my fault now?" The Duke's face flushed with rage, gesturing outward. The streets are abuzz with gossip. He emerged disheveled from a brothel, colliding with the patrolling Jinwu guards. So many witnessed it firsthand. This wretch has brought disgrace upon the Duke of Guangchang's name. The elder matriarch could not absorb his words, her heart aching for her injured grandson. She shot an impatient glare at the Duke, asserting, "Once he marries the daughter of the Earl of England, this scandal will surely fade. What is there to worry about?" The Duke's countenance darkened further at her words. "Marry? He has already sullied his reputation by meeting clandestinely, and now he has been seen at the Nanfeng Pavilion. The rumors are widespread. Who knows if the Earl will even allow his daughter to marry him?" Upon hearing this, The elder matriarch's expression shifted dramatically, her anger flaring as she retorted, "Why should there be any doubt? This marriage has long been arranged. There is a contract and tokens to prove it. Even the Earl would not dare to go back on such a binding agreement." Chapter 60. A family of malice and deceit. The Duke of Guangchang was taken aback by the elder matriarch's bold demeanor. His own mother spoke with such conviction that he dared not challenge her. Who was the Earl of England, if not a figure of great import? He was well aware of how much he cherished the children of his late wife, Yu, let alone his son's tarnished reputation. The notion of seeking a marriage was merely a pipe dream. Even when the Marquis sought to marry the Earl's eldest daughter years ago, he had approached the sage, lamenting his reluctance to part with her, wishing her to remain unmarried. Had it not been for the frequent overtures from the noble consort and Prince Xian, the British Duke would have likely remained unyielding. Moreover, considering his son's myriad troubles, merely speaking of them evokes a painful ache in the heart. He would be most reluctant to marry his daughter, even if she were a concubine, into such a family. Who knows what unspeakable afflictions might lurk beneath the surface? Old Madame Duan was exceedingly confident, even displaying a hint of disdain for the appearance of the Duke of Guangchang. There is no need for such theatrics. This union is imperative. Even if it reaches the emperor, I have my own words to convey. Hearing this, the Duke of Guangchang felt a sharp pang in his heart, wishing desperately to grasp his staff and strike Duan Hongyu once more. Although he had but a single son, he never anticipated such disgraceful behavior from him. Old Madame Duan paid no heed to her son and affectionately called for her daughter-in-law to tend to her beloved grandson. "No medicine shall be administered," the Duke of Guangchang bellowed, startling his wife. Old Madame Duan's already aged visage contorted with fury. "Are you wishing for Hongyu's life over mere trivial rumors? Mother." The Duke of Guangchang felt utterly powerless, yet he restrained his temper and attempted to elucidate to old Madame Duan. "It is the father's fault if the son is uneducated. Our court officials are exceedingly harsh. Should the British Duke or any officials bring his matters to light, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for the emperor to strip away titles and position." Upon hearing the words "strip away titles," old Madame Duan's expression shifted dramatically. Coming from humble beginnings, her proudest achievement had been marrying the old Duke of Guangchang and bearing the heir for the Guangchang family. Now enjoying her esteemed status as an old matron. If he were truly to lose his title, her glorious life would be jeopardized by her grandson's actions. Wretched child. Old Madame Duan turned sharply and delivered a stinging slap to Duan Hongyu, acting so recklessly and without understanding. The force of the slap left all three momentarily stunned, especially Duan Hongyu himself. Throughout his life, whenever he made mistakes, his parents would be agitated, yet his grandmother had always shielded him. Even just moments ago, she had defended him. Why had her demeanor suddenly changed? Duan Hongyu was left questioning his very existence. It was the Duke of Guangchang's wife who reacted most swiftly, rushing to her son and, with a sense of grievance, calling out to old Madame Duan, "Mother, how can you?" Old Madame Duan's expression darkened as she turned her discontent towards the Duke of Guangchang's wife. "It is you who have spoiled him, allowing him no sense of propriety." "Mother, how could that be enough?" Silence. The Duke of Guangchang, increasingly agitated by the quarrel between his mother and wife, could not contain his vexation, his irritation plainly visible. Both old Madame Duan and the Duke's wife ceased their bickering, looking towards the Duke of Guangchang, whose countenance was more grim than ever. Old Madame Duan suddenly spoke again. If the British Duke were to acquiesce to this marriage, the officials would have no grounds for objection. The Duke's wife's eyes brightened at this remark, disregarding the earlier incident, and eagerly inquired, "What plan do you propose, mother?" The Duke of Guangchang, upon hearing this, regarded his mother with a mixture of skepticism and hope. Madame Duan cast a dark gaze upon Duan Hongyu and turned to the couple, the Marquis of Guangchang and his wife, saying, "If we can win that young girl's favor, by whatever means necessary, we must procure her personal belongings. The daughter of the British Duke must marry, whether she desires it or not." Madame Duan's words were undeniably sharp. A woman's reputation is of utmost importance. Should her intimate belongings fall into a man's possession, her virtue becomes irreparably tarnished. The gravity of the situation far exceeded the implications of Duan Hongyu's emergence from Nanfeng Pavilion, even overshadowing the clandestine meeting between him and Lin Yuzhou. Such personal items signify a closeness that can only be achieved through intimate familiarity between both parties. The Marquis of Guangchang remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation, his thoughts unknown. Initially taken aback, the Marchioness hesitated, but upon witnessing her son's battered state, An inexplicable anger ignited within her. She found herself in agreement with Madame Duan's scheme. The Marchioness awaited her husband's response, refraining from speaking out of turn. After all, this plan was indeed nefarious. It could only be uttered by Madame Duan or the Marquis, but never by her. Observing her husband's expression, the Marchioness fervently hoped he would acquiesce to this course of action. Madame Duan was quite pleased with the idea. Should the girl's reputation be ruined, no matter her noble lineage, she would have no choice but to marry Hong Yu. Otherwise, she would be left to live a life of poverty, reduced to a mere spinster. The Marquis appeared conflicted, seemingly swayed by Madame Duan's words. He muttered a few phrases, ultimately furrowing his brow, lowering his voice to express his thoughts. Sensing his hesitation, Madame Duan felt a sense of relief and smugly declared, "I have my ways." Yet, the Marquis remained troubled. Casting a fierce look at Duan Hongyu, "This matter requires swift action. Such a grave mistake cannot go unaddressed. We must seek forgiveness at the Duke's residence." The Marquis, feeling guilty, suppressed the incident of his son's clandestine rendezvous with the Lin girl, hoping to wait out the storm before confronting the Duke. Little did he expect that in the blink of an eye, his son had created yet another scandal at Nanfeng Pavilion, leaving him utterly dismayed. There could be no further delay in seeking forgiveness. Madame Duan displayed her displeasure, but knew that the Marquis's words were necessary. Troubled, she called the Marchioness aside to speak privately. As the saying goes, it takes 3 years to learn virtue, but only 3 days to learn vice. With a few light suggestions from Madame Duan, the Marchioness instinctively ran through how to execute this malicious scheme in her mind. Realizing her daughter-in-law understood her intent, Madame Duan sighed in relief and began to reassure Duan Hongyu, "My dear child, when you go to the Duke's residence to admit your fault, you must conduct yourself well. Once that young lady becomes your bride, I shall ensure to vent my frustrations upon her." Having endured a brutal beating from his father, Duan Hongyu initially believed the marriage was doomed. Yet, unexpectedly, his grandmother devised such a clever plan. The thought of potentially acquiring a fiancée as ethereal as a fairy filled him with determination. Even enduring a couple more slaps seemed worthwhile. He understood his grandmother's intentions and vowed to sincerely apologize, hoping to placate the Duke. Despite Duan Hongyu's resolute spirit, the Marquis remained uncertain. To put it bluntly, the Duke of England is nothing more than a brutish man, a mere brawler. If he intends to seize the chance of his son's admission of guilt to vent his frustrations, how many blows could his son withstand? Chapter 61. Each with their own schemes at the same time. The wife of Minister Xie was also keeping a watchful eye on the Guangchang Marquis. The sudden rumors surrounding Duan Hongyu's visit to Nanfeng Pavilion took her by surprise. Regardless of the truth of the matter, Duan Hongyu and Jiang Zhiyue's engagement was now beyond saving. They had been caught by the Jinwei, and thus the news must hold some veracity. Her confidant poured her a cup of tea and whispered. The corner of Xie's wife's mouth lifted, clearly in high spirits. "It seems this union is indeed ill-fated. Even the heavens are aiding my cause." Her confidant pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Madam, shall we stoke the flames further?" Xie's wife shook her head. "No need. The Duke of England is not one to be trifled with. At this stage, it is just right. We need only await the Duke's decision to annul the engagement." "Madam is wise." Her confidant refrained from further comments. Xie's wife set down her prayer beads and rose. "Let us go see Er. The child has been buried in books all day and hasn't taken the time to step outside." Since learning that the one he admired was already betrothed, Xie had become somewhat despondent. Xie's wife was devising plans for him, not intending to disclose the intricacies of the situation. The Xie residence, granted by the late emperor, exuded an air of grandeur and understated elegance, perfectly complementing the tranquil demeanor of the Xie family. Xie was the cherished youngest son of Xie's wife and Xie, both of whom doted on him immensely. He had grown into a paragon of refinement, a standard nobleman, and a prodigious talent, having been unusually promoted by the emperor to serve as an assistant in the National Academy at such a young age. Only Lu Qingxiao could be compared to him in terms of esteem. The two, one learned and the other martial, were often subjects of comparison by others. When Xie's wife arrived, Xie was engrossed in organizing his books, his expression clouded. He did not even notice her approach. Xie's wife understood her son well and was aware of the cause of his current state. The rumors regarding Duan Hongyu's inclination towards men had reached Xie's ears. Initially, he paid little mind to such gossip. However, upon inquiring about the fairy he admired and learning that Duan Hongyu was her fiancé, he became more attentive. A boy of straightforward disposition, He felt a pang of sorrow for the fairy, realizing that the one destined to share his life was of such questionable character. Unable to concentrate on his studies, Xie forced himself to continue organizing his books. Xie's wife softly called. Upon hearing her voice, Xie turned, hastily performing a bow. Mother, why the long face, Xie's wife feigned ignorance. Xie hesitated, mustering a strained smile, suppressing his instinct to speak freely. It's nothing. Please do not worry, mother. Xie's wife grew increasingly fond of her youngest son. He was obedient and sensible, even refraining from gossiping about others. His upright nature bordering on the austere. Mother has heard something she wishes to discuss with you. Xie's wife smiled, taking a seat at the writing desk. Seeing this, Xie halted his actions and took a seat alongside Madame Xie, saying, Please, mother, do go on. Xie, possessing a character of integrity, was not devoid of worldly wisdom nor incapable of discerning subtle cues. On the contrary, he was an exceedingly polite and principled gentleman. The fact that his mother had sought him out indicated she had something of significance to convey, and he was naturally all ears. Madame Xie smiled gently and naturally broached the subject of the rumors surrounding Duan Hongyu, expressing, if a daughter of the Xie family were to encounter such a morally deficient individual, the engagement would undoubtedly be called off. How could a cherished daughter be matched with such a person? Each of Madame Xie's words struck deeply in Xie's heart. Indeed, how could a man of such deplorable character be deemed worthy of marrying a celestial maiden? At the very least, that man's character must surpass his own, otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the celestial maiden. Not hearing her younger son respond, Madame Xie remained unperturbed. Her visit today was solely to inform that if he had intentions, once Jiang Zhiyue's engagement was annulled, an opportunity would present itself. Perhaps would not grasp this immediately, but once the news of the annulment spread, he would come to understand. Just as Madame Xie anticipated that Xie would remain silent, he spoke up with a displeased expression, regardless of who it may be. A person of poor character is unworthy of lifelong trust. Madame Xie nodded in agreement. What you say is true, However, not everyone in this world possesses your level of self-discipline and propriety. Many are but superficial gentlemen. You must not judge solely by appearances. Madame Xie's words served as a reminder to Xie to avoid being deceived by facades. Her ability to articulate this indicated that she would indeed investigate Jiang Zhiyue. Should Jiang Zhiyue prove to be a mischievous and unruly individual, she would undoubtedly forbid from harboring affections for such a woman. Xie nodded. Obedient and grateful for the counsel, mother speaks wisely. I shall remember. Madame Xie chuckled lightly and suddenly recalled. Your elder sister has been lacking appetite lately and wishes for your sauerkraut cakes. If you have the time, do indulge her. Xie rose in response. Very well. I shall prepare them tomorrow. Have someone come to fetch them. Madame Xie did not entirely stifle Xie's preferences. She allowed him the occasional delight of crafting small pastries. Her mention of his elder sister served to foster a harmonious relationship between the siblings, a matter of great importance to Madame Xie. As Madame Xie was about to take her leave, Xie hesitated and inquired, Is my elder sister with child? Surprised by her son's perceptiveness, Madame Xie smiled and nodded. Indeed, you are to become an uncle. Xie's face flushed with excitement. Then, mother, may I accompany you to visit her tomorrow? Madame Xie readily agreed. As sibling harmony was the vision she cherished most. However, the situation at the Guanchang Marquis's residence was not as Madame Xie envisioned. They were not planning to annul the engagement. The Guanchang Marquis, accompanied by his son, arrived at the Duke of England's residence, only to be halted at the entrance by the guards. The Marquis's expression soured, and his trusted aide stepped forward, whispering, We are from the Guanchang Marquis's residence. We seek an audience with the Duke and the matriarch. The guard at the entrance stood with an air of indifference, his spear crossed before him. Unmoved by the words uttered, he replied, The Duke is occupied with pressing matters today and cannot receive visitors. I kindly ask Lord Guangchang to return on another day. Lord Guangchang's expression soured. Was this a deliberate evasion? Undeterred, he brushed aside his confidant and stepped forward, insisting, Please convey that I have urgent matters that necessitate an audience with the Duke. The guard remained impassive, his gaze fixed straight ahead, as if Lord Guangchang were invisible to him. The Duke has commanded that he shall not meet with guests today. I must request that Lord Guangchang return another time. Furrowing his brow, Lord Guangchang grew increasingly impatient, and his wife, beside him, began to fret. If they could not even enter the estate, how could they expect to meet the Duke? In a fit of frustration, Lord Guangchang suddenly turned and kicked Duan Hongyu, scolding, "Kneel. Only when the Duke wishes to see you may you rise." Duan Hongyu tumbled down the stone steps at the Duke's residence, his forehead bruised and red. Nevertheless, he scrambled to his feet and knelt before the main entrance of the Duke's estate. The guard's expressions darkened. Was this an attempt to coerce the Duke's household? The audacity of Lord Guangchang left the guards at the Duke's estate astounded. After all, as a marquis, he resorted to such disgraceful tactics to intimidate the Duke's household. Unfazed by the guards' thoughts, Lord Guangchang noticed someone from the gatehouse fleeing, and his gaze sharpened. After all, it was the Duke's residence. How could they allow a future relative to kneel at the entrance in atonement without consequence? With renewed confidence, Lord Guangchang awaited the Duke's appearance. Unbeknownst to him, the Duke, upon learning of his kneeling, had quietly slipped out through the back gate to attend to royal business. Jiang Zhiyue was not surprised to hear that Lord Guangchang's household had come to visit. Nor was she taken aback to learn that Duan Hongyu was being forced to kneel at the Duke's gate. The old lady of the Guangchang Marquisate was a foolish and greedy woman, desiring everything yet unwilling to relinquish anything. She would undoubtedly employ every means to prevent the dissolution of the engagement. However, it was a pity that, despite her efforts, this union could not possibly come to fruition. "My lady, is it truly acceptable to let the Guangchang Marquisate's people kneel at the Duke's gate?" Chang Hui inquired, lighting incense and approaching Jiang Zhiyue. Jiang Zhiyue leisurely turned a page of her book. "Let them kneel. My father has already entered the palace. This marriage must be annulled. It would be wise to allow him to suffer a bit now, for such opportunities may not present themselves again." Chang Ying entered with delicate pastries, and upon hearing Jiang Zhiyue's words, smiled silently. Setting her book aside, Jiang Zhiyue rose to wash her hands, plucking a pastry to her mouth. Observing Chang Hui's confusion, she softly explained, "The news of the young Master Duan's predicament has spread widely. Any family with a modicum of pride would never allow their daughter to marry such a man. His kneeling at the Duke's gate will only serve to paint his family in the most disgraceful light, vilifying them for employing such despicable tactics against the Duke's household." Chang Hui followed her, continuing to inquire, "What if some fail to see through it?" Jiang Zhiyue smiled knowingly and replied, "Have you forgotten what task I assigned to Shinemo?" Upon receiving Jiang Zhiyue's reminder, Chang Hui immediately realized, I understand now. The young lady has already arranged for someone. Yet some remain unaware. Once this idea circulates widely, the reputation of the Guangchang Marquis's residence will be utterly tarnished." Jiang Zhiyue cast an appreciative glance at Chang Hui. "You are truly astute, just as I thought." Of course, Jiang Zhiyue could not guarantee that everyone would share this sentiment. Indeed, some might believe that men indulging in frivolous escapades is commonplace and thus insignificant. They may even regard the Guangchang Marquis's people kneeling at the Duke's gate as a gesture of great sincerity. Therefore, she acted preemptively to thwart the Guangchang Marquis's attempts to exploit rumors to slander the Duke's residence. As for her father petitioning the emperor to annul the engagement, it was highly likely to receive approval. Her second uncle had long advised her father on how to express himself to elicit the emperor's greatest empathy. The emperor, being inherently benevolent, would surely not wish to see a child suffer in such a manner, especially with a princess in the palace to care for. Jiang Zhiyue recalled how her second uncle had meticulously instructed her father on how to adopt a pitiful demeanor before the emperor. Such familiarity could only stem from years of tacit understanding. No wonder her elder brother once remarked that her second uncle and father, in their youth, must have been a pair of brothers who caused their grandparents considerable distress. The Duke had gone to the palace to lodge a complaint, while Mr. Jiang remained in the residence. The news relayed from the gate reached Mr. Jiang directly. He harbored an intense disdain for the Guangchang Marquis's residence. Even if Duan Hongyu were to perish kneeling at the Duke's gate, he would never deign to meet anyone from the Guangchang Marquis's household. He summoned Dofeng, instructing him to take several capable individuals to the entrance and keep watch. Should they dare to intrude, they were to be driven away with force. Dofeng replied affirmatively, selecting several robust individuals who exuded an intimidating presence as they marched towards the entrance. Mr. Jiang settled into the main hall, leisurely sipping tea, his demeanor strikingly similar to that of Jiang Zhiyue. Mr. Jiang had made his calculations well. If the Guangchang Marquis's people dared to act recklessly, they would be met with overwhelming force. However, before Dofeng and his men could take action, the Tiger Ben camp arrived. Lu Qingxiao, mounted on a magnificent steed, approached with measured strides, clad in dark garments and golden armor that glimmered in the sunlight, exuding an imposing aura. He cast a cold glance at the kneeling Duan Hongyu and commanded, "Arrest him." Instantly, two soldiers from the Tiger Ben camp stepped forward and apprehended Duan Hongyu. Unaware of the unfolding events, Duan Hongyu was forcibly brought to the ground, prompting him to struggle in desperation. "Who are you? Do you know who I am? How dare you lay hands on me?" Lu Qingxiao, gripping the reins with his left hand, leaned slightly forward, his gaze piercing and frigid. "Regardless of who you are, inciting a disturbance before an official's residence warrants a few days in custody." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers began to drag Duan Hongyu away. At that moment, Duan Hongyu thrashed wildly, shouting, "Father! Father! Save me!" The Guangchang Marquis was taken aback by this scene. What did it mean to incite a disturbance? He rushed forward. Addressing Lu Qingxiao, "Young general, there has been a misunderstanding." "It is all a misunderstanding." Lu Qingxiao gazed down upon the Duke of Guangchang, his phoenix eyes betraying no hint of concealment as they brimmed with derision. "A misunderstanding? My lord, take a look at the common folk surrounding us. Do you still dare to label this as a misunderstanding?" The Duke, despite his worldly experience, found himself unexpectedly subdued by the youthful figure before him. A sensation of trepidation creeping in as he faced Lu Qingxiao. The earlier pride he felt, buoyed by the gathered populace who seemed to pressurize the Duke's estate, had swiftly morphed into a cold sweat trickling down his spine. Since the Duke could not articulate a retort, there was no need for further explanation. Lu Qingxiao had no intention of granting the Duke an opportunity for clarification. He straightened his posture and raised a hand, prompting others to disperse the crowd. He grasped the reins and turned his horse to depart. The Duke, taken aback by Lu Qingxiao's blatant disregard for decorum, erupted in anger. "How dare you? You are merely a major general of the Tiger Ben camp. When has it become your place to oversee matters in the capital?" Lu Qingxiao did not even deign to turn around, but his companion Zhang he interjected loudly, "By the Emperor's decree, the Tiger Ben camp has assumed control of the Jinwu Guard's patrol duties, holding responsibilities equivalent to those of the Minister of the capital." The Duke paused, momentarily stunned. As Zhang he continued with a sardonic chuckle, "My lord, your son is causing a disturbance before the Duke's estate, and it is indeed within our Major General's purview to manage this situation. Take him away." The final two words were delivered with unyielding authority. The Duke seethed with a desire to drag Lu Qingxiao down from his steed, his glare filled with venom as he watched the young man's retreating figure. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingxiao turned back abruptly, startling the Duke into a hasty change of expression, though he remained unaware of how fearsome he appeared. "As a reminder, my lord, I have apprehended this individual. When he is released depends on how well you clarify this matter. Otherwise, I shall personally report to the Emperor." Chapter 63. What are his motives? The Duke's eyes nearly bulged at Lu Qingxiao's words. "Major General." The Duchess of Guangchang, witnessing her husband's ineffective negotiations with Lu Qingxiao, felt a wave of panic wash over her. In her distress, she rushed towards Lu Qingxiao's horse. Lu Qingxiao, too disinterested to acknowledge her, had Zhang He and the others draw their swords, barring her passage. "My lady, we apologize, but we are executing our duties. We kindly ask for your understanding. What official duty warrants the abduction of my son?" The Duchess could no longer contain her composure. Everything had seemed well until an unknown moment when circumstances spiraled into chaos. Their marriage prospects were in jeopardy, her son's reputation tarnished, and now he was to be taken away by the Tiger Ben camp. Interfering with official duties? What official duty? My son was merely kneeling at the Duke's estate to offer an apology. Must you even dictate how others express their contrition? Lu Qingxiao flicked his whip dismissively, scoffing at the Duchess's words. "Do not presume others to be fools. Kneeling at the entrance is an apology, not a threat." His words pierced through the facade of the Duchess's argument, leaving her feeling as though she had been struck across the face, the sting palpable. "I advise my lord to keep his wife in check. I have not stated that only one must be apprehended." Lu Qingxiao's disdainful demeanor jolted the Marquis of Guangchang into action, prompting him to hurriedly grasp his wife, exclaiming, "Do not cause a scene. Do you not care for our son?" However, the Marquis's wife remained unyielding. Having endured considerable humiliation, she resolutely refused to allow anyone to take her son from her today. The Marquis, embarrassed by his wife's defiance, wore a countenance so grim it seemed ready to drip with bitterness. In his heart, he harbored resentment towards the Duke of Britain. If only he had consented to meet, he would not have been driven to such desperate measures. What folly it was to provoke a formidable figure like Lu Qingxiao. "Are you disregarding my words? I said to cease this commotion." The Marquis thundered at his wife. his eyes ablaze with fury. The Marquis's wife, however, turned a deaf ear, instead addressing Jiang Zhiyue, stating, "If you must take my son, then take me along as well." "Preposterous!" the Marquis exclaimed, utterly baffled by his wife's obstinacy that day. She fixed her gaze on Jiang Zhiyue, adopting a demeanor of complete fearlessness. After all, she was a lady of the court, a noblewoman of rank. Lu Qingxiao, seated atop his steed, observed the unfolding drama with an air of leisure. Upon noticing that the Marquis's wife was merely causing a ruckus, Jiang Zhiyue decided to take action. He raised his hand, and immediately 2 soldiers advanced. Positioning themselves beside the Marquis's wife, their voices resonant and commanding, "Madam, please." At this, the expression on the Marquis's wife finally shifted. Her countenance a blend of shock and uncertainty as she looked at Lu Qingxiao. "I am a lady of the court. Do you dare to apprehend a Marquis's wife? Is there no law?" Her words did not require a response from Lu Qingxiao. Jiang Zhiyue, flashing a broad smile, replied, "Not only a Marquis's wife, but even a prince is subject to the law. Why should we hesitate to take you into custody? Take her away." As he spoke, his expression suddenly darkened. The Marquis's wife attempted to resist, but Jiang Zhiyue unsheathed his sword without mercy, declaring, "Madam, it would be wise to cooperate. A brief confinement to serve as a warning is all that is required. Should you resist and sustain injuries, the consequences would be dire." Thus, the Marquis's wife was taken away. The Marquis nearly spat blood in fury, exclaiming, "Lu Qingxiao, you have gone too far." Lu Qingxiao, with a hint of impatience, reached to clean his ears and frowned at the Marquis, asking, "What did you say? Speak up." Jiang Zhiyue, witnessing the minor general's mischief aimed at provoking a reaction, could hardly contain his laughter. The Marquis shot a malevolent glare at Jiang Zhiyue. Realizing the Marquis remained obstinately unyielding, Jiang Zhiyue decided against offering a warning. If the Marquis truly lost his temper and acted against the young general, the entire family could very well be detained for several days. Indeed, upon seeing his wife and son taken away, the Marquis drew a soldier's sword and swung it at Lu Qingxiao. Without flinching, Lu Qingxiao deftly struck the Marquis's arm with his whip. The Marquis winced in pain, losing his grip on the sword, which clattered to the ground. Lu Qingxiao casually glanced at Jiang Zhiyue, who understood the cue and bellowed, "Outrageous! The young general is on official duty, and you dare to assault him? This is utter lawlessness. Seize him." The guards at the Duke of England's residence stood in astonishment as the members of the Guangchang Marquis's household were sent to the hands of the young general one by one. Much like a procession of food deliveries, it was hard to believe such a spectacle. The crisis instigated by the Guangchang Marquis, who had knelt with his son in front of the Duke's gate, was deftly resolved by Lu Qingxiao, adding a touch of humor to the situation. Upon witnessing this, Du Feng hurriedly rushed to the main hall, realizing that the events were unfolding quite differently from what the second master had conveyed. As Du Feng relayed the news to Master Jiang, the doorkeeper also brought word to Chang Hui. Jiang Zhiyue was taken aback to learn that Lu Qingxiao had detained the Guangchang Marquis and his family on charges of public disturbance. Hearing the servant recount how the entire family had voluntarily presented themselves, Jiang Zhiyue even began to wonder if this was an unconventional resolution devised by the Guangchang Marquis himself. However, this method seemed to only further humiliate the Marquis, lacking any remarkable ingenuity. After dismissing the doorkeeper, Chang Hui returned to find Chang Ying and Miss laughing heartily together, unable to suppress her amusement. She thought to herself that fortune truly favored the young lady. Jiang Zhiyue collapsed onto the imperial concubine couch in laughter, pondering whether Lu Qingxiao had inadvertently assisted her or if he had been influenced by the princess's earlier admonition to look after her. This thought led her to recall the ruby-handled short sword that Lu Qingxiao had won, now resting in her chamber. It was indeed a tangled affair. During the chaos of the banquet, she had found herself at the rockery, captivated by the unfolding drama, but as the crowd grew, she felt trapped and unsure of how to exit. Ultimately, it was Lu Qingxiao who had called the throng away. Just as she stealthily emerged from the rockery, she encountered him directly. The look on his face, as if he had anticipated her presence, startled Jiang Zhiyue, leading her to fear he might expose her. Yet, to her surprise, Lu Qingxiao said nothing, merely offering her the ruby-handled short sword, suggesting it would serve her better for self-defense. Although she initially intended to decline, Lu Qingxiao's knowing gaze seemed to pierce through her facade of innocence, leaving her with a sense of vulnerability. Consequently, Jiang Zhiyue accepted the short sword, concealing it within her sleeve. It was only after the banquet concluded and she returned home safely that she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fearing that if the princess caught sight of the prize Lu Qingxiao had bestowed upon her, it could lead to grave misunderstandings. Chapter 64. The complainant in a fit of fury. Meanwhile, the Duke of England, awaiting his audience with the Emperor, remained oblivious to the events transpiring at his doorstep. His sole focus was on presenting his grievances against the Guangchong Marquis, who had raised such a worthless son and still dared to aspire for his precious daughter's hand in marriage. Such foolish dreams. Despite these thoughts racing through his mind, the Duke maintained a facade of patience in the side hall, awaiting the Emperor's summons. Fortunately, it wasn't long before he heard movement from within. Lifting his gaze, he saw a eunuch clad in a deep brown robe with cloud patterns and a red cap entering. The Duke, anxious, inquired, "Master Hai, will the Emperor have the time to see me?" The person who approached was indeed Hai Xian, the most trusted chief eunuch beside Emperor Rongan, holding a second-rank position. Upon hearing the words, Hai Xian smiled warmly. "Lord Duke of England, please proceed. His Majesty has summoned you." The Duke of England immediately clasped his hands in respect and strode into the Wenha Hall, calling out, "Your servant implores your Majesty to intercede." Hai Xian's expression froze momentarily. The Duke's behavior today was truly unexpected, yet it seemed familiar somehow. Where had he seen such a scene before? Just then, Emperor Rongan had finished dealing with reports concerning border security when he heard the lamentations of his beloved minister echoing through the hall. "My Emperor, the Duke of England," in a dramatic fashion, dropped to his knees in the center of the grand hall. Hai Xian halted his steps toward the Emperor, unable to suppress his astonishment as he turned to gaze at the Duke. It had been many years since he had witnessed such a look of surprise. What grievance could the Duke possibly have? With a mix of skepticism, Hai Xian returned to stand beside Emperor Rongan. The Emperor, equally puzzled, furrowed his brow and addressed the Duke. "My minister, speak your mind. Please rise first." With an obstinate expression, the Duke of England raised his head defiantly and declared, "I shall not rise. I will speak while kneeling." The Emperor nodded in acquiescence, for he was somewhat easygoing, since the Duke insisted on remaining on the ground. There was no harm in allowing him to do so. The Duke, seizing the moment, began to lament, "Your Majesty, in my youth, I failed to discern character and arranged a marriage for my young daughter. Now, she has not yet reached the age of maturity. Yet that scoundrel has been clandestinely meeting her, to my utter dismay. Not only that, but he has also been meeting my concubine's niece, who is merely staying at my residence. What is his intention? He is slapping me in the face. For an elderly minister such as myself, it is one thing. But as a servant of your Majesty, my disgrace reflects poorly upon you as well. He shows utter disregard for your Majesty. The audacity. And as for his father, that scoundrel Duan Jian, raising a son who favors men, he did not approach me sooner to annul the betrothal and even dared to threaten me at my doorstep. It pains me, your Majesty. My daughter lost her mother when she was but 4. I have painstakingly raised her. And now I am to see her married to such a wretch? I might as well die." As the Duke spoke, his grievances became so overwhelming that he looked around, seeking a sturdy pillar to throw himself against. Hai Xian was taken aback, brandishing his feather duster, and urgently called out, "Quick! Stop the Duke!" 7 or 8 palace guards rushed forward, grappling with the Duke, creating a scene so chaotic it was almost unbearable to witness. Emperor Rongan observed the absurdity with a mix of amusement and disbelief. The Duke managed to steal a glance at the Emperor's expression and, noting the Emperor's bemused demeanor, he was promptly subdued by the guards. The Emperor chuckled at the Duke. "My minister, are you performing for my amusement?" Embarrassed, the Duke scrambled to his feet, scratching his head, and knelt properly. "Every word I speak is the truth." "Preposterous," the Emperor scoffed with a smirk. "If you dare refer to yourself as an old minister once more, I shall have your beard plucked clean. Heed my words, your Majesty. Though I shall refrain from further discourse, my grievances are well known to all." The Duke of England wails vociferously, not necessarily out of deep distress, but his voice indeed resonates loudly. Emperor Rongan gently rubs his forehead, urging him to cease, for he has already heard of this matter. In an instant, the Duke's demeanor shifts. He respectfully bows before Emperor Rongan, admitting, "It is entirely my fault. My inability to discern character has led to this predicament. I beseech your Majesty to offer your wise counsel and rescue me." The Duke had not intended to bring this affair before the throne, but it was the astute Lord Jiang who advised him that it would be prudent to present the matter to the Emperor. With the Emperor's endorsement, any future disturbances from the House of Guangchong would be rendered inconsequential, as it would be evident that the Emperor had sanctioned the situation, and the Duke was but a victim. Lord Jiang harbored no illusions regarding the character of the Guangchang family. In truth, he held no expectations of anyone from that household, especially in matters where interests were so overtly evident. He was unwilling to gamble on possibilities. He resolved to eliminate any potential danger at its inception. For what may appear as a minor concern today could very well become fatal tomorrow. An audience with the emperor was the most effective remedy. Furthermore, should the duke continually seek the emperor's judgment and receive his promise, it would clearly demonstrate that the duke remained a trusted subject, not to be regarded with suspicion merely due to his daughter's engagement to the Prince of Xian. Emperor Rongyan was particularly attentive to matters concerning his trusted aides. During a banquet at the Prince of Fortune's residence, this issue had already been brought to the emperor's attention, reported by none other than Princess Boyan. Her reasoning was that, having once assisted a sickly young girl in matters of marriage, she sought the emperor's aid should any complications arise. The emperor was well aware of the subsequent decline in the health of Lu Qingxiao following his triumphant return from battle, and he had inquired after the young girl, only to discover that she was the duke's daughter. When the princess revisited this old tale, Emperor Rongyan resolved to investigate the matter thoroughly. The duke's claims of grievance were indeed substantiated. At the time of the betrothal, was there any evidence? The emperor inquired. The duke produced a box from his sleeve, somewhat disdainfully stating, "This is it." With a mere glance from the emperor, Hai Xian bowed and retrieved the box, handing it to the emperor. He opened it to reveal a beautifully crafted longevity lock, inscribed with the birth date of Duan Hongyu. "It is confirmed. Hai Xian, summon the Marquis of Guangchang to the palace." "I shall take on this case," declared Emperor Rongyan, closing the box and addressing the duke. "Rise. I trust your knees are not sore from kneeling for so long." The duke laughed heartily as he stood, brushing off the dust from his attire, appearing quite candid. "As long as your majesty is willing to advocate for my daughter's interests, I would gladly face any peril." The emperor smiled and casually remarked, "Then, shall I also arrange a marriage for your youngest daughter? What say you?" The duke was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Another betrothal? I had no inkling this would unfold." Chapter 65. The imperial edict of marriage. Hai Xian hastily left the palace with his entourage, making his way to the residence of the Marquis of Guangchang. However, before his arrival, he was informed that the Marquis and his family had caused a disturbance at the Duke of England's gate and had been detained by the Deputy General at the Jingzhou County office. Listening to the troubles of the Guangchang family, Hai Xian felt an involuntary pang of sympathy for the Duke of England. What misfortune must have befallen him to be burdened with such a family? Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to divert his path to the Jingzhou office, seeking the Deputy General's assistance to bring the Marquis before the Emperor. Lu Qingxiao seemed unsurprised by Hai Xian's arrival and subtly inquired, "Is the Emperor seeking not only to see the individuals, but also to receive any particular items?" Understanding the implication, Hai Xian turned to the Marquis, requesting him to fetch a token from his residence. The Marquis, though audacious enough to challenge Lu Qingxiao, could only acquiesce in the presence of this trusted aide of the Emperor. Initially, the Marquis was oblivious to the purpose of this summons. Upon hearing Hai Xian mention a token, his instinctive reaction was to consider the birth certificates and credentials of the two children exchanged with the Duke of England years prior. The Marquis sensed impending trouble and promptly replied, "In that case, I must trouble you, Master Hai, to accompany me back to my residence." With a flick of his handkerchief, Hai Xian courteously smiled. "It is no trouble, the Deputy General will accompany us." A mere glance from the Marquis towards Lu Qingxiao made him feel as if his covert intentions had been laid bare before the Deputy General's discerning gaze. Upon returning to the Marquis's residence, the presence of court officials and soldiers from the Tiger Bend camp left the elderly matriarch, Madame Duan, quite alarmed, particularly when she noticed her son had returned alone, rushing into the courtyard in search of something. Neglecting Hai Xian and Lu Qingxiao, she hurried after him. As the Marquis prepared to leave with the items, Madame Duan intercepted him, urgently inquiring, "What on earth has happened? Where's Hongyu?" The Marquis intended to explain, but upon seeing Lu Qingxiao outside, who regarded him with a fearsome glare, he merely furrowed his brow and muttered something about the marriage being unfeasible before departing. After much ado, Hai Xian returned to the Wenha Hall, where the Duke of England was on the verge of slumber. A deliberate cough from Hai Xian startled the Duke awake. The moment the Duke's eyes fell upon the Marquis, he sprang to his feet and approached him, seizing the opportunity to search him before the Marquis could react, retrieving the token and birth certificates. "Your Majesty, we have found them," the Duke exclaimed joyfully, handing the items to Hai Xian with a beaming smile. "Thank you, Master Hai. Hai Xian smiled in silence, turning to present the items before the emperor. Throughout the searching of the marquis by the duke and Hai Xian's presentation of the items, Emperor Rongyan remained silent. Even if the marquis harbored grievances, he dared not raise his voice, clinging tightly to the duke. "How dare you search me so roughly in the emperor's presence?" The duke, shaking off the marquis's grip, retorted indignantly, "Do not touch me, you old fool. How dare you raise your voice against me? I considered you a brother. Yet you raised a son who dishonors my daughter. You owe your life to the laws of this dynasty for not having been killed." The Duke of England spoke with righteous indignation, eliciting laughter from Emperor Rongyan. His confidant often had a way with words that was quite entertaining. The Marquis of Guangchong was left nearly speechless by the Duke's remarks. He wished to retort, but, upon hearing the Emperor's laughter, he faltered. Lu Qingxiao observed the Marquis's expression, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. "Do you know why I summoned you to the palace?" Emperor Rongyan directed his attention towards the Marquis. A cold sweat broke out on the Marquis, and his legs weakened, leading him to kneel. "I understand." The Duke of England found the scene painfully embarrassing and chose to look away. He felt that the Marquis lacked dignity, and the Emperor's words about his inability to discern character echoed in his mind like thunder. Emperor Rongyan had little impression of the Marquis of Guangchong. In truth, there were few noble titles in the court, and one would expect a modicum of presence. Unfortunately, this generation of Guangchong's Marquis possessed little ability, relying solely on the favors of his ancestors to survive. Were it not for the annual allocations from the inner court, Emperor Rongyan would scarcely recall him. This meeting revealed a complete lack of ancestral grace, a true pity for the late Marquis of Guangchong. "The betrothal you arranged with the Duke of England is truly unworthy. I shall annul this old engagement. Do you have any objections?" Emperor Rongyan asked casually while opening the birthday invitation of the Duke's young daughter. The Marquis bowed his head, unable to meet the Emperor's gaze. Upon hearing this proclamation, the weight on his heart finally lifted. "I have no objections," he replied with restrained resignation. Emperor Rongyan nodded. "In that case, I shall issue another decree. The original betrothal between the Duke of England and the Marquis of Guangchong is hereby void. Henceforth, the marriage of men and women shall remain unrelated. Furthermore, the Duke's daughter, Jiang Zhiyue, may seek a marriage decree from me in the future." This served as a slight compensation for the annulment of the engagement concerning the Duke's daughter. Upon hearing this, the Duke of England joyfully knelt in gratitude. "I thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness. Long live the Emperor." In stark contrast to the Duke's exuberance, the Marquis of Guangchong appeared quite dejected. Emperor Rongyan, wishing to end the matter, dismissed them. "Enough, since the business is concluded. You may leave. I am weary." The Duke joyfully took his leave, while the Marquis dared not show his dissatisfaction and followed suit. Once outside the Wenha Hall, the Marquis called out to the Duke, "Hold on." The Duke leapt back in alarm, wishing he had never known the Marquis. "My brother said I misjudged you, and I did not believe it. You are truly shameless." The Marquis was taken aback, recalling how they had once shared drinks and camaraderie like brothers. The engagement had been established based on that bond. He had never anticipated things would devolve into such a state. The Duke, uninterested in the Marquis's sudden melancholy, suddenly remembered that the birthday invitation and proof of the annulment were still with the Emperor. He turned back. The Marquis, in a daze, walked away. As the Duke returned to the Wenha Hall, he happened to encounter Hai Xian coming out. Seeing the Duke's return, Hai Xian inquired about the matter. The Duke mentioned the birthday invitation. Hai Xian looked at him with difficulty. "The Emperor is currently in discussion with the general. It may not be a good time for you to see the Duke. Perhaps you could come back tomorrow?" The Duke of England harbored no particular objections. He thought that since the sage had granted him autonomy over Achan's marriage, all would be well. Upon seeing the Duke depart, Hai Xian wiped the sweat from his brow, turned, and entered the Wenha Hall to report to Emperor Rongyan. "The Duke of England has left." Emperor Rongyan, holding the birth announcement of Jiang Zhiyue, smiled at Lu Qingxiao and inquired, "Wubbing, do you believe I should bestow another marriage upon the Duke's daughter?" Lu Qingxiao felt an inexplicable tension, yet maintained his composure as he replied, "Miss Jiang Lu has not yet reached her coming of age. It is premature to discuss marriage at this juncture." However, Emperor Rongyan chuckled and said, "Miss Lu? I refer to his illegitimate daughter, Miss Jiang San." Chapter 66. The stage has said it was exceedingly amusing. It had been many years since I had witnessed such a lively wubbing. Emperor Rongyan reclined on the Zeaton-wood bed adorned with Lingji patterns, unable to suppress his laughter. The favored concubine, having lifted the beaded curtain upon entering, was immediately intrigued by his words. Your Majesty, what fresh occurrence has captured your attention? Do share it with your servant. Emperor Rongan gestured for the concubine to join him, and she naturally sat beside him, smiling as she offered him a cup of tea. He took a sip before recounting the Duke of England's audience with him. In conclusion, he playfully teased Lu Qingxiao, remarking on the boy's perceptiveness, which was quite transparent. The favored concubine, upon hearing this, laughed charmingly. Your Majesty, the young general is quite unguarded around you. Are you not concerned that your playful teasing may lead him to distance himself in the future? Emperor Rongan laughed heartily, asserting that while other matters could be uncertain, this particular issue would not change. Such unwavering confidence piqued the concubine's curiosity. Is there perhaps more to this story? Your Majesty, do tell. Emperor Rongan chuckled softly, remaining silent while caressing the concubine's hand and reflecting, in those days, I was equally enamored with you. The concubine's face blossomed with an even more radiant smile at his words. Emperor Rongan smiled gently, remarking, it is often said that beauty is best appreciated under the soft glow of a lamp. I have admired you for many years. Yet while you remain as lovely as ever, I find myself aging. The concubine leaned lightly against Emperor Rongan, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Your Majesty speaks sweetly. We are of the same age, so how could it be said that you alone are aging? Gently patting the beauty in his embrace, he held her hand with a tender grip. Then let us grow old together. Very well, she replied softly. Your Majesty still has children to see grow up, and I shall accompany you in this. Emperor Rongan initially failed to grasp her meaning, but upon realization, he looked at her in surprise. Are you expecting? The concubine was taken aback, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she playfully admonished, Your Majesty, how old do you think I am? Her feigned anger was playful, and Emperor Rongan chuckled, realizing his misunderstanding. Then it is good news regarding Shuara? The concubine nodded, her eyes sparkling. The physician has confirmed that Princess Xian has been pregnant for nearly 2 months. The earlier days were delicate, hence the hesitation in reporting. Emperor Rongan was elated, nodding repeatedly. Excellent, splendid. Issue a decree. I wish to reward Princess Xian generously. No emperor desires anything less than a plentiful progeny, and the birth of sons is indeed a joyous occasion. The favored concubine smiled as she intercepted Emperor Rongan, expressing her gratitude on behalf of the 2 children for his gracious favor. However, she suggested a delay in discussing rewards until Princess Xian had settled in for her first 3 months. Delighted by the concubine's gentle words, the emperor agreed without hesitation. It appears that the Duke of England is fortunate in fathering daughters, all of whom are commendable. Upon hearing this, the concubine felt a slight shift in her intentions. She had initially considered bestowing 2 beautiful maidens upon Jiang Zhiyue during her pregnancy, but now refrained from doing so, since the emperor had already praised the duke's daughters. It would be inappropriate to offer maidens at such a moment, as it might be seen as a slight to Emperor Rongan. Having spent many years by his side, the concubine was well acquainted with the emperor's temperament and proceeded to compliment Jiang Zhiyue. Wearied, Emperor Rongan chose to rest in the concubine's palace. Once he fell asleep, the concubine quietly rose and exited the chamber. As she stepped out, she instructed her trusted female official to keep the previously arranged maidens, directing them not to be sent to the Xian prince's residence. The official, puzzled, whispered, these were specially prepared for the prince. Why keep them? The concubine regarded the clouds tinged with the evening light and softly replied, since His Majesty favors the Duke of England, I shall not oppose his wishes. The official nodded in understanding, assuring her, rest assured, I shall make the necessary arrangements. His Majesty seems inclined towards matchmaking again. Keep an eye on the 6th young lady of the Jiang family. She is fortunate, having captured the emperor's affection even before her first audience, and her future prospects will surely be bright. After speaking, the concubine turned back into the chamber, while the official bowed her head in agreement, her thoughts returning to the significance of the Xian princess. Should the princess's legitimate sister marry into a prominent family, the princess's status would become even more unassailable. The betrothal between the Duke of England and the Marquis of Guangchang had been annulled by the emperor's decree, who had even promised the Jiang family's 6th young lady an honorable marriage upon her wedding. Once this news spread, those discreetly observing the movements of the 2 families understood that the Duke of England remained in the emperor's favor regarding this matter. Naturally, the Marquis of Guangchang had been at fault, repeatedly embroiling himself in troubles, and now his reputation had suffered severely. When the news reached Lin Jingqiu, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. The carefully orchestrated match into a prominent family had turned into something everyone sought to avoid, akin to a single. Tainted mouse droppings. How could Duan Hongyu be so misguided? Despite this, the Marquis of Guangchang dared to approach her in pursuit of marrying Yuzhong. The audacity of the Marquis was beyond belief, treating the Lin family with such disdain. Such a notorious figure dared to covet her daughter. Lin Jingxiu's disdain for Jiang Zhiyue intensified. Were it not for Jiang Zhiyue's sudden display of intelligence, her Yuzhong would have been elevated to the Marquis of Guangchang, basking in the envy of all, rather than being relegated to a mere contender, a laughingstock, to fill the void in the Guangchang household. There had to be another way. There must be a solution. Lin Jingxiu forced herself to regain her composure. After years of painstaking planning, she was on the brink of success. Although the current setback seemed grave, if she could not remain calm, her Yuzhong would become the subject of ridicule. Amidst her tumultuous thoughts, Lin Jingxiu suddenly rose, seizing the oil lamp and overturning it upon the curtain. In the gradually intensifying glow of the flames, she closed her eyes and resolutely extended her hand. The water is rising. The water is rising. The maidservants of Qiushui residence were roused by the brilliant light, as smoke swirled and flames soared into the sky. A cacophony of terrified screams echoed throughout the Duke's residence. When the news of the flooding at Qiushui residence reached Jiang Zhiyue, she was deeply engrossed in contemplating the intricacies of a rare chess game, unable to find a way out. Suddenly hearing of the flooding at Qiushui residence, which had just been extinguished, a phrase from Sun Tzu's Art of War sprang to her mind. Place one in a desperate situation to inspire survival. Jiang Zhiyue placed her piece with unwavering confidence. The black piece that had been cornered severed its own arm, suddenly finding a glimmer of hope. Oh, how splendid it is that one must break to rebuild. Jiang Zhiyue's gaze fell upon the chessboard. Fully aware that the fire at Qiushui residence was Lin Jingxiu's way of forcing a desperate situation to evoke rebirth. Chang Ying, concerned, looked towards Jiang Zhiyue, while Chang Hui stood by, awaiting her command. Jiang Zhiyue rose. Let us go and take a look. Lin Jingxiu has set the stage. We must grace her with our presence. Chapter 67. Something is amiss. By the time Jiang Zhiyue arrived, Lin Jingxiu had already been relocated to Pinga Garden, reportedly injured. Jiang Zhiyue exchanged a glance with Chang Hui, who nodded in understanding and swiftly vanished from sight. Upon entering Pinga Garden, she found Mama Cheng already inside. Lin Jingxiu appeared woefully delicate, leaning against her maidservant. In a feeble tone, she addressed Mama Cheng. I have disturbed the old lady. Please convey to her that I am quite well. Mama Cheng glanced at the extensive blisters on Lin Jingxiu's arm, scorched by the flames, and replied coolly, You should first attend to your wounds, my lady. Lin Jingxiu lowered her head, her hair slightly disheveled, the cascading strands accentuating her fragile demeanor. Jiang Zhiyue smirked subtly. Lin Jingxiu was indeed a master of embodying her own frailty, wielding it as a weapon at every opportunity. Has the cause of the fire at Qiushui residence been ascertained? The Duke strode in, demanding accountability before even entering the room. Jiang Zhiyue steadied herself, her gaze calm and composed as she looked at the Duke, bowing respectfully. Father. The Duke paused, realizing he may have misspoken. Why was Ah Chan addressing him so formally? Behind the Duke followed Jiang Er and Xiao Shi. Upon learning of the fire at Qiushui residence, Jiang Er suspected Lin's involvement. However, as the younger uncle, he sought to distance himself from suspicion, thus bringing Xiao Shi along for a visit. Jiang Er felt an inexplicable sense of doubt regarding Lin Jingxiu's apparent weakness, a sentiment that had first arisen when he discovered his elder brother had a mistress who had been absent for over a year. As for Xiao Shi, after being frightened into submission by Jiang Er's earlier admonitions, she set aside her erratic thoughts and resolved to behave, recognizing that the affairs of the Duke's residence were best managed by her as the second wife. The Duke observed as Lin Jingxiu struggled to rise, offering him a salute. His gaze fell upon the extensive blisters on her arm, the result of the fire, and he could not help but feel a pang of compassion. Just as she was about to lend a helping hand, Yu Guang caught sight of her young daughter's indifferent expression directed at Lin Jingxiu. Her movements halted. Jiang Zhiyue was unconcerned whether the Duke of England would assist Lin Jingxiu. She merely wished to observe what Lin Jingxiu intended to achieve through this conflagration. Jiang Zhiyue was convinced that this fire was no mere accident. Lin Jingxiu had been trapped for nearly half a month, and the advantageous situation she had once cultivated had long been sabotaged by her own actions. A person of Lin Jingxiu's nature would never willingly concede defeat. The Duke of England, still harboring a sense of compassion for Lin Jingqiu, urged her to sit down promptly. Jiang Zhiyue performed a bow to her second uncle and aunt, to which Jiang Zhiyue waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. Has Ah Chan been frightened? Upon hearing this, the Duke's demeanor stiffened, and he turned to Jiang Zhiyue, awaiting her response. Jiang Zhiyue gently shook her head, expressing gratitude for her second uncle's concern, assuring him that she had not been frightened. However, why had Qiushui residence caught fire without cause? Lin Jingqiu's heart skipped a beat. She had become acutely sensitive to every word uttered by Jiang Zhiyue. The mention of without cause tightened her chest. Lin Jingqiu's maid immediately knelt on the ground, pleading, I implore the Duke to save my mistress. She was injured by the flames while attempting to retrieve the white jade plum blossom hairpin. Please, Duke, summon a doctor for her. The maid's words drew the Duke's gaze to the white jade hairpin tightly clutched in Lin Jingqiu's hand, a gift from him. The Duke instinctively furrowed his brow. It was merely an inanimate object. Why risk oneself for it? Jiang Zhiyue lowered her gaze. Was her father not using his wits? Lin Jingqiu was indeed quite clever. Jiang Zhiyue, ever the libertine, instantly recognized Lin Jingqiu's attempt to divert the topic, while little Achan appeared astonished by her foolish elder brother's gullibility. Almost instinctively, Jiang Zhiyue raised his hand and patted Jiang Zhiyue's shoulder. Surprised, Jiang Zhiyue looked up to find her uncle's face etched with helplessness. Before she could grasp her uncle's meaning, Xiao Shi's stern voice rang out. There are physicians in the residence. Why must you wail as if in mourning? Moreover, where are the guards of Qiushui residence? Did no one hear the sixth Miss's inquiries? Why on earth did Qiushui residence catch fire? Jiang Zhiyue observed Xiao Shi assuming the role of matriarch, reprimanding the weeping maid and demanding a response from the guards. Glancing back at the Duke of England, he seemed to regain his composure, his expression darkening as he regarded the silent guards. Must I personally intervene? The Duke's displeasure was palpable and intimidating. One of the guards, having just emerged from the scene of the fire, knelt with a thud, his face still smeared with soot, replying to the Duke, the fire originated from within. Jiang Zhiyue looked toward Jiang Zhiyue, who wore an expression of relief, as if finally someone acknowledged his years of toil. A pang of sympathy for her uncle struck Jiang Zhiyue, with her father being so easily swayed. It was indeed thanks to her uncle's vigilance that the Duke's household continued to thrive. Witnessing this, Lin Jingqiu knelt down directly, her expression earnest and tears streaming down her face. Forgive me, Duke. It was I who accidentally overturned the candle while adding oil to the lamp. Once again startled, by the time I regained my composure, the flames had spread, leaving me only time to seize this single white jade plum blossom hairpin. Lin Jingqiu's tearful and heartfelt plea left the Duke of England utterly speechless. Jiang Zhiyue let out a slow sigh, conveying a look of sympathy to Jiang Zhiyue. He instantly responded with a knowing expression. Nurse Ching looked toward Jiang Zhiyue, awaiting the sixth Miss's stance. She had come at the behest of the old matriarch, representing her to maintain order and to observe how the sixth Miss would handle the situation. According to the matriarch, the sixth Miss must overcome Lin Yinyang's challenge to be considered genuinely grown. Jiang Zhiyue approached the Duke of England and whispered, since this matter arose from Lin Yinyang, rather than any trivial disturbance, father should forgive her. Lin Jingqiu suddenly turned to Jiang Zhiyue, surprised that she would so benevolently plead for her. Lin Yinyang's misstep was merely unintentional, and fortunately, it only resulted in the burning of Qiushui courtyard. Jiang Zhiyue cast a glance at Xiao Shi, who immediately interjected. Achan is too kind-hearted. If everyone were to claim unintentional errors, the Duke's residence would surely become the subject of ridicule. Although the fire at Qiushui courtyard was merely a matter for the Duke's residence, the fire chief patrolling the capital was undoubtedly aware of it. Before the Duke's residence had extinguished the flames, the fire brigade had already arrived, departing only after learning the situation was under control. All of this would be documented, and the Duke was well aware of it. Xiao Shi's remarks prompted the Duke to consider this aspect as well. Given that Lin Jingqiu was already under house arrest and would face an additional 3 months of confinement, she had already suffered her punishment. Jiang Zhiyue found Lin Jingqiu's acquiescence to the punishment disturbingly unusual, further solidifying her belief that there was another motive behind this fire. Chapter 68. A dog cannot change its nature. The incident at Qiushui courtyard became common knowledge within the Duke's residence. On her way back to Yanxi courtyard, Jiang Zhiyue spotted her third sister, Jiang Hengdan, waiting for her at the corner, holding a lantern alone. Jiang Zhiyue quickened her pace. Third sister, It is late and damp. Why are you waiting outside? Jiang Hengdan smiled gently, the moonlight illuminating her face, enhancing her serene beauty. Qiushui courtyard has encountered some trouble. Jiang Zhiyue and Jiang Hengdan locked eyes, only to see tranquility reflected in her gaze. Jiang Zhiyue then smiled, third sister. Why not have a cup of hot tea before you leave? Jiang Hengdan nodded softly, all right. Following Jiang Zhiyue into Yinsi courtyard, Changying took the initiative to brew tea, allowing the two sisters some privacy. The appearance of Jiang Hengdan that night was entirely unexpected for Jiang Zhiyue. It is known that a person's character is difficult to change in a short time. For her third sister, who had remained a shadow in the Duke's residence for many years, to now actively remind her of the troubles at Qiushui courtyard was quite surprising. Lin had likely orchestrated the water incident at Qiushui courtyard with the ultimate goal of implicating the sixth sister. Jiang Hengdan was indeed bold. She spoke plainly about Lin Jingqiu's intentions. Jiang Zhiyue was somewhat astonished, as her third sister usually kept her thoughts to herself, yet was so astute regarding Lin Jingqiu's disposition. Jiang Hengdan was indeed a person of quiet brilliance. However, her claims needed substantiation, and Jiang Zhiyue was not quick to respond. Jiang Zhiyue harbored skepticism regarding the existence of unprovoked goodwill in this world. She sought to discern what her third sister desired from her. Jiang Hengdan, far from being incensed by Jiang Zhiyue's disbelief, produced a handkerchief from her sleeve and placed it upon the table. Jiang Zhiyue's gaze sharpened, for this was her personal handkerchief. How had her third sister come by it? Her eyes glimmered with an intensity unbecoming of a mere 14-year-old girl, exuding a commanding presence that overshadowed that of Jiang Hengdan. Observing her younger sister, Jiang Hengdan noticed the alertness akin to that of a small leopard, her eyes brimming with predatory intent. Rather than hastily offering an explanation, Jiang Hengdan smiled. Perhaps her intentions were indeed benign. This smile served to temper some of Jiang Zhiyue's hostility. Perceiving a softening in Jiang Zhiyue's demeanor, Jiang Hengdan continued, I obtained this from a young servant who attends the court physician, my astute sixth sister, even in my absence. This item would not have fallen into the hands of another. It was mere coincidence that I encountered it, and I took it to secure a favorable outcome. Jiang Hengdan's words bore no hint of fabrication. Upon hearing of the chaos at Qiushui residence, she immediately suspected that Lin Yinyang was scheming something. She had been closely observing Lin Jingqiu and, indeed, had discovered that Lin Jingqiu's second-class maid, Ding Xiang, had given a small piece of gold and the wrapped handkerchief to the young servant as he departed. Consequently, Jiang Hengdan decisively intercepted the exchange. Her mention of coincidence arose from her recognition of the clever young girl accompanying Jiang Zhiyue, undoubtedly sent to gather intelligence for her sixth sister. Thank you, third sister. Jiang Zhiyue expressed her gratitude, not viewing it as mere happenstance. Had Jiang Hengdan not been so mindful, this item might have ended up in unknown hands. Jiang Hengdan hesitated momentarily before speaking again. I wonder how many such items she possesses. Her words were vague, yet Jiang Zhiyue understood the implication. Previously, she had been close to Lin Jingqiu, and even her personal handkerchief had fallen into Lin Jingqiu's possession. Naturally, she needed to consider what else might be amiss. Jiang Zhiyue nodded, reassuring her third sister. With a slight frown upon her brow, Jiang Hengdan encouraged, if you require anything, do not hesitate to voice your needs. The sincerity of Jiang Hengdan's goodwill was unmistakable. Yet, Jiang Zhiyue felt a flicker of confusion. Third sister, why do you assist me so? Her earlier hint to Jiang Hengdan had been rooted in past favors. Jiang Hengdan chuckled softly. You are my sister. Is a reason necessary between siblings? However, Jiang Zhiyue countered, I have not treated you well in the past. She posed her question, laden with memories of their previous lives. Wondering why she deserved such kindness when she had not been a benevolent person, Jiang Hengdan regarded the beautiful girl before her, whose expression was filled with perplexity, and suddenly smiled. If sisterly affection is insufficient, then let it be known that I, too, have benefited from your kindness in the past, and now I wish to repay that kindness. Jiang Zhiyue fell silent, pondering that her counsel to Jiang Hengdan was rooted in their former lives. Why then should her third sister feel compelled to repay her? Noticing that Jiang Zhiyue had yet to grasp the full implication, Jiang Hengdan gently remarked, Our aunt possesses a gentle nature and cannot withstand the pleas of others. In the winter following the solstice, the charcoal fire she had sent to her uncle's house had all been extinguished. I caught a chill, yet she was unwilling to summon a doctor, fearing it might cause her trouble. Jiang Zhiyue gazed at Jiang Hengdan, and from her words, a distant memory resurfaced. It was when she was quite young. In a moment of playful mischief, she accidentally overturned Jiang Hengdan's hand warmer. Concerned that the warmer might burn her, Cheng Mama swiftly kicked it away. To her surprise, upon kicking it, she found only a few scattered embers, minuscule as a fingernail, which extinguished upon hitting the ground. Jiang Zhiyue, without much thought, curiously remarked, "Why is third sister's hand warmer not warm?" This single utterance drew Cheng Mama's attention to the ailing little girl, prompting her to sternly question Bai Yang, and she subsequently arranged for more charcoal to be brought to Jiang Hengdan. Upon realizing this, Jiang Zhiyue felt a pang of astonishment. Jiang Hengdan, however, broke into a smile. Does sixth sister believe this is a trivial matter? Jiang Zhiyue paused for a moment, responding, "Even if it weren't me, Cheng Mama would have noticed." Jiang Hengdan chuckled lightly, choosing not to continue the conversation. Jiang Zhiyue pressed her lips together, her heart a tumult of emotions. It was not until Chang Hui returned and Chang Ying escorted Jiang Hengdan away that Jiang Zhiyue slowly regained her composure. She picked up the handkerchief from the table and tossed it directly into the warming stove. In an instant, the flames engulfed the handkerchief, the fabric twisting and contorting as it burned fiercely. Observing the young lady's troubled demeanor, Chang Hui wished to speak, but was halted by Chang Ying's gesture, which indicated that the young lady needed a moment alone. In a matter of breaths, the handkerchief was reduced to ashes, leaving behind an unpleasant odor. Jiang Zhiyue maintained her composure and called the two back. Chang Hui promptly shared the information she had gathered. It was Lin Jingxiu who had bribed a young servant close to the estate's physician, instructing him to discreetly deliver items while fetching medicine from the pharmacy. Jiang Zhiyue's suspicions were confirmed. The disruption at Xiushui residence was indeed orchestrated by Lin Jingxiu. She had effectively cut off Lin Jingxiu's means of communication, rendering her unable to relay any messages. Perhaps driven by the urgent news that the Guangchang Marquis' residence had set its sights on Lin Yuzhong, she resorted to such self-destructive measures to engage outsiders. Judging by the items intercepted from Jiang Hengdan, Jiang Zhiyue could easily deduce that Lin Jingxiu intended to ruin her reputation. After all, as a woman willing to be a mistress, she was all too capable of tarnishing another's honor. Chapter 69. She brought the melon. Lin Jingxiu surveyed her bloodied and mangled arm, her expression unnervingly calm. Ding Xiang had already dispatched the items. Once they reached the pharmacy, there would undoubtedly be someone to deliver them to the Guangchang Marquis' residence. The elderly matriarch of the Guangchang Marquis' household was no fool. Once she brandished Jiang Zhiyue's personal belongings at the door, Jiang Zhiyue would have no choice but to marry, regardless of her wishes. The importance of a woman's virtue is paramount. Even with the greatest of talents, how could Jiang Zhiyue deny the evidence against her? With matters reaching this critical juncture, Lin Jingxiu sought nothing less than a deadly confrontation with Jiang Zhiyue. If the Guangchang Marquis' residents chose to act in such a sordid manner, then let Jiang Zhiyue remain trapped in that web for life, never to rise again. Lin Jingxiu's confidant brought over the medicinal powder, intending to tend to her wounds. Upon seeing the severity of her injuries, a sense of trepidation washed over him. How could her aunt bear such grievous wounds without scars? Lin Jingxiu was acutely aware of the gravity of her condition. However, one could not expect to catch a wolf without first sacrificing a sheep. She needed to create a scene to seize her opportunity for resurgence. Wait for a moment on that front. Let the commotion outside escalate before we act. Lin Jingxiu instructed in a hushed tone. Besides the personal belongings of Jiang Zhiyue, Lin Jingxiu still held a trump card in reserve. Having known Jiang Zhiyue for many years, she understood well the latter's character, one who loved fiercely but harbored a desire for destruction. As long as she could exploit a person's vulnerabilities, there remained a chance for retaliation. Thus, Lin Jingxiu patiently awaited the moment when the Marquis of Guangchang would arrive at her doorstep brandishing Jiang Zhiyue's personal items, ready to accuse her of infidelity and illicit liaisons. The scandal involving the daughter of a duke would not only jeopardize any prospects of marriage, but would also suffocate Jiang Zhiyue, a haughty little wretch, with rumors and slander. As Lin Jingxiu contemplated this, a malevolent glint flickered in her eyes. Her daughter was suffering, and she would ensure that Jiang Zhiyue did not escape unscathed. Even before the tumult from the Marquis of Guangchang could arise, news from Shun Mo reached her. The Lin family was unexpectedly entangled with the Wei royal household. Wei Wang Yingyan, son of the sage and consort Shun, was also the fiercest rival of Xian Wang Yingxua in the competition for the throne. Jiang Zhiyue's heart raced with alarm. How could the Wei Wang's household be involved? Realizing the implications, She quickly recalled the fate of the English duke's household in her past life, only to discover that the ultimate beneficiary had indeed been the Wei Wang. How careless she had been to overlook such a significant detail. If the Wei Wang's household was connected to the Lin family, did that imply that Lin Jingqiu had been instructed by the Wei Wang to undermine the duke's household? Yet, why Lin Jingqiu? Jiang Zhiyue absently caressed the short sword with a ruby and jade hilt in her hand. A sudden realization dawning upon her. Could Lin Yuzhong, the daughter of Lin Jingqiu, be the illegitimate child of the Wei Wang? No, that couldn't be right. The ages did not align. Jiang Zhiyue gave herself a sharp rap on the head. The Wei Wang and Xian Wang were roughly the same age, with Lin Yuzhong being less than 10 years younger. It was implausible for her to be the Wei Wang's child. Who then could it be? The more she pondered, the more chaotic her thoughts became, as the unfolding events seemed to extend far beyond her expectations. She had initially believed Lin Jingqiu's actions were solely aimed at her. Yet it appeared there was a grand scheme afoot, orchestrated with the intent to target the duke's household. The situation was becoming increasingly convoluted, and Jiang Zhiyue instinctively felt that Lin Yuzhong's biological father might be the reason Lin Jingqiu had been dispatched by the Wei Wang's household. Prepare the carriage. I must go to the Xian Wang's residence, she declared. Jiang Zhiyue was not well versed in the matters concerning the Wei Wang's household. Her sister, as the Xian Wang Fei, would undoubtedly possess more knowledge regarding these affairs, especially since the Xian Wang had aspirations for the throne. Rather than continue her futile speculations, it would be prudent to consult her sister. However, just as she was about to leave, she was unexpectedly intercepted at the entrance of the English duke's residence by Princess Lan Ning. Zhang Xiaolu. Princess Lan Ning exclaimed joyfully, stepping down from her carriage and waving exuberantly at Jiang Zhiyue as she emerged from the gates of the duke's residence. Jiang Zhiyue was genuinely taken aback. She had no prior acquaintance with Princess Lan Ning and was at a loss as to why the princess would seek her out. It's me. I've come to play with you. Are you heading out? Princess Lan Ning was exuberant and charming, a lively young lady. Although her temperament was somewhat spoiled, she had a decisive nature regarding her affections. At the banquet of the Duke of Fu, she felt a kindred spirit in Jiang Zhiyue, which prompted her to visit unannounced. Jiang Zhiyue hesitated for a moment before nodding. I was just about to go out. Where are you going? May I accompany you? Princess Lan Ning showed no signs of reservation, gazing eagerly at her, awaiting Jiang Zhiyue's approval. Although she had pressing matters at the Xian Wang mansion, bringing Princess Lan Ning along would be rather inconvenient, so it seemed prudent to postpone her visit. She had initially intended to visit a bookstore. Did the princess wish to accompany her, or would she prefer to enjoy a cup of tea at home? Jiang Zhiyue altered her course of action, relinquishing the choice to Princess Lan Ning. The princess winked at her and cheerfully declared, "Let us not go to the bookstore. I have something to discuss with you." Observing this, Jiang Zhiyue stepped aside to invite the princess into her residence and signaled to Chang Hui. Unperturbed, Princess Lan Ning strode through the grand entrance of the Duke of England's estate. Princess Lan Ning was not unacquainted with decorum. Her unexpected arrival and interruption of Jiang Zhiyue's plans warranted a visit to the elders. Thus, when she expressed her desire to pay respects to the matriarch, Jiang Zhiyue readily acquiesced. The matriarch, upon learning of Princess Lan Ning's visit, was quite astonished and prepared to receive her. Princess Lan Ning was quite loquacious and showered the matriarch with flattering remarks, leaving Jiang Zhiyue in a state of astonishment. This was the first time she had encountered a peer so eloquent. Princess Lan Ning's silver tongue was truly remarkable. Upon exiting the Spring Radiance Hall, the princess gleefully boasted to Jiang Zhiyue, "Look how fond your grandmother is of me." Jiang Zhiyue could only nod with difficulty, acknowledging that her grandmother indeed seemed quite taken with the princess, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Seeing Jiang Zhiyue's astonished expression, Princess Lan Ning's laughter grew even more infectious. She patted Jiang Zhiyue's shoulder, speaking in a tone of reassurance, "Don't worry. I shan't compete with you for your grandmother's affection. I am merely naturally charming, which draws people's admiration. Don't be envious. I'll teach you how to win over your grandmother." By the end of her statement, Princess Lan Ning's demeanor exuded a sense of protectiveness, leaving Jiang Zhiyue utterly astonished. "Princess, you are somewhat different from what I had imagined," Jiang Zhiyue remarked delicately. Princess Lan Ning let out a dismissive snicker, glancing at her sideways. "Don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts. The princess facade is merely for outsiders. You two maintain the stature of the sixth young lady of the Duke of England's family." Taken aback, Jiang Zhiyue found the princess's insight rather perceptive. A radiant smile broke across her face as she sincerely replied, I have learned much. Indeed, you are quite endearing, princess. With a triumphant smile, Princess Lan Ning responded. I possess more than just this charm. Come closer, and I shall share with you. As Jiang Zhiyue leaned in, her astonishment grew with each revelation. Her gaze at Princess Lan Ning now infused with admiration. Such intriguing tidbits of gossip could be unearthed. Chapter 70. Merely a conveyor of gossip. What Princess Lan Ning spoke of pertained to matters concerning the Duan family of the Marquis of Guangchang. Duke Guangchang has but one son, Duan Hongyu, while he is blessed with numerous daughters, both legitimate and illegitimate. It was Princess Lan Ning who whispered to Jiang Zhiyue about the Duke's legitimate eldest daughter, Duan Yinju. Although Duke Guangchang remains inconspicuous among the nobility, he still holds the title of Marquis. Duan Yinju's husband is a compiler at the Hanlin Academy, not particularly distinguished, yet he possesses a noble lineage. Leveraging her family's influence, she firmly maintains control over her husband's household. Her sole obsession, reminiscent of her father's, is to bear a son. Duan Yinju has given birth to 2 daughters and has been incessantly searching for the secret to conceiving a son, resorting to a haphazard array of remedies. After much effort, she finally found herself with child once more, yet she seemed bewitched, compelling her mother-in-law to procure for her the human placenta of recently delivered women for consumption. The mother-in-law, in utter despair and unwilling to see her son's lineage come to an end, grudgingly sought out the sought-after item, and astonishingly, she succeeded. However, this alone would not have left Jiang Zhiyue so astounded. After all, human placenta, also known as afterbirth, can be utilized in medicinal practices. What Princess Lan Ning revealed was that Duan Yinju, in her desperation to conceive a son, had resorted to the abhorrent act of consuming the placenta raw. How does this differ from the savage practices of primitive tribes? It is no wonder that the mother-in-law felt utterly humiliated. Their family was of noble repute, and such gruesome acts of cannibalism were utterly unheard of. Jiang Zhiyue's gaze towards Princess Lan Ning transformed, now filled with admiration. Your Highness, you are truly remarkable to possess such knowledge. Princess Lan Ning shot a reproachful glance at Jiang Zhiyue, replying, Do you think I inquired of this matter? It was merely a coincidence. That old matron, disregarding her dignity, asked around and fortuitously learned from a servant girl in my mother's household. Duan Yinju's in-laws hailed from a humble yet reputable background, and to acquire the placenta, they had no choice but to purchase it with silver. However, such an item would never be sold unless the family was truly impoverished. Jiang Zhiyue suddenly understood. A servant girl within a princess's household could not possibly come from a destitute family. Thus, it was clear that the mother-in-law had not been able to procure the placenta from them, which also alerted Princess Lan Ning. As for her seeking out Jiang Zhiyue, it stemmed from her apprehension regarding the peculiar behaviors of the Duke Guangchang's household, fearing they might have further insidious schemes. The very thought of consuming raw placenta is ghastly and horrifying. Astonishingly, Duan Yinju insisted on partaking of it monthly. The news Princess Lan Ning brought indeed left Jiang Zhiyue in shock. She had not anticipated that the Duke Guangchang's familial desire for a son would be so fervently echoed by Duan Yinju, who resorted to such unscrupulous means. It is no wonder Princess Lan Ning harbored doubts that the Duke's household would relent easily. The princess truly possesses a kind heart. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Zhiyue finally spoke. Your Highness, your intentions seem to be for my benefit. Princess Lan Ning tilted her head and smiled at her. I am not solely motivated by your interests. Jiang Zhiyue blinked, grasping the underlying meaning that the princess was suggesting. Since you are unbetrothed, perhaps consider my family. Princess Lan Ning giggled at her. But I have 2 brothers. Jiang Zhiyue found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Princess Lan Ning continued. In truth, we are of similar ages. Had I been a man, we would have been the perfect match. Suddenly, Jiang Zhiyue leaned in close to Princess Lan Ning, startling her. What are you doing? Jiang Zhiyue chuckled. Though not as charming as the princess, the way she favors others is quite extraordinary. Lan Ning, the princess, stumbled momentarily, muttering something indistinctly. Jiang Zhiyue couldn't quite catch it, as Lan Ning haughtily turned her head away, declaring, I shan't repeat myself. Jiang Zhiyue invited her to the Yinsi courtyard and intended to summon Jiang Wanbai and Jiang Fuyo as well. Lan Ning nodded. Come, the more, the merrier. On the way to Yinsi courtyard, they passed the garden of the Duke's residence. Lan Ning couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at its meticulous upkeep. It's truly beautiful, she remarked. Jiang Zhiyue glanced sideways, puzzled by Lan Ning's admiration. The flowers at the west suburb villa are splendid. Surely the Fuang residence must be even more exquisite? Lan Ning pouted, clearly reluctant to elaborate. Please, don't mention it. My elder brothers practice martial arts in the estate, causing utter chaos. They ruin my mother's flowers. Hence, she no longer cultivates a grand garden, as it pains her to see the blooms harmed. Lan Ning added that this was a matter from before her birth, rendering her without a voice in it. As Jiang Zhiyue listened, she noted how vivacious Lan Ning was, continuously chatting. One moment she envied the beauty of the Duke's garden, the next, she expressed her longing for Jiang Zhiyue's numerous siblings to play with. And then she envied Jiang Zhiyue for having an elder sister. Jiang Zhiyue, unable to contain herself, turned to her. You make your own situation sound rather dismal. Lan Ning confidently replied, compared to you, it is indeed a bit unfortunate. Jiang Zhiyue merely smiled, leading them to a small pavilion and offering her tea. This was merely Lan Ning's casual remark, unaware of how many would envy her noble birth and status. As the daughter of a prince, with 3 elder brothers to protect her, a grandmother who was the Empress Dowager, and an uncle who was the Emperor, she had few peers to rival her. What is this tea? It's sweet and delightful, Lan Ning exclaimed after sipping the tea Lan Ning had offered, instantly enamored by its refreshing sweetness with a hint of fruitiness. Observing Lan Ning's pleased reaction, Jiang Zhiyue exchanged a knowing glance with Lan Ning, who promptly fetched a new box. Jiang Zhiyue placed it beside Lan Ning. This is homemade fruit tea. If you fancy it, do indulge. Then I shan't be polite. Lan Ning cheerfully accepted, adding, I came in such haste today. Next time, I shall bring you delicacies from the Sen Palace, unique to the palace. Jiang Zhiyue responded with a smile, just as Jiang Wanbai and Jiang Fuyo arrived, greeting Lan Ning first. Lan Ning waved her hand dismissively, no need for formality. I'm here to enjoy Jiang Xiaoyu's company, so come join us. Jiang Zhiyue glanced at Jiang Wanbai, recalling that she had not ventured out for several days, presumably due to matters of marriage. Today, however, she appeared well, her demeanor quite normal. Lan Ning, recognizing Jiang Wanbai, nodded at Jiang Zhiyue and praised. Your 4th sister plays the qin exquisitely. How fortunate you are to hear her at home. By this point, Jiang Zhiyue had discerned Lan Ning's pattern. She was generous with her compliments, indiscriminately praising everyone she admired. Looking at Jiang Wanbai, it was evident that she had been thoroughly charmed by Lan Ning's flattery. If the princess desires, I, as a humble servant, would gladly perform for her. Jiang Wanbai maintained a facade of restraint, yet her heart brimmed with joy. Princess Lan Ning waved her hand dismissively, saying, no need for that. I have come to enjoy myself. Let us play some leaf cards instead. Jiang Fuyo cast a glance at the stiff-faced Jiang Wanbai and smiled faintly. Jiang Zhiyue, observing the sparkle in Princess Lan Ning's eyes when she mentioned leaf cards, felt a flicker of doubt ignite within her. Surely, Princess Lan Ning could not have come seeking a gaming partner due to the abundance of sisters in her own household? Chapter 71. The troublemakers arrive under Jiang Zhiyue's scrutinizing gaze. Princess Lan Ning exhibited no signs of guilt. Jiang Zhiyue began to admire Princess Lan Ning, finding her audacity unexpectedly impressive. Leaf cards, having traveled from the land of Huainan, had gained popularity in the capital for some time now. Jiang Zhiyue invited Princess Lan Ning to host the game, to which the princess produced a handful of golden leaves, indicating that she had prepared quite the sum for today, a display so extravagant it could make one's teeth ache with envy. Your Highness, do not blame me for the warning. My 5th sister is quite the expert, Jiang Zhiyue cautioned, observing Princess Lan Ning's eager demeanor, ready for a spirited contest. Jiang Fuyo cast a surprised glance at Jiang Zhiyue, astonished that she possessed such knowledge. Princess Lan Ning, with her spirits soaring, exclaimed, wonderful. Let the games begin. I am no novice myself. Jiang Zhiyue smiled at her, then turned to the princess, saying, but do not resort to underhanded tactics if you lose. Who do you think you're looking down on? Princess Lan Ning retorted, her chin held high like a proud little peacock. Jiang Zhiyue playfully patted Jiang Fuyo's hand and raised an eyebrow at Jiang Wanbai. Now that the princess has come bearing gifts, she shall undoubtedly leave empty-handed. Hearing Jiang Zhiyue's pre-battle declaration only heightened Princess Lan Ning's excitement. Then I shall leave you both destitute. With Princess Lan Ning adding to the merriment. Laughter and cheer were inevitable at the card table. As the first round commenced, it was indeed Princess Lan Ning who emerged victorious. She raised an eyebrow at Jiang Zhiyue and asked, well, are you convinced? Jiang Zhiyue replied, not a chance. We have only just begun. Princess Lan Ning laughed heartily, her hands never ceasing movement, determined to win Jiang Zhiyue's unwavering admiration. Jiang Zhiyue smiled at Jiang Fuyo, her eyes sparkling. Fifth sister. You must assist me. Jiang Fuyo, blushing with shyness, nodded in agreement. Since you have such faith in me, I shall give it my all. Witnessing the closeness between Jiang Fuyo and Jiang Zhiyue, Jiang Wanbai couldn't help but murmur softly, I am not lacking either. Upon hearing Jiang Wanbai's words, Princess Lan Ning felt a twinge of envy. Look at that. Your sisters are all protective of you. Just wait until I defeat you both. One moment she was envious. The next she was declaring war. Jiang Zhiyue, with a charming smile, playfully pleaded with Jiang Wanbai, fourth sister, did you hear that? You must protect me and fifth sister well. Jiang Wanbai shot her a glance and nodded proudly. Jiang Zhiyue's smile deepened at this response. She was simultaneously observing both Jiang Wanbai and Jiang Fuyo, finding the camaraderie between her fourth and fifth sisters quite delightful. In the second, third, and even fifth rounds, Princess Lan Ning continued her winning streak. Princess Lan Ning had been on a winning streak, while Jiang Fuyao's demeanor grew increasingly composed, likely due to her familiarity with Princess Lan Ning's penchant for playing the leaf cards. After the fifth round concluded, Jiang Zhiyue cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Fuyao. Noticing her expression becoming ever more resolute, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Fifth sister is indeed a remarkably meticulous person. As anticipated, from the sixth round onward, Princess Lan Ning began to lose at an astonishing pace. Initially, she stubbornly maintained that it was mere coincidence. It was not until her golden leaves were nearly depleted that she finally pleaded for mercy. Spare me this time. Allow me to lose with some dignity. I too have my pride. Jiang Fuyao, genuinely softened by her words, was ultimately overturned by Princess Lan Ning. Jiang Zhiyue chuckled. Fifth sister. The princess is precisely the type to coax you, and then seize your golden leaves. Jiang Fuyao smiled gently and replied, Thank you for the reminder, sixth sister. I shall take heed. Thus, after a hard-won victory, Princess Lan Ning resumed her losing streak. She was utterly bewildered. Since the introduction of the leaf cards to the capital, she had been playing incessantly. Though she could not claim to be invincible, she typically emerged victorious more often than not. She had never before encountered a situation wherein she either won or lost continuously as she did today. With a pitiful expression, Princess Lan Ning clutched her last golden leaf and gazed longingly at Jiang Zhiyue. Spare me, please. Jiang Zhiyue laughed again. Do you think I am at your mercy? A wager must be honored. Fifth sister, do not let your heart soften. Realizing her strategy to sway Jiang Zhiyue was futile, Princess Lan Ning immediately switched tactics. Calling out softly, Fuyao, I know you are the kindest. You wouldn't let me lose, would you? Jiang Fuyao instinctively glanced at Jiang Zhiyue, who had already begun to conceal her face in amusement. Princess Lan Ning possessed a remarkable talent for persuading others to be lenient with her through just a few words. As Jiang Zhiyue had surmised, Jiang Fuyao's heart softened, and astonishingly, this round ended in a draw. Princess Lan Ning successfully preserved her last golden leaf. She felt compelled to praise Jiang Fuyao, clearly captivated by her skill. Miss 5, you are truly impressive. My mother always said there are talents outside of our own. And you are indeed one of them. Blushing at the compliment, Jiang Fuyao appeared somewhat unaccustomed to such praise. Jiang Zhiyue smirked, beginning to boast to Princess Lan Ning. The princess speaks wisely. I find myself envious of my own fortune. My fourth sister is a master of the gouged, and my fifth sister possesses unparalleled card skills. With two such remarkable sisters to play with, I am indeed fortunate. Princess Lan Ning began to grind her teeth. Jiang Xiaolu, I see you are truly itching for trouble, deliberately mentioning my shortcomings, aren't you? With that, Princess Lan Ning rose, preparing to tickle Jiang Zhiyue, who nimbly sidestepped and hid behind Jiang Wanbai. Instinctively, Jiang Wanbai reached out to block the oncoming Princess Lan Ning. With furrowed brows and an indignant expression, Princess Lan Ning retorted, So you think being an older sister makes you special? Well, I have a brother. Jiang Zhiyue peeked from behind Jiang Wanbai. I have one too. My eldest brother is exceptionally talented. Infuriated, Princess Lan Ning felt smoke rising from her ears. You are bullying me. Jiang Zhiyue laughed heartily. What can I say? It's not as if I'm a good person. Upon hearing this, Princess Lan Ning could not help but chuckle. Who admits to being a bad person? Jiang Fuyo nodded in agreement, stating that the sixth sister is a good person. Jiang Zhiyue leaned against Jiang Wanbai, eagerly asking, Will fourth sister not praise me? Jiang Wanbai shot her a glare, retorting, You are indeed correct. You are nothing but a naughty girl. Princess Lan Ning chuckled. adding that her sister was not always there to support her. Just as Jiang Zhiyue prepared to respond, a commotion outside signaled the arrival of Wenju, who approached with a tense expression. After performing her greetings, Wenju informed Jiang Zhiyue that the matriarch of the Guanchang Marquisate had come and that the old lady insisted she remain indoors to keep the princess company. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Zhiyue directly inquired, "Do you know the purpose of her visit?" Wenju glanced at Princess Lan Ning, hesitating briefly. Jiang Zhiyue waved her hand, urging her to speak. For if that old lady dared to come here, it was only a matter of time before chaos ensued. Such news could not be concealed. After a pause, Wenju lowered her voice to reveal, "The old lady is here to discuss the marriage between Miss Liu and young Master Duan." Before Jiang Zhiyue could respond, Princess Lan Ning exploded. "Has that old hag lost her mind? The emperor has declared the engagement null. Is she defying the imperial decree?" Chapter 72. To defame with one's life? Princess Lan Ning was seething with ferocity, as if ready to devour someone whole. Jiang Zhiyue grasped her hand, gently squeezing it. "Do not rush, princess." Taken aback, Lan Ning turned to her, incredulous. After such an affront, she was to remain calm? Even in dealing with a dog, one must be mindful of its nature and choose the appropriate means to confront it, mustn't one? Jiang Zhiyue smiled faintly, the intent to kill evident in her demeanor. She had not contemplated exterminating the Guanchang Marquisate entirely. However, if they came looking for trouble, she could not be blamed. Lan Ning paused, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent! You are truly to my taste." Both Jiang Wanbai and Jiang Fuyo looked at Jiang Zhiyue in surprise, albeit for different reasons. Jiang Wanbai was astonished by the transformation in Jiang Zhiyue's aura, which seemed far more formidable than before, resembling that of an elder sister. Meanwhile, Jiang Fuyo was taken aback to see Jiang Zhiyue willing to display such a side of herself in front of Princess Lan Ning, casting her a thoughtful glance. Jiang Zhiyue addressed Wenju, instructing her to report back to the matriarch, reassuring her that she would arrive shortly. "Miss Liu, the old lady has instructed you not to go out." Wenju assumed Jiang Zhiyue had misunderstood and attempted to explain further. However, upon meeting the sharp, composed gaze of the sixth miss, she immediately fell silent and took her leave. Turning to Jiang Wanbai and Jiang Fuyo, Jiang Zhiyue asked, "Sisters, would you care to accompany me?" Jiang Wanbai instinctively queried, "What shall we go to see?" Regaining her composure, Jiang Zhiyue replied nonchalantly, "To witness the treachery of human hearts and how perilous it can be." Jiang Wanbai was momentarily stunned, while Jiang Fuyo suggested, "Why not invite third sister to join us?" With that intention in mind, Jiang Zhiyue nodded at Jiang Fuyo and looked towards Princess Lan Ning. "What about you, princess?" The presence of Princess Lan Ning would not alter the outcome of the matter. Her involvement would simply embellish the result. Princess Lan Ning flashed a fierce smile, declaring, "Of course, I shall be present. I am eager to see what kind of storm that old hag can stir up." Long Hui had already gone to summon Jiang Hengdan when Jiang Zhiyue nodded at Jiang Fuyo. By the time Jiang Zhiyue arrived at Chunhui Hall with Princess Lan Ning and her entourage, Jiang Hengdan was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Zhiyue, Jiang Hengdan hastened over, her face brimming with concern. "Zhiyue," she called out. Jiang Zhiyue remained silent, merely nodding firmly in response. Knowing that her younger sister was a person of considerable foresight, Jiang Hengdan felt a significant portion of her worries dissipate. Upon entering Chunhui Hall, Jiang Zhiyue observed that her second uncle and aunt were present, and she promptly performed her greetings with due decorum. The Duke of England had concluded his rest and returned to his camp earlier that morning. Thus, only the matriarch and the three elders, including Lord Jiang, were seated at the head of the hall. The matriarch of the Guangchang Marquisate, seated to the left of the elder lady, was momentarily flustered by the sight of so many young maidens, unable to discern who Jiang Zhiyue was. Her gaze fell upon the most beautiful girl in a pink dress, though she felt a twinge of uncertainty. When her eyes shifted to the girl in the light yellow gown beside the pink-dressed maiden, her certainty grew. This haughty demeanor could only belong to Jiang Zhiyue. Having identified her target, the matriarch of the Guangchang Marquisate spoke first. She pointed at the girl in the light yellow gown and addressed the elder lady, saying, "Today, we have come to discuss her disgraceful matters. Why include so many sisters in this affair? Is it not a source of embarrassment?" Princess Lan Ning, clad in the light yellow gown, was instantly incensed by such brazen words directed at her and retorted fiercely, "You are outrageous. How dare you, an old woman, slander me?" The matriarch was taken aback. Had she truly mistaken her identity? Her impudence and arrogance nearly provoked the elder lady's barely concealed disdain. It was then that Lord Jiang slowly rose, leading Xiao Shi to pay their respects to Princess Lan Ning. As a minor official, it was only fitting for him to bow before the princess. He had merely been caught off guard earlier and was now rectifying his oversight. Upon witnessing Lord Jiang's courtesy, the matriarch realized that he was deliberately making a mockery of her. With some reluctance, she rose slowly to return the gesture to Princess Lan Ning. The princess accepted it without hesitation, choosing not to waive the formality, leaving the matriarch with no choice but to complete the exchange. Deep down, the matriarch remained indignant, and when she raised her head, her unwillingness was unmistakably evident to Princess Lan Ning. Princess Lan Ning had no intention of letting the matriarch off the hook. Approaching her directly, she enunciated each word clearly. Why not reveal what disgraceful matters you believe you hold against me? If you cannot articulate them, I shall ensure the Guangchang Marquisate faces consequences. The matriarch hastily pleaded for forgiveness. Please, Princess Lan Ning, I did not mean to speak of you, but rather of the 6th Miss Jiang Zhiyue of the Duke of England's household. Princess Lan Ning turned to glance at Jiang Zhiyue, who maintained her composure. Princess Lan Ning then looked back at the matriarch, who, at that moment, willingly relinquished her secondary position. The princess boldly took her seat, her expression radiating defiance. If you cannot even recognize the person, how can you be sure that the disgraceful matters you speak of are not mere slander? Lord Jiang's gaze subtly shifted towards Jiang Zhiyue upon hearing Princess Lan Ning's words. Jiang Zhiyue concealed her right hand within her sleeve, making a subtle gesture indicating that this was not a prearranged discussion with Princess Lan Ning. Jiang Zhiyue did not intervene. After all, the princess held a status far superior to that of the Duke's or Marquis's household. Her words were more fitting than those of anyone from the Duke's residence. How fortuitous this was. Upon hearing this, old Madame Duan hastily interjected, Your Highness, although I may not recognize individuals, I possess evidence. Jiang Zhiyue has long since pledged herself to my grandson, Han Yu, even entrusting him with her intimate garments. Princess Lan Ning was utterly taken aback by such explosive revelations from old Madame Duan, her anger flaring as she slammed her hand down. You speak nonsense. Observing the princess's agitation, old Madame Duan grew bolder. Your Highness, you are young and do not comprehend that some women willingly debase themselves. I hold undeniable proof. The old matron's expression turned frosty as she regarded old Madame Duan with increasing disdain. Madam, one ought to speak and act with evidence. I shall not let your slander against my granddaughter go unchallenged. The two matriarchs locked gazes, with old Madame Duan exhibiting a brazen confidence. The evidence lies in my hands. Perhaps you should contemplate how to discipline your granddaughter for her loose morals. This statement left the Jiang sisters aghast. Jiang Fuyo instinctively glanced at Jiang Zhiyue, her heart clenching with concern. Jiang Zhiyue fixed her gaze upon old Madame Duan, speaking with measured calm. According to our laws, those guilty of defamation and false accusation face 100 lashes and 10 years of exile. Madam, are you truly willing to risk your life to slander me? Chapter 73. The masks are torn off. Jiang Zhiyue's composed demeanor momentarily stunned old Madame Duan. Yet, she quickly regained her wits. You must be the 6th Miss. Quite eloquent indeed. A woman who consorts with others is guilty of lewdness, and even if you vehemently deny it, your reputation is tarnished. You old hag, do you truly believe the Duke's household is without defenders? We shall not allow you to malign my sister. Jiang Wanbai erupted suddenly, pointing an accusatory finger at old Madame Duan. Your grandson is so spineless he does not even measure up to the guards of our Duke's household. How could my sister possibly be so blind as to fall for him? You cherish a worthless fool as if he were treasure. Only you of the Guangchang Marquisate would hold such a view, outside the doors of your estate. Who regards him with any respect? His Majesty has long since annulled the engagement between our families. How dare you tarnish my sister's honor? Is it customary for the Guangchang Marquisate to spread such vile rumors when a union fails? Jiang Wanbai was so incensed she nearly resorted to physical confrontation. What of rank and status? They were of the Duke's household, yet here they were, being insulted by a senile old crone. Jiang Hengdan and Jiang Fuyo, quick to react, restrained Jiang Wanbai, lest she truly strike old Madame Duan. Old Madame Duan immediately cried out, Is this the kind of upbringing from the Duke's household? How can a young lady be so coarse and impolite, no different from a common street harpy? You dare to fabricate lies about me? Watch as I tear your old mouth apart. Jiang Wanbai, fueled by indignation, struggled to break free from her sisters and charge at old Madame Duan. Upon the realization that her mother intended to send her to such a household, An unquenchable fury surged within her, leaving her with a desire to tear the old woman apart. Jiang Zhiyue firmly grasped Jiang Wanbai's hand in a comforting gesture, addressing her as fourth sister. The title shattered Jiang Wanbai's heart. Despite her jealousy towards her younger cousin, she had never wished for her to endure a life of misery. They were, after all, sisters who had grown up together. Seeing her daughter suddenly in a frenzy, Xiao was taken aback and felt a twinge of guilt. Jiang Zhiyue did not look at Xiao, but rose to bow respectfully to the old madam, who acknowledged him with a nod. Jiang Zhiyue then turned to Madame Duan, his demeanor exuding a gentle yet firm authority. Madam, since you have come here, it must be for the sake of the Duke's residence. Therefore, why not present the evidence, so that the hearts of the people may be swayed? Father. Jiang Wanbai looked at her father in disbelief. What did he mean by that? In a flurry, she grasped Jiang Zhiyue's hand and anxiously explained, Achan, that cannot be. Father surely did not mean it like that. Jiang Zhiyue patted Jiang Wanbai's hand, her expression calm and untroubled. Do not worry, fourth sister. Jiang Wanbai, in her agitation, felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her gaze towards Madame Duan becoming increasingly fierce. Unperturbed by the young lady's attitudes, Madame Duan, sensing Jiang Zhiye's humble demeanor, concluded that he was intimidated. She produced a brocade box from her possession and placed it on the table. Princess Lan Ning, witnessing Madame Duan actually unveiling something, felt her countenance darken. Madame Duan reveled in the expressions of those present, convinced that today, victory was assured. Jiang Zhiye exchanged a glance with Xiao, who promptly approached to open the box brought by Madame Duan. To her astonishment, she discovered a woman's belly band inside. As Xiao recognized the item, her expression shifted dramatically. She reached to examine it closely, but was swiftly restrained by Madame Duan. Princess Lan Ning's heart raced with concern. What was the second madam intending? Was she planning to seize it outright? Madame Duan cast a disdainful glance at Xiao. Xiao scoffed. How dare you claim such a filthy object belongs to my daughter? Old madam, it seems you have lost your senses. Without hesitation, Madame Duan asserted, this is indeed Jiang Zhiyue's possession. The old madam could no longer contain herself. She stood up and delivered a resounding slap across Madame Duan's face, spitting, You vile old wretch. How dare you repeatedly insult my granddaughter in my own home? Do you take me for a fool? Madame Duan was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend that in her twilight years, she would receive such a blow. Princess Lan Ning was equally shocked by the turn of events and rushed to support the old madam, exclaiming, Old madam, please be careful. The old madam managed a strained smile at Princess Lan Ning, saying, It is fortuitous that the princess is present today. I request you to bear witness to her actions. I shall ensure that the Guangchang Marquis's residence pays for this. Princess Lan Ning helped the old madam to sit down, assuring her, rest assured. Should the emperor inquire about today's events, I shall recount every detail. What price shall be paid? Your granddaughter's misconduct is an undeniable fact. How dare you deny it? Do you really think that just because you are from the Duke's household, you can act with impunity? The old Madame Duan glared venomously at Jiang Zhiyue. If this reputation spreads, your family's daughter will be destined to perish in solitude. Jiang Zhiyue met the old madam's gaze with unabashed disdain. Let alone the affairs of my family are none of your concern. Your baseless slander against my innocence and the tarnishing of my name. Do you truly believe the Duke's household will let this slide? The evidence is right before us. How dare you refute it? A flicker of unease crossed the old madam's face, yet she quickly steeled herself, convinced her cunning plan was foolproof. Even if it goes to court, you shall have nowhere to escape. Jiang Zhiyue smiled, her gaze fixed on the coarse garment laid before them, a chill emanating from her expression. Xiao Shi remarked coldly, the material of this item is subpar, and the embroidery is exceedingly crude. Not to mention, even the second-rate maids beside me would not deign to use such shoddy fabric. If you doubt this, I invite the princess to inspect it. Princess Lan Ning raised her eyes, and her regal presence rendered the old madam hesitant to intervene. The princess inspected the garment closely. While it initially appeared delicate, upon further examination, it was clearly poorly made and would only deceive those unaccustomed to quality. She lightly tossed the garment back into the box, her voice as frigid as ice. To casually malign the young ladies of the Duke's household with such trivial items, what other princesses or noble women do you not dare to slander? You possess an audacity beyond measure. The old Madame Duan had not anticipated Princess Lan Ning would thwart her plans, and she hastily tucked the garment away, her indignation palpable. Resolving to expose the matter widely, she was determined to ruin Jiang Zhiyue's reputation entirely. I initially intended to resolve this discreetly to spare your duke's household from embarrassment. Yet, you all insist on cornering me. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Once this matter circulates, I shall relish in observing how your Jiang family navigates this predicament. Chapter 74. The precisely controlled variable. As the old Madame Duan prepared to leave, Xiaoshi would not let her escape. With a swift motion, she blocked the old Madame's path. What kind of place do you think the Duke's household is? You cannot just come and go as you please. Xiaoshi spoke sternly. Your malice today is palpable. If I were to let you leave, how can I be assured you won't concoct further schemes to harm the Duke's household? The old Madame Duan grew flustered, her eyes darting nervously towards Xiaoshi. What do you intend to do? Are you daring to imprison me? I am the matriarch of the Guangchang Marquis family, with a title to my name. Princess Lan Ning could no longer contain herself and interjected. If you believe your title grants you such importance, then go to the palace and let the Empress Dowager adjudicate this matter. The old Madame's expression brightened momentarily, only to darken again as the princess continued. But should you dare deceive the Empress Dowager, not only will you face charges of defamation and false accusation, but you shall also be held accountable for your disrespect. Have you truly considered the consequences, Madame Duan? The old madam shuddered at the implications. Jiang Zhiyue's garment had been procured through bribery from someone within the Duke's household. And should this affair reach the Empress Dowager, she would be the one facing punishment. Was she not merely setting herself up for disaster? The young princess, despite her tender age, wielded power effectively. Truly, the old matriarch had secured an adept ally. The old madam's words dripped with sarcasm, her earlier confidence and arrogance dissipating entirely. An ally? Jiang Zhiyue coldly smiled, advancing step by step towards the elderly Madame Duan. You dare to slander me with some filthy item in your possession? I have not sent you to prison out of respect for your seniority. The princess has kindly interceded on your behalf, requesting the Empress Dowager to arbitrate. Yet you still refuse. If this matter were true, why would you fear? As her final words echoed, Jiang Zhiyue abruptly seized Madame Duan's hand. No matter how many arguments you concoct, you are merely lying. Jiang Zhiyue's words struck like a long sword, pinning Madame Duan. In her moment of distraction, the box she held slipped from her grasp, rolling directly to Jiang Fuyuan's feet. Swiftly, Jiang Fuyuan picked up the box and, upon seeing the small garment inside, shot an odd glance at Madame Duan, speaking in a sardonic tone. Isn't this embroidered with magnolia flowers? The fabric seems familiar. Upon hearing this, Madame Duan's expression shifted instantly, only to become smug once more. Even your young lady recognizes this as Jiang Zhiyue's. Is this not Lin Yuzhong's garment? Jiang Fuyuan asserted confidently. This fabric is jacquard silk. She even boasted that her father had it brought from Jiangnan, claiming there was none in the capital. Madame Duan, failing to comprehend, immediately retorted, and so what if there is none in the capital? Its absence merely proves that Jiang Zhiyue is spoiled, requiring such fine materials for a mere garment. What relation does it have to Lin Yuzhong? The moment her words were uttered, silence enveloped the crowd. Jiang Fuyuan scoffed derisively. This hardly qualifies as a fine item. Its absence in the capital is due to its unworthiness. In terms of value, it pales in comparison to Yuehua brocade in both elegance and beauty. Regarding material, colorful brocade and gauze are far cheaper. This garment, coarse in its craftsmanship and not cost-effective for dresses, is simply unfit for the capital standards. As Jiang Fuyuan concluded her remarks, Jiang Wanbai began to scold Madame Duan. What a disgraceful family the Guangchang Marquis is. It is evident that Duan Hongyu has been having an affair with Lin Yuzhong. Yet you dare to use Lin Yuzhong's garment to tarnish my sister's reputation. Your family is truly shameless and despicable. Madame Duan stared blankly at the garment in Jiang Fuyuan's hand, repeating, impossible. This cannot be Lin Yuzhong's garment. This clearly belongs to me. Yet, she quickly bit her tongue, suppressing the words that threatened to slip out. However, the elderly matriarch was unwilling to let her off so easily and stood up. Making her stance clear, I too possess a title. You are making a scene in the Duke of England's residence, defaming the Jiang family's daughter. I shall petition the Empress Dowager. What? Madame Duan did not expect the situation to escalate to this extent. Princess Lan Ning voluntarily offered, I shall accompany you. The elderly matriarch looked gratefully at Princess Lan Ning. Thank you, Your Highness. She then turned to Madame Duan. Now, you must accompany me to the palace to defend yourself. I will not go. This is all part of your scheme. You shall not deceive me. Madame Duan exclaimed, grasping the small garment in Jiang Fuyuan's hand. Attempting to flee, However, Mama Chung and others immediately moved to obstruct her. Jiang Zhiyue supported the elderly matriarch, regarding Madame Duan with a gaze as if she were looking at a corpse. This matter would not end well. I advised the old lady to go and defend herself, she suggested. After a prolonged silence, Master Jiang suddenly spoke, a smile gracing his face. I have heard that the wife of the Marquis of Guangchong and young Master Duan are still at the Jingzhou Yamen. If the old lady is unwilling to enter the palace, then I shall have no choice but to report this matter to the authorities. Although it concerns the reputation of a young lady, it is precisely for this reason that we must ensure her innocence. The current Jingzhou Yin has come from the Dali Temple and is quite adept at investigating cases. I am certain he will not wrong an innocent person, and the truth shall be revealed. When the time comes, those deserving of punishment shall receive it, whether it be lashes, exile, or even death. Each of Zhang's words struck deep into the heart of the elderly matriarch, leaving her momentarily breathless. How had things escalated to this point? The old lady, undeterred by the momentary daze of the matriarch, was resolute in seeking justice for her granddaughter and prepared to enter the palace. Due to the presence of Princess Lan Ning, word quickly reached the palace that the Empress Dowager summoned the old lady, Jiang Zhiyue, and the matriarch along with Princess Lan Ning for an audience. Master Jiang escorted the matriarch to the palace gates and, upon seeing the emissaries from the Empress Dowager, respectfully took his leave. Before departing, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Jiang Zhiyue. On the way back to the residence, Master Jiang wore a grave expression. The day's events had been perilous. Had it not been for Princess Lan Ning as a witness, should this matter have reached the Empress Dowager, the Duke of England's household would have been the true victims, and they might not have fared well. It seemed too coincidental. Just as Princess Lan Ning happened to visit a Chan, the elderly lady from the Marquis of Guangchong was there to spread rumors and force a marriage. How could the timing be so impeccable? Master Jiang immediately speculated on who had orchestrated Princess Lan Ning's appearance. Was it the Duchess of Fortune or the Princess of Biang? His mind raced, and he suddenly felt that with the Chan's previous engagement annulled, there would likely be more suitors seeking her favor in the future. Enough of that for now. The pressing matter was to uncover the traitor within their ranks. Achan had barely met Duan Hongyu a few times, yet the matriarch sought to use such baseless accusations to ensnare her, indicating that someone within the Duke of England's estate must be conspiring with her. Master Jiang instinctively recalled the mysterious fire at Xiushui residence a few days prior. The flames had appeared inexplicably, and the Lin family just so happened to have a significant grudge against Achan. Go to the camp and summon the Duke. Tell him I have urgent matters to discuss. Master Jiang earnestly instructed his trusted aide, emphasizing the necessity of hastening the Duke's return. Leaning against the carriage wall, he pondered the absurdity of the situation. It was all due to his elder brother's poor judgment in people. Chapter 75. The Unveiling Mystery in the Palace. At the Xi'an Palace, when Jiang Zhiyue, the old lady, and Princess Lan Ning met the Empress Dowager, they noticed that the Duchess of Fortune and the Princess of Biang were also present. After paying their respects, the old lady urged Jiang Zhiyue to kneel alongside her and beseech the Empress Dowager for justice. The Empress Dowager permitted the old lady to rise and respond, and Princess Lan Ning seized the opportunity to assist Jiang Zhiyue to her feet as well. The Empress Dowager lazily lifted her gaze, offering no comment on Princess Lan Ning's actions. The old lady recounted in detail how the matriarch had brought forth her grandson's garments to slander her granddaughter. The Empress Dowager listened with a furrowed brow, while the matriarch, observing this, grew increasingly silent. The Empress Dowager emerged as a formidable victor from the inner palace, fully aware of the implications behind the demeanor of the old lady Duan. Once the matriarch finished speaking, the Empress Dowager turned her gaze towards Princess Lan Ning, inquiring if there was any omission in the words of the old lady Yan. Princess Lan Ning promptly recounted, with vivid expression, the moment when Jiang Zhiyue exposed the inferior quality of Xiao Yi's garment. The Empress Dowager's pressure intensified, causing old lady Duan to break into a sweat, her back drenched in cold perspiration. Princess Boyang cast a glance at Jiang Zhiyue, who stood composed and unruffled beside old lady Yin, her admiration growing. The incident of slander did not seem to unnerve her. She exhibited a remarkable steadiness of character. The Princess of Fu had not anticipated that her daughter would seek out Jiang Zhiyue for recreation, only to encounter such a debacle. And it was yet again the House of Guangchong. In that moment, the Princess of Fu felt an overwhelming disdain for the Guangchong Marquisate, lamenting the absence of a single sensible person in the family, which explained their downfall. The Empress Dowager, being fond of her juniors, understood the concerns of old Lady Yin and recognized the significance of the Earl of England's residence to Emperor Roman. She dealt with the unscrupulous old Lady Duan effortlessly, intimidating her into confessing her misdeeds with just a few words. The old lady had claimed to have purchased Jiang Zhiyue's garment at a high price from a concubine of the Earl of England, yet it inexplicably turned out to be Lin Yuzhong's attire. The Empress Dowager was well aware that Lin Yuzhong was the one who had clandestinely met with the son of the Marquis of Guangchang at the banquet hosted by the Princess of Fu. The Empress Dowager looked towards old Lady Yin, who hesitated slightly. Jiang Zhiyue knelt respectfully and replied, "Your Majesty, the concubine mentioned by old Lady Duan is the aunt of Lin Yuzhong." Old Lady Duan's eyes widened in disbelief. She had been unaware of the woman's identity. Discovering too late that she was indeed Lin Yuzhong's aunt, she felt duped. Her mind buzzed with confusion. Previously, when she had approached the Lin family, they had refused to allow Lin Yuzhong to marry Hong Yu. She had assumed they were merely playing the part of virtuous women, unaware that they had conspired behind her back through this aunt to undermine her. Had it not been for the concubine's overture, she would not have found herself in such dire straits. Old Lady Duan promptly knelt, crying out in wrongful accusation, claiming that the Lin family was cunning and aimed to marry into a prestigious family, thus colluding with the concubine to scheme against her. The Empress Dowager, perceiving old Lady Duan's foolishness, was disinclined to spare her another glance. She immediately ordered the revocation of old Lady Duan's title, inflicted 20 slaps upon her, and commanded that she be sent to the family temple of the Duans, where she would not be allowed to leave until death. Old Lady Duan nearly fainted, desperately pleading for mercy, insisting that she had been deceived, her protests echoing loudly. In the palace, where strict decorum was upheld, such uproar could not be tolerated, leading to her mouth being covered and her removal. Old Lady Yin and Jiang Zhiyue knelt in gratitude, with old Lady Yan's eyes glistening with tears. She felt genuine sorrow for her granddaughter, who had lost her mother at a young age and now faced such troubling matrimonial matters. The Empress Dowager commanded her attendants to assist old Lady Yin to her feet and offered her a seat, assuring her, "I believe this child is destined for good fortune. She shall find a suitable match in due course, so there is no need for worry." Princess Bo Yang chimed in with a smile, "Mother is correct, dear matriarch. Do not fret." The Empress Dowager further bestowed exquisite treasures upon Jiang Zhiyue, signifying her intent to elevate her status. Jiang Zhiyue did not anticipate the Empress Dowager's affability, and she gracefully knelt to express her gratitude. Observing Princess Lan Ning's repeated glances toward Jiang Zhiyue, the Empress Dowager slowly broke into a smile. "It is rare that Lan Ning holds you in such esteem. Do visit the palace often to converse with me." Jiang Zhiyue bowed deeply, responding, "Yes, I shall heed the Empress Dowager's esteemed words." Princess Lan Ning joyfully approached to assist Jiang Zhiyue to her feet, whispering, "Grandmother is quite generous. Next time, you must accompany me." Jiang Zhiyue instinctively glanced at the Empress Dowager, who gazed affectionately at Princess Lan Ning, her loving look akin to that of a grandmother. The Empress Dowager truly cherished Princess Lan Ning, demonstrating her affection towards those close to her. Given the Empress Dowager's advanced age, after resolving this matter, she appeared somewhat fatigued. Lady Yin proactively took her leave, escorting Jiang Zhiyue away from Xi'an Palace. Princess Bo Yang and the Duchess of Fu also departed together. On the journey back to the princess's residence, the princess kept her eyes closed, resting. Just as Fu Li believed the princess had fallen asleep, she suddenly spoke. "Do you think Wu Bing's actions were deliberate or accidental?" Enticing her into the palace to accompany her mother, only to encounter Lady Yin bringing her granddaughter to complain, coincidentally. Lan Ning had also come from the Duke of England's residence. Such coincidences certainly provoke one's thoughts. Lan Ning had always been obedient to Wu Bing. If he had indeed sent her, he must possess a keen understanding of human nature. Fu Li shook her head. "I do not believe this was a calculated move by the young master." The princess opened her eyes to look at Fu Li. "Do not deceive me. Are you not curious about Wu Bing's feelings?" Just as Fu Li was about to respond, the princess waved her hand to interrupt. "Look at how beautiful the Jiang girl is. If Wu Bing were to take a liking to her, marry her, and have a child, that offspring would surely be stunning. Are you not curious?" Fu Li pondered the princess's vision and realized, indeed, she was quite curious. The young master was not one to meddle in trifles. It was likely he cared. Fu Li cautiously expressed her thoughts, and the princess immediately brightened. "You too perceive his special regard for the Jiang girl?" Fu Li reluctantly nodded. "Yes, but your highness, The young master may not necessarily harbor romantic feelings for Miss Jiang. Do not create complications. The princess pouted in disinterest. I understand. Do you think I am someone who cannot discern priorities? Fu Li remained silent, knowing the princess was not, but that she enjoyed teasing the young master. Provoking him could indeed lead to unintended consequences. Jiang Zhiyue and Princess Lan Ning parted ways at the palace gates, with Lan Ning cheerfully waving as she prepared to leave, only to be called back by Jiang Zhiyue. Thank you for today's assistance, princess. Consider it a favor owed. Jiang Zhiyue spoke earnestly. Lan Ning blurted out, another one for me. Jiang Zhiyue paused. What do you mean, princess? Lan Ning blinked, glossing over it. Oh, it's nothing at all. Jiang Zhiyue instinctively sensed something amiss, but could not articulate it as she watched Princess Lan Ning depart. As she turned to board her carriage, she unexpectedly encountered Lu Qingxiao, who was patrolling the palace gates with the Tiger Ben camp soldiers. Jiang Zhiyue met Lu Qingxiao's gaze, and the youth's cold demeanor seemed to soften slightly. At a fleeting glance, Jiang Zhiyue felt as though some enigmatic truth was on the verge of revelation. In Chapter 76, Unveiling the Past, Lu Qingxiao set forth early in the day, armed with military orders, only to unexpectedly encounter Jiang Zhiyue upon his return to the city. Major General. Jiang Zhiyue slightly inclined her head before the carriage. Lu Qingxiao nodded slightly, inquiring if she required an escort home. Jiang Zhiyue paused, then shook her head, saying, There is no need. I am with my grandmother, and I appreciate your kind offer, Major General. Seeing her resolve, Lu Qingxiao refrained from further insistence, offering a courteous nod before proceeding towards the palace. Once inside the carriage, Elder Yin asked, Are you well acquainted with the Major General? Jiang Zhiyue, taken aback by her grandmother's question, promptly denied it. I have no prior acquaintance with the Major General, aside from our previous interaction at the Wang residence banquet. Elder Yin observed her granddaughter, hesitating to voice her thoughts. At that moment, Jiang Zhiyue lowered her head, missing the expressions flitting across Elder Yan's face. Recognizing that the moment was not appropriate, Elder Yin suppressed her curiosity, deciding to revisit the matter at a later date. Her foremost concern remained Jiang Zhiyue's situation. Chan, although the matter with the Marquis of Guangchang is resolved, what about your marriage? Grandmother, Jiang Zhiyue interjected with a smile. I wish to serve by your side for a few more years. Understanding the implication behind her granddaughter's words, Elder Yin nodded in agreement. Very well, you are still young. The unfolding events regarding the Marquis of Guangchang brought Elder Yin a sense of relief. If these matters had arisen a few years later, when Chan reached a suitable age for marriage, the repercussions could have been more complicated, even if they were ultimately resolvable. Presently, Chan was still too young for such discussions. With time, the incident would naturally fade from prominence. Elder Yin, feeling somewhat weary, closed her eyes and stated, The Lin family cannot be retained. Jiang Zhiyue was taken aback and then lowered her gaze. This was the first time she had heard her grandmother express such sentiments. Elder Yin had always been fair in her judgments, never displaying an inclination to eradicate anyone entirely. Noticing her granddaughter's silence, Elder Yin opened her eyes and gazed at Jiang Zhiyue, asking, Do you believe your grandmother to be heartless? Jiang Zhiyue shook her head, placing her hand atop her grandmother's, gently clasping it. Grandmother acts for the Duke's household and for my sake. Elder Yin looked at her granddaughter with a sense of comfort. Chan, heed my words. In matters that do not threaten your family's existence, there is always room for negotiation. One must leave a sliver of hope. However, should one act with ruthless intent, calculating with bloodshed at every turn, such individuals must not be spared. Speaking in a tone tinged with regret, Elder Yin softly confided in Jiang Zhiyue, It is also my fault. I intended to keep her around to temper your character. But it is evident now that she cannot remain. Jiang Zhiyue was astonished. Grandmother, Elder Yin recalled the transgressions of Lin Jingqiu over the years, her expression darkening. Devoid of the kindness she once exuded. She, after all, is the daughter of a bureaucratic family, yet she willingly became your father's concubine without a name or status, only to be brought into the household once she was with child. Such behavior is unbecoming of a well-bred family. As Elder Yin recounted the circumstances of Lin Jingqiu's entrance into their home, Jiang Zhiyue finally realized that her grandmother had long harbored a profound disfavor towards Lin Jingqiu, having ensured that someone was always watching her closely. It was indeed the grandmother's arrogance, solely focused on honing you, that failed to consider your tender age and the treachery of human hearts, nearly leading to your downfall. Jiang Zhiyue was profoundly shaken, momentarily deaf to all other sounds. Yet, the guilt woven into her grandmother's words stirred a poignant ache within her. She threw herself into her grandmother's embrace, muffled sobs escaping her lips. Grandmother only wishes well for Zhiyue. It is Zhiyue's foolishness that has prevented her from grasping your heartfelt intentions. Elder Yan, detecting the tremor of tears in her granddaughter's voice, was equally touched. It is not your fault. I once taught your elder sister in the same manner, forgetting that you and she are not alike, and that you lack your mother as protection. It was my oversight, which almost brought you harm. Jiang Zhiyue could utter no more, clinging tightly to her grandmother. The fact that her grandmother cherished her deeply was indisputable. She would never attribute blame to her. Indeed, as her grandmother had stated, people differ vastly from one another. The elder had been earnestly planning for her. It was Zhiyue who had failed to meet expectations. With a tender touch, Elder Yin caressed her granddaughter's hair, her eyes filled with compassion. Through this incident, I have come to realize that you have grown. I can now rest easy. Though not explicitly stated, Jiang Zhiyue understood her grandmother's implication. Since her grandmother had always harbored concerns about Lin Jingqiu, it was certain that she had surmised Lin Jingqiu's intentions regarding the flooding incident at Xiaoshui residence. The matter of Lin Jingqiu contacting the young physician from the manor was likely also within her grandmother's knowledge. However, since both she and her third sister had intervened, her grandmother chose to remain silent. Only when the old matriarch of the Guangchang Marquisate sought confrontation did the matter demand resolution. Although the wicked old woman faced retribution today, the incident was not one to be publicized. Elder Yin regarded Jiang Zhiyue, realizing it pertained to her. Thus, she wished to shield her from standing at the center of controversy. Therefore, regarding Lin Yuzhong, she decided to let the matter rest for the time being. Jiang Zhiyue paused in contemplation before asserting, "Grandmother need not worry. Lin Yuzhong will not escape justice. The Guangchang Marquisate will not let her off the hook. She will face her own reckoning." The Guangchang Marquis, lacking intelligence, had brought both his wife and children to create a disturbance at the British Duke's residence, only to find themselves detained at the Jingzhou Yamen. The venomous matriarch of the Duan family acted without principles and had now incurred the Empress Dowager's ire, losing her title as a result. These events increasingly revealed the utter disgrace of the Guangchang Marquisate, which had become the laughingstock of the capital. Duan Hongyu's prospects for marriage grew ever dimmer, if he did not swiftly seize the opportunity presented by Lin Yuzhong. What noble lady of suitable rank would consider a match with someone of his standing? After all, the Guangchang Marquis had spent many years in the capital. How could he allow his legitimate son to settle for the daughter of a local official? Jiang Zhiyue reminded Elder Yin of this, who gazed upon her granddaughter with growing admiration. Ah Chan is becoming increasingly adept at discerning the situation. Since you are well informed, I can rest assured. Jiang Zhiyue nodded, her thoughts lingering on the Lin family's connections with the Wei Wang residence, her brow still slightly furrowed. Noticing her granddaughter's expression, Elder Yin inquired, perplexed, "Is there still something that I have overlooked?" Jiang Zhiyue shook her head, then recalled the circumstances of Lin Jingqiu's entry into the manor years ago. Given that you were dissatisfied with Lin Jingqiu back then, why did you permit her to join the household? Madam, Yin furrowed her brows, stating that she had also dispatched someone to investigate this matter, revealing that her father had an accidental encounter with Lin Jingqiu. The term accidental left Jiang Zhiyue increasingly perplexed. The version her grandmother had heard was that her father had been drinking with colleagues and mistakenly entered Lin Jingqiu's room upon returning to the inn, catching her in the midst of her bath. Lin Jingqiu, mortified and indignant, felt as if she could only escape this humiliation through death. At that moment, her father had regained most of his sobriety, and, upon hearing her lament about being a virtuous woman exposed in such a manner, considered the sudden inspiration that allowed him to declare his identity and propose to take her as a concubine. Jiang Zhiyue, upon hearing this, was particularly bewildered. Why then had she become her father's mistress? Madame Yan, upon hearing this, sneered, saying that this was precisely Lin Jingqiu's cunning. The cleverness Madame Yan referred to was not in Lin Jingqiu's willingness to be a mistress, but rather in her ability to manipulate the Duke of England. At the time of their meeting, Lin Jingqiu was no longer young. She claimed to be pure, and the Duke, taken aback, failed to realize the implications until later. Lin Jingqiu explained that she had been betrothed to a beloved who had tragically passed away, leaving her disinterested in remarriage, thus maintaining her purity. When the Duke proposed to take her as a concubine, Lin Jingqiu outright refused, stating she had no desire to be anyone's concubine, not even the Duke's. The Duke, a man of straightforward character, recognized that he had wronged the young lady. She came from a reputable family, unwilling to be a concubine, which left the Duke in a state of agitation. At that moment, Lin Jingxiu suggested that few were aware of the circumstances, and if the Duke could keep silent, she would continue her solitary life. Lin Jingxiu's explanation was that her family disapproved of her remaining loyal to her deceased fiancé, hence her decision to live alone in the Lin family village. As for the reason she was at the inn that fateful night, she claimed she had been delayed while shopping and could not return home in time. All of this seemed exceedingly reasonable. The Duke, already feeling guilty for his impulsiveness, was further struck by her consideration, even at the expense of her own reputation, believing him to be a good man, whether it was her father or others. Madame Yan's gaze grew profound. Men are often easily swayed by seemingly weak women, particularly her father, who was as straightforward as they come, his thoughts easily discernible. Lin Jingxiu, in her display of vulnerability, successfully manipulated the Duke's feelings of guilt, leading him to agree to this absurd arrangement. The Duke inquired about Lin Jingxiu's village and ordered provisions for her care. Such arrangements inevitably led to disturbances, with individuals causing trouble in Lin's village, prompting the Duke to intervene on her behalf. In gratitude, Lin Jingxiu invited him to dine at the village. As their encounters increased, the potential for scandal grew. As Madame Yan recounted the events of that year, her expression remained impassive. Jiang Zhiyue, listening intently, also adopted a stony demeanor. This entire affair appeared increasingly suspicious. Clearly a trap, and yet her father fell for it. Not only did she believe it, but she also took the initiative to leap into it, burying herself within. As events unfolded, it became evident that Lin Jingxiu was with child, a truth that could no longer be concealed. The Duke of England could only report back to the matriarch and bring her into the household. Feeling a sense of guilt and a touch of affection towards Lin Jingxiu, the Duke recognized that the entirety of this situation stemmed from his own missteps. These sentiments combined allowed Lin Jingxiu to possess a certain leverage within the Duke's residence. Even the astute Jiang Zhiyue and Lady Yan were filled with disdain and disbelief regarding the Duke's actions. Had the second son possessed a modicum more intelligence, even a small fraction to share with the eldest, Lin Jingxiu would have never crossed the threshold of the Duke's estate. Lady Yan genuinely questioned whether her child had been swapped at birth. However, the Duke's visage bore an uncanny resemblance to that of her husband, making it impossible for her to, with a clear conscience, deny the eldest's lineage. She could only assert that he resembled his father, strikingly so. Upon hearing her grandmother recount the tale of Lin Jingxiu's entry into the household, Jiang Zhiyue's keen mind recalled a pivotal moment from the past. "Grandmother, do you remember who was drinking with father back then?" she inquired. The connection between the Jiang family and the Wei Wangfu lingered in her thoughts, as it pertained to the truth behind Lin Jingxiu's admission into the family, and she was determined not to overlook any hint. Lady Yan, taken aback by her granddaughter's question, remarked, "You are as perceptive as your second uncle." A thrill ran through Jiang Zhiyue's heart. Her grandmother's words implied that her second uncle had harbored suspicions about the matter at the time of Lin Jingxiu's entrance. Then who was it? Jiang Zhiyue pressed on eagerly. Lady Yan shook her head. "He is deceased." "Deceased?" Jiang Zhiyue was bewildered. Lady Yan furrowed her brow, recalling the information she had gathered through her inquiries. The man had violated military law and was exiled, succumbing to illness during the journey. Lady Yan turned her gaze to Jiang Zhiyue, noting that this occurred within a fortnight of the drunken mishap. Jiang Zhiyue's heart raced. Within a fortnight? This indicated that the matter was indeed suspicious. Her father had known Lin Jingxiu for over a year, only bringing her home upon discovering her pregnancy. The moment her grandmother and second uncle learned of the news, the man had already turned to dust. What could possibly be uncovered now? What a perfect case of no witnesses. In that instant, Jiang Zhiyue was utterly convinced that Lin Jingxiu and the Lin family were undoubtedly entangled with the Wei Wangfu. Memories from her previous life affirmed that Lin Jingxiu's entrance into the Duke's household must be linked to the Wei Wangfu. Without hesitation, she grasped Lady Yan's hand and declared earnestly, "Grandmother, there is something I must share with you, but please do not react hastily." Lady Yan, surprised to see her granddaughter so solemn, nodded gravely. Jiang Zhiyue approached and whispered a few words into Lady Yan's ear. The matriarch's expression shifted, her brows knitting tighter. "Is this truly the case?" Jiang Zhiyue nodded, meeting her grandmother's gaze with sincerity. "It is indeed true. I would never jest about such matters." Lady Yan genuinely did not expect that the Lin family was secretly interacting with the Wei Wangfu. In a fleeting moment, Lady Yin suddenly grasped the significance of her granddaughter's mention of the Lin family in the Wei Wang mansion. It was not due to fear of the Lin family being backed by the Wei Wang mansion, but rather a suspicion that the Lin family had been entangled with the Wei Wang mansion for several years. Realizing this, Lady Yin gasped in surprise. Her grandmother, Jiang Zhiyue, looked at her with concern. Lady Yin endeavored to calm her breath, steadied her thoughts, and turned her gaze to Jiang Zhiyue. My dear child, you have done remarkably well. If it were not for your reminder, I fear I would have made a grave mistake. Jiang Zhiyue tightened her grip on Lady Yan's hand. Grandmother, we are family. Such words should not be spoken. Upon reflection, Lady Yin added, in that case, the Lin family cannot be dealt with lightly. We must investigate further the relationship between the Lin family and the Wei Wang mansion. If the Lin family is indeed a pawn placed by the Wei Wang mansion within the Duke of England's household, we cannot act hastily, lest we alert the enemy. They have gone to great lengths to position someone within our ranks, and their motives must be substantial. It cannot merely be to deliver a beautiful concubine for the Duke of England's lineage. The Wei Wang, a favored son of Emperor Rongyan and a formidable rival for the throne, was an undeniable threat. Furthermore, the eldest daughter of the Duke of England was the Princess Xian, naturally aligning her with the Xian Wang faction, making the Wei Wang mansion and the Xian Wang mansion destined adversaries. Chapter 78 presents a rare instance of such gratitude. Lin Jingqiu is no ordinary adversary. From the moment of her rebirth, she has remained firmly entrenched in Jiang Zhiyue's mind. Even now, under house arrest, she continues to be a source of unrest. The incident at Xiushui residence serves as a warning. Thus, Jiang Zhiyue instructed Shin Mo to keep a close watch on Jiang Yinshi. Jiang Yinshi is Lin Jingqiu's ultimate trump card. Should all her methods of retaliation fail, she would undoubtedly target Jiang Yinshi. The disturbance caused by the elderly matriarch of the Guangchang Marquis was merely a part of Lin Jingqiu's scheme. Given that Jiang Zhiyue and her grandmother had to leave the residence for the palace due to this incident, Lin Jingqiu would certainly seize this opportunity. Originally, Lady Yan's intention was clear, to eliminate Lin Jingqiu directly. However, the situation has altered, with the Lin family's connection to the Wei Wang mansion complicating matters. The approach towards Lin Jingqiu must be cautious to avoid alarming any potential threats. Upon returning to the Duke of England's residence with her grandmother, Jiang Zhiyue found Chang Wei waiting at the entrance. Seeing her disembark from the carriage, he approached promptly and whispered a few words into her ear. Jiang Zhiyue turned to Lady Yan. Grandmother, my uncle has invited my father back. I have yet to inform him about the Lin family's involvement with the Wei Wang mansion. I fear his thoughts may align with yours. Lady Yan nodded. Let us proceed. Matters must be resolved without delay to prevent others from mocking us. After all, the Duke of England's household holds a respectable position in the capital. With the emergence of the Princess Xian, countless eyes are undoubtedly fixed upon us. Jiang Zhiyue acknowledged, accompanying her grandmother into the Duke's residence. On the way to Chunhui Hall, Chang Wei succinctly conveyed the situation at hand. Madame Lian did not dismiss the wet nurse beside Jiang Yinshi. Instead, she sent someone to follow Jiang Yinshi closely. Today, the matriarch of the Guangchang Marquis stirred up trouble, and the wet nurse callously pushed Jiang Yinshi into a small pond. Fortunately, Shun Mo arrived just in time. Otherwise, Jiang Yinshi would have surely fallen ill from the water. The method was crude and brutal, seemingly targeting Jiang Yinshi, but in truth, it was a reproach aimed at Madame Lian for failing to care for the child properly. If Lin Jingqiu could exploit this incident effectively, she might turn the tables. Unfortunately, this scheme was seen through by Jiang Zhiyue. With Shin Mo's intervention, Jiang Yinshi remained unharmed, leaving Lin Jingqiu unable to capitalize on the situation. Jiang Zhiyue did not let her guard down. She knew Lin Jingqiu would undoubtedly have further plans. Lu Qingxiao, upon returning from the literary court, proactively relinquished his sword before the emperor. Upon witnessing this, Hai Xian smiled and remarked, Your Majesty has specially permitted the young general to bear his sword in audience. Lu Qingxiao did not pause. Even removing the hidden weapon from his arm, the majesty of the sovereign warrants precaution. Hai Xian chuckled, noting that the young general's sincere heart deeply moved the emperor. Be untroubled, do not rush. Come and converse, beckoned Emperor Rongyan with a beaming smile. Lu Qingxiao strode forward, first performing a respectful bow before seating himself opposite the emperor. The emperor observed his demeanor, no sign of sweat, his complexion radiant, a testament to the vigor of youth. Rest assured, you handle affairs well, the emperor interjected. But I have other matters to discuss with you. Lu Qingxiao sighed, a look of resignation upon his face. Uncle, please disregard what my mother has said. The emperor chuckled. I have listened little. Your mother seldom wishes to speak with me. The implication was clear. Princess Biang rarely approached him. Since the matter was broached, the emperor could not feign ignorance. Realizing he could not evade the topic, Lu Qingxiao conceded. As before, I appreciate your concern. Uncle, I am well. There is nothing pressing. So I shall take my leave. As he spoke, he rose to depart. The emperor, amused, found it typical of Lu Qingxiao to behave this way, disregarding what he disliked and attempting to leave. Do not leave, the emperor called after him, narrowing his eyes in mock threat. If you dare to walk away today, I shall immediately decree a marriage for you. As for the candidates, I shall select several. Surely, one will be to your liking. Lu Qingxiao, feeling a headache coming on, returned to his seat, his handsome countenance etched with a sense of despair. The emperor scrutinized Lu Qingxiao for a long while, unable to comprehend his thoughts. He truly did not wish to marry, having delayed for years without any sign of change. Even now, when a young lady had shown him favor, he remained indifferent. Stay and converse with me. I shall not compel you to wed, the emperor began to coax. I have a grandson to dote on. I am in no hurry. The directness of his words left Lu Qingxiao momentarily speechless, unable to even articulate a refusal. The emperor appreciated this trait in Lu Qingxiao. His reticence and discretion made him an excellent listener. I am merely curious. Your attentiveness towards the young lady of the Jiang family, does it truly harbor no ulterior motives? Lu Qingxiao raised his head, realizing that his uncle was now speaking quite plainly. Emperor Rongan laughed heartily. I seldom hear of any ladies around you. Naturally, I am curious. I have previously received her kindness. Lu Qingxiao briefly acknowledged this. The emperor, unsatisfied, pressed further. Is it solely to repay her kindness that you summoned Lan Ning as a witness and invited your mother into the palace to pay respects to your grandmother? Just as Lu Qingxiao was about to clarify, the emperor continued to apply pressure. To go to such lengths merely to express gratitude is indeed rare. The emperor's words momentarily stunned Lu Qingxiao. Seizing the opportunity, the emperor added, now that the marriage contract with the Marquis of Guangchong has fallen through, I wonder what kind of suitor young Master Zhang's sixth daughter will seek. Lu Qingxiao only paused for that fleeting moment before regaining his composure. He was not deceived by the emperor's obvious probing. There exist mandates from parents and matchmakers. The emperor inquired suddenly, leaning closer, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Qingxiao's expression. Lu Qingxiao rose and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty has presumably finished speaking. I have official duties to attend to in my camp and must take my leave. This time, the emperor did not detain him, watching with a smile as Lu Qingxiao exited. Hai Xian approached and whispered, Does His Majesty not wish to keep the general for lunch? The emperor chuckled, Lunch? It would indeed be strange if he could spare time for that. Lu Qingxiao donned his arm guard once more and took his sword as he departed from the Wenha Hall. Not long after stepping outside, the emperor's earlier question unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Naturally, his thoughts drifted to the young lady from the Jiang family, whimsical and clever. Duan Hongyu, lacking both courage and wisdom, and of poor character, was unworthy of her. Lu Qingxiao unconsciously sifted through the eligible young men in the capital, finding it difficult to identify a few suitable candidates for her husband. The scions of scholarly families tended to be dull and pedantic. The martial generals were brutish and insensitive to a lady's sentiments. Among ordinary families, she would be settling too low, and among the highborn, few stood out remarkably. That young lady had a delicate nature, sharp-witted and intelligent. If she were to choose a husband, he must surpass her in every regard. Suddenly halting in his tracks, Lu Qingxiao was taken aback by this unexpected thought. Chapter 79. I too have things I wish to do for her after exiting the palace. Lu Qingxiao immersed himself in the Tiger Ben camp, summoning Zhang He and others to the arena for training. 2 hours passed, and there were hardly any officers of standing left standing in the camp. Zhang He, panting heavily, beads of sweat falling like rain, rolled his eyes and asked the young general, General, does His Majesty believe our mission this time was not executed commendably? As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang He sensed something amiss. The official business conducted that morning had been executed with utmost efficiency. How could the emperor possibly be dissatisfied? Lu Qingxiao had been engaged in fierce combat throughout the afternoon, his hair damp with moisture, a light sheen of sweat visible. Upon hearing the comment, he turned his gaze. Just as a droplet of sweat fell from his chin, deepening the color of his dark attire. You don't seem fatigued. Let us exchange a few more moves. As he spoke, Lu Qingxiao threw a punch, prompting Jiang He to hastily roll aside, narrowly avoiding a bruising from the young general. I'm exhausted. I can't fight anymore. Spare your subordinate, please. Jiang He had discerned that the young general was harboring some pent-up frustration. He decided it prudent not to provoke this storm. With a swift glance, Jiang He seized his 2 dazed subordinates, delivering a swift kick to each. Go. You two together. Overpower the young general, and next time, I shall bring you fine wine. Lu Qingxiao cast a disdainful glance at Jiang He, his chin slightly raised, ambitious. The 2 subordinate commanders advanced, throwing powerful punches aimed squarely at Lu Qingxiao. In the face of such fierce blows, Lu Qingxiao raised his hands to meet them, absorbing the impact of both strikes with unwavering resolve. Bravo! Jiang He cheered from the sidelines. However, a sharp gaze from Lu Qingxiao silenced him immediately, rendering him as quiet as a mouse. In less than 3 exchanges, both subordinate commanders found themselves sprawled on the ground. Lu Qingxiao wiped the sweat from his brow. Surveying the surroundings, is anyone else left? The onlookers shook their heads, marveling at the unity displayed within the Tiger Bend camp. Lu Qingxiao scoffed, removing his armband, and coldly declared, from today onward, an additional hour of training. Jiang He, you shall endure 2 extra hours. Jiang He widened his eyes. Incredulous. Why should I suffer 2 extra hours? Lu Qingxiao stepped down from the platform, tossing the armband at him, his eyes glinting with menace. You talk too much. Jiang He's face reflected disbelief. He attempted to argue further, but was firmly restrained by his subordinates. Deputy Commander, do not provoke him. If it turns into 3 hours, it won't be worth it. Taking heed of this warning, Jiang He settled down, realizing that incurring the young general's wrath could indeed lead to a harsher punishment. He shrugged off his subordinate's grip, visibly agitated. What are you all staring at? Off you go for training. I shall personally inspect later. The crowd, initially eager to witness the deputy commander's confrontation with the young general, dispersed in haste, obeying his command. Upon returning to his tent, Lu Qingxiao was doused with a bucket of cold water. His disheveled hair clung to his temples, accentuating a hint of defiance in his demeanor. Despite the chaos, an irritable restlessness lingered within him. Bring the horses. As he hastily dried his hair, a particular person came to mind. He swiftly changed his attire and galloped out of the camp. In his hurried departure, Jiang He could only taste the dust of his hooves. Oblivious to Jiang He's presence behind him, Lu Qingxiao rode with urgency towards the Grand General's estate. The Grand General, the younger brother of the Duke of Lu, was Lu Qingxiao's uncle. The eldest son has arrived. The young general, being the firstborn among the younger generation, was affectionately referred to as the eldest son within the Grand General's household. Upon learning of Lu Qingxiao's visit, the Grand General was quite pleased. Come, share a few drinks with me. That rascal Gui Qi claims his wife cannot tolerate the smell of wine, refusing to drink with me. What an unfilial child. The Grand General was a towering figure, and standing beside Lu Qingxiao, he resembled a father more than the Duke of Lu. As soon as the Grand General expressed his desire to drink, Lu Qingxiao did not decline, taking a seat opposite him. The Grand General scrutinized him, sensing something amiss. This lad appeared troubled. In the past, when invited for drinks, Lu Qingxiao would not only drink, but would often empty the Grand General's wine bottles out of sheer exuberance. Troubled, are we? General Lu replaced the cup with a larger one to pour wine for Lu Qingxiao. Noticing the general's preferential treatment, Lu Qingxiao remained silent, merely nodding as he accepted the cup and drained its contents in one swift motion. Do tell, General Lu remarked with a smile, pouring another glass. Lu Qingxiao repeated the action, downing the second cup. After consuming the potent liquor, the earlier restlessness seemed to subside somewhat. However, upon hearing General Lu's words, a renewed agitation surged within him, giving rise to a long-forgotten emotion known as vexation. Lu Qingxiao had intended to speak, but found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. General Lu, growing increasingly curious, pondered what matter could be so hard to voice even in the absence of affliction. Could it be that you have someone special in mind? He asked, rising in astonishment at his own conjecture. Lu Qingxiao's expression stiffened. Unfazed, General Lu continued to console himself. Well, that's not impossible. Who is the young lady? How long have you known each other? How did you meet? Is she aware that she holds your affections? When do you intend to propose? A barrage of questions bombarded Lu Qingxiao, overwhelming him. After posing his inquiries, General Lu eagerly awaited a response. Lu Qingxiao remained silent for a considerable time, opening his mouth only to close it again. This left General Lu in a state of anxiety, prompting him to thump his thigh and exclaim, "Speak up!" General Lu was as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof, while Lu Qingxiao, aside from a slight flush at the corners of his eyes, maintained his stoic demeanor. "Speak or be gone. Am I to be toyed with?" General Lu lost his patience, grabbing Lu Qingxiao as if to throw him out. Lu Qingxiao firmly grasped the general's hand and looked up at him, confusion evident in his phoenix-like eyes. What is meant by someone special? General Lu, astonished, dug into his ears, scarcely believing the question he had just heard. Lu Qingxiao's bewilderment seemed genuine, rendering General Lu momentarily speechless. His nephew was evidently still innocent in matters of the heart, making his inquiry quite understandable. Someone special is the one you cherish, the person you think of fondly. You worry for her, desire to give her the best, long to see her happy, and wish to share in her joy. Lu Qingxiao frowned slightly, causing General Lu to pause, cautiously probing. You don't feel this way? Not exactly, Lu Qingxiao replied, his frown deepening. General Lu, frustrated, scratched his head and poured himself another glass, raising it to his lips. Lu Qingxiao glanced at him intently and stated, I do wish to do something for her. Oh, do share, General Lu exclaimed, excitedly pouring a second glass to calm his nerves. I wish to choose a suitor for her. General Lu choked, the words catching him off guard. Lu Qingxiao calmly wiped the remnants of wine from his face and added, but I have yet to find a suitable match. Coughing violently, General Lu filled the room with the sound of his distress. Chapter 80. Gratitude? No, it is the awakening of affection. Are you aiming to be a father figure for your beloved? General Lu was genuinely perplexed by Lu Qingxiao's thoughts, and his words made it hard for him not to misinterpret the situation. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Qingxiao replied, not necessarily. I simply have feelings for her. Raising an eyebrow, General Lu found the statement somewhat peculiar. Observing Lu Qingxiao's earnest demeanor, he reconsidered and chuckled. Then what does her choice of husband matter to you? In her youth, she bestowed kindness upon me, and I wish to repay that debt. Lu Qingxiao stated this succinctly, his expression resolute, even taking care to reiterate, indeed, I wish to repay my gratitude. Upon hearing this, General Lu was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. Had he not repeated the phrase regarding repayment, he might have genuinely believed Lu Qingxiao's intention was purely to express gratitude. It is only when one seeks to convince oneself that they unconsciously reiterate their own words. Particularly since this notion contradicted his principles, he felt the need to first persuade himself. However, repayment does not necessarily entail selecting a suitor for someone. General Lu deliberately remarked, wealth and power can also serve as means of repayment. She lacks neither, Lu Qingxiao replied. General Lu raised an eyebrow. Lacks neither? Then that young lady must come from a rather distinguished family. He swiftly ran through the list of reputable young ladies in the capital, attempting to identify her. Do not inquire why General Lu is familiar with the eligible maidens in the capital. He has 2 sons and a daughter. His younger son is of marriageable age as well. Suddenly, General Lu had a flash of insight and turned to Lu Qingxiao, asking, what do you think of Lu Guiji? General Lu had 2 sons and a daughter. The elder, Lu Guiqi, and the younger, Lu Guiji, along with his daughter, Lu Zhaoxia. Insufficiently steady, excessively playful. Lu Qingxiao candidly critiqued his cousin. Your second uncle ought to train him properly. The eldest son of the Jiang family is only a few years older and has already mastered archery to an extraordinary level. Lu Qingxiao exemplified the qualities of an elder brother, always holding high expectations for his younger siblings, embodying a blend of sternness and affection. General Lu waved his hand cheerfully, redirecting the conversation. What I mean is, how would it be if your little benefactor were paired with Guiji? You acknowledge his character. And your second aunt and I are not unreasonable in-laws. Guiqi's wife is also of good temperament. As for family background, the general's residence is not lacking. If nothing else, you will be there, and Guiji will surely treat her well. What do you think? Faced with such an inquiry from General Lu, Lu Qingxiao's immediate reaction was one of disapproval. Noticing Lu Qingxiao's hesitation, General Lu was not angered. Instead, he secretly chuckled to himself. It appeared this young man was experiencing the early stirrings of affection, still quite naive. Come now, we are family. You know the situation well. If you think it feasible, I can have your second aunt invite a matchmaker to propose immediately. General Lu continued to stoke the flames. If she could assist you, her character should be beyond reproach. As for her appearance, we are not particular about such matters. Lu Qingxiao's brow furrowed deeply. No. He coldly rejected the proposition. General Lu, undeterred, pressed on with an air of desperation. Not feasible? Why not? Lu Qingxiao's brow twitched as if he had been holding back for quite some time. It is my debt of gratitude. I cannot entangle Giji's lifelong affairs in this. With a sweeping gesture, General Lu dismissed his concerns, seemingly unconcerned. It matters not. He must marry eventually. Does it truly matter whom he weds? No. This time, Lu Qingxiao's refusal was even more resolute. Giji is unworthy of her. General Lu struggled to suppress his laughter, feigning a troubled expression as he remarked, "Are you implying that you disdain our martial lineage? What about Xie? The younger son of Xie, a young master of the Xiang residence, is exceptionally talented, possesses noble character, and carries himself with grace. He is indeed your counterpart in the capital, recognized as a dual star of both literature and martial prowess." General Lu even brought up the son of Xie, who has long been at odds with him, only to observe the struggle etched on Lu Qingxiao's brow. Xie is simply too effete, Lu Qingxiao instinctively dismissed. General Lu pressed on. What about the second son of the Prince of Fortune? He is your cousin, as you well know. Surely he embodies both literary and martial excellence? Lu Qingxiao fell silent, his expression impassive, his gaze fixed intently upon General Lu. Sensing that Lu Qingxiao had regained his composure, the general collapsed in laughter upon the couch. Even Lu Qingxiao, though somewhat slow to react, realized that General Lu was merely toying with him. He promptly rose and, with a bow, departed. General Lu did not intervene, instead watching with a smile as Lu Qingxiao swept away. Their camaraderie, forged through years of shared battles, was akin to that of father and son. It was rare to witness such vibrant emotion in him. It was indeed amusing. No wonder his elder brother and sister-in-law enjoyed teasing him. After a series of tests, the young man was reluctant to concede anything. Neither martial nor literary prowess sufficed, nor even a combination of both. Was he truly seeking to repay a debt of gratitude? One could only hope that this young man would come to terms with his feelings soon, allowing his elder brother to partake in the joys of marital bliss. General Lu reveled in his amusement for a moment longer before hurriedly donning his shoes to head to the inner courtyard. This was monumental news. He must share it with his wife to spread the joy. A cultivated iron tree blooming. What a cause for celebration. In contrast, after departing from the general's residence, Lu Qingxiao initially intended to return to the residence of the Grand Princess. Yet, for reasons unknown, the horse instinctively guided him near the estate of the Duke of England. Pulling on the reins, Lu Qingxiao decisively turned his horse towards home, galloping with purpose. Upon reaching his abode, he headed straight for Tsangshan Courtyard, instructing the guards to keep the gates secure and undisturbed. The Grand Princess, upon learning of her son's return, secluded herself, perplexed by the situation. Soon, the general's wife sent a trusted confidant with news that the eldest son had met with the general prior to his return, leaving in a less than cheerful state. The Grand Princess, upon further inquiry, uncovered the reason and was immediately filled with delight. Seeing her reaction, Fu Li generously rewarded the messenger and personally escorted him out. When Fu Li returned to Linbo Courtyard, the Grand Princess grasped her hand, discussing the timing for visiting the Duke of England to propose. Fu Li was elated yet remained clear-headed. The eldest son's demeanor did not suggest he was inclined to propose. Perhaps it would be prudent for His Highness to take a step back, as the eldest son might still be grappling with this matter. The Grand Princess was taken aback. What could he possibly struggle with? Fu Li gazed towards Tsangshan Courtyard and calmly analyzed. The eldest son has consistently avoided discussions of marriage over the years, even if His Highness broached the subject. He often shied away. Today, the general merely unveiled the truth of the eldest son's budding feelings, yet upon returning home, he chose to shun all visitors. Does he appear to be preparing for a proposal? This cold splash of reality brought the Grand Princess back to a clearer understanding. Ultimately, Lu Qingxiao harbored an emotional barrier regarding marriage. Until that barrier is resolved, matrimony is utterly out of the question. Chapter 81. Anxious. It's better to be anxious. What should we do? Princess Boyong was deeply troubled. She could discern her son's unique feelings towards the young lady of the Jiang family. A mother knows her son best. Princess Boyong was acutely aware of Lu Qingxiao's temperament. He rarely developed affections for anyone, and once he fixated on someone, it would likely be difficult for him to forget. Fu Li also fell into silence, uncertain how to untangle the prince's emotional turmoil. Such matters could only be resolved when the prince came to terms with his own feelings. The princess's previous smile vanished, leaving her drained, leaning back in her seat. Fu Li, will there ever be an opportunity in my lifetime to enjoy tea brewed by my daughter-in-law? Fu Li lowered her head, hesitant to answer that question. The princess sighed. Can you not feign a response for me? What good would it do for a servant to feign responses to your highness? It is the prince who must come to you with such matters, Fu Li replied. Princess Boyong hesitated once more. Given that several years have already passed, granting him a little more time to ponder is not unreasonable. However, the young lady is in the bloom of her youth, possessing both beauty and a noble lineage. And she has many admirers. The princess wished for her son to take his time. But the exceptional young lady from the Jiang family could be claimed by another at any moment. At that point, he would have no place left to weep. Were it not for the fear of her son refusing the imperial decree, the princess would have eagerly requested Emperor Rongan to arrange their union. Patience, your highness. There may yet be a turn of events, Fu Li suggested, yearning to witness the prince wed soon. By the way, I recall that Guiqi shares a good rapport with him. Perhaps we should inquire about his reluctance to marry. The princess suddenly thought of the eldest son of General Lu, who was only a few years apart from Lu Qingxiao. Fu Li then recalled something, saying, "It is better to ask the general than the second prince." The princess looked at Fu Li, intrigued by her words. The general married late, indeed, older than our young general at this age. When Fu Li mentioned General Lu's delayed marriage, the princess remembered that her own marriage to Duke Lu was not early either, and General Lu's was even later. The princess's expression shifted, and she finally asked Fu Li, "Surely, the Lu family does not have a tradition of late marriages?" Fu Li paused, "Perhaps not. The second prince is married, after all." The princess sighed. "When he returns, have him gauge his brother's sentiments. I must know." Fu Li agreed, equally concerned. "Furthermore, keep a close watch on the young lady from the Jiang family." Princess Boyong looked at Fu Li, who nodded in understanding. The princess was referring to Lady Xie, the wife of the prime minister. She distinctly remembered the probing at the banquet held at the Duke of Fu's residence. Moreover, Lady Xie's schemes had indeed borne fruit. As Jiang Zhiyue was currently without a betrothal, given her disposition, it was likely she would soon make her move regarding the young lady from the Jiang family. I can only hope my son awakens to his feelings soon. Otherwise, if he misses this opportunity, he may face a lifetime of solitude. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhiyue was at home, engrossed in a play, oblivious to the turmoil and unrest that others felt on her behalf. Jiang Zhiyue was incensed over the matter concerning the Marquis of Guangchang, practically beside himself with rage, especially after old Lady Yin returned and spoke of the chaos caused by the matriarch of the Guangchang Marquisate following her entanglement with Lin Jingqiu. The insults she hurled became increasingly vitriolic. It was still Jiang Zhiyue, for the sake of her father's reputation, who preemptively sent everyone away, leaving only herself and Jiang Zhiyue to mediate the situation. Otherwise, the dignity of the British Duke would have been utterly obliterated. Jiang Zhiyue found herself at a loss, unsure whether to sympathize with her father or to side with her second uncle and utter a few rebukes. Ever since discovering Lin Jingqiu's malicious intent against her, her father had endured her second uncle's harsh words without retorting. The British Duke contemplated the gravity of this matter, realizing it differed significantly from previous incidents. Those could even be considered trifles in comparison. This time, however, Lin Jingqiu was genuinely ruthless, intent on destroying Jiang Zhiyue. Had it not been for Ah Chan's foresight and cunning, this affair would surely have tarnished Ah Chan's reputation irrevocably. At that juncture, whether due to public opinion or the harsh realities of the situation, Ah Chan's fate would have been dire. Even if she were not to marry Duan Hongyu, the only remaining path would lead to a life of asceticism. The British Duke pondered this matter in silence, particularly troubled by the inexplicable malice Lin harbored towards Ah Chan. He could understand her targeting Jiang Zhiyue as a means to reach Jiang Yanshi, but her animosity towards Ah Chan left him bewildered and incited a murderous intent within him. The British Duke held an affection for Lin Jingqiu, yet this sentiment paled in comparison to the safety of his household. Just as his mother and Ah Chan departed, Jiang Yanshi was on the verge of drowning. Her heartlessness was akin to the British Duke's household encountering a malevolent spirit. Jiang Zhiyue longed to grasp his elder brother's ear, imploring him to reflect on what had incited Lin Jingqiu to wreak such havoc within the family. Old Lady Yin felt a twinge of disappointment. After all these years, it was rare to witness her second son so unrestrained, and ironically, it was always due to the actions of the eldest. The British Duke lifted his robes and knelt before old Lady Yin, with Jiang Zhiyue and Jiang Zhiyue following suit. He declared, My son is foolish. Lin is malevolent. Her heart is worthy of execution. This person cannot be spared. Jiang Zhiyue turned his head away, unwilling to acknowledge the British Duke. Old Lady Yin then turned to her eldest son, saying, "Today I have learned something else. You must ponder it carefully. Please, instruct me, mother." The British Duke straightened his back, never shying away from his own faults. Old Lady Yin then looked towards her second son. Jiang Zhiyue defiantly turned his head back. Only then did Old Lady Yin speak. The Lin family has been secretly entangled with the Wei Wang estate for several years. There must be a mastermind behind Lin's actions. The British Duke's expression darkened, and Jiang Zhiyue's countenance grew increasingly grave. When she first entered the household, I stated that those who harm the family cannot be retained. Now, having nearly committed a grave error, have you both considered how you will deal with her? Old Lady Yan's demeanor remained calm, as if the astonishing revelation she had just uttered were merely a trivial matter. Nianshi is a child of the Jiang family. The future of the Jiang family now rests upon your shoulders. It will soon be the children who uphold the family name. You must weigh the pros and cons and make a decisive choice. The Duke of Britain expressed his thoughts without hesitation, stating that Lin should not be spared. Master Jiang paused momentarily and inquired about the situation at the Wei Wang residence. The Duke replied, "I have never allowed her into my study." Master Jiang shot him an irritated glance, questioning, "Are you not concerned about alarming the enemy?" He continued, "If that were the case, it would only be a matter of time. Moreover, they have already initiated the alarm." The Duke, with a grave demeanor, asserted, "If we are to use Lin as a pawn, we must be aware that one day the truth will inevitably come to light." Jiang Zhiyue was momentarily taken aback. Her father's words held merit. The ones who should be anxious were indeed not the Duke's household. Chapter 82. Unconditional trust in the elder brother, with the relationship between the Lin family and the Wei Wang residence exposed. Lin Jingqiu became a precarious element within the Duke's household. Master Jiang's intent was to eliminate any future threats. Both Jiang Zhiyue and the Duke voiced their dissent in unison. "That cannot be." Master Jiang paused, glancing at Jiang Zhiyue. "I can understand your father's disapproval. However, Chan, given how she has harmed you, do you still wish to grant her life?" Jiang Zhiyue clarified, "It would indeed be simple to eliminate Lin Jingqiu, but others will inevitably emerge. As long as the adversary is determined, there will always be a steady stream of individuals seeking information." Master Jiang furrowed his brow. Although that was true, there was no need to be overly fearful of the Wei Wang residence. Jiang Zhiyue gently shook her head, casting a glance at the Duke before whispering, "She is Jiang Nianshi's birth mother, and outwardly has committed no grave offense. Even if the old matriarch of the Guangchang Marquisate claims to ally with her, there is no substantial evidence." Chan's perspective suggested that rather than eliminating Lin, it would be wiser to retain her and observe what schemes she might devise. Jiang Zhiyue echoed his sister's sentiments, amplifying her point. Master Jiang shot the Duke a displeased look, but refrained from further comment. In contrast to the mere two brothers he and his elder brother constituted, the Duke's household had a greater number of children. Hence, Master Jiang's demeanor towards the children was always warm. Even in his disdain for Lin Jingqiu, he treated Jiang Nianshi without bias. Whenever returning home with goods, each child was entitled to a share, and Jiang Nianshi was no exception. To wish for Lin Jingqiu's demise would necessarily entail consideration for Jiang Nianshi. At 4 years old, he was acutely aware of who his birth mother was, and would not forget Lin Jingqiu simply because he was raised by concubine Lian. Master Jiang found himself increasingly vexed. The very fact that Lin was the Duke's concubine and Jiang Nianshi was his elder brother's child made it impossible for him to act against his brother's wishes regarding these two individuals. Observing that her grandson and granddaughter had come to a consensus, the matriarch turned to the Duke, stating, as the head of the household, "It is time for you to make a decision. Lin had committed a grave offense, her heart filled with malice, and she ought to be executed." The Duke looked towards the matriarch, clarifying his stance. Even if she is not executed, she cannot remain in the residence. She should be sent to the estate under strict supervision. Master Jiang frowned slightly, aware that Lin was cunning. Sending her to the estate might risk her being overlooked by those there. Jiang Zhiyue, perceiving her uncle's concerns, addressed the Duke, "That is ill-advised. Even confined to Qiushui residence, Lin could still convey messages. At the estate, where the mountains are high and the emperor distant, she would be even less monitored." Jiang Zhiyue had no intention of letting Lin Jingqiu off the hook, as she had always harbored malice towards her. Releasing her might lead to unforeseen troubles. It is far wiser to keep her under close watch. The Duke of England cast a complex gaze upon his youngest daughter, momentarily averting his eyes from her words. Jiang Zhiyue remained unfazed by her father's evasion, bowing her head in quiet anticipation of his decision. Jiang Zhiyue perceptively sensed her sister's fading emotions, a surge of pity swelling within her. The one most grievously affected by Lin Jingqiu's machinations was Chan, and it was unfortunate that Lin Jingqiu was their father's concubine. Chan could not confront Lin Jingqiu directly. Jiang Zhiyue lowered her gaze, aware that her father cherished her, yet he was also entangled with feelings for Lin Jingqiu. She endeavored to dismiss her feelings, but the resentment within her surged uncontrollably. The blood on Lin Jingqiu's hands was undeniably real. She wished for Lin Jingqiu to suffer. Should her father show weakness, she would take matters into her own hands, ensuring that Lin Jingqiu would find no escape from her fate. In that moment of silence from the Duke, Jiang Zhiyue conjured the worst possible outcome in her mind almost instantaneously. She accepted that her father would not deal with Lin Jingqiu, yet she resolved to act herself. The Duke of England, perceptive as he was, noticed the slight tremor of his youngest daughter's hand concealed within her sleeve, which pierced his heart with sudden pain. He closed his eyes and made a decision. Lin Jingqiu would be rendered gravely ill and confined within Pinggu residence. All her attendants would be replaced, kept under strict surveillance. Jiang Zhiyue raised her gaze to her father, astonishment reflected in her eyes. Jiang Zhiyue smirked slightly. At last, his elder brother had come to his senses. As for Nian Shi, she would remain in the care of Aunt Lien, and the wet nurse beside her would be dealt with. One who could not distinguish her master's desires deserved no mercy. The Duke's decision met with the approval of the matriarch, who nodded in agreement. Since you have made a decision, let it proceed as you have said. After a day of turmoil, I am weary. Let us all return to our rest. With the matriarch's pronouncement, the assembly dispersed. Upon exiting Chunhui Hall, the Duke called for Jiang Zhiyue and Chan, bidding them to accompany him to the study. Jiang Zhiyue hesitated momentarily. Father, I am rather fatigued and wish to retire early. The Duke furrowed his brow, about to insist it would take but a short while, but upon meeting Jiang Zhiye's piercing gaze, he reconsidered. Then, do take care and rest well, he sighed softly. Jiang Zhiyue chose to ignore her father's sigh, departing with her brother. Jiang Zhiye observed the two children leave, casting a cool glance at the Duke, feeling a sense of satisfaction. It serves you right. You should not be so preoccupied with matters in the camp. Chan's distance from you is well-deserved. Just as he was about to leave, the Duke halted him. Ping Zhang, stay and converse with your elder brother. Jiang Zhiye, named Zhua, courtesy Ping Zhang, was taken aback by his brother's despondent tone, which only heightened his earlier sense of schadenfreude. What is this? Has Chan stopped speaking to you? And now you seek me out? Jiang Zhiye teased. The Duke, fully aware of his brother's mockery, nodded with resignation. You are the only one who speaks with me now. Jiang Zhiye's smile faltered. His elder brother could sometimes be foolishly insightful, striking a chord deep within. This pitiful fa truly tugged at the heartstrings of the younger brother. Let us go. Let us go. Who could resist a tender heart? Jiang Zhiye allowed the English gentleman to lead him away, muttering under his breath. Jiang Zhiyue accompanied Jiang Zhiyue back to Yanxi courtyard, pausing at the entrance to gently pat Jiang Zhiyue's head. If you're tired, rest well. Your elder brother is here. I will always protect you. Jiang Zhiyue nodded, forcing a smile, only to have Jiang Zhiyue pinch her cheeks. Brother, that hurts. Jiang Zhiyue swatted her brother's hand away, her beautiful, ink-like eyes filled with grievance as they looked up at Jiang Zhiyue. Instead, Jiang Zhiyue broke into a smile, as it should be. What? Jiang Zhiyue's eyes revealed her confusion. Jiang Zhiyue smiled gently at his sister. If you wish to laugh, then laugh. If you're unhappy, show it. If you feel wronged, complain. Before your brother, you will never need to wear a mask. I will unconditionally believe in you and protect you. Observing his brother's warmth that still resembled a gentle spring breeze, Jiang Zhiyue could no longer hold back and threw herself into her brother's embrace, sobbing and shedding tears. Chapter 83. Fight. Fight on. Jiang Zhiyue had been holding back for far too long. This was the first time since her rebirth that she cried unabashedly in front of her brother. Jiang Zhiyue held his sister tightly, his heart aching, silently patting her back. His soothing gestures were as adept as they had been in their childhood. Yet, Jiang Zhiyue understood that this time, his sister was not crying over toys or treats. Let it out, just cry, he softly reassured her, a bittersweet feeling swelling within him. For the first time, he felt a tinge of resentment towards their father. In the end, Jiang Zhiyue could not recall whether she had fainted from crying or simply exhausted herself. When she awoke, Chongying was vigilantly watching over her. Chongying had a light sleep and woke at the slightest sound. Upon noticing Jiang Zhiyue's awakening, she immediately looked up. Mississippi Jiang Zhiyue felt a soreness in her eyes, and Chongying quickly fetched a cold cloth, saying, "You cried so hard. Your eyes must hurt. Let me apply this." Jiang Zhiyue obediently closed her eyes, allowing Chongying to cool her face. "Did brother say anything?" Jiang Zhiyue inquired, pressing down on the cloth as she spoke in a muffled tone. Chongying shook her head and quietly replied, "Young master only said you were tired and asked you to rest well." As the cloth gradually lost its chill, Jiang Zhiyue removed it, and Chongying replaced it with another. The new cloth's coolness touched her face, causing her to shiver slightly. After a cathartic cry, the pent-up confusion and frustration within Jiang Zhiyue dissipated significantly. Suddenly, she recalled her father's bewildered expression when she had rejected his attempt to speak with her. She felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her relationship with her father was indeed far less intimate than that with her grandmother and uncle. The affection she had previously shown her father was not a sign of closeness. It was merely a tactic to undermine Lin Jingqiu's schemes, leveraging her father's love. In her past life, under Lin Jingqiu's influence, she had been willful and unreasonable, leading to many reprimands from her father. In her rebirth, her impression of him had not notably changed. She still held some fear towards her father and did not trust him entirely. When her father proposed to inflict a serious illness upon Lin Jingqiu, ordering people to watch over her day and night, she was taken aback. Surprised by her father's choice, Jiang Zhiyue soon felt it was only natural. Having experienced life once, she was acutely aware that in any circumstance, her father would invariably opt for the Duke of England over anyone else, herself included. Though the situation seemed to unfold as she had anticipated, Jiang Zhiyue found it impossible to calm her racing heart. Thus, when the Duke wished to speak with her, she chose to evade him. In her mind, she quickly ran through the possibilities. Barring any unforeseen events, Lin Jingqiu would be administered medicine that very day. She intended to inquire about the happenings at Pingguju, keeping a vigilant eye on all who departed from there, ensuring not a single detail escaped her notice. Jiang Zhiyue removed her handkerchief and turned to Chongying. "Please investigate further into where Lin Jingqiu placed her personnel during her tenure in power. Be thorough." Chongying accepted the handkerchief, nodding. "Yes, I shall be meticulous in my inquiries." At that moment, Chang Hui approached with a bowl of sweet custard, accompanied by a small dish of delicate pastries. These were Jiang Zhiyue's favored confections, a habit nurtured by her uncle since her childhood. Her gaze fell upon the pastries as she softly inquired, "Is there a way to thank my uncle?" Chang Hui paused, replying quietly, "They were sent by Lord Dufeng." Dufeng? To think it was sent by her father. Jiang Zhiyue was taken aback, for this was something she had not anticipated. But was it truly beneficial? The Duke of England paced irritably in his study, ultimately ruffling his hair in frustration as he cast a worried glance at Jiang Zhiyue. Jiang Zhiyue leisurely sipped his tea. "It is effective. I have always used this method to soothe Akan." The Duke regarded Jiang Zhiyue with suspicion, suddenly realizing, no, something is amiss. What could it be? Jiang Zhiyue raised an eyebrow at him. The Duke furrowed his brow in distress. "I followed your instructions. Akan must think this was sent by you." Jiang Zhiyue chuckled derisively. "Do you imagine Akan is like you? I had Dufeng deliver it. She surely knows." The Duke fell silent, resembling a deflated bear as he slumped beside Jiang Zhiyue, his hair reflecting his gloom. Seeing this, Jiang Zhiyue nearly ground his teeth in exasperation. "Stop feigning. You have already used this tactic." The Duke grunted, shaking himself and chuckling. "Ping Zhang, do not be so irritable." Jiang Zhiyue shot him a disapproving glance. Just moments ago, his elder brother had lured him into the study with a pitiful demeanor, while a dozen guards blocked the door, demanding he reveal his method of comforting Akan. Now, before him, his brother was attempting to maintain the facade of a sorrowful father. Bah! He would not fall for such trickery. His mother was right. His elder brother was not merely a heartless individual. If he were truly foolish, how could he maintain his position as the Duke of England, commanding 70,000 troops and being a favored confidant of the sage? He simply preferred to avoid exerting himself and entrusted all matters to the clever individuals around him. Jiang Zhiyue closed his eyes, his mind racing with resentment. The Duke of England gazed longingly at the door, awaiting Dufeng's return. At long last, the sound of knocking broke the silence, prompting the Duke to hastily call for the person to enter. Dufeng held a small pouch in his hand and presented it to the Duke of England, saying, This is a token entrusted to me by Miss Liu for the Duke. Jiang Zhiyue emitted a mocking chuckle from his abdomen, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Entrusted to the Duke? Dufeng lowered his head, pretending not to hear Jiang Zhiyue's peculiar inflection. The Duke of England, unfazed, took the pouch and opened it, revealing a protective talisman from the Guogwa temple. Upon seeing this, Jiang Zhiyue remarked with a tinge of bitterness. Some people only need to coax Achan once, and they receive a talisman. Others have flattered for over a decade, and have yet to see what a talisman looks like. The Duke's expression faltered. Jiang Zhiyue thought he might at least be shown the talisman, but to his surprise, the Duke hastily tucked it back into the pouch and concealed it within his robes. Then, he turned to face Jiang Zhiyue, as if nothing had occurred. Jiang Zhiyue was taken aback. Could you at least show me a glimpse? The Duke feigned ignorance. What is there to see? Oh, and by the way, what nonsense. I absolutely must see it. Jiang Zhiyue, rarely resorting to profanity, stood up and reached for the Duke's robes. Dufeng quickly exited the study and securely shut the door behind him. Soon, a cacophony of sounds resembling a fierce altercation erupted from within the study. Dufeng listened intently, noting the ferocity of the blows. It sounded as though each strike landed with force, leaving no mercy. He silently braced the door, hoping fervently that the confrontation would not spill out. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the commotion within the study finally subsided. Dufeng, still on guard, maintained his hold on the door. Sure enough, a resounding crash echoed, akin to porcelain shattering against the door. Dufeng couldn't help but tremble, uncertain whether it was Jiang Zhiyue or the Duke who had caused the ruckus. Chapter 84. The puppeteer. Upon hearing the sharp crack, Jiang Zhiyue felt a sense of vindication wash over him. With a grim expression, he turned to the Duke. I won't hold this against you. After straightening his attire, he prepared to leave. The Duke scoffed. You struck your elder brother and shattered my antique vase. And yet you have the audacity to say that? I did it for Achan, Jiang Zhiyue replied with a forced smile. If you were to exchange her for Tu, he might strike you even harder. The Duke glared at him with annoyance. He wouldn't dare. Indeed, he wouldn't. But I would, Jiang Zhiyue retorted confidently, crossing his arms while scrutinizing the Duke. This is not how a father should behave. I understand you are busy with affairs in the camp, and it is fine to leave household matters to me. However, I am merely Achan's uncle, not her father. Jiang Zhiyue's gaze remained fixed on the Duke, his tone calm, yet edged with a sharpness. I cannot believe my elder brother fails to see that Achan is afraid of you. The Duke froze, closing his eyes and offering no response. Raising a child is not akin to caring for a mere pet. It requires more than just providing food. When our parents raised us brothers, they did far better than you, dear brother. Jiang Zhiyue brushed away the creases from his clothing, approaching the door with a composed demeanor. There is still time. Achan is still young. If you take the time to nurture her affectionately in these coming years, you may very well surpass me in her heart. The Duke looked up, puzzled by his words. Jiang Zhiyue tugged at the corners of his mouth, a faint smile gracing his lips. I actually forgot to mention that although Achan did not give me a peace talisman, I possess a peace sachet handcrafted by her. The British lord immediately sprang to his feet, darting towards Jiang Zhiyue. With a swift motion, Jiang Zhiyue evaded and fled through the study door. Dufeng, astonished, picked up his dropped jaw, marveling at Jiang Zhiyue's remarkable agility. The British lord, brimming with fury, turned to Dufeng, his voice laced with menace. Do you wish to learn? Dufeng quickly clasped his hands in respect. I do not wish to. The British lord pivoted back to the study, retrieving an item before striding towards the inner chamber. Dufeng silently trailed behind him. After a few steps, the British lord halted, glancing back. Do not follow. Dufeng paused, watching as the British lord slowly made his way into the inner chamber. Upon entering, the British lord extracted the peace talisman from the sachet, cradling it in his palm, and moved to a small niche adorned with an incense burner and a memorial tablet. The tablet bore the name of his deceased wife, Sure. With a touch of reluctance, he caressed the peace talisman before placing it reverently before the tablet. His careful demeanor revealed a trace of sorrow. My dear wife, it seems I have not fulfilled your wishes. The British lord smiled softly. Yun and you are well, but little Achan has endured much hardship in my absence. She still offers me peace talismans. Yi has taken good care of her. Yet, Yi scolds me for lacking sincerity. As we once agreed, I would maintain my reputation outside, while you managed the household within. The British lord suddenly choked on his words, covering his face, tears glistening between his fingers. He refrained from saying more. The bond between him and Achan, as Yi had remarked, could still be salvaged before her marriage. After all, as a younger brother, he would not turn a blind eye to his elder brother's plight, would he? In the Wei Wang Fu, the sun shone brightly at noon, perfect for a brief respite. The Wei Wang had just emerged from the palace and settled at the side consort's quarters, indulging in tender moments, when news arrived that Xiang Xiang had come to visit. The side consort, understanding the cue, promptly assisted the Wei Wang in changing attire, respectfully seeing him off. Xiang Xiang awaited the Wei Wang in the study, and the latter arrived swiftly. Wang Yi greeted. "Uncle, there is no need for such formality in our private meetings." The Wei Wang chuckled, helping Xiang Xiang to his seat on his left. Observing the Wei Wang's demeanor, Xiang Xiang noted his excellent spirits, likely due to securing the Salt Patrol mission during his time in the palace. "Is the matter settled?" Xiang Xiang inquired. The Wei Wang nodded with a smile. "Thanks to your mediation, the emperor decided without a second thought. Regarding the Salt Patrol, Wang Yi should take more people with him. As it is not in the capital, your safety is paramount." Xiang Xiang, however, did not agree with the Wei Wang personally undertaking the patrol. It was a laborious and thankless task, fraught with conflicting interests. Should Xian Wang choose to create trouble, executing the mission smoothly would prove exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, the Wei Wang lacked any substantial achievements and had to vie for the Salt Patrol. At the very least, he needed to showcase his capabilities before Rong and Di. Otherwise, all that would be seen was Xian Wang, which would not bode well. The Wei Wang nodded with a smile. "The emperor has provided me with a squad of imperial guards, each capable of taking on 10 foes." Xiang furrowed his brow and remarked, "Your Highness, the master of the Imperial Forest Army is, after all, His Majesty. It is essential to have some trusted confidants." Xiang's admonition was well intended, but a flicker of displeasure crossed Wei Wang's brow before swiftly vanishing. "Rest assured, Uncle, I have my trusted aides with me." Perhaps due to Wei Wang's youth, he tended to underestimate the seemingly ordinary Xian Wang. Xiang disapproved of Wei Wang's dismissive attitude. "Your Highness must not take the threat lightly. This year, Xian Wang's wife's brother is set to participate in the imperial examinations, and given his talent, passing will be a mere formality. Should Xian Wang's lineage gain favor with the emperor, it would be unwise to overlook this." Wei Wang grasped the underlying message, and his expression darkened. "It seems your suggestion has become futile, as the spies from the Duke of England's residence have conveyed that the Lin family is of no use." Xiang nodded. "I am aware of this matter. The Lin family still holds value. Her daughter remains in the Lin household, and she will not simply fade into obscurity." "Are you implying that we should assist the Lin family once more?" Wei Wang admired Xiang's acumen. For years, he had recognized that the Duke of England could not be wholly relied upon, and schemes were in place to undermine the Duke's residence. When the Lin family was initially positioned as a pawn, who could have anticipated the eventual turn of events? Initially, everything seemed to be progressing well, with the Duke's relationship with his legitimate son and daughter becoming increasingly tenuous. Yet, unexpectedly, circumstances shifted. The Lin family faced a setback and even found themselves confined within the Duke's residence. The Duke's household, however, appeared unaffected aside from the dissolution of a rather ill-fated engagement, a fact that left Wei Wang feeling particularly regretful. Noticing the change in Wei Wang's demeanor, Xiang smiled confidently. "Fear not, Your Highness. While the Lin family may seem unserviceable, other advantageous moves remain at our disposal." Upon hearing this, Wei Wang felt reassured. Although he sometimes found his uncle's methods unappealing, he acknowledged their effectiveness. "I have heard that my young cousin seems to have an interest in the Duke of England's youngest daughter. Should this endeavor succeed, it would indeed be a fortuitous affair." Wei Wang lifted his teacup, savoring a sip, and remarked, "This is this year's newly received tribute tea. Even my father finds it quite agreeable." Xiang, with his aged eyes, regarded Wei Wang, acknowledging his awareness of the latest news. "Indeed, you are well informed, Your Highness," he noted, recognizing that this information had likely been gathered through Wei Wang's own network. Chapter 85. Misunderstood Memories. Seeing the subtle shift in Xiang's expression, Wei Wang narrowed his eyes and chuckled. "Uncle, do not overthink. I learned of it when my wife visited my mother and happened to encounter my aunt conversing with her." Xiang maintained a composed demeanor. "This is merely a family matter. There is nothing that Your Highness cannot be privy to." Wei Wang's eyes sparkled with mirth. "The matter of my young cousin's marriage requires your approval, Uncle. If you consent, seeking my father's decree would indeed yield a satisfactory resolution. After all, the young lady from the Jiang family also possesses the Emperor's blessing." Xiang understood Wei Wang's intentions, but recognized the Duke of England as a cunning figure. appearing blunt yet possessing a slippery nature. His eldest daughter had become the primary consort of Xian Wang, and as Wei Wan's maternal uncle. Securing such a marriage would likely encounter the emperor's disapproval. This matter posed a challenge. Xiaoxiang did not wholly dismiss Wei Wan's proposal, for he had learned from Xiefu that Jiang Mao's youngest daughter was particularly favored in the household. If indeed could wed Jiang Zhiyue, it would certainly waver the Duke of England's resolve in supporting King Xian. After all, one tends to favor that which they cherish more. The King of Wei maintained a smiling demeanor, the mirth in his eyes akin to a crescent moon. It is difficult, yet not entirely impossible. It would be a pity to utterly destroy the Duke of England's manor. If a portion could be utilized for my benefit, it would possess some value. The King of Wei's words were as candid as could be. He yearned to siphon off the Duke of England's allegiance to King Xian. Were it not for the fact that I already have a primary consort, I would be tempted to give it a try, he jested, although the gravity of his tone belied the humor. However, Xiaoxiang, having known the King of Wei for many years, understood his character. He was one who sought to obliterate that which he could not possess. Without the support of the Duke of England, the Duke's household was destined to become an adversary of the King of Wei, inevitably to be trampled underfoot. There was no need for haste, as there was another pressing matter to inform the prince about. Xiaoxiang casually dropped a bombshell. The princess consort of Xian was with child. Indeed, upon hearing this, the King of Wei's smile vanished in an instant. Although he had been married to Wang Shuo for 2 years, he had only 2 daughters. Should the princess consort of Xian bear a son, that child would be the heir apparent. A ruthless glint ignited in the King of Wei's gaze. The heir apparent must emerge from the House of Wei. Xiaoxiang nodded in agreement. The position of the heir was of paramount importance. Before the Emperor Rongyan appointed a crown prince, the title of heir apparent was exceedingly coveted. The heir apparent, the foremost among the grandchildren. Emperor Rongyan would undoubtedly favor this child, and the child's parents would similarly bask in the emperor's partiality. This was a contest they must certainly engage in. Lin Jingxiu had been bedridden with a severe illness for several days. Xiao Shi, managing the affairs of the duke's household, had naturally summoned physicians, all of whom, without exception, were at a loss regarding Lin Jingxiu's ailment. Jiang Zhiyue instructed Shun Mo to keep a watchful eye on the Lin family. They were bound to visit Lin Jingxiu sooner or later. Even if not for Lin Jingxiu, those pulling the strings behind the scenes would undoubtedly wish to ascertain the current situation of the duke's household. The most prudent course of action was to bide one's time. Thus, Jiang Zhiyue was engaged in inventorying the belongings her late mother had left her. During this process, she came across the exquisite warm white jade pendant intricately carved with a dragon, which had been present at the last banquet. Jiang Zhiyue held the pendant in her hand, feeling it was far too precious. The meticulous craftsmanship was indeed a masterpiece of the world. Yet, she could not recall when her mother had bestowed this invaluable pendant upon her. Chongying, do you remember when mother gave me this pendant? Jiang Zhiyue inquired. Chongying approached, examining the pendant closely, then shook her head. I do not know. It seems to have been with you since I joined you, miss. Jiang Zhiyue was momentarily taken aback. That was right. By the time Chongying came to her side, her mother had already passed. If you wish to know, perhaps you could inquire with the matriarch, she suggested. At that moment, Chong Hui entered, cradling a piece of phoenix tail silk and gently placing it before Jiang Zhiyue. This material was sent by the Duke, intended for making garments for you, miss. Jiang Zhiyue gazed at the phoenix tail silk, a fabric adorned with phoenix feather patterns, symbolizing auspiciousness and rare to find in the capital. Her father has been incessantly sending her gifts lately, food, drink, entertainment, clothing, and all necessities, which has stirred a pang of envy in Zhang Wanbai. Jiang Zhiyue shifted her gaze from the phoenix tail gauze to Chong Hui and inquired, what do you mean by suggesting I ask grandmother? Does the young lady not remember? The old matriarch has kept these items for you and knows their origins, Chong Hui replied, her eyes darting towards the direction of Pinga residence. That person has previously taken away many of your cherished possessions. The matriarch is merely concerned for you. At Chong Hui's words, Jiang Zhiyue recalled the jade pendant must indeed be a gift from her mother. She became lost in memories. She was just over 3 years old when her mother passed away. Her grandmother had mentioned that the year her mother departed, she fell gravely ill and nearly lost her life. After recovering, perhaps due to overwhelming sorrow, some memories of her mother had become quite hazy. This pendant must reside within those blurred recollections. Otherwise, why would it be placed in the treasure chest crafted by her mother? Realizing the truth, Jiang Zhiyue carefully set the warm white jade carved dragon pendant aside. Let's keep it safe and refrain from taking it out again to avoid any damage. Understood. Long Ying and Chang Hui replied in unison, and together with Jiang Zhiyue, they began to sort through the contents of the treasure chest. Long Ying carried the chest away to store it, while Chang Hui brought Jiang Zhiyue a bowl of sweet, glutinous rice balls. Just as she took a bite, Shen Mo arrived. Upon seeing Shen Mo, Chang Hui pouted her lips in displeasure. Shen Mo, bewildered, wondered what he had done to provoke this little lady, as she never seemed pleased with him. Jiang Zhiyue chuckled and instructed Chang Hui to serve Shen Mo a bowl of sweet rice balls as well. Reluctantly, Chang Hui filled a bowl and handed it to him. Shen Mo looked at Jiang Zhiyue in confusion. Jiang Zhiyue smiled softly. Go ahead and eat. She's simply upset that I couldn't have some when you arrived. Chang Hui mischievously winked at Shen Mo, peering down at the warm rice balls in his hands, chose not to engage with the young girl. Here is a letter from the princess for you. Mississippi Shen Mo, not rushing to eat, first retrieved the letter from Princess Xianwang. Chang Hui quickly took it and delivered it to Jiang Zhiyue. Feeling the warmth of the letter, Jiang Zhiyue looked up and smiled at Shen Mo. Thank you for your hard work these days. Shen Mo replied solemnly, serving the sixth miss is my duty. Jiang Zhiyue chose not to elaborate further and asked him to visit the sewing room to arrange a few winter outfits. Shen Mo was her steadfast and loyal guard, and she believed in reciprocating kindness. As she unsealed the letter, Jiang Zhiyue read through it swiftly. Realizing she would need to find an opportunity to visit the Xianwang residence to meet her elder sister. Matters concerning Prince Wei were far too delicate to be conveyed through writing. Chapter 86. On the origin of rumors. How many days has it been now? 3 days. I believe. 3 days? I feel as though a year has passed. Indeed, 1 day apart feels like 3 autumns. It is not surprising you feel this way, Your Highness. Outside the martial arts training ground, Princess Boyang, who was secretly observing her son practice, turned her head with a frigid expression to glare at the furtive Duke of Lu beside her. The Duke immediately fell silent and pointed ahead. Princess Boyang furrowed her brows and turned to see her son standing right in front of her. Discovered. Lu Qingxiao had sensed their presence the moment the princess and the Duke began their covert watch. With such a grand phoenix crown atop his head, it was nearly impossible for him to pretend he was unseen. Mother, father. Lu Qingxiao deliberately maintained a respectful distance, aware of his mother's penchant for cleanliness. Princess Boyang forced an awkward smile, striving to project maternal authority. Oh, it's nothing. It's just that your grandmother is getting on in years, and you are her only grandson. Mother, Lu Qingxiao replied, glancing at Princess Boyang. Grandmother is preoccupied with arranging a match for Lan Ning and cannot attend to me at the moment. The Duke of Lu stifled a chuckle. Princess Boyang stiffened, blinked, and quickly added, then what about me? Your mother longs for grandchildren. With a sigh, Lu Qingxiao responded, I will urge Guiqi to hasten the process and father a child soon. At last, Princess Boyang could no longer contain herself. Pointing an accusing finger at Lu Qingxiao and narrowing her eyes in a threatening manner. You must settle your marriage this year, or I shall not close my eyes in death. Your health is robust, mother. You shall surely live a long life, Lu Qingxiao replied, his expression unchanging. Seeing the princess on the verge of losing her temper, the Duke of Lu hastily intervened to mediate the situation. All right, it's nothing serious. Your mother is merely concerned for you. Winter approaches, and the weather grows cold. Noticing the beads of sweat on Lu Qingxiao's forehead, Princess Boyang suddenly softened her stance. Waving her hand dismissively, go take a bath to avoid the chill. With that, she turned and departed. Lu Qingxiao bowed his head in respectful farewell, betraying no emotion. The Duke paused slightly, said nothing, and patted Lu Qingxiao's shoulder before quickly following the princess. Returning to Tsongshan courtyard, Lu Qingxiao encountered Lu Guiqi, who had come to visit him. Please, have a seat. As brothers who had grown up together, Lu Qingxiao and Lu Guiqi shared a bond closer than most. Upon hearing Lu Qingxiao's words, Lu Guiqi made himself at home, summoning a servant for wine and instructing the kitchen to prepare his favorite hot pot, particularly requesting generous portions of lamb. When Lu Qingxiao emerged after changing into his regular attire, he found Lu Guiqi comfortably settled, as if in his own abode. Without further ado, Lu Qingxiao sat down and began to eat. Both being warriors, their daily training consumed considerable energy. A single meal between them could rival the sustenance needed for an ordinary man for an entire day. After dining, Lu Qingxiao observed Lu Guiqi, who showed no intention of leaving, and frowned. Lu Guiqi, however, merely smiled. leaning leisurely against the railing with an air of nonchalance. When entrusted with a task, one must at least appear to fulfill it. Lu Qingxiao closed his eyes and stood up to depart. Quick as a flash, Lu Guiqi seized his wrist, exclaiming, "Elder brother, one meal suffices for you to fulfill your obligation." Unfazed, Lu Qingxiao fixed a steady gaze upon him. Lu Guiqi laughed, his expression mirroring that of General Lu, the only distinction being Lu Guiqi's youth and innocence. Such matters cannot be handled in this manner. Lu Guiqi urged his companion to take a seat. Preparing to feign nonchalance, "My parents have repeatedly instructed me to ascertain the reasons behind your reluctance to marry." Lu Qingxiao remained standing, facing Lu Guiqi, his imposing stature compelling Lu Guiqi to rise as well. Suddenly, Lu Guiqi chuckled. "Brother, it does not concern me how you treat me. But if you were to behave similarly towards a young lady, she would surely find it unbearable." Lu Qingxiao tilted his head to regard him. Noticing Lu Qingxiao's gaze, Lu Guiqi's brow quirked. Had he inadvertently hit upon the truth? Could such a person truly exist? Lu Guiqi felt he had struck a chord. Lu Qingxiao denied it. "No." Lu Guiqi burst into hearty laughter, leaning against a pillar as he scrutinized Lu Qingxiao from head to toe. "Not so, brother." Lu Qingxiao cast him a sidelong glance. Lu Guiqi grinned slyly. "If there were truly no such person, you would typically rebuke me for my nonsense, rather than hastily attempt to explain." Before Lu Qingxiao could respond, Lu Guiqi continued, "If you now wish to declare my words as mere folly, it must indeed be the case that such a person exists." Having been guessed correctly twice in succession by his younger brother, Lu Qingxiao's lips curled slightly. "Very well, you are quite astute." Lu Guiqi trembled with laughter, while Lu Qingxiao remained stoic, unyielding. It was a rare sight to witness his typically cold and indifferent elder brother in such a light, perhaps indicating that good fortune was indeed on the horizon. "I would like the opportunity to meet this young lady," Lu Guiqi remarked. "I have always been curious about what kind of woman could capture my brother's heart." Lu Qingxiao, with a weary sigh, pinched the bridge of his nose. "No, it is not a matter of being smitten." Lu Guiqi regarded him with skepticism, for your earlier reaction suggested otherwise. Lu Qingxiao's brow twitched. He understood that no matter what he said, Lu Guiqi would remain unconvinced. Observing Lu Qingxiao's vehement denial, Lu Guiqi chuckled. "Father has informed me that you intend to assist in selecting a suitor for her." Lu Qingxiao inquired. "What is inappropriate about that?" Lu Guiqi looked at him incredulously. "Have you never considered your own position in this matter?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxiao's gaze sharpened like a sword directed at Lu Guiqi. Unfazed, Lu Guiqi pressed on. "I can understand if you deem Guiji unsuitable, and I can comprehend your reservations regarding Xie. But why dismiss the second son of the King of Fortune? He possesses both literary and martial talents, albeit not exceptional in either, yet he is competent nonetheless. You are more rigorous in selecting a suitor for her than her own parents. If you were to care for her yourself, would that not put your mind at ease?" Lu Guiqi coaxed. "Consider this, you are a general of the Tiger Ben camp, and you hold a noble title. With your remarkable intellect and martial prowess, few could rival you. Your mother is a princess, and your father a duke. Such a distinguished lineage, who else could compare? Moreover, your aunt and uncle eagerly await your marriage and would treat your bride with utmost reverence, ensuring that your concerns about her care are unfounded. Is this not a win-win situation?" Lu Qingxiao resolutely shook his head. "I am not suitable." Lu Guiqi pressed on relentlessly. "What makes you unsuitable?" Lu Qingxiao fell silent. Observing this, Lu Guiqi realized he had touched upon the reason for his brother's aversion to marriage. His gaze shifted uncertainly towards Lu Qingxiao. After a prolonged silence, he lowered his voice deliberately, cautiously asking, "Could it be that you believe you cannot provide her with a happy life?" Lu Qingxiao was lost in his thoughts when he heard Lu Guiqi's cautious inquiry. He surprisingly nodded lightly. Lu Guiqi was greatly astonished. Could it be that his elder brother was truly unable to? Chapter 87. An unexpected reason for not marrying after the initial shock. Lu Guiqi observed Lu Qingxiao and felt that his elder brother's cold and handsome visage was marked by profound unspoken burdens. The usually articulate Lu Guiqi found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxiao was oblivious to his brother's thoughts, which had wandered far from the matter at hand. Growing slightly irritated, he began to usher Lu Guiqi away. "All right, our conversation is over. You should leave now. Remember to report to the camp the day after tomorrow." With that, Lu Qingxiao departed, leaving Lu Guiqi's mind in a state of disarray, fixated on a singular thought. his brother was bearing such a tremendous secret alone, even to the extent of deciding to choose a suitor for the girl who had captured his heart. Surely, his brother must be suffering greatly. Lu Guiqi gazed at Lu Qingxiao's retreating figure, feeling an overwhelming sense of melancholy. No, he must find a way to resolve this issue for his elder brother. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Lu Guiqi promptly left Songshan courtyard, making his way to the princess's Linbo courtyard. Upon learning of Lu Guiqi's arrival, the princess exchanged a glance with Duke Lu and permitted him to enter. As soon as Lu Guiqi stepped inside, he quickly bowed. "Greetings to my esteemed aunt and uncle. I am urgently in need of your counsel. Please dismiss the others." Princess Boyang's expression tightened as she looked to Fuli. "Everyone, please leave," Fuli instructed. And the servants filed out, leaving only the princess, Duke Lu, and Fuli in the room. Lu Guiqi hesitated momentarily, realizing that this matter could only be shared with his aunt and uncle. After a brief exchange of glances, the princess signaled to Fuli, who discreetly withdrew. Once Fuli had exited, Lu Guiqi hastened to stand before the princess and Duke Lu, speaking in hushed tones. "I must apologize for my intrusion, but this is the reason my elder brother refuses to marry." He uncovered the cup of tea in front of Duke Lu, dipped a finger into the liquid, and inscribed the words incapable of consummation. "What?" the princess exclaimed, unable to contain her shock. The news was utterly staggering. Startled, she knocked over the teacup, while Duke Lu remained frozen, utterly speechless. The couple could scarcely believe their eyes. "Are you certain?" the princess asked, her voice trembling. "He is not ill." Lu Guiqi's expression was grave. "My brother confirmed it with his own lips." "Confirmed it?" Duke Lu snapped back to reality, eagerly pressing for details, his face a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Lu Guiqi recounted the entirety of his conversation with Lu Qingxiao. Finally, the weight on the hearts of the princess and Duke Lu dissipated. The princess's face turned ashen. How could he not confide such a significant matter? Duke Lu's eyes were vacant, grappling with the revelation of such a hidden ailment. Despite their immense shock, the couple lowered their voices, fearful of being overheard. After exchanging a glance, they seemed on the verge of tears. Seeing their distress, Lu Guiqi quickly reassured his elders, "Please, do not cry. Now that we understand the reason, we must devise a way to assist my brother in his healing. We cannot allow him to truly choose a suitor for his beloved." At this declaration, the princess and Duke Lu were once again taken aback. "Choose a suitor? For whom?" Lu Guiqi lamented with deep sorrow. "On that day, my elder brother sought our father to discuss a matter concerning the selection of a suitor for his beloved. Surely, it was due to his concealed affliction that he resorted to such a desperate measure. As for my substitution of the term benefactor with beloved, I find no issue with it. How could he even contemplate selecting a suitor for that child?" The crown princess's heart shattered, her eyes glistening with tears, on the verge of spilling over. It was almost unimaginable to fathom how long this matter had been buried in Wubbing's heart. To utter such words about choosing a suitor for the young lady of the Jiang family from his lips must have been a grievous wound, were it not for some unspeakable burden, who would push away the girl they cherished. Lu Guiqi felt particularly distraught, had it not been for this, his elder brother, possessing both literary and martial talents, would have been an extraordinary match with his beloved. Duke Lu retained a semblance of composure as he turned to Lu Guiqi, stating, "You must keep this matter under wraps. I shall personally attend to Wubbing's search for a physician." Lu Guiqi nodded earnestly. "Uncle, rest assured. This matter shall remain known to no other." Good child. I am immensely grateful to you today," Duke Lu thought to himself, feeling a pang of sorrow at the unforeseen revelation his nephew had uncovered regarding his son. Observing the crown princess and Duke Lu in their dazed state, Lu Guiqi expressed his concern. "Aunt, uncle, shall I stay a while longer? This matter is indeed." Duke Lu glanced at the visibly distracted crown princess and waved his hand to dismiss him. "It is of no consequence. You may return. Remember, do not speak of this to anyone." Lu Guiqi solemnly raised his hand in a vow. "I swear I shall not divulge this matter, should I breach this oath. May heaven punish me." "Good child, do not utter such words. Your aunt believes in you." The crown princess regained her composure with a forced smile. "Please return home well. In a few days, I shall invite you both for a small gathering at our residence." Lu Guiqi nodded, meticulously wiping away the tea stains, and departed with a respectful bow. Upon exiting Linbo courtyard, he encountered Fu Li, who greeted him with respect. "Second young master, I shall escort you." Lu Guiqi hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Fu Li, having served the crown princess for many years, understood that there were matters her mistress chose not to disclose, and she was keenly aware of this. Once outside Linbo courtyard, Lu Guiqi pondered for a moment before addressing Fu Li. Aunt should pay close attention to uncle and aunt these days. If they remain troubled and unable to eat, please send word to me. Fu Li was taken aback, but nodded slightly, understood. Seeing Fu Li's acceptance, Lu Guiqi no longer hesitated, instructing her to halt while he hastened away. Fu Li returned to Linbo courtyard, choosing to wait outside. Unless the crown princess summoned her, she would remain on guard. The crown princess was nearly overcome with tears in Duke Lu's embrace, utterly unprepared for the revelation that her son was, in fact, incapable. Her son, a gallant and handsome young man, praised throughout the capital as a valiant general, such a brave youth, was, in truth, unable. The crown princess found herself grappling with disbelief, reflecting on the years of pressure she had exerted upon her son. His demeanor increasingly appeared to her as a testament to her own overreach, and she wept quietly in despair. I truly am not a good mother. How could I have been unaware of the immense burden he carried? The grand princess laments her past decisions, pondering that had she known the present circumstances, she would not have pressed him so. The Duke of Lu finds himself at a loss on how to console his wife, as he too bears the weight of this revelation. He never imagined that the reason for the refusal to marry stemmed from such an unspoken affliction. Your Highness, do not despair. There must be a resolution to this matter. He gently reassures the Grand Princess, his expression clouded with concern. The immediate priority is for the unwell to not shy away from seeking medical help. There must be a remedy for this predicament. Encouraged by his words, the Grand Princess rekindles her hope, affirming, yes, you are right. He is still so young. Surely there is a way. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxiao, who had been subjected to his parents' incessant nagging, sneezes violently in his study, instinctively glancing towards the Linbo courtyard. What mischief are they discussing about him today? Chapter 88. Please sense her murderous intent. Since her confinement, Lin Jingxiu has remained in a perpetual haze. Jiang Zhiyue visited her once, finding her languidly reclined in bed, appearing incapable of even recognizing the person before her. It is not that Lin Jingxiu lacks the desire to retaliate. Rather, the methods employed by the Duke of England are beyond the means of a mere woman of the household to withstand. During her days of confinement, Lin Jingxiu has contemplated that her life is now entirely at the mercy of another. Even in her weakened state, Jiang Zhiyue does not allow herself to be complacent. Lin Jingxiu's close ties to the Lin family have raised their suspicions at her prolonged illness. They have sent a message seeking to visit her. This matter was promptly reported to the Duke of England, who permitted the visit. However, the entire affair is supervised by concubine Lian and accompanied by Jiang Yinshi. Jiang Zhiyue is well aware that those accompanying concubine Lian and Jiang Yinshi are trusted confidants of the matriarch, tasked with keeping a vigilant eye on the Lin family and Lin Jingxiu. Jiang Zhiyue harbors no fear that the Lin family will uncover the peculiarities surrounding Lin Jingxiu's illness. Even if they did, they would dare not speak out, for the Lin family is already on edge, aware that Lin Jingxiu was merely a pawn sent into the Duke's residence. Now that this piece has fallen ill, they are keen to ascertain whether her true identity has been exposed. Yet, with concubine Lian and Jiang Yinshi present throughout, Madame Lin, He Wei, is left in the dark, unable to glean any information. Observing Lin Jingxiu's dazed demeanor only heightens her anxiety. At this critical juncture, she frets over Lin Yuzhong's marriage prospects. Unbeknownst to her, an unexpected upheaval has occurred. The matriarch of the Guangchang Marquisate has been abruptly dispatched. The Empress Dowager has issued a decree of reprimand, stripping her of her title. The Guangchang Marquisate has thus been publicly shamed within the capital. As for the heir, his marital prospects have become a veritable hot potato in the city. Who would dare accept such a man? His reputation is marred by scandal, and his family has faced rebuke from the palace, rendering their standing in society utterly compromised. Any family of repute shuns the notion of an alliance with the Guangchang Marquisate. Yet, the previously scandalous rendezvous has drawn the Marquisate's attention to the Lin family. He Wei muses that they are, after all, a Marquisate, and should possess some wealth. Yet, Lin Guidong was unwilling to acquiesce, insisting on inquiring about Lin Jingxiu's sentiments. Whenever Lin Guidong spoke, He understood that she had no room for dialogue, and could only obediently deliver the invitation to the Duke's residence. He did not merely present the invitation once. The reasons for refusal were consistently that Aunt Lin was recuperating and should not be disturbed. It was unclear why permission was eventually granted. Thus, Hiyue hurriedly made her way to the residence. However, upon her arrival, Lin Jingqiu was in a stupor, unable to utter a single word. After Hiyue departed, Chang Hui came to inform Jiang Zhiyue. Jiang Zhiyue, caressing the newly delivered Su embroidery screen, smiled faintly. Let us go visit Aunt Lin. Lin Jingqiu was not entirely devoid of consciousness. The medication prescribed by the Duke would render one drowsy and weak, unable to speak but still capable of hearing others. The visits from the Lin family brought no useful news for Lin Jingqiu. She needed to assist Lin Jingqiu in revealing her true intentions and reaching out to the Wei Wangfu. Chang Ying donned a cloak and accompanied Jiang Zhiyue to Pinghuju. En route, they fortuitously encountered a young maidservant heading to the kitchen to fetch meals for Lin Jingqiu, and they proceeded together. This was not Jiang Zhiyue's first visit to Pinghuju, yet this time, she found it eerily tranquil. Unfazed, Jiang Zhiyue strode directly to Lin Jingqiu's bedside. The maidservant greeted Jiang Zhiyue, announcing her presence as the 6th Mississippi Lin Jingqiu, unable to discern clearly. Recognized from the maidservant's words that the visitor was indeed Jiang Zhiyue. Jiang Zhiyue waved her hand, instructing the maidservant to stand guard at the door. The maidservant, sent by the matriarch and fully aware of the 6th Mrs. standing within the household, promptly complied and exited. Lin Jingqiu strained to open her eyes. Even though her vision was blurred, she yearned to glare fiercely at Jiang Zhiyue. Jiang Zhiyue chuckled lightly, casually lifting the gauzy curtain and draping it over Lin Jingqiu's eyes. Already lacking in strength, the curtain obscured her vision further, making it increasingly difficult for her to breathe. She could only emit a few strange sounds. Jiang Zhiyue observed Lin Jingqiu struggling for a while, then slowly drew back the curtain. Do you realize what time and day it is, Aunt? Jiang Zhiyue inquired knowingly. Since being drugged and confined, Lin Jingqiu had been in a constant stupor, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Jiang Zhiyue watched as Lin Jingqiu writhed, attempting to look her way, and continued, there is no need for you to know. There is merely a rumor circulating lately that I wish to share with you. Lin Jingqiu, astute as she was, immediately connected the dots regarding Lin Yuzhong. Perhaps out of maternal concern, Lin Jingqiu suddenly widened her eyes in shock, gazing at Jiang Zhiyue. Both Chang Hui and Chang Ying were startled by Lin Jingqiu's reaction. Only Jiang Zhiyue remained unperturbed, observing Lin Jingqiu with calm composure, entirely dismissive of her presence. You are quite clever, Aunt. I am certain you can surmise the truth. Your meticulous schemes to have Lin Yuzhong replace me and marry into the Guangchang Marquisate are soon to come to fruition. Old Madame Duan has suffered disgrace at your hands, leading you to this predicament. Can you guess how the Marquis's wife will plan for her son? Jiang Zhiyue leaned slightly forward, clearly perceiving the overwhelming hatred in Lin Jingqiu's eyes. Unfazed, she smiled and remarked, Hatred? Is that how you regard me, Aunt? Lin Jingqiu's neck veins bulged, gritting her teeth as she called out Jiang Zhiyue's name. Jiang Zhiyue slowly placed her hand around Lin Jingqiu's throat, exerting a subtle pressure. Lin Jingqiu looked at Jiang Zhiyue in terror, sensing her murderous intent. In fact, she was genuinely tightening her grip, causing Lin Jingqiu to feel as though she was on the brink of asphyxiation. Just as Lin Jingqiu's eyes rolled back, Jiang Zhiyue abruptly released her grasp. Lin Jingqiu gasped greedily for air, her chest heaving violently. She had nearly been strangled to death by Jiang Zhiyue. How dare she? Observing Lin Jingqiu's desperate struggle, Jiang Zhiyue even broke into a smile. Leaning closer to the still frightened Lin Jingqiu, she lowered her voice, enunciating each word. Death would be far too lenient for you. I want you to witness the people around you, one by one, plunging into the abyss of suffering, doomed to eternal torment, with no hope of rebirth. The first will be Lin Yuzhong. She will undoubtedly marry into the Guangchang Marquisate, living her life with the tarnished reputation of an illicit affair. Moreover, the Marquis and his wife will undoubtedly shower her with attention, knowing she is your niece. Jiang Zhiyue deliberately emphasized the word niece. Lin Jingqiu, already disoriented and shaken, momentarily believed Jiang Zhiyue was referring to her daughter, causing her complexion to shift dramatically. Chapter 89. He could not sleep through the night having savored Lin Jingqiu's panic. Jiang Zhiyue straightened up, looking down at her from a position of dominance. Aunt seems confused again. Have someone come in to administer the medicine. Chang Hui immediately turned to summon the attendants for Lin Jingqiu, relaying Jiang Zhiyue's words. Upon seeing Lin Jingqiu's emotional turmoil, a maid hastily joined another maid to administer the medicine that had been allowed to cool for a while into Lin Jingqiu's mouth. Lin Jingqiu wished to resist, unwilling to take the medicine. However, she felt utterly powerless, unable to muster even a single retort. Once the medicine was swallowed, its effects quickly took hold. The once vague images in Lin Jingqiu's mind began to coalesce into a thick fog, rendering her vision increasingly unclear. The maid was Wenju. Seeing Lin Jingqiu finally calm down, Wenju turned to Jiang Zhiyue and knelt, saying, "Thank you, sixth miss, for your reminder. If Ant's mania were to flare up, it might cause you harm." Jiang Zhiyue smiled gently, her demeanor exceedingly warm. "It's no trouble, Wenju. Please take good care of Ant. I shall take my leave now." Lin Jingqiu, feeling weak, found her fleeting moments of lucidity overtaken by worry. She wanted to call out to Jiang Zhiyue to clarify the conversation. Had she truly misheard? Or had Jiang Zhiyue uncovered Yu Zhong's identity? Lin Jingqiu struggled to convince herself that she must have misheard. Yet, a fearful voice within her continually echoed, asserting that her secret had been discovered. The secret she had concealed for years. Lin Jingqiu opened her mouth to shout, but the effects of the medicine surged forth, gradually erasing the last remnants of her clarity, and she succumbed to a heavy slumber. Exiting from Pingu residence, Jiang Zhiyue's mood remained unchanged. In truth, when she had reached out to Lin Jingqiu, she had genuinely contemplated taking her life. Jiang Zhiyue maintained her composure, though her hands trembled slightly within her sleeves. She had come perilously close to taking Lin Jingqiu's life. However, to dispatch Lin Jingqiu so swiftly would not quell the resentment that simmered within her heart. She yearned for Lin Jingqiu to endure all the tribulations she had faced in her previous life, and to repay them manifold. Zhang Ying, having been by Jiang Zhiyue's side for many years, noticed her unease since her departure from Pingu residence, and signaled Chang Hui to prepare some sweet delicacies. The young lady had a penchant for sweets, and indulging in them during times of distress could provide some solace. Indeed, upon returning to Yanxi courtyard, Jiang Zhiyue found herself alone in the study practicing her calligraphy. After grinding the ink, Chang Ying quietly kept her company. One admirable trait of Jiang Zhiyue was her unwavering focus while practicing. From the moment she picked up her brush, she immersed herself completely. Initially restless, she calmed her mind after transcribing a section of the Heart Sutra, gradually finding tranquility. Observing the increasingly steady strokes of her characters, Jiang Zhiyue reassured herself that haste would yield no fruitful results. Since she was on the path of vengeance, impatience was her foe. Simultaneously, Princess Boyang was consumed with anxiety regarding her son's predicament. Duke Lu echoed her sentiments, attempting to console her. The princess wore a troubled expression. How could she not be anxious? The situation was grave. Duke Lu, helpless, gently reminded her, "Your Highness, if you are too hasty, it may reveal flaws that could complicate matters further." The princess's expression hardened as she turned to fiercely grip Duke Lu's arm, gritting her teeth. "Speak. What should we do?" Duke Lu winced, but did not withdraw. "Let us begin with dietary remedies," he suggested softly, having discreetly inquired about some nutritional solutions. Princess Boyang regarded him with skepticism. "Is this reliable?" Duke Lu nodded, leaning closer to her ear and lowering his voice further. "We cannot directly inquire. We must proceed cautiously and test little by little. If successful, we may find a breakthrough." The princess's eyes sparkled with excitement as she considered his words. "You are correct. After all, he is still young. If we try all the methods, surely one will prove effective." Seeing her spirits lift, Duke Lu felt a sense of relief and tenderly remarked, "In the coming days, I shall ensure he dines at home. You need not worry." The princess shot him a playful glare, her earlobes slightly flushed at his uncharacteristic levity. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxiao returned from his watch at the camp, and Zhang He approached him, inquiring if he would join him for a meal. Lu Qingxiao glanced at Zhang He, who had recently taken to dining at home. Upon hearing this, Zhang He rubbed his hands together eagerly. He had accompanied the young general to the princess's residence before, and it was undeniable that the culinary skills there vastly surpassed those of the cooks in the Tiger Bend camp. Whether it was exotic delicacies or simple fare, the flavors were extraordinarily distinct. Leading his beloved steed, Chengfeng, outside the camp, Lu Qingxiao was followed by the unabashed Zhang He. Though Lu Qingxiao said nothing, his silence tacitly permitted Zhang He to accompany him for the meal. The journey from the Tiger Bend camp to the Princess Boyang's residence would take about half an hour at a gallop. Typically, Lu Qingxiao would remain at the camp during rest days. In recent days, Duke Lu had specifically reminded him that the Grand Princess had been experimenting with some new dishes she wished to share. It was only then that Lu Qingxiao returned home to dine. Zhang He was aware of this and thought that the young general was, in fact, a remarkably filial child. Even he would not travel back and forth between home and the Tiger Bend camp daily, as it would undoubtedly be exhausting. However, an occasional visit for a meal seemed reasonable. Upon learning that Lu Qingxiao's deputy had also come along, Duke Lu added several dishes that Zhang He favored. The Grand Princess did not dine with outsiders, so that evening's meal included only Duke Lu, Lu Qingxiao, and Zhang He. Zhang He, being rather unsophisticated, was easily satisfied with food. As Duke Lu dined, he observed his son closely. Lu Qingxiao sensed the scrutiny and glanced up at Duke Lu. With a smile, Duke Lu instructed Fu Li to bring forth a large bowl of soup and placed it before Lu Qingxiao. "This is a new dish specially prepared by your mother for you. Please enjoy it." Lu Qingxiao cast a casual glance at the bowl, unable to discern its contents, and nodded. Fu Li served a bowl for Lu Qingxiao. Just as he was about to drink, he noticed that Duke Lu, Zhang He, and Fu Li were all watching him intently. He paused for a moment and turned to Fu Li. "Please serve a bowl to Father and Deputy Zhang as well." Fu Li hesitated, glancing at Duke Lu, who nodded with an unchanging expression. Zhang He immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, young general and Duke." Duke Lu felt a pang of anguish, but forced a smile, urging Deputy Zhang to partake freely. However, he thought, this cannot be. Sharing a bowl would diminish its effect. Duke Lu was desperate, wishing he could tear his hair out. Yet he had to conceal his feelings and maintain a facade of cheerfulness. Lu Qingxiao instinctively sensed that something was amiss with Duke Lu but could not pinpoint it. So he continued his meal in silence, opting not to dwell on it. After dining, Zhang He took his leave to return home. Lu Qingxiao returned to Tsangshan courtyard, as per his usual routine, reading military texts, bathing, and preparing for sleep. However, after lying awake for an hour, he found himself restless and agitated, as if an inexplicable inner fire was burning within him. Consequently, the young general decided to shed his upper garments and practice martial arts in the courtyard for the better part of the night. It was not until the approach of dawn, drenched in sweat from his exertions, that he finally dissipated that restless energy. The following day, Lu Qingxiao returned to the Tiger Bend camp, only to notice that Zhang He was looking at him oddly. When Lu Qingxiao shot him a piercing glance, Zhang He hesitated, ultimately refraining from speaking. Having been partners for many years, Lu Qingxiao understood Zhang He well. Such an expression typically heralded trouble. Thus, he chose not to pay it much mind. Yet throughout the morning drills, Zhang He would steal glances at Lu Qingxiao. Believing he was concealing his curiosity well, he was, in fact, entirely observed by Lu Qingxiao. The latter thought nothing of it, assuming Zhang He simply wished to accompany him back to the Grand Princess's residence for another meal, as he had often done in the past. After a full day of military affairs, Lu Qingxiao remained invigorated. Even before departing the camp, he engaged in a few sparring matches with several commanders, emerging victorious in all 3 encounters. Listening to the cheers of the soldiers, Zhang He felt that the esteemed reputation of the major general within the army was well-deserved. Young and accomplished, he possessed both exceptional intellect and martial prowess, alongside remarkable military achievements. What he initially perceived as a distant moon turned out to be a man of deep loyalty and righteousness, able to connect with his subordinates while maintaining his dignity. Such a person is indeed hard not to admire. Lu Qingxiao briefly washed up, changed his attire, and prepared to depart with his steed, Chengfeng. Noticing Zhang He, Lu Qingxiao raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze upon him. "I shall not share a mount with anyone," he declared. Zhang He chuckled, taking a step back and waving his hand. "No, I'll pass." Having already mounted his horse, Lu Qingxiao looked at him quizzically. "Is the food unpalatable to you?" Zhang He shook his head, offering a clumsy excuse. No. I'm just feeling a bit unwell today. I must take my leave. Farewell." With that, he dashed away. Lu Qingxiao made no effort to persuade him otherwise and left the camp. Once Lu Qingxiao had departed, Zhang He emerged, glancing nervously at his retreating figure. Although the princess's household served delectable dishes, he could certainly forego that nourishing soup. He was young and vigorous, and such rich sustenance was unnecessary for him. Recalling the last fierce encounter with his wife, who had left him covered in scratch marks, he shivered at the thought of another round. Stop. The way she scratches is truly painful. Before he could dismiss the matter from his mind, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. He had a wife. How had the major general managed? When Lu Qingxiao returned to the princess's residence, he was alone. Seeing this, Duke Lu served him a large bowl of soup, as he had the day before. The princess gazed at her son with an odd sense of anticipation. Lu Qingxiao felt uncomfortable under her scrutinizing stare. "Mother," he said. What is it?" The princess seemed oblivious to the intensity of her gaze. Lu Qingxiao set down his utensils. "Why do you look at me so?" The princess paused, and Duke Lu quickly intervened. "Your mother is merely observing you. Eat well and refrain from speaking." The princess immediately chimed in. Yes, Fuli, serve the soup to him." Just as Fuli was about to act, Lu Qingxiao raised his hand to stop her. "No need for you to assist, aunt. I can manage myself." Duke Lu discreetly kicked the princess's foot, signaling her to temper her emotions. The princess blinked and donned a standard maternal smile as she looked at Lu Qingxiao, under the loving gaze of his parents. Lu Qingxiao finished the large bowl of soup. "I've eaten well, so I shall take my leave." Normally, the three of them would dine together before any departed, but today, Lu Qingxiao simply could not endure the princess's penetrating gaze, which made him feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Upon his departure, Duke Lu guided the princess back to the main hall. Once inside, they closed the door and spoke quietly. "I wonder if there was any effect yesterday?" the princess inquired in a hushed tone. Duke Lu loosened the collar of his garment and looked at her with a feigned grievance. "Do you not know, Your Highness?" The princess's face flushed with embarrassment as she playfully swatted Duke Lu. "Let us discuss serious matters." The Duke of Lu appeared unabashed. "I have only consumed a bowl." At that moment, the Grand Princess swiftly covered his mouth, her eyes, reminiscent of Lu Qingxiao's, brimming with indignation. "Silence." The Duke of Lu grasped her hand and lowered it. Chuckling, "Tomorrow, I shall inquire about wubbing in a more tactful manner." The Grand Princess shot him a disapproving glare. "That is more like it." Today, Lu Qingxiao returned with some official documents from the Jingzhou office. However, as he perused the paperwork, he increasingly felt a sense of restlessness. He rose to open the study window, allowing the cool autumn night breeze to sweep in, which was quite refreshing. Yet, it was not long before Lu Qingxiao sensed something amiss. Even the cold air could not quell the inexplicable heat within him. Noticing the peculiarity, Lu Qingxiao immediately recalled the bowl of soup that had been served at home over the past 2 days. With a stern expression, he exited the study, fetched 10 buckets of water from the side courtyard, and only then did he manage to quell the strange heat. Once he regained his composure, everything that had felt off throughout the day began to make sense. He could only wonder what absurd scheme his outrageous parents had concocted this time. Soaked to the skin, Lu Qingxiao returned to his chamber, changed his clothes, and retrieved a small black porcelain vial from the brocade box at his bedside, swallowing a detoxifying pill. A sense of headache enveloped him. He realized he must take action. Otherwise, his parents' incessant antics would become a considerable nuisance for him. Rarely, he reflected on the expression Zhang he had worn while observing him earlier, pressing his forehead in exasperation. What a situation this was. The night passed in tranquility. The following day, Lu Qingxiao intercepted the Duke of Lu at the entrance of Linbo courtyard. Early in the morning, the Duke was puzzled to see his son blocking the doorway. "Wubbing, are you not going to the Huban camp today?" Lu Qingxiao nodded. "Do not rush out. I have already taken the liberty of requesting leave for you." "What?" the Duke exclaimed in astonishment. "What is this?" Lu Qingxiao was unyielding. "Let us wait until mother rises to discuss it together." A sense of foreboding gripped the Duke as hard as he immediately recalled a certain matter, his expression growing grave. Could it be that Wubbing intended to confess voluntarily? Was there no hope left? Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, the Duke turned and returned to the main courtyard to convey the message to the Grand Princess. Upon hearing that her son wished to see her at such an early hour, the Grand Princess became flustered. Chaos ensued in Linbo courtyard. Simultaneously, there was turmoil at the Earl of England's residence, particularly in Lien Yinyang's Lu Hua Pavilion. She awoke early only to find Jiang Yin missing. After searching for an hour without success, she tearfully sought out the matriarch. The matriarch, maintaining a stern demeanor, commanded the entire household to search for the missing person. Jiang Zhiyue, unaware of Jiang Yin's sudden disappearance, had ceased monitoring him after Lin Jingqiu was confined to Pinga Garden. Chongqing looked anxiously at Jiang Zhiyue, who then turned her gaze towards Pinga Garden. "Let us go and check there first. The little one might simply be missing his mother." Chapter 91. Scaring the child. When Jiang Zhiyue arrived at Pinga Garden, Lin Jingqiu was only vaguely aware of someone entering, remaining uncertain of the visitor's identity. Jiang Zhiyue remained silent, standing at the doorway while Chong Ying and Chong Hui ventured inside to search, even looking beneath Lin Jingqiu's bed without success. Casting a glance at Wenju, Jiang Zhiyue immediately signaled her to follow outside. Ensure that you keep a close watch on her, leaving no room for oversight. Jiang Zhiyue must be concealed somewhere within the estate. There was no need to inform Lin Jingqiu about this matter. If Lin Jingqiu were to become excessively frantic, the situation would become rather precarious. Moreover, she was eager to uncover who was orchestrating Lin Jingqiu from behind the scenes. Should Lin Jingqiu be driven to her demise, tracing the clues would become exceedingly difficult. Upon exiting the Pinga courtyard, Jiang Zhiyue contemplated her next move and headed towards the vicinity of the library. She vaguely recalled that in her past life, Jiang Zhiyue was taciturn and often spent entire days engrossed in the library. Although she was uncertain if that remained true, it was worth a chance. The British Duke's household, originally of martial heritage, was enriched by the literary backgrounds of its two esteemed matriarchs. Presently, the library housed a significant portion of books brought from their families by the late matriarchs, Lady Yin and Jiang Zhiyue's mother, Yu Qi, a collection of unimaginable breadth. From a young age, Jiang Zhiyue had been cradled in her mother's arms and taken to the library, influenced by her grandmother's love for literature. She too developed a fondness for reading. For several years, she had practically lived in the library, perusing every volume within its walls. Thus, she was well acquainted with every nook capable of concealing someone. The library contained numerous rare ancient texts, which meant that after nightfall, illumination was provided not by lamps but by luminous pearls, a unique treasure of her maternal family, the Yu clan of Jiang. Due to the precious books her grandmother had brought, her grandfather held them in high regard. When constructing the library, her grandfather specifically invited the then Minister of Works, Jiang Zhiyue, to design it. The opulence of the library was undeniable. However, its intricate craftsmanship was particularly noteworthy. During the day, natural light illuminated the reading rooms, creating a bright and clear atmosphere. Most importantly, each floor was equipped with small mechanisms to compartmentalize in case of fire, effectively preventing the spread of flames and facilitating rescue efforts. As the hour grew late, her father and second uncle had already departed for their posts. Upon her arrival, Jiang Zhiyue observed two maidservants engaged in cleaning. "When did you arrive?" With a mere glance, Chang Ying inquired of the maidservants and asked if they had seen the young master, to which they both shook their heads. Jiang Zhiyue waved her hand, and Chang Ying remarked, "You may return to your duties. If needed, we shall call for you." Chang Hui surveyed the interior of the library, blinking her eyes and asking, "Miss, do you think the young master could be here?" Jiang Zhiyue shook her head. "I do not know. You and Chang Ying need not accompany me. Go search elsewhere." "Understood," Chang Ying and Chang Hui replied in unison. Jiang Zhiyue made her way directly to the staircase, ascending until she reached the third floor. Following the direction etched in her memory, she navigated past the bookshelves to the platform where the luminous pearls were kept. Slightly bending down, she felt for a protrusion and pressed down with force. The wooden door beneath the platform creaked open slowly, revealing an empty space within. She raised an eyebrow. It seemed Jiang Zhiyue was rather obedient. She had already known to hide here to frighten others at the tender age of 4. Restoring the wooden door to its original position, Jiang Zhiyue glanced around before deciding to abandon her search and prepare to descend. However, after only 2 steps down, she swiftly turned back, executing a sudden about-face. Indeed, upon spotting a pitiful little chubby creature, groping at the spot where she had just pressed, trying to open the small space beneath the platform, her expression upon seeing Jiang Zhiyue return was utterly astonished. Why are you back?" The little chubby one, Jiang Zhiyue, found it quite unreasonable. Had she not clearly walked away? Jiang Zhiyue nearly burst into laughter but restrained her mirth, responding casually, "I was uncertain if I had closed it properly, so I came back to check, and who would have thought I'd find you here?" The little chubby one looked indecisively at the already ajar small space, and then at Jiang Zhiyue, the conflict evident upon her face. Jiang Zhiyue said nothing, merely smiled gently, and turned to leave. The little chubby one was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, "Why are you leaving?" Jiang Zhiyue glanced back and replied, "Why can't I leave? Were you not the one searching for me?" The little chubby one felt a twinge of grievance. At this moment, Jiang Zhiyue nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Then why did you turn around and leave?" Jiang Zhiyue was perplexed. If she had come to find her, should she not be pleading for her to stay? Why did she leave without uttering a word? Jiang Zhiyue confidently stated, "Have I not found you? Naturally, I can depart." Jiang Zhiyue was taken aback by Jiang Zhiyue's nonchalant attitude, stammering, Is that so?" Jiang Zhiyue's lips curled into a slight smile, amusement glimmering in her eyes. "Of course. Do you expect me to beg you? Of course. Jiang Zhiyue finally shouted. Otherwise, why would you come looking for me? Jiang Zhiyue observed the little one's fair face flush with embarrassment, and her smile faded. What right do you think I have to plead with you? Is it because you deliberately went missing, causing Aunt Lien to fret? Or because you knew everyone was searching for you, yet chose to hide? Jiang Zhiyue noticed a small, bulging pouch hanging from Jiang Zhiyue's waist and scoffed. With such a meager amount of food, how long do you expect to last? Jiang Zhiyue quickly clutched her treasure pouch defensively. Jiang Zhiyue dismissed her. I need not plead with you. Come nightfall, you shall find yourself crying for help. The library remained dark as pitch at night, devoid of any light or company. One could never be certain if rodents or cockroaches might venture forth, nibbling at one's toes. At such a time, even if you called for help, there may not be a soul to hear you, let alone come to your aid. No sooner had Jiang Zhiyue finished speaking than she saw the young one rush towards her like a startled fawn, clasping her leg tightly and wailing. I don't want to be locked in here. I don't want to be bitten by cockroaches and mice. Wah, dear sister, take me away, wah. Jiang Zhiyue stifled her laughter. How could the library possibly harbor cockroaches or mice? With its ancient texts and renowned paintings, such pests could never infiltrate the sanctum of the library. It was merely a ruse to frighten the child. However, Jiang Zhiyue, who had been addressing her as you moments ago, now called out for help, referring to her as dear sister. Let go, Jiang Zhiyue said coldly. I do not seek your company. Wah, I beg you, dear sister, I beseech you, take me away. Wah. Ultimately, she was just a spoiled little chubby creature, well aware of the tides of circumstance. Jiang Zhiyue raised an eyebrow and playfully patted him, saying, no more tears. Your crying is making my ears ache. If you continue, I shall truly ignore you. The cries of the chubby little boy, when faced with such a threat, were both restrained and unrestrained. Occasionally, he would sob softly, with tears still clinging to his round face, evoking a deep sense of pity. I won't cry anymore. Please don't abandon me. Jiang Zhiyue looked at him with amusement. You came to the library on your own. Surely you can return by yourself? She had entirely forgotten who had frightened the little one into such a state with tales of mice and cockroaches. Chapter 92. The Discerning Individual. Jiang Zhiyue stifled his sobs, too timid to argue with Jiang Zhiyue. He felt that this little elder sister was unlike any other. It seemed as though she did not particularly care for him. Nevertheless, she did not ignore him and would occasionally treat him to delightful snacks. Moreover, the tall figure beside her had once come to his rescue. Yet, this little elder sister did not appear to have any fondness for him, always presenting a cold and stern demeanor. After pondering the complexity of the situation, Jiang Zhiyue concluded that it was beyond his comprehension as a child. I am small. Shouldn't you take care of me? He inquired. Jiang Zhiyue cast him a cool glance. What does should mean? Jiang Zhiyue was momentarily taken aback. Surely, should was simply should. By what right? Jiang Zhiyue pressed on, her tone somewhat confrontational. You deliberately caused chaos, stirring unrest in the household. Why should anyone care for you? Redirecting the conversation to Jiang Zhiyue's own mischief, the little fellow understood that he had erred and immediately wilted under her scrutiny. Chong Ying and Chong Hui, having heard the commotion, hurried to the third floor. Observing the young lady reprimanding the young master, they stood silently at the staircase, exchanging knowing glances. Jiang Zhiyue vaguely surmised the reason behind Jiang Zhiyue's retreat from Luhua residence. It was likely due to his wet nurse and Lin Jingqiu. Not only did Lin Jingqiu shower him with affection, but his wet nurse had also been a constant companion since his infancy. Being separated from his biological mother and sent to Aunt Lien's quarters, only to have his wet nurse replaced, left him devoid of familiar faces, which was a natural source of fear. However, to deliberately hide and cause Aunt Lien distress while believing he deserved special treatment was unacceptable. The Duke's residence could not harbor a child exhibiting such troublesome tendencies. One Jiang Zhiyue was ample, a second was unwelcome. If he recognized his mistakes, he ought to confess to the matriarch. If he remained oblivious, then he could hide as he pleased. Jiang Zhiyue lowered her gaze to the little chubby boy. Jiang Zhiyue endeavored to suppress his sobs, gently tugging at Jiang Zhiyue's skirt, murmuring, I know I was wrong. Zhiyue knows he was wrong. Jiang Zhiyue nodded. If you acknowledge your mistake, you must face the consequences. Jiang Zhiyue looked up in astonishment. Consequences? Jiang Zhiyue replied coolly, mistakes warrant punishment. What is it? Do you refuse to admit it? Jiang Zhiyue thought of something, and tears instantly brimmed in his eyes again. Yet, remembering Jiang Zhiyue's admonition against crying, he resolutely held them back, turning his small face crimson. With a sigh, Jiang Zhiyue lamented, "Why must you cry again? A young man ought not possess such an abundance of tears." This prompted an inevitable deluge. Jiang Nianshur's tears cascaded down like rainwater falling from the eaves on a dreary day. "I admit, I was wrong." Jiang Nianshur tightly clutched the hem of Jiang Zhiyue's skirt, sobbing, "Can we delay sending Nianshur away? Is it all right if we wait until Nianshur grows a little bigger before parting?" Jiang Zhiyue, taken aback by the remark, inquired, "What do you mean by sending away?" As soon as the words left her lips, she realized the misunderstanding and sighed. "Do you think being punished means you have to be sent away?" With tearful eyes, Jiang Nianshur looked up at her and hiccuped, "Isn't that so? The wet nurse, when she errs, is sent away." Jiang Zhiyue couldn't help but chuckle at the child's perspective and playfully asked, "If you know that making mistakes leads to being sent away, why would you still make mistakes?" Jiang Nianshur was at a loss for words, fear creeping in. At that moment, Jiang Zhiyue truly witnessed the essence of a child's tears, as if they were pearls strung on a broken thread. "All right, stop crying. We shall wait until you grow up to send you away," she said, crouching down to wipe away his tears with her own hands. Jiang Nianshur winced at the roughness of the gesture, but remained silent. Chang Ying observed the scene and shook her head, recognizing her mistress's stubbornness paired with kindness. "Miss, allow me to assist," she offered, stepping forward hastily, for if she delayed any longer, the young master's face would surely be red from the scrubbing. Gratefully, Jiang Zhiyue welcomed the help. Chang Ying took out a handkerchief and gently cleaned Jiang Nianshur's face, earning a soft thank you from the little one. Jiang Zhiyue replied with a huff, "At least you know some manners." Jiang Nianshur, with wide eyes, gazed up at Jiang Zhiyue and implored, "Can you hold me?" Chang Ying stifled a laugh, casting a glance at Jiang Zhiyue. "You're so grown up now, yet you still want to be carried. Aren't you ashamed?" Jiang Zhiyue retorted, turning her head away. "Then can you at least hold my hand?" The little one, with his red-rimmed eyes, was utterly pitiful yet adorable. With a sigh of resignation, Jiang Zhiyue extended her hand, and the child joyfully grasped it. As they approached the entrance of the library, they spotted Jiang Zhiyue striding purposefully. "Brother," Jiang Zhiyue called out. Jiang Zhiyue frowned and nodded, his gaze landing on the chubby little figure trying to hide behind Jiang Zhiyue, utterly unsuccessful in his attempt. Unaware of his exposure, Jiang Nianshur looked down, resembling a small quail. "Hand him over to me," Jiang Zhiyue requested. Jiang Zhiyue nodded, pulling the reluctant child from behind her. Jiang Nianshur, frightened, clung tightly, refusing to emerge. Observing the redness of his sister's hand, which was being tugged by the little one, Jiang Zhiyue spoke sternly, "Jiang Nianshur." At the sound of his full name, Jiang Nianshur froze, pouting as he looked up at Jiang Zhiyue with a mix of fear and suppressed tears. He dreaded this person more than even their father. Jiang Zhiyue, taken aback by the child's terror, pondered, "Why is he so afraid of me?" Jiang Zhiyue, glancing down at Jiang Nianshur, shared in the confusion. Her brother was known for his amiable disposition and cheerful temperament. Why then did Jiang Nianshur harbor such fear? "This is your brother. What are you afraid of?" Jiang Zhiyue inquired. In a barely audible voice, Jiang Nianshur whispered something, which Jiang Zhiyue failed to catch. But Jiang Zhiyue heard it clearly. "He said that you are a bad person." Jiang Zhiyue, recalling Jiang Nianshur's mother, Lin Jingqiu, understood the child's fear. It was not surprising. Lin's ambition was great, and it was only natural for her to instill in Jiang Nianshur a sense of distrust towards him. Jiang Zhiyue looked deeply at Jiang Nianshur, relieved that the child was still young and believed that with time and patience, he would surely learn to overcome his fears. The children of the Jiang family must never harm one another, nor allow enmity to arise. Seizing a moment when Jiang Nianshur was distracted, Jiang Zhiyue swiftly lifted him, securing him at his waist as they made their way to the Spring Radiance Hall. Jiang Nianshur, caught off guard, immediately began to struggle and called out to Jiang Zhiyue, shouting for help. "Sister, help! Sister, help!" Jiang Zhiyue couldn't help but smile at the affectionate title Jiang Nianshur used for his sister, realizing that the boy was not entirely like Lin Shi. There was hope for him yet. Jiang Nianshur's cries were so heart-wrenching that Jiang Zhiyue hurried after them, unable to refrain from advising his elder brother, "Be gentle. Elder brother, a man must endure some tumbles to grow strong," Jiang Zhiyue replied, glancing back at Jiang Zhiyue with a knowing look. "Your courage has grown. You dare to admonish your elder brother?" Jiang Zhiyue feigned a smile. "I would never presume to correct the eldest son." Jiang Zhiyue chuckled, playfully scolding the fidgeting little one. "Cease your wailing." Jiang Nianshur promptly fell silent. Jiang Zhiyue laughed again, This little one, quite perceptive indeed. Jiang Zhiyue wholeheartedly agreed. Thus, Jiang Zhiyue continued to carry the child to the Spring Radiance Hall. The matriarch sat within, accompanied by Qiao Shi and then by concubine Lian. Upon seeing Jiang Yanshi, concubine Lian's eyes brimmed with tears as she instinctively moved to embrace him, but halted as she caught sight of the eldest son's frosty demeanor. Grandmother, Jiang Zhiyue and Jiang Zhiyue both bowed to the matriarch and Qiao Shi. The matriarch waved her hand dismissively. No need for formalities. Where did you find him? Jiang Zhiyue replied. He was hiding in the library. The matriarch nodded, her gaze softening as she beckoned Jiang Yanshi, who had just been released by Jiang Zhiyue. Come here. Having been raised by Lin Jingqiu, Jiang Yanshi was not well acquainted with the inhabitants of the household. When the matriarch called him, he instinctively looked to Jiang Zhiyue, who nodded encouragingly, prompting Jiang Yanshi to muster his courage and approach. The matriarch scrutinized Jiang Yanshi closely, noting the remnants of tears on his small face. Tell me why you were hiding, she inquired gently. Jiang Yanshi lowered his head, nervously clutching his treasure pouch in silence. Qiao Shi, observing this, expressed her displeasure. Why do you not respond when your grandmother speaks? Startled by her voice, Jiang Yanshi instinctively moved closer to the matriarch. Qiao Shi fell silent, feeling as though she had become the villain in this scenario. The matriarch adjusted Jiang Yanshi's slightly askew posture and repeated her question. Concubine Lian attempted to speak on Jiang Yanshi's behalf, but Jiang Zhiyue's icy gaze silenced her once more. Though initially frightened, Jiang Yanshi found the matriarch's demeanor warm and inviting. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. I do not wish to be sent away. The matriarch's expression darkened momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. Who said anything about sending you away? Jiang Yanshi's small hands fidgeted anxiously with his treasure pouch, his little body trembling slightly. His voice tinged with the threat of tears. And he made a mistake, and the wet nurse did too, so they will be sent away. Yanshi also aired. Please do not send me away. Jiang Zhiyue exchanged a glance with his elder brother, instantly grasping the implication. How could a child of not yet 5 comprehend the misdeeds of Lin Shi? It is evident that someone was speaking beside him. As for the identity of the speaker, it is abundantly clear from Aunt Lian's guilty demeanor. Jiang Zhiyue could not comprehend why Aunt Lian was being so foolish. Clearly, Jiang Yanshi could not return to Lin Jingqiu's side. Thus, what purpose did Aunt Lian serve by needlessly frightening Jiang Yanshi? What Jiang Zhiyue could discern, the matriarch Yin was undoubtedly more aware of. She gently patted Jiang Yanshi's head, using a soft and kind tone to reassure him. Yanshi is a child of the Jiang family. As long as you do not commit great evils, no one can send you away. Is that truly so? Jiang Yanshi yearned for a definitive answer. Matriarch Yin nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Jiang Yanshi turned back, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Jiang Zhiyue. Jiang Zhiyue returned the nod. Jiang Yanshi then turned again to the matriarch, saying, It is my fault for running about and causing you worry. I am willing to accept punishment. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lian hastily knelt down, pleading with the matriarch, Please punish me. It is my failure to properly care for the young master. The matriarch fixed a stern gaze upon Aunt Lian and reprimanded her in a deep voice. You indeed deserve punishment, effective immediately. You shall be confined to the Luhua courtyard for 10 days and copy the family rules 100 times. Aunt Lian was taken aback by the severity of the punishment, lowering her head in grievance, not daring to argue. Jiang Yanshi quietly cast a glance at Aunt Lian, his expression somewhat anxious. The matriarch observed Jiang Yanshi and contemplated further. She believed that Aunt Lian was unsuitable to nurture Jiang Yanshi. Furthermore, Aunt Bai's temperament was also inappropriate. Her granddaughter had been raised timid and cowardly, making her even less fit to rear a grandson. Jiang Yanshi would henceforth reside in the side courtyard of Chun Huitang. The matriarch reflected, feeling somewhat powerless. Upon hearing this, Qiao's heart tightened even more. While it was acceptable for the matriarch to raise Jiang Zhiyue, who was the legitimate daughter of her elder brother and sister-in-law, Jiang Yanshi was but a child of lesser status. How could the matriarch be burdened with his upbringing? She had never taken care of her legitimate grandson, Jiang Zhiyue. Both Jiang Zhiyue and Jiang Zhiyue frowned, knowing that their grandmother, at her advanced age, lacked the energy to care for this little one. Before Jiang Zhiyue could speak, Jiang Zhiyue suggested, Grandmother, I believe it would be best to place this little one in my courtyard. I can take care of him. Aunt Lian was taken aback and anxiously pleaded for herself. Matriarch, grant me another chance. I will surely care for the young master well. The eldest son is soon to take his examinations and has yet to marry. How could he possibly raise a child? Jiang Zhiyue regarded her coldly. And once Aunt Lien finished speaking, he remarked, Aunt Lien, I have witnessed your negligence twice. Today marks the third occurrence. What face do you have to claim you can properly raise Jiang Zhiyue? Aunt Lien's face turned pale, unable to utter another word. The matriarch had indeed considered allowing Jiang Zhiyue to take Jiang Zhiyue under his wing. Yet, as Aunt Lien had pointed out, the upcoming examinations were of paramount importance to Jiang Zhiyue. Jiang Zhiyue, aware of his grandmother's concerns, smiled and said, My courtyard is spacious, and I have previously cared for Rongzhua. Moreover, there are plenty of nurses and servants to oversee matters. It will not require much effort on my part. Xiao, seeing Jiang Zhiyue's firm stance, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She truly did not wish for the matriarch to raise Jiang Zhiyue, as it would unjustly elevate his status. The matron turned her gaze towards Jiang Zhiyue and inquired, Would you be willing to reside with your elder brother? Jiang Zhiyue chuckled lightly, promptly interrupting any opportunity for Jiang Zhiyue to respond. Grandmother, I have been independent since the age of 6. You cannot be so biased. Indeed, Jiang Zhiyue had established her own courtyard at a remarkably young age, and the matron understood that her eldest granddaughter was considering her own interests. She was no longer youthful and could not nurture another child as she had with Achan in her earlier days. Jiang Zhiyue, though somewhat perplexed, timidly glanced at Jiang Zhiyue. The matron's imposing demeanor, despite its gentleness, still instilled fear in the little one, who was just over 4 years old. This elder brother, always smiling, appeared to be quite dependable. Resolutely, Jiang Zhiyue decided to follow Jiang Zhiyue, thinking that if she encountered any bullying, she could simply report it to her little sister. Clutching her treasured pouch tightly, she suddenly declared, Grandmother, I wish to live with my elder brother. Both Jiang Zhiyue and her brother turned to look at the small child, who bore a resolute expression. Jiang Zhiyue chuckled, while Jiang Zhiyue's expression darkened. Am I really that frightening? Jiang Zhiyue questioned. Fearing that the matron might change her mind, Xiao Shi quickly interjected. The daughter-in-law will ensure that there are people to take care of Shigur, so Zhiyue will not have to worry. The matron nodded in agreement, indicating her acceptance of Xiao Shi's words. After a lively morning, the matron grew weary and retreated to rest with the support of Cheng Momo. Jiang Zhiyue, unashamed, summoned the small kitchen within the matron's courtyard to prepare breakfast, inviting Jiang Zhiyue to join her. Jiang Zhiyue, still glancing at Jiang Zhiyue, hoped that her little sister would come to her aid. Jiang Zhiyue, with a mischievous intent, prodded her, Call me elder brother and let me hear it. Jiang Zhiyue abruptly turned around, clutching her pouch, and reluctantly uttered the words elder brother. Observing her elder brother teasing Jiang Zhiyue, Jiang Zhiyue was unexpectedly struck by a thought. How would Lin Jingqiu react if she knew that Jiang Zhiyue was being raised alongside her elder brother in harmony? Chapter 94. Afflicted with a hidden illness? Avoiding medical attention? Me? Jiang Zhiyue's fleeting thought vanished quickly. Now was not the time to provoke Lin Jingqiu. In a day or two, changes were likely to unfold. No matter how vast the Duke of England's estate, it had its limits. And she would soon identify the suspicious individuals, waiting for the mastermind to reveal themselves. Once someone made a misstep, traces would undoubtedly remain, and unraveling the truth would become an effortless endeavor. The tranquility of the Duke of England's household had only set the stage for the unfolding drama at the princess's residence. At this moment, confronted by Lu Qingzhao's probing questions, the couple of the princess faltered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Lu Qingzhao's piercing gaze locked onto them. Unable to withstand his scrutiny, Lu Guogong faltered and, in a feeble attempt to conceal the truth, stated, Father understands that this matter is difficult for you to discuss. But both your father and mother only wish for your well-being. Even if you are afflicted with a hidden illness, as long as you do not avoid seeking treatment. Afflicted with a hidden illness? Avoiding medical attention? Lu Qingzhao seized upon Lu Guogong's words, a crack appearing on his otherwise composed and indifferent visage. Me? Lu Guogong hesitated for a moment, exchanging a knowing glance with the princess, assuming that their son was concerned about his pride and therefore reluctant to admit the truth. Their understanding prompted Lu Guogong to hastily amend his statement. No. If one is ill, one must seek treatment. Lu Qingzhao's expression grew increasingly frigid, a chilling aura nearly materializing around him. On that day, Lu Guoiqi rushed in, babbling nonsensically. The princess of Chang paused, tentatively inquiring, So what do you know? Lu Qingzhao, feeling the weight of his parents' unusual demeanor, was exasperated, fearing that their probing would undermine his composure. You have been acting strangely these past few days. If there is something to discuss, please do so plainly. Spare me the nonsensical antics. The princess, taken aback by her son's candid attitude, felt a sense of relief and exchanged glances with her husband. Duke Lu nodded and approached, patting Lu Qingxiao on the shoulder with a solemn expression. Fear not, my son. I will seek the finest physician to remedy your ailment. If all else fails, there are always tonics to restore vitality. You are still young. There must be a cure. As Duke Lu rambled on, Lu Qingxiao's expression darkened further. Finally, with a cold glare directed at the couple, he clenched his teeth and retorted, Ailment? Tonic? The princess sensed something amiss in his tone and grew suspicious. Duke Lu, oblivious, mistook his son's discomfort for modesty and was about to offer reassurances, only to witness his son's fury morph into a sardonic smile. Lu Guiqi's mind is muddled, and you both have followed suit. An ailment? The princess was taken aback. Lu Qingxiao was genuinely exasperated. He wished he could pry open his parents' minds to understand their reasoning. Duke Lu, momentarily stunned, instinctively remarked, It was Guiqi who said you could not engage in human affairs. Surely, that cannot be true? The princess also appeared perplexed, clearly unsure of where the misunderstanding had arisen. Lu Qingxiao felt a throbbing in his forehead, utterly speechless at such absurd justifications. How could they possibly believe such nonsense? Only then did Duke Lu realize that perhaps the happiness his son referred to was not the marital harmony understood by Lu Guiqi, but rather the genuine happiness of a woman in her life ahead. With a face as impassive as water, Lu Qingxiao observed his parents' sudden delight. Oh, it was merely a misunderstanding. Our son is perfectly well. The princess, however, could not refrain from pressing further. If it is a misunderstanding, then why do you resist marriage? The conversation inevitably circled back to the topic of matrimony. After a tumultuous exchange, Lu Qingxiao chose to excuse himself with a polite bow. The princess, nearly in tears from frustration, pointed an accusing finger at Duke Lu, exclaiming, He increasingly refuses to converse with me. Duke Lu mused inwardly that it was not a matter of growing distance, but rather that the subject of marriage had become a sensitive knot for their son. While he himself struggled with the topic, the princess's relentless inquiries were met with Lu Qingxiao's calm demeanor. Yet, in her anger, she could not see it, leaving Duke Lu to placate her. Returning to Tsongshan courtyard, Lu Qingxiao entered his study and ordered that no one disturb him. On the eastern wall of the study hung an aged yet sharp sword. Standing before it, Lu Qingxiao's gaze darkened. Suddenly, he recalled the words of a young girl he had encountered earlier at Hugua Temple. She had said that cherishing the past is commendable, but one must move forward and live life to the fullest. His eyes fell upon a small jade lion on the long table. Reflecting on how it had come into his possession, and the chill in his demeanor dissipated considerably, he stepped forward and cradled the diminutive jade lion in his hand, the cool touch resting gently in his palm. When this small jade lion first came into his possession, it required both hands to hold it. Now, however, it could be securely grasped with just one. The old artifact remained unchanged, yet the young girl who once gifted it to him seemed to have long forgotten him. Lu Qingxiao lowered his gaze, caressing the jade lion for a moment before returning it to its place. Perhaps forgetting certain things is indeed a blessing. He turned and exited the study, having no time to dwell on such matters. The Mid-Autumn Lantern Festival was approaching, and the streets were beginning to bustle with activity. With the influx of people came the potential for chaos, and as the head of the Jingzhou prefecture, it was his duty to ensure the safety of the citizens. Jiang Zhiyue had just awakened from a midday nap when Chang Hui entered, carrying a brocade box. She announced that Madame Yin had sent a small gift for the young ladies of the household to enjoy. Still dazed from sleep, Jiang Zhiyue inquired, What did Madame Yin send? Chang Ying chuckled, passing a silk handkerchief to Jiang Zhiyue to wipe her face, and replied, Miss, you must still be half asleep. Madame Yin naturally wishes for the third miss to meet young Master Yin during the Lantern Festival. Jiang Zhiyue suddenly realized, nearly forgetting that the Mid-Autumn Festival was upon them. Chang Ying, noticing her reaction, playfully asked, Didn't you say you wanted to go see the lanterns? How could you have forgotten? Jiang Zhiyue touched her face, reflecting that her thoughts had been consumed by Lin Jingqiu, leaving the Lantern Festival far behind. What did grandmother say? She asked, only to feel it unnecessary, knowing her grandmother would surely have consented. After all, Madame Yin's gift would not have arrived otherwise. Indeed, Chang'ing nodded with a smile. The matriarch has approved it. Young Master Yin will personally come to escort you. As Jiang Zhiyue reminisced about the Mid-Autumn Festival in her past life, She recalled that the Yin family had also sent gifts. At that time, she had been at odds with her elder sister, completely unaware that her sister had suffered a miscarriage and was bedridden. Persuaded by Lin Jingxiu and Lin Yuzhong to view the lanterns, she had unexpectedly encountered Duan Hongyu, who had exchanged flirtatious glances with Lin Yuzhong right before her eyes, inciting her to publicly rebuke Lin Yuzhong, thereby solidifying her reputation as the willful and unreasonable sixth miss of the British Duke's household. Moreover, it seemed there had been another significant incident. What was it? Jiang Zhiyue closed her eyes, straining to remember, when suddenly, she jolted. She recalled. It was Princess Lan Ning. During that lantern festival, she had been pushed down the stairs, sustaining a broken leg and even developing a permanent limp. In her previous life, Princess Lan Ning had suffered this misfortune during the Mid-Autumn Festival, leading to her leg ailment, which subsequently affected her prospects for marriage. It seemed she had never been spoken of as having a match before her untimely demise. The thought sent a pang of anxiety through Jiang Zhiyue, even in the brief encounters she had experienced since her rebirth. It was evident that Princess Lan Ning was a vivacious and lively young lady who thrived in merriment. It was difficult to fathom the magnitude of despair she would face if she were to be afflicted with a leg injury, unable to walk like others. Recalling the day when Princess Lan Ning had assisted her during the commotion at the residence of the Marquis of Guangchang, she felt compelled to repay this kindness by ensuring the princess evaded impending peril. Chang Hui, take my invitation to the Prince of Fu's residence to seek an audience with Princess Lan Ning, she instructed. Miss, the invitation for Princess Lan Ning predates yours. Chang Hui replied, presenting a gilded invitation to Jiang Zhiyue. In a hushed tone, she added, it was personally delivered by Sister Hui Ru, who mentioned an invitation for you to join her in viewing the lanterns during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Upon examining the invitation, Jiang Zhiyue noted the details of the lantern viewing at a particular tavern, which also kindly suggested she could bring her sisters along. Observing her mistress momentarily lost in thought, Chang Hui continued, there are more invitations. Jiang Zhiyue lifted her gaze, prompting Chang Hui to present the additional invitations, totaling 3. How could there be so many? Jiang Zhiyue was taken aback, for her connections in the capital were not particularly strong. As she perused the invitations, she recognized one was from her elder sister, while the others were from Miss Duan Yinzhu, who was to marry, and Princess Xie Fu of Xiping. Jiang Zhiyue's attention lingered on the invitation from Duan Yinzhu, whom she preferred to avoid. Decline it. I do not wish for any association with the Duan family in the Duke's residence. Chang Hui nodded in agreement. As for the invitation from Princess Xie Fu, Jiang Zhiyue found it perplexing. She had no past acquaintance with the princess. What could have prompted the delivery of an invitation? Chang Hui, noticing her mistress's furrowed brow, murmured, Miss, with the dissolution of your engagement to the Marquis of Guangchang, many are observing your prospects. Jiang Zhiyue cast a glance at Chang Hui, who seemed to be overthinking. Chang Hui smiled. This is not mere speculation. Our esteemed miss is renowned, attracting suitors aplenty. Jiang Zhiyue chose silence, reflecting on how, despite Lin Jingxiu's efforts over the past few years, her reputation was likely not favorable. Those eager to court her were not pursuing her as Jiang Zhiyue, but rather as the legitimate daughter of the Duke of England. Decline the invitation, stating I am already engaged, she decided. Although not particularly familiar with Princess Xie Fu, she knew the princess was the beloved daughter of Minister Xie. The two families, however, had a slight rivalry. Minister Xie was the maternal uncle of Prince Wei, while the Duke of England was the father-in-law of Prince Xian. Both princes were currently prominent candidates for the position of crown prince. The Duke of England's allegiance to Emperor Rong and was uncertain regarding Prince Xian, whereas Minister Xie had a natural bond with Prince Wei's faction. As Minister Xie's cherished daughter, Princess Xie Fu would undoubtedly align with her cousin, Prince Wei. As the sister of the future Princess of Xian, it was prudent for Jiang Zhiyue to maintain her distance from Princess Xie Fu. Noticing Jiang Zhiyue's lack of concern in that regard, Chang Hui refrained from further comment. Her mistress was intelligent and beautiful, with the protection of the matriarch and the future princess of Xian, ensuring her marriage prospects were secure. At this moment, Chang Hui eagerly inquired about Jiang Zhiyue's attire for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Jiang Zhiyue, too, felt a surge of excitement as she began to select her garments. No young lady is devoid of a love for beauty, and Jiang Zhiyue was no exception. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, she rose early to don her new outfit. Dressed in a delicate pale yellow flying crane-patterned brocade short jacket with a high collar, complemented by a deep blue embroidered skirt adorned with playful kittens, she appeared increasingly vibrant and tender. Jiang Zhiyue blinked and selected an elegant long coat in lotus pink, embellished with golden peony patterns. Chang Hui, filled with admiration, exclaimed, "Miss, you look absolutely stunning. In this attire, my eyes can hardly look away." Jiang Zhiyue playfully pointed at Chang Hui and replied, "Such sweet talk deserves a double reward of monthly silver." "Thank you, miss." Chang Hui beamed with joy. Chang Ying then chose a light pink plush-trimmed cloak for Jiang Zhiyue, which enhanced her charming and adorable demeanor. Upon her arrival at Chunhui Hall to pay her respects, she captivated everyone present. Old Lady Yin observed her granddaughters, each more radiant than the last, and her smile grew ever more genuine. Jiang Wanbai was strikingly beautiful today, contrasting Jiang Zhiyue's delightful cuteness. Her gaze lingered on Jiang Zhiyue, especially drawn to the light pink cloak that accentuated her charm, making her appear like a snowball. She felt an impulse to reach out and pinch Jiang Zhiyue's lovely, fair face. Jiang Zhiyue obediently sat beside the matriarch, her mind occupied with thoughts on how to assist Princess Lan Ning in avoiding injury during their evening gathering, completely oblivious to her fourth sister's gaze. The matriarch reminded Jiang Zhiyue to ensure the safety of her younger sisters while they ventured out, especially during the bustling Mid-Autumn Lantern Festival, where crowds could pose a risk. Aware of her role as an elder sister, Jiang Wanbai immediately volunteered to take care of her younger siblings. The matriarch appreciated the harmonious rapport among the children and praised Jiang Wanbai for her thoughtfulness. The daylight hours swiftly passed, and after the evening meal, excitement bubbled among the family as they prepared to depart. The Duke of England had arranged for the matriarch to view the lanterns and partake in the festivities, prompting the entire family to set out together. Upon reaching the entrance, the Duke supported the matriarch as they emerged and spotted Yin, the second son of the Yin family, standing at the door, tall and upright like a wooden post. The Duke cleared his throat, prompting Yin to step forward and offer his respects. Jiang Zhiyue cast a sidelong glance at the Duke, who remained composed, and stated, "I permit your presence today. But should you overstep, I shall break your limbs." Yin, unfazed, nodded foolishly, which elicited quiet laughter from Jiang Zhiyue and her sisters. While Jiang Hongdan blushed with embarrassment, Yin gazed at his fiancée, their eyes meeting, causing both to flush. Jiang Zhiyue shook his head, clicked his tongue, and unfurled his folding fan, muttering, "Foolish boy." The Duke, unable to bear the sight, assisted the matriarch into the carriage and mounted his horse alongside Jiang Zhiyue. Jiang Zhiyue watched her sisters board the carriage, ensuring that the youngest, Jiang Yanshi, was seated with Jiang Rongzhou before she herself climbed onto her horse. For reasons